Welcome one and all. We have returned here again for some Western European Div 2 action as we continue the DPC for this first tour, seeing who's going to claim those top 2 slots to elevate themselves into Div 1 and to start their journey towards the international. My name is Snare, and here to help me to start week 2 of the DPC, I'm joined by Kezu, I'm joined by T-Gov. Gentlemen, T-Gov, firstly, where's your tea at? I'm very disappointed about what's going on, but how are you feeling in general, fam?
I mean, I don't know how it's going to work on the screen, but... Oh, it worked perfectly.
Hey,
there we
hey.
go. Oh, I'm back down again. I was really worried I'd break the fourth wall, but we're good. We're clear. Now I know I can do this at least on camera.
Yeah, you've got this now, you know. We know production's always got your back. They'll make sure that we've got this prime content ready to go in the back end. And Kezu, good sir. Today, we have some Germans that are going to be in action later today. You excited to see some of your countrymen in action?
Sure. I mean, I think they're pretty good. You know, I know some of them. I think they've been... I mean, I think they look... For me, it's a bit hard to say because I think they're still a little bit shaky and they need more time. But I like a lot of them, and I do think they've got the potential, you know, to do well in this DPC.
This DPC so far has had a little bit of twists and turns, some surprises thus far, but for the most part, it's still going relatively according to script. And those of you who weren't able to join us over the last few days, let's take a quick look at what happened on Sunday, which was the end of week 1 here in the DPC for Div 2. And this first series, I must say, Alliance, T-Gov, a lot of us came into this tour a little bit, let's say, hesitant to put our faith in this Alliance squad because we've seen many wild and wacky things happen with this roster or just with this organization in the past. This series, honestly, they were supposed to lose it. This game, number 1, went the way of D2 Hustlers in pretty strong fashion, but Alliance making a 2-1 comeback. Do you think this is going to help them on their journey to being able to get back to the top and be an actual contender here in the DPC?
I mean, already losing 2 series, it makes it hard for Alliance to have their own kind of path to get to Div 1, but taking the series, look at the, you don't want to see that after your 3rd series. But anyways, for Alliance at least, beating a team that should be a top 3 team is going to help down the line, because if we get those tiebreakers, if Alliance can win out the rest of their series and only having 2 losses, that's a pretty healthy tiebreaker scenario. So I think this was the series to turn it around. This was the series to have a comeback, to find that momentum. And we learned, just don't give S4 Centaur. You know, that's basically been the bans for the rest of the tournaments we've been playing. Ban Centaur, have a good time.
Yep, ban Centaur, win game. But he makes a very good point, Kezu. The fact that if you lose 2 games, not once has it ever been done in the DPC that a team that loses more than 2 games find themselves promoted from Division 2. 2 is the absolute limit, and most of the time, 2 is even too much. It's normally like 7 zeros and 6 ones. Only twice has it been 5-2 teams that got themselves into a top slot. So what do you think about Alliance? Given that they still have some pretty difficult competition down the stretch, will they be able to maintain a winning record against them in the same way that they did against the D2 Hustlers here, do you think?
I think it's hard to say because I don't know exactly what they talked about after the first couple series, because I think they had like one draft, I don't know which team it was against, I think it was maybe their opening series, where I was like, if you continue to draft like this, you're gonna stay in Division 2 for sure. But I think they've leveled up their drafts a little bit and their play, I think at least from what I could see the last days. So I think they can do it. I think they're on the right path for now.
Another team that I think is on the right path to get themselves into a good position, this Ancient Tribe squad. They took on Team Bold, and one of the things that we heard that was interesting, T-Gov, LeBron was telling us that they really didn't want to lose against Bold because it feels bad losing up against a quote-unquote fun team when you're a professional team. Do you think when teams are preparing to go up against Team Bold, is there that additional pressure, do you think, on them to be like, guys, we really cannot afford to lose this? There's more than just the game on the line, but our pride as professional players on the line as well.
I mean, I think that's the best example of what a team is going to look like if they are to get to Division 1, right? A team that's meant to be dominating Div 2 is a team that doesn't even care if Bold's the pro team, the fun stack, whatever, because they'll play their own Dodo, they'll beat them, and then they'll move on with the tournament, right? And I think for Ancient Tribe, at least, the fact that it's got into their head, the fact that they play into the level of their opponents, I'm a little bit worried for them for this tour, because they aren't showing us Ancient Tribe Dodo, and you have to come beat us. They're entering the series and they're going, we're going to run at your pace, we're going to fight into you, we're going to try and do things that you're doing as well. So I think for Ancient Tribe, they were happy and some might say a little bit lucky to close out this game after what was a really dominating game 3 of Board. But yeah, no team should really get over in their own head over these series, really. If they are, then they're not going to be the perfect makings of a Div 1 team.
Speaking of Div 1, Kezu, Bold has found themselves in Div 2 pretty much from the inception. They've had like one small stint at the top, but got bounced back pretty quickly afterwards. If they lose one more game, then they're pretty much, they're designed to stay in Div 2 for a little bit longer. Talk to us about Weha, because obviously he's joined this team knowing that, it's not necessarily the finished and the final product, but I doubt that we're going to be able to convince him to join the team if they didn't have intentions of saying, hey guys, there's a vision towards winning down the stretch. So talk to me about this. Do you think he's going to be making that sort of mental difference for them so that they can break the duck of just staying in Div 2 season after season after season?
I mean, I think what he brings to the table is the skill, but the thing with Weha is that he's a very streaky player. Like, half a year he's going to be motivated as hell, and then the next half year he just wants to chill.
Yep.
So I don't really, I don't know what his intention truly is in joining this team. Like, maybe it's just to, have some fun, play down the road. I do think you have a point that I would assume most of them, would love to get to Div 1. And I think he will help them, but I think it will just... They need to win from now on, and I think he needs to... I think he played very well, especially in this Wind Ranger game that we see in the highlights right now. But I think his team kind of fell flat, in this game, pretty hard.
Yeah, at the very end of it, it didn't necessarily all work out for them. And the Wind Ranger, it's rare that the Wind Ranger is the best part about your lineup. And if that's happening, you're probably in a little bit of trouble. Of course, the third series of that day was Water Rune Enjoyers versus Manaspa. And let's not beat around the bush. Manaspa are cut above Water Rune Enjoyers, and these are difficult series to lose, right, as a team, especially as a relatively young-ish team. Water Rune Enjoyers, of course, played the last tour together, but they're still trying to find their team identity. And when you lose games this hard, it can really make you question everything that you're thinking about the game, right? It can make you think, guys, do we just have this all wrong? Because on some of individual skills, sure, these guys are better than us, but the gap shouldn't be this large. So talk to us about this. From a psychological perspective, what would you be telling them to make sure that this loss doesn't necessarily define their entire season?
I think luckily for Water Rune Enjoyers, they do have BNC, or otherwise known as Blink, on the team. And he's been in this position for tour after tour after tour. Be it No Bounty Hunter, be it 11 Monkeys. He's had this, team could be something, middle pack Div 2 team, starts off shaky, but they always consistently find their way to get to 6th place, to not always be eliminated. So I think they have, at least a vocal person that understands how to navigate Division 2. And again, Manaspa, Urdu, even Alliance, these are the teams that are, the top 3, top 4 contenders. So taking some L's early on in the DPC against these teams, it's annoying, but it's not devastating, right? Even Hustlers as well, they're a top 4 team. So I think for Water Rune Enjoyers, they're going to be eyeing up beating Ivy, beating Team Board, beating Ancient Tribe, and then that's the point in which they'll be happy. So yeah, again, only one series. I don't think they should get too absorbed into it too much.
The one drawback about playing your series last is that you have games that come thick and fast, and they'll be having 2 different series up today. So that one loss that they're sitting on could easily change into 2 wins, maybe one more win, one more loss. Who knows? We'll have yet to see. Of course, the team that are at the very top, your Ooredoo Thunders, your Hustlers, who have only lost 1 game for Hustlers, 0 losses just yet for Ooredoo Thunder. And they're the ones that are in action first up today here, Kezu. Given that they're the only team so far in the DPC that have yet to drop a single map, and they also have players that have been around the block, right? Played at very high level, played on a lot of different teams. Is there any team you think so far from what you've seen that has what it takes to bring Ooredoo Thunder down? And more importantly, will Water Rune Enjoyers be able, can they even take a map? Can they even take a map against OT tonight?
So I do think that the OT are the clear favorites in this league, at least from what I've seen for now. Both the gameplay and drafts have looked very good. I think Water Rune Enjoyers, they have a chance. This team is not bad. I've seen some good things from them. I do think that they screw up their early game a little bit, where they take fights in places where they shouldn't. And in terms of the team that can beat OT, maybe Monaspa for now. Maybe they're my best bet. Honestly, I'm not sure. This is a tough one for me.
The second series, I think, is also going to be interesting as well, the Hustler versus Attack Tribe, because both of those teams are pretty much trying to be in contention for that 2nd/3rd slot, and both of them are in a position where losing more is pretty much unacceptable. And of course, Water Rune Enjoyers have a pretty tough day at the office. They play Ivy later on tonight to round out the day, and they start off proceedings up against Ooredoo Thunder. These esportsbet.io odds not looking super favorable for the Water Rune Enjoyers here, T. Is it that bad? Is the situation that rough? We're going to be seeing a draft coming up very soon here, so we'll have a better idea of what strategy they have employed, but just based on the skill level, is the disparity that large between the 2 squads?
Honestly, it is. When you think about how they got here, Ooredoo, they were undefeated in the closed qualifiers to get to the DPC Division 2. They 2-0'd Old G, they 2-0'd Manaspa. They were the big teams in the final series. And in the online tournaments they're playing right now, they also haven't dropped games. They've beaten, I think, VP, they've beaten Darkside, Manaspa again in that tournament. Yeah. So in their recent history of DPC and third-party tournaments, they're just on a hot streak. And I mentioned it earlier, you asked about Ancient Tribe playing into teams. This team, they play their own style of Dota. They don't form or bend into the opponent that they're playing into. So that's why they are being able to dominant, and it's refreshing to see. And already the draft, I'm leaning Oridu already, but it's only 2 picks.
I mean, they had first pick Diacide, so of course they're going to snag themselves this Rubik, and the response being the Treant Protector Lesh. Lesh has been starting to eke up slowly but surely in priority, Kezu. What do you make of that, and do you think Batrider is the appropriate response this early in the draft to make sure that you have that mid lane matchup?
This is probably one of the best Batrider picks you can get in the first phase. The hero just looks very good, especially when you close out your first phase. He is very good against Lesh. He kind of owns the hero in the lane throughout the game. He's also very good against Treant, so yeah, I think Oridu are pretty happy with their first phase. In terms of Lesh, I think the hero is... I mean, the hero is solid to play. It's also not too hard to build a lineup around it. And I also hope that a lot of the teams that pick it this early on, that they have the potential to flex the hero in mid and carry.
Yeah, we saw Manaspa do that the other day to pretty dominant effect, rounding out their draft with the Wish Tinker. So having that flexibility does make life a lot easier. What's the option for the 4 position, T, in your opinion, for the side of Wartruin Enjoyers? Most of the time that we've seen these super successful 4 positions, it's been your Rubiks, your Hoodwinks, these kind of heroes. Neither of them are going to be available for them. Who picks your fancy to pair up with the Treant Protector and the Leshrac this game?
And again, it's kind of early days. We haven't really got to that point in the draft where it's going to be perfect. They need to, because they were, their second pick, so they need to open up the next phase. Yeah. We've seen some scenarios where, Kezu just mentioning the Leshrac being carry or mid. It easily could be they pick up a core to go into Batrider. They show the Leshrac being carried quite early on. But anything with a bit of kill hunger, you're already banning out the Hoodwink. That's probably one of the better bans. We don't see these Nyx Assassins or anything anymore. But I think there's always some regard for it, especially if you can get a second phase Nyx and then you put the Lesh in offlane. Some Nyx Lesh offlane honestly sounds pretty good against the opening of Uridu.
10 seconds remaining.
I could definitely see that happening. Nyx would be decent. We haven't seen much Nyx at all. It's only been picked 14 times in the DPC in total. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised why it's the case. I mean, the Illusion or the Invis support heroes aren't as good as they used to be. But, I say that we've been seeing Ricky's every other game, so maybe that actually isn't the case. Kezu, what do you make of it? Why don't we see more Nyx Assassin, especially because we are seeing more Batriders, we are seeing more Leshracs, just more uncontrollable damage in general. So wouldn't that lead to more Nyx picks being viable?
Well, you've got your answer. You're at least not getting in this game. You get a good old tech use. I think this is the type of hero that I feel like it comes out every now and then, and it's like, you can't... I never expect myself to call this hero. Same for T-Governor. Like, we're on the panel sometimes, we're like, oh, what are they going to pick? Suddenly some techie shows up and you don't know, like, what the hell is going on. But I think in terms of Nyx, the hero is just not as easy to run. I do think it could have definitely worked for them here too. But I think people just really like these like range +4 heroes that help your offlaner like get through the lane.
Techie. So he's played this quite often in the last couple of days, Jon. So it does feel like it's becoming an increasing Water Rune Enjoyer specialty for themselves. Already Thunders, they're like, well, we have a techies, let us get some range carry for ourselves. TA 2000 on a Draw Ranger. I'm already happy about this. And someone dying to help protect him. So that still leaves us with an offlane pick for them. And Water Rune Enjoyers, what's our response here, Tiga? They have to show at least one of their cores, right? Do they just go offlane here and leave the Leshrac flexible until the very last pick?
Yeah, pretty much. Against Undying and these type of heroes before, Water Runes have picked up Enigma. I think, sure, there's a Rubik, but that's an option they've done before. I think because already have picked up Undying Drow as a response, this is going to be such a potent lane where you never really get the techies going on top of the Drow, that you just want to be super annoying. And instead, I mentioned Enigma, they go for Lycan. Lycan can still with the Wolves drag waves and be annoying, but it's a lane that I feel like they're conceding in regards to the first 10 minutes. Sure, in the game, Water Runes are going to love running around the map, but I'm still a little bit worried. What is their Batrider answer? Because when they look to go pressure a tower or go make a big move, if Bat has had this free time mid, which Noob often does do, plus a Tombstone, it could get a little bit awkward, especially with one more offlane pick from Oridu to give them a bit more like buffering in the early fight.
So there's some close down potential with this Lycan. Where's their initiation though, Kezu? I'm looking at this Water Rune Enjoyers lineup and I'm thinking, how do they start fights of their own accord without just like grouping up and bunching and hoping that Oridu can't do anything under those conditions? If things are starting to, let's say the laning phase goes a little bit awry and they need to play some catch up, who makes things happen for them on this map right now? Who makes all the space?
Honestly, nobody. I think you
Just
have
run
some
them, boys. Yeah.
Yeah, like for now, the way that Lycan lineups often work, I mean, of course, you love if someone can run in, but a lot of times Lycan lineups, they rely on you kind of collapsing on your enemy. Like maybe you get to smoke and attack them from the side or from behind so that you can just kind of like run into them. I do think for Waterrune Enjoyers, they're going to need a carry or mid, depending on where they put the Lesh, that has at least some form of engagement, whether it be some Chaos Knight type carry, whatever, that has some blink stun. At least I think if they don't get that, this Lycan is not going to have a good game. Because as T was saying, his laning stage isn't going to be too good. It is overall a decent Lycan game, but it needs to be enabled. Like the hero on its own doesn't win you fights, it doesn't win you games. It needs your team to kind of play around the tempo and abuse the fact that he's going to run in for you and enable that with the rest as well.
Let's see, we're getting close to the end of this ban phase here. On the bright side for Waterrune Enjoyers, they do have all the push in the world, so if they ever do take a fight, buildings will get knocked over very, very quickly. We have one more pick to go here, so for our 23 Tiga, the final pick for the Oridu lineup, I guess they can flex Batrider mid or off lane, but I really prefer this hero mid these days. They don't have information of where the Leshrac is going to be, so what would you do here? Would you try and flex this Batrider, or just consign him to the mid lane, pick up an off laner, and have the lane for the Leshrac be what it may?
I mean, just slap the Batrider mid. Don't mess around. I'd like to see some Centaur type off lane. Oh, they banned it. I love the fact that we're seeing some Night Stalker bans as well. We don't see this hero too often, but Oridu are the team that are confident enough to pick it. I think there is a place for this hero to exist, especially into these Beastmaster Lycan heroes that want to buy Helm of the Overlord. You buy Shard, you just eat the creep at night or whatever, you're living the dream. So I love the fact that we're seeing some respect towards this hero. But any of these big beefy melee heroes that can enable Rubik to just throw out Fade Bolts is kind of the vibe I'm going with. But already you see Tide ban, Night Stalker ban, Centaur ban. Maybe you could argue some Brew, but yeah, I'm trying to think of what the other offlane hero they play is.
Yeah, like I think when you look at this Lycan Lesh, they basically only rely on running in. So if you for Oridu can take a type of hero that builds like a wall type hero, your Tidehunter's band, your Centaur, whatever, but anything that fits into this category is really good for them. I guess Primal Beast is like an in-between, maybe. He's not like a super big wall, but he can also be aggressive with the bat, so honestly, I don't mind it. I think Oridu's draft is pretty solid.
It's just nice BKB timing, right? They're going to have, Batrider gets BKB mid, Primal Beast wants to go second night in BKB. They're just going to sync up that if they go... I mean, their lane should go well with these heroes. I think Oridu and all lanes should do well. So unless Waterrunes really break down the map and prevent farm, I don't know if Waterrunes lineup can actually fight into like a 20-minute BKB timing that will then lead into a Roshan with Undying plus Drow and then further map pressure. So I think this next pick for Waterrunes really needs to be something that can just connect the dots and just crush the early game. Otherwise, you will just get outscared, I believe, in this game.
I suppose the difficulty as well is that Waterrune Enjoyers, they don't actually know where the Primal Beast / Bat are going. And we might all be suckers for the mid bat, but they could do a lot with this hero. They go in for this last pick Morphling. All right, safe lane Morph. We don't see this as much as we used to, but Palantimos has played this hero many times over his career, so certainly going to be very well practiced on this. All right, give it to me here, Kezu. You're looking at this last pick Morphling. You see the Water Boy. It doesn't necessarily do as much as we would like it to in this position. But what do you make of the lane it has to go into? It looks like it's going to be the Morphling into the Primal Beast lane. What do you make of that lane, and what do we make of the Morphling in the draft overall?
Well, I assume that Morphling should do well in this lane, but I'm a little bit afraid of his game. He's playing into Drow Ranger, which is definitely a Drow favorite matchup. There's a Batrider who I think T mentioned earlier is not really answered, and I still stand by that. I think they have a lot of protection also against the Lycan, so I think this Drow Ranger, I'm looking for Naive to pop off this game.
Yeah, Naive TA2000 has a fairly easy lane, let's be honest, and does seem like it's smooth sailing for the game overall. You were talking about these BKB timings here, T. So when they do arrive, what should they be doing on the side of Oridu Thunder to make sure that they can just close out the game quite easily?
Just protect the Drow through setting the initiation. Don't allow them to jump the Drow. Drow A-clicks, Drow beats Morphling throughout the game in that regard. So yeah, I think once Oridu get the BKBs, set the pace of the game, set the timing, set the vision. If you play on that, you don't give a tahoots about what they drafted on Waterrunes. So yeah, I think I'm leaning a bit more Oridu, at least like 60-40 right now.
60-40 from T. I think Kezu is probably leaning towards Oridu as well. Let us see if our casters happen to agree with them as we send it over to the dynamic duo of OD Pixel and Fogged. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, looking forward to this one. Urudu Thunders versus Water Rune Enjoyers. We just had the picks. And Fogs, what do you sort of make of, I guess overall, but the last pick, really, that Morphling coming into play here for Water Rune Enjoyers? Do you like that they've sort of settled on that being the hero to carry them here? Or do you think this could be a difficult game for them?
Feels like it could be a hard one. Hello, by the way, Owen. How are you? It's
I'm
to
good.
see
How are
my
you?
friend. I'm good. I'm
Good.
just, I just came out of doing lots of Div 1, so,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to a little bit sloppier Dota.
Some
'cause
different
it's,
stuff
it's
there,
going to
yeah.
happen for sure, but yeah, at least they've got techies to kind of cause havoc and this Lycan to cause havoc, but yeah, they picked the Morph into this counter matchup. The Drow, excellent versus the high agility, also Hypothermia is really good versus Morphling. So yeah, I think it's going to be difficult. I can see why they would have wanted it. Like versus Undying, it's amazing. Versus Primal Beast, turning into Primal, turning into Undying, the Tombstone / Trample and stuff like that can be really effective. But carry to carry matchup, I have big concerns for Palantimos.
Okay. And sort of overall as well, like, what would you sort of read from the way that both teams want to approach this game? Because, Water Rune Enjoys it. They've got a lot of push, a lot of pressure out. There's Lycan, there's Leshrac. If they don't get, crushed in the laning stage, they'll be able to sort of hit this timing where they'll start running down objectives.
Yeah, I think that's kind of going to be the thing I'm looking at, is if they can actually dominate their lanes. But I think Oridu's actually got kind of more winning lanes. I actually really like their lane setups. This Drow Undying, it's very safe up top. Kaori on the Dying should be able to make the space for TA2000. It's a Bat versus Lesh. Noob, one of my favorite Bat Rider players, so he should do fine. And then bottom it's Rubik and Primal Beast, a very potent lane versus a Morphling Tree. Sure, Tree can help you, but Morph just kind of has to watch in the early laning phase. So I like Oridu's all three lanes, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and in terms of, the Bat pick, do you feel that Water Rune Enjoyers have done enough to address that? That timing where Bat comes out of a decent lane, he's going to be just running at his heroes. Do they have the means to sort of protect one another from this Bat just running them over?
No, that's kind of my big worry, at least for it. Once they get BKB, it looks like this Bat just has pretty much the pick of the litter. Whoever he wants to go for. Him and the Primal, even, both of them, when they have their BKBs, I think they're just going to run right through Water Rune Enjoyers. But let's see.
Let's have a look. So, indeed, we got the lane setups. Palantimos on the Morph from Mary on the Tree. Those two on the safe lane against Wuta and Omar. Mid lane, we've got Noob versus Stoikov and the Bat versus the Lesh. And up top, we've got TA2000. Too close at all. So plenty of mangoes to play around with. Of course, came fully stacked to the lane.
Oh yeah, it just instantly decays him as soon as he sees him every time. So yeah, he's very, very squishy on this Lycan. Base damage is 20 below the Drow. So kind of, they have two. Both their lanes are actually pretty annoying, right? The decay to reduce Lycan's damage, and then the Fade Bolt to reduce the Morphling's damage bottom. But Palantimos is unfazed so far.
See here, the odds provided to us by our partner, esportsbet.io. Of course, very much favouring Urudu Thunders. They, without a doubt, consider the favourite in this matchup, considering what we've seen so far from both the two teams. And just sort of overall in this league, Urudu very much expected to be one of the two teams to make one of those top two spots overall. And which is exciting to see, especially considering this was one of the teams that came for the closed qualifiers. But if you watch those qualifiers, you would have definitely been able to get a sense already that this team, it's a very strong lineup.
Yeah, TA2000 is, in my opinion, their mid and their carry positions are just incredibly good. I think Noob has been kind of underrated for some time. He's had some pop-offs on some of his specialty heroes like Snapfire and stuff, but yeah, I like giving these two a lot of attention. They're pretty amazing. And Naive, of course, TA2000 has had some explosive games, just not so much luck recently until this team. So fun thing also is, Water Rune Enjoyers 30 days ago, they actually won versus Oridu Thunders with techies. There was only one map. It wasn't a whole series.
Okay.
And it was a completely different game. But either way,
Sure.
you know, just wanted to point that one out. So maybe that's why they went down that route. Because when I saw the Techies pick, it wasn't something that was like, wow, you know, this is an amazing Techies game or anything like that. So maybe they're just feeling that this worked last time versus this team, and, you know, that strategy worked well.
Absolutely, yeah. And, of course, it would been this
bottom.
Grandmaster Techies. Don't we expect some magic from him? Bottom lane, that's going to be First Blood. Wooter and Omar get aggressive as Mary steps up a bit too far, and they will be able to take him down, trample over him. So, bottom lane, getting the kills, and, of course, continued farm for Wooter looking very good. But at the same time, yeah, as we pointed out earlier, Palantimos not feeling too much heat himself, not having too much difficulties getting the CS down here. We'll see if that changes as the level advantage starts to creep in for Urdu Thunders. You know, Mary's got to be careful not to give away any more lives down there.
It's a hard lane either way. Palantimos is doing well, but it's constant pressure and constant kill threat. Fade Bolt, a lift, they get hit by Trample when he's not prepared, and he just does go down top, though. Bit of a trade, but Thunder should be happy.
Is he going to be able to get both? Oh, is he going to be able to see him time? I think he will. A couple more hits. I know there's a fairy fire available there for Yond.
He's going to need another.
And he won't chase up to the high ground. So Yond is going to be able to get out of there. They're able to deal a bit of damage there to TA2000 after he chased that. But of course, beforehand, TA2000 was able to get that kill, that pickup onto BNC. We'll have another mine to throw out in a second. And maybe look and see if they get some body blocks going with the walls. BNC sending them in. But the heals are there from Kaori.
Yeah.
TA2000 will be able to get himself back into a safe spot.
Oh, doesn't finish off the Wolf, though. They're being a little bit careful. Wolf's very low. But yeah, Undying, lane secure, as we love to call him, even throwing in those big heals. So he's going to be able to counteract pretty much everything of the Techies. And they buy raindrops really early, so Boots, raindrop, 2 Wraithband. This Drow is very strong, and they also just get the tilt top.
Yeah, it was almost inevitable with how much Yond was poking as low as he was. Able to just turn and shoot him down.
3-1. Off to a hot start. And top we are seeing, I mean, Lycan still getting some farm, but he's really getting affected from Kaori. It's just the constant decay spam, so... Looking good so far for Thunder as mid, looking for a play on Noob.
Let's see if they can get him. Firefly's up to the high ground to separate himself from Yond as Yond jumps down with the blast off. Knocks back Stoikov with the flame break. Noob.
He's still
trying to get out of there, but looks like the damage from Yond should be level. Ooh, tries to look for the deny to the neutral creeps, but Stoikov finishes him off with a lightning bolt. So a really good move there from Yond. As soon as he's back in action, TPing to the mid and getting that kill there onto Noob, helping Stoikov out.
And it's at good timing. We have Power Rune coming up. Stoikov, Boots and Bottle, checking top. Kaori. Spawns bottom.
Well, they might have a chance of running down this Undying. He's only going to have maybe one more decay to play with. He's going to look for the deny to Roche, but Stoikov indeed able to burn through him here with the Pulse Nova. So some
Nice
really
little
good
mango.
action around the mid there. Yond making things, that area a very happy place for Stoikov.
He even gets the bottle refill up top. It is the double bounty rune. Not a power rune, but at the least Stoikov now can continue pressuring. Actually gets Arcane Boots delivered too, so he's healthy on mana. Maybe
really
actually
nice.
going to go for TA2000. Scan. Won't
Yeah,
catch it out, though.
they know that this is coming, so unlikely to be caught out. Back down bottom once again, Omar and Woots are able to pounce and take out Mary, and also able to take down the Courier Palantimos. So it's bottom lane, the two of them still being able to rack up the
Stoikov.
kills. So Noob can do this. He's got the knockback for the flame break into the lasso. There is a fairy fire available, but it's surely too many stacks of sticky napalm. Yeah, there's no chance for Stoikov. So Noob will manage to get some revenge here in the mid. He's able to do it on his own. He doesn't need any backup there to be able to take down the enemy mid on his own.
Arcane Rune OP on Batrider early game. That's sticky. Just 2-second cooldown just keeps him stacked up very quickly. He didn't have a ward in the mid lane. Yond actually opted to not place it in mid.
Yond's got to be a bit careful,
place
surely.
it top as Yond.
May not. Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say, maybe not be respecting there. The arcane still going on Noob.
Yeah. Yeah, you actually maybe lives because of that taser being skilled up early on. Not something you see skilled to early on most techies, but
Bit of a dive coming in top, and it will get responded to. As Yon's in with the TP, wants to make sure that TA2000 doesn't get away with diving in for BNC. In fact, TA2000 is just going to turn and take down Yond instead.
already
As
level
Yon
6
not
on
able to
Drow.
survive through that. Six to 3 now. TA2000, top net worth.
It's a big
More
deal.
than- Yeah, very happy with the kills that sort of getting handed to him there, especially techies turning up after it was the techies that got involved in quite a lot of action around the mid lane. So a juicy kill for the Drow to pick up in their own safe lane.
Drow having this type of start is always going to be excellent versus the Morphling matchup. You know, that's why, the big thing that we mentioned and Panel was talking about, that counter matchup versus Morph. And even just versus Lash, too. Like this, maybe you might not think about it in this kind of similar context, but if you have a great start on Drow, what we've been seeing a lot of times, not everybody, but the Shard being picked up early, right? So Shard versus Lash versus Bloodstone, similar concept of that heal reduction and everything, too. So, yeah, big stuff there for TA2000. But still seeing the Lash and that Morphling having a pretty good start. Still able to farm very well, but just that Lycan is slowed down. And he's the answer. You know, they need Link to have this good game because he's that answer to get on top of Drow Ranger in most team fights.
See? And Palantimos is trying to bully back Wuta.
Okay.
Soaring's going to be out soon for Wuta and soon to hit that 6, so Palantimos have to be very cautious there. Back up top. Yon's considering going in, and he will. Jumps in with the blast off. Quite enough to finish with the Undying. Maybe tempted to sort of send that neutral in to look to take him out. See if they can take this Morphling down. He's going to be grabbing him here with the ultimate, but already a fair bit of strength shifted up, so Palantimos will manage to easily walk this one off, gets under the tower. We'll be able to heal back up. He's got a few 1 charges to pop as well. He's got to be careful.
They're just spamming. They have arcane boots and mangoes and stuff like that, so they're just pressuring and trying to keep this Morphling a bit low. I was waiting to see what items Palantimos queues up. It's just going to be some standard Dragonlance early fighting items.
Well, top noob instantly in with the TP.
Oh, big move.
And that's going to be taking him very low. Try and run away with the shapeshift, but will not manage to escape the bat here. Yon goes for the TP out. Noob, he's got the damage to take him out before he gets away underneath the tower as well. BNC from the grave is trying to kill off the Undying with his army, but wasn't able to do so. Corey able to walk it off. So 2 heroes going down on Water and Enjoyers and not getting anything in return there. Very, very big hit there from Noob's first rotation top.
That's why his bat has been feared quite a lot, to be honest. He's very active. One of the most active players from mid lane. Just loves to play super aggressive and gets both runes. He gets the Arcane rune earlier, now he gets himself a DD rune, and he found the haste earlier too, so off to a great start for Noob. Stoikov has to maybe just continue to be careful in mid lane.
I was going to say, yeah, with his DD and the potential of a front lane break knockback, Stoikov has to step right away from this lane.
Not easy. So other things to talk about as the game does continue to progress is, like, you know, we didn't even get to touch on how good of a game it is for Omar, right? Like, we've been talking about the core matchups and all these kind of things, but look at this Rubik game, right? He's got Lash, Techies, Tree, Morphling, even amazing if you're able to just get the attribute shift. And he's getting these stacks prepped for his team, too. Like, this is really good stuff. So Omar in preparation for this mid game.
Well, it wasn't quite able to get the Ancient stack there, but still the large camp stacked up very nicely for clearing whenever they feel necessary. Well, I feel they're safe to do so. Imagine we're going to see TA2000 make their way over there at some point.
Yeah, honestly, any of the 3 cores can clear them really nicely to get that big boost. Because I think the big timing, as we were mentioning and Panel was talking about, is the BKBs. Water Rune Enjoyers probably want to set a bit of a tempo, because if they hit BKB timings on Ordu Thunders, their team fight's just going to be almost impossible to take versus them. So I think that's why I'm seeing Palantimos going for more of these early game items, because he wants to be able to show up probably to some of these fights, turn into Undying, drop a Tombstone, turn into Primal Beast, get a charge, and to get on top of Drow. So we'll see how those fights end up kicking off, because it just looks difficult for Water Rune Enjoyers to ever actually pressure the map, even though they have this big push lineup.
With the summoner, they're starting to get the skeleton army built up, BNC, so he can put some pressure onto this tier 1.
More stacks. Does he get the Ancients this time? Does get the Ancients, but does not get the hard camp. But he has like quad stacks. They both have like quad stacks on both sides.
Could be big if we see the team able to invade each other's half of the map.
Bit of a mess up there. Noob actually TPs onto a creep instead of onto the tower, and the creep gets detonated by a mine, so they actually can't defend top. He had a haste rune.
He would have loved to be there. If he was able to turn up with a haste rune, I'm pretty sure that could have been BNC going down. But it was settled to just clear up the Ancients instead now without being able to get top. Top lane, Corey will get taken down. And in return, Yond also falls. So they get the trade between the supports. Yeah, clearing up these stacks, staying for Stoikov. He'll back off to his triangle, start working on those. So in the case of Noob, it should put him pretty close to, or actually it should give him the money to get his Blink Dagger done. So a very good Blink Dagger bots timing this game from the bat.
Insane Blink bots timing, really one of the faster ones I think we're going to be able to see.
And the levels as well, right? He's pretty much going to have level 2 lasso, 12, 13 minutes in.
I actually like that he's gone for, if he does opt to go for the Blink, just because then he's the one who can just insta-jump Morphling and stop timing from Palantimos. So let's see if he does commit for it. He will.
There you go, yeah. So 13 minutes, level 12, bots and Blink. You're going to be feeling pretty good as the bat.
Hell yeah. I mean, yeah, now, mostly in this game, I would imagine that he's not really looking for the Morphling until he has this item. Now he can actually hunt Palantimos, and they can start to slow down the Morphling as well as how much they've slowed down that offlaner, that Lycan. So let's see where the move is. Noob, he's got the smoke, he's got a haste. Kinda can pick and choose his target.
See what they can find here. Smoke up.
Oh
From
yeah,
Noob and
they want this morph.
Yeah. Let's see if they can catch Palantimos by surprise with this timing of the pickup of Noob.
It's so early. And, I mean, look at that.
He senses it, I think. He's stepping back away from the lane.
Oh.
Knows that maybe something's hunting for him.
He got the shift.
He did. And that should be enough to set... Well, it's still a lot of damage. Wuta not quite able to get the initial grab there with his ultimate. Still, though, they'll run down Palantimos, and they will still get him. Nothing can be done to save him. Stoikov comes in to look for the return kill onto Noob. Noob immediately responds with the TP out, and he's going to make it out of that. Gets away before the damage can be done from Stoikov. They'll actually pop the overgrowth here just to secure some sort of action, but it will just be the Rubik kill that they find out of that all there. Noob getting in and not quite getting the job done as smoothly as they may have hoped to against the Morph, but they do get the job done. They take him down and they get the Bat Rider out of there safely.
Kaori, just the summons.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See Uridu try and return
Stoikov.
it. I mean, Stoikov did go pretty far here beyond the tier 1 tower, and he'll die for that. So once they manage to get in and take down an Undying, again, they're losing cores. And these trades not feeling good at all for Water Rune Enjoyers, as they're only taking down supports whilst themselves are losing cores and also supports on top of it. TA2000 also able to take down Yond with the multi-shot. 12-6 now. Uridu Thunder's starting to slam down any hopes of Water Rune Enjoyers getting an early advantage this game. And straight from the mid to the top, Wuta and Noob charging in over onto BNC. No escape for this Lycan, and maybe for the tree as well. Mary just getting burnt by the Firefly. The kills are coming in. Noob now on a mega kill streak. The game's starting to speed up, and not in the manner that Water Rune Enjoyers would have hoped for at the start of this game from the draft.
Just some small mistakes really compounding. Is now TA2000, perhaps they can find him. Nope.
He's out. Hurricane Pike's already done. In fact, he's considering turning back towards them there.
Under attack.
They get the 15-minute timing with the techies and can't find a kill out of it. I mean, yeah, game accelerating incredibly fast. And looking at the levels, too, because of these things accelerating. Noob is 13, TA2000 is 12, and look at their counterparts. The Morphling's only level 10, so Palantimos is slowed down massively.
Well, Yond, got the vision on the high ground here to allow Tier 2000 and Noma to take him down. DD Rune as well on Tier 2000. They're considering, like,
I think
guys, can we do Roche?
Yep, they've got Tombstone. They should be able to.
In they go. Let's see if Water Rune Enjoyers are able to do anything about this. It's kind of difficult, especially without the techies. He's sort of the best one to sort of just throw himself in and do a lot of burst damage to sort of dissuade this sort of Roshan attempt this early on.
They also,
but he's still down for a few seconds. So,
and they know there's vision, too. Like that ward on the high ground, yeah, they can't even contest.
Noob's just in aggressively. He's actually able to get the jump in onto BNC, gets the drag back. They charge forward with Wood, so that's going to be BNC going down. And it's going to hold back the Lesh. Stoikov's still trying to find the stun. He's not going to be able to get it off. Uridu Thunders are able to separate and turn back in, as TA2000 has been closed in upon by Palantimos. They've lost Corey. Palantimos trying to take down the Drow as well. TA2000 keeping his distance, of course, does have the Aegis. He's going to be fine, and he's got backup. Wuta comes in, grabs Palantimos. Palantimos will manage to waveform forward to take the Aegis out of the hands of TA2000. Off to the side, Stoikov did kill off Noob. TA2000 holding the high ground with a multi-shot. Water Rune Enjoyers, they won't lose anything more there. So, all things considered, not a bad fight there for Water Rune Enjoyers. Yeah, they didn't manage to get to the Roshan and stop the Aegis from being picked up by Uridu Thunder. But they do manage to take a fight afterwards, get the Aegis taken away from the Drow, and they don't lose anyone else themselves towards the end of that engagement.
Not too bad. The Lash was able to distance himself. And Morphling, we saw what Palantimos is able to do since he went for these early game kind of items. Turns into Undying, drops Tombstone, kind of causes us havoc. But big item timings either way. Uridu Thunders, they not only get the rush, but now BKB is going to be done for Primal. Shard is big one. Shard for Drow now versus that Morphling and Lash. If he had it when that fight kicked off, they all were dead on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers also. So, find Stoikov.
Well, could be in trouble there. A few more procs might do it, and the multi-shot from a distance, it's enough. Stoikov.
Oh boy.
maybe getting a little carried away after that last good fight that they had. Presents himself mid without any backup around. And very easy for this Drow Ranger to take him out at this point.
And they already have saving items too. We saw the Hurricane Pike early from the Drow, but Shard and Force Staff soon on the menu for Rubik. Glimmer already on Kaori. So, I mean, Ordu Thunders knows exactly how to cover themselves and how to protect this Drow Rangers. She's having a flawless game.
And off to the side, Mary gets caught there by Wuta. Another kill for the Drow. TI-2000, wicked sick, top net worth, about 2k gold advantage ahead of anyone else in the game right now at this early point, 18 minutes in.
And of course, guess what neutral item she gets?
Got the Grove Bow?
The Grove Bow.
There you go.
Tower is under attack.
Every time.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh boy. Yeah, game really accelerating. Even though they got rid of that Aegis and stuff like that, you can just tell Ordu Thunder's the way they're posturing on the map. Nobody's safe on the side of Water Enjoyers. Any of these cores who shows Noob is just a menace.
They try and get the jump on him, but not quite able to get the correct read on the direction he was going to be walking through the tree line. Noob avoids the attempt from Yond and Palantimos.
Tower is under attack. Radiant
And immediately to top. I mean, Noob is just playing so aggressive. He's been able to set this tempo kind of perfectly. Make all the space for TA-2000 just walk up and clean up. 7-0-3 on Drow. 2-level differential between him and the Morph.
As much as Palantimos has, as you say, tried to be active as the Morph, there's only so much you can do at these early moments of the game, and yeah, sort of matching that KDA of a Drow, it's almost impossible at this stage. Try as he might.
There's just overwhelming damage, really, on Ordu Thunders. It's like even if he gets the shift off, he's probably just going to get chased and killed.
Very close to having the Blink Dagger on Mary. So
Yeah.
may at least have sort of that potential of jumping, the back line, rooting the Drow, putting a bit of a stop to their offensive potential, but at the same time, the Drow is very, well, okay, not too close. The Manta is still about a 1,500 or so gold away. Obviously, once that is there, then that jump from the tree with his ult is going to be much less of an issue. They are close to having answers. We'll see if they're able to find a timing maybe where Mortar and Enjoyers can fight before that, because Merrick, Blink Dagger's going to be on the way out. Maybe this is sort of the option for them to try and go for a smoke themselves.
They're pretty close to like triple timings, right? They're going to have Blink Tree, they're going to have BKB on Lesh, and they're going to have Manta on Morph. So I think, yeah, they should smoke up as soon as they've got all three. What does Lycan have? Nothing new, but yeah, I think they should smoke up, try to look for this Drow before she does finish Manta.
Yep.
And before, I mean, they don't know this, but before the BKBs are done on the Bat Rider, but Noob actually has it done. I actually like this move top. We're seeing Noob is addressing it, but the Lycan, he's been like, honestly, Blink's been constantly cutting this wave with the dragon. It's being very annoying, so they keep having to answer it. But yeah, they are gathering, see what they're going to be able to find.
This is not the find that they want. I mean, Corey's just able to walk in, walk out with a glimmer.
He said, guys, they're bottom. Guys, they're bottom. Retreat. Be careful.
And yeah, this is indeed a little bit painful for Water and Enjoyers if they don't find anything with this move. This really would have been the window to surprise Urdu Thunder with these new item pickups, and unfortunately, with them not getting anyone with that sweep of their own jungle, they sort of missed that opportunity.
Yeah, now Ordu Thunders, they're about to hit their timing.
Yep.
BKB's Blinks are done, and they're about to have the Manta coming out on Drow they want to hit. Yond will be found, quickly taken out. And of course, the Drow. TA-2000 gets every single one of these kills. It's like the dream game for the Drow. Oh, and a creep. Sure. More money.
There's a lot of money. Not an easy game for BNC to keep his Helm summons alive. Unfortunately, that means a lot of gold into the pockets of Urdu Thunders.
They're really having the issue of exactly what the panel with Snare was alluding to from the early sets of the draft, where how do we start fights on Water and Enjoyers? It's just Ordu Thunder is doing whatever they want on the map. They're the ones initiating. They're the one waltzing around, kind of posturing constantly. They have these wolves they have been scouting for quite some time, but like, who wants to initiate? It's Techie's Suicide. That's their initiation tool in this game. It's just quite lackluster in comparison.
Oh, look at this for Noob. He's getting some good information with the Invis rune.
Oh man. He's got Lasso ready, level 16. He's got the Dragon Scale also.
Oh.
Dust.
They know he's there. They dropped down the scan. It immediately came back positive, so the dust was popped. Noob will manage the BKB TP out.
Okay, that's a shapeshift. Shapeshift for BKB. I think Noob's happy with that.
Not
Now
sure
they-
why this is. Was he blocking some of the movements of some of the creeps? Is that
I
why
think they saw
suspected?
him earlier with the wolf
Okay.
before he went invis, if I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
mistaken.
so-
I think Blink was scouting him out. Blink's doing a great job with his micro, don't get me wrong, but yeah, they can't take advantage of it because Order Thunders is always making the move first.
Oh, and Wutaga's trying to get Yon, but Yon will manage to blast off in time. They'll turn their attention over towards Mary. An ambitious TP gets shot down. So Corey will manage to take him out with the Soul Rip and the Decay. They clear out the top push, and they can start working towards this tier 1 tower top. As they have the 6k lead, 20-8. Still plenty of objectives for Urdu Thunders to take off the map.
They're just holding Lasso constantly. And look, they saw the Lycan, and they know that Blink used his shapeshift earlier. So Noob, immediately, like we said, always looking for the kills, instantly TP's bottom to try to threaten. I think he just got seen by the ward, though, so might get turned on.
Yeah, they should know he's down here, which they could definitely try to capitalize on for themselves. But a little too slippery to catch. They don't quite have as impressive as a jump as Urdu Thunders do have, and will do continuously with further additions being made to the items that will allow them to jump on Urdu. You know, Blink Daggers coming out next for Wuta. Whereas for Water and Enjoys, it's a bit of sort of let's run at them and hope that they sort of run back at us.
Pretty much. No way to start fights besides just charging into them and yeah.
So yeah, it's
they
all
just
on the
have-
tree. I mean, that's why Mary's had to go for this Blink, you know, straight up right. Yeah, this is their initiation. Mary is the jump.
Yeah, this is sometimes where you really start to see things just... You see that whole grand scheme of the draft where things just... It's like, oh man, there actually seems to be a bit of a hole. All three of our cores, well, two of our cores at least, just walk in to start fights, and the supports are not the best to start it either. So, yeah, Ordu Thunder's just kind of moving around, getting to do whatever they want. They now have not only the Manta, but a full BKB on the Drow and level 18. They're hitting like all these timings perfectly together as... Look at this, Orochi is up, and they're actually just running into a fight.
Oh, Mary's actually able to get the Blink off there. That's because they have their eyes on a bigger target. They're going to jump the lasso, drag back onto Palantimos. Very well played there by Noob. And, of course, yeah, TA2000, as you pointed out earlier, really is just getting to clean up every single last hit on the kill. Pretty much 10-0-3. Doesn't really get much better for the gold that this Drow's being able to pick up from every move they're involved in. TA2000 having a fantastic time here on the carry.
And never gets better for the Drow versus Morphling matchup. This matchup just gets worse and worse, honestly. That's why we used to see Drow as this counter pick all the time versus these high edgy heroes. Because look at this armor, you know, Morphling, 30 armor, you've got all this HP, whatever regen, but Drow completely counteracts not only the regen, but just pierces through that armor with marksmanship. Yeah, pretty much the dream for TA2000. As we've seen, I feel like he always has these games. He just pops off.
And as you can see here from the stats, just the sort of difference in impact he's able to have as a Drow compared to the Morphling. It's doubling the damage, hero damage that's been done at this stage of the game with how much the Drow can have this early impact in these fights at this just 26 minutes of the game. And on top of that, the CS difference quite a bit as well. Pretty much nearly 50% increase on the CS in comparison to what Palantimos has been able to clean up. Just as a hero and the way TA2000, of course, is very well playing it, it's just so hard for this morph to keep up.
And it just really feels like there's nothing they can do, right? They're just letting Ordu Thunders do whatever they want around the map. And they're kind of running around trying to look for something, but it feels like even if they find somebody, they might all just die. Like Noob, he has BKB, so might just be able to turn on them.
We will get the tier 2 tower top.
Last time in 5 seconds.
Being hesitant, though, I think it's aware that there's likely the whole team behind, and indeed they are. Waterrune and Joy sticking as a 5-man unit here inside the jungle of Iridu Thunders.
Okay, more item timings coming out for Waterrune Enjoyers. They've got the Lincolns now to protect versus Lasso and instant disables. They've got AC on Lycan to try to help a bit versus Drow Ranger, but still, the same question comes into it. How do they approach a team fight? How do they actually deal with these BKBs? How do they get on the Drow Ranger? Because she's just going to kill everyone. And yeah, it feels like those long-duration team fights might be something that they're looking at, but it doesn't feel like it's even going to go well for them in one of those long-duration ones.
And TA2000 closing in on his next time, gets the Mindbreaker. Fantastic, that extra little bit of surprise silence. And yeah, Scardy, about 900 gold away. It's going to shut down the Morphlings game even more.
And Lesh even, right?
Yeah, True Bloodstone
that's
Lesh,
why it just feels like it's like the perfect Drow game, itemization-wise, and just the way that it's all played out. He could just stand his ground. Whoever walks at him hits, he'll just die. They'll just be able to kill pretty much anybody that commits onto this Drow. Yeah, he's so close to having this. This is ridiculous item timings. Just GPM actually looking like almost 800 on the Drow. Yeah, that's pretty absurd.
See here poking at the tower in the mid. Yeah, full Scardy on its way over in the courier now.
Good lord. I mean, so tanky. Can maybe, even if they get on top of her, they might not even be able to bring her down. On top of all the other benefits, of course. Oh boy. And this is without even factoring, like, if they get on Drow, there's a Shard Rubik, a Force Staff Rubik, a Glimmer on Dying, Holy Locket, heals, etc. too, so... Yeah, these fights just feel pretty impossible for Water Rune Enjoyers. They're going to have some kind of crazy scenario happen.
Ooh, and they get in and they get the grab. There will be the overgrowth in return to try and stop them from instantly killing off Stoikov. We'll give Stoikov the chance to BKB and run up to the high ground. But they're considering diving in. He has to put the BKB to continue to keep his distance and run away from Urdu Thunders.
He actually only lives because of Illusion Rune. He disjointed one of the Scotty hit slows. Was able to get away.
I'll see what they can do in terms of stopping this push. As the tier 3 tower starting to get focused by tier 2000. Still happy to play aggressively with a minute left on the Aegis.
They should know there's a ward in the high ground right now. Like, the Drow's just hitting freely up high ground. Where's the sentries at? Mary will find it, but now Mary gets grabbed.
And there's the multi-shot. Mary immediately taken out as soon as they get close to the front of the fight. They will manage to drop the sentry, get rid of the ward, but not before the tree goes down again on this defense.
And there goes the tower. And Tombstone just up on the high ground. Now they have full vision inside the base with that.
Now they can keep going. There's not much that they're scared of right now. Still 30 seconds on the Aegis. Tier 2000 won't be going anywhere until that's gone away.
Clean game from Ooredoo Thunders, as we've come to expect.
And off to the side, Wuto eyeing up the chance to maybe find this Humble Overlord Dragon, but don't quite have the damage. John's going to throw themselves in to try and stop this, but there's the knockback from the Flame Break into the multi-shot. BNC attempt for a TP out. Won't be able to do so in time. There's 2 dead. This push from Ooredoo Thunders, it will continue even with this Aegis coming to an end, I would imagine, as they're 15k lead. We'll see how much they back off, but there really is no need to, it feels. There's 2 heroes down still for 30 seconds. Fortification's been used. Stoikov is coming from the side. Noob, Lasso's back up on Noob. So if they can get the vision, they can get the grab. He's in. It's actually going to be Wuto overriding the grab with his own pulverize, but it doesn't matter. Either of the ults would have done the job. As they take down the kill, they take the tier 3 onto a second set of racks. 4 heroes dead on Water Rune Enjoyers. Nothing to be done to stop this push. It looks like they will play on, but this game very much looking like it's in the bag here for Ooredoo.
Yeah, they got to, I mean, literally feels like they got to do pretty much anything they wanted this game, right? After Noob being able to make clean rotations, Drow having a full free game, showing up, getting every single cleanup kill. Felt like Water Rune Enjoyers just, I think after they died mid, the game was over, right? After the Lesh died in the mid lane, when they went for that kind of play and got turned on after the double kill from bottom, yeah, it feels like the game just was impossible for them. You know, they went for this Morphling last pick, but I mean, I think they just picked it into full counters, really. This Drow is like, this Drow just has the perfect game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ooredoo Thunders just left with sort of sorting out the formalities, working out the top lane. Tier 1 down, work through to the tier 2. These next few items sent out. All this gold that they're picking up from this incredible amount of push and siege that they've successfully gotten away with, before they can look to run down that final lane and potentially deliver the final blow here to Water Rune Enjoyers in this game 1.
Yeah, I think it's just time to 5-man smoke on Water Rune Enjoyers and try to hit them before they're all set up, because when Ooredoo's set up, there's just, yeah, as we've seen multiple times, no way to fight. Aghanim's now for Palantimos. So, okay, time to turn into Drow. Hope for the best that you've removed some of those stats and some of that damage.
Here we go. Potentially the final smoke here, Water Rune Enjoyers. They want to go for one last chance at finding a fight. As you say, they've got these recent item pickups. Level 18, Aghanim's on the morph. This has to be successful, otherwise we might see them tapping out.
God, it's like, how do they initiate the fight, though? The coverage that you have to do. It's like, guys, we need to get on top of Drow, but we also need to CC. We need to like, control the Rubik somehow, like, but also need to control the Undying because they just have so many different things that are going to be able to bail her out, either the Force Staff Shards, Glimmers, etc. So have to have some type of, like, stun or control. It's, yeah, so difficult for them. They see the Drow right now, but lanes just get shoved out too quick. I just used an MMO term, by the way, in case you heard it there. I said CC. It's a good one. Don't think people ever have used that one in Dota, but...
But surely they have.
You know what it is, obviously, right?
Everyone knows what that is. It means credit card.
It means credit, yeah, exactly. Crowd control, you dummy. All right, let's see.
Right, we got...
Oh, they're not even getting the smoke broken. Oh, no, they see them all.
And now they're ready to go and Wuta. BKB jumps into the high ground, gets the grab onto Mary. Mary will get the ultimate off, but Stoikov just gets shredded by this Drow.
Palantimos.
Yon gets run over by the trample of Wuta. Palantimos is attempting to provide some sort of damage in this fight, but he hasn't got the farm to do so. He goes down. GG is called. Ooredoo Thunders will take this game 1. And continue to just look as good as ever, really, as they have been doing here in this Division 2. Looking like a very, very strong team, playing some very, very good Dota 2. And Water and Enjoy is just unable to shake them here in this first game. And maybe some of that was down to some of the choices in the draft, which, you know, I'm always hopeful that it was, so that maybe we'll see Water and Enjoy be able to give it a bit of a closer shot in Game 2, Fogged.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good amount of it definitely was up to the draft, but at the same time also just the way that Ooredoo played was so clean. Honestly,
Yeah,
I don't feel like they really made any mistakes. They knew where to pressure. They knew where to play on the map. Noob blew the map wide open with his rotations on the Bat Rider, and then Drow Ranger just, I mean, TA 2000 just gets to show up and clean up and end up, 13-0-10 on the Drow. It probably ends up getting like the MVP, but honestly, Noob set the tempo, right? Noob was just running around, getting all the power runes, just killing heroes while this Drow just got to show up and clean up. But an excellent game plan, and maybe the morph, maybe they needed something to time faster, but, they picked it into Drow, they picked it into counter matchups. So, yeah, maybe back to the drawing board a little bit there for Water and Enjoyers.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see them come in with a bit of a different approach in Game 2. I mean, as we said before the series, this was always going to be a very tough matchup for Water and Enjoyers, considering how hot Ooredoo Thunders have been looking. But it's only one game. Maybe they can come back in Game 2 with something a bit different. But as it stands, Game 1 ends up going to Ooredoo Thunders.
Waterrune Enjoyers have their work cut out for them if they want to try and douse the flames, the heat that Ooredoo Thunders is bringing to the table right now. And T-Gov, I've got a bone to pick with you, fam. You told me that this Bat Rider meta is going to be good. You told me you want to see new Bat Rider because it's amazing, but you buried the lead, my friend. This was something else. This was a truly outstanding performance. Probably the best of what possible. How you can't even get better than this, can you?
I mean, the way that you sound like, wait, are we watching the same game here?
Yeah.
I thought you had to claim him. I was like, brother. No, I mean, Noob's been on like this kind of Div 2, Div 1 scene for so long now. Ever since DPC created, he's always been on the team that goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. And this is, again, these are the games that are wide. Like, he's a step above the rest, super active, unlocking everyone to play their game. And yeah, it helps when you pick Bat on pick 8 and there's no real responses to it after. So what can you do? But stellar game from Noob.
Absolutely incredible game. Falk was mentioning in the cast, Kezu, that he was wondering how fast the timing was on the rush on the Boots of Travel into Blink Dagger. On this patch, only 3 people have done it faster than him. Those 3 people being Bob from Execration, who's been playing phenomenally throughout the entire season. Somnus last year when he was playing on RNG, it's Somnus, what can you do? And the only other person who did it better than him was himself. Noob had a better time.
Let's go.
This is... I don't even know what to do. You mentioned it in the draft itself that, like, at the very end, you still didn't see answers for the Bat Rider. And I don't want to just keep hopping on this hero, but it feels like Ooredoo Thunders were 100% enabled just by him doing what he did on the map. Every single fight, it felt like he was there, dishing out tons of damage in the process. It also felt like this Morphling had no place to play the game. It's either you're dealing with the lasso on the one end, or you're getting silenced on the other. Just between TA 2000 and Noob, is there anything that they could have done differently for the Waterrune Enjoyers to make this game a little bit more equal?
Like something that Water Enjoyers could have done?
Yes.
I think, first of all, the game is hard for them, but I do think they could have tried to play a bit more together. I think there were like 2, maybe 3 Lycan forms used defensively. That hero is probably one of the most lackluster heroes if you don't use him early, because Lycan is all about this 7-minute like dominator, use your ult, take the tower, kick out the carry, keep the ball rolling. I feel like they never really combine the heroes. And I think once they don't do that between the 7 and 50 minute mark, I legit think that they can't win anymore. It's a free draw game, it's a free bad game. They played well, they have ancient stacks, they enable each other. You're gonna lose.
Yeah, 100% agree with Kezu here. It was, yeah, if you don't leave lanes with some level of aggression, like we mentioned it during the draft, right? This BKB timing at Urdu, there's no defense mechanism of what Arun joins. Their entire lineup is built around win lane, close out map, Morph overwhelms the Drow with farm, and then you never get to see Drow A-click. That never happened. They never got anything online. So it's like, well played Urdu, you just outplayed them in 5 minutes and won the entire game, basically.
I think are we in unanimous agreement? Noob gets the MVP for this one on this Batrider. Come on, boys.
I will say, all right, for
Let's hear
now,
it.
yes. But in the future, Noob's very active and will unlock nearly every game he plays when it's a good game. So we will have to nerf Noob by not always giving him MVP, because it is his playstyle to break the game like this, all right? So for now, this one game,
we'll
Noob.
allow it now.
But if they win the next game, Noob has a veto. We can't go for Noob. Yeah,
I'm down with that. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
cool.
down with that.
All right, I'm down with that. One of the things that we did see, though, on the other side of the map, Kezu, is they put so much pressure on the Morphling early on. One of the reasons he wasn't able to exit the laning phase and just keep farming and have greater amounts of net worth than the Drow Ranger, the early pressure, that Rurik Primal Beast lane, not only did it not seem very easy to play for himself, but he was forced to abandon the lane a lot sooner than he wanted to. And unfortunately, because it's a Lycan on the other side, nobody can come to his side of the map and help him and say, all right, let's connect the move, give you some additional net worth. Going into a game 2 situation, surely we have a different offlaner than the Lycan, right? It feels like they needed something else to help unlock their draft when things were going to go awry in the laning phase.
I think rather than just wanting to change the offense, I think what they need to do is to, first of all, make it easier for themselves / harder for Ooredoo Thunders. I think if you're Ooredoo, they're very happy in this draft. They see 3 Lesh, they're like, oh, we'll do Bad Rider. They've done this before. You should know this now. Bad Rider on 8 is probably like flavor of the month right now. It's the strongest shit you can really get. They get a good Drow later, and I think the answers from Water Runes were just not good enough. And when you do that, the game naturally also becomes harder for you to play. So when you're already outmatched, I think you need to try to at least answer the enemy draft to some extent, that you have easier playability for yourself.
That certainly makes sense. I'm hoping that we're going to have that coming in from the Water Rune Enjoyers for game number 2, because we don't want Ooredoo Thunders to completely rinse the region. We want them to have a little bit of competition down the stretch. So we're going to be giving the Water Rune Enjoyers a little bit of time to breathe, concoct a new strategy, and bring something new to light for game number 2. But before we go, I'm sure you saw throughout the game and at the beginning, the odds were very heavily shifted against the side of the Water Rune Enjoyers. And those odds, of course, are brought to you by esportsbet.io, our partner and our sponsor for the DPC. And they are launching a watch to earn platform where you can get yourself some young USDT. A watch to earn means that you can just be involved, get some free giveaways as well per game that you're involved in. And of course, to find out more, join the Discord, the information of which can be discovered in the description of our Twitch channel down below. Of course, that's esportsbet.io. Join the Discord, get involved, get yourself some free scratch just for being involved in the games. And it's 50% off your first deposit, so that's always quite nice. Let's hope, though, in game number 2, that Water Rune Enjoyers will make themselves a value bet by bringing us a new strategy, a new draft, and a new playstyle. We'll find out after a short break. This is Snare, this is Kezu, this is T-Gov on the panel, and we'll be right back. welcome back one and all to the Western European Division 2 of the DPC. We continue the day's action as we witness the first matchup here between the Water Rune Enjoyers and Ooredoo Thunders. And Ooredoo, yeah, looking pretty hot right now, looking like they are certainly the team to beat, and they have yet to drop a single map in the DPC in this run. We'll be figuring out if Water Rune Enjoyers can deliver their first loss, hopefully with a little bit of a better draft. The odds have gotten even worse, Tigav. Talk to me about this. How do they reverse this trend on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers? What's one key thing you want to see them change between Game 1 and Game 2?
I mean, at least for BNC as a player, the offlaner for Water Rune Enjoyers, he's always been the Beastmaster, Visage, Lycan-esque player. It's what gave No Bounty Hunter and his 2 teams ago some that characteristic flair. And it still seems he's leaning on those heroes to this day, even Broodmother, for example. And I'd just like to see them draft this with confidence. Like, why are you waiting to pick 18 to go, whoa, BNC's playing Lycan? Like, it's not going to surprise us. We know it's coming. So I think just have the confidence to pick his heroes early. And then from there, you get your later picks are these big supports that might unlock a lane or a mid that might be able to open up the game a bit better, especially going up against noobs. So I think if there's a core that needs to get sacrificed on Water Rune Enjoyers to unlock the draft, it's going to be BNC.
Well, one of the things that is going to be at least different, Kezu, from Game 1 to Game 2 is that Water Rune Enjoyers did steal away this Rubik, so it's unlikely Yon will be playing the techies again. And despite the fact that the rest of the team was performing very admirably, Omar had a really good game on his Rubik as well. It was phenomenal in terms of the steals and the spells he could claim for himself. So do you like this direction that Water Rune Enjoyers are taking of just stealing away the Rubik and at least having something that can do stuff if things are going awry in the game?
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're also comfortable with playing Rubik, as I think every team or every support player should be. I think the hero's just very good. Like you saw it last game, you can pick up the shard, you can buy a Force Staff, you have like a lot of repositioning tools. So, I think that's good for them. And I do like Ooredoo's response here with the Lesh on this 6-7, as we've talked about. It's flexible, and they have flexed it before, and on top of that, they pair it up with a hero that can go in with the Clockwork. So I think both teams should be pretty happy with their openings here.
Enigma. Are you we don't have T-Panda today, so Tiga, it's your job to have to talk to me about this Enigma. Defend the hero. If I'm honest, I'm a bit cold on the hero. I think there's games that looks phenomenal, and there's other games I'm just like, why is this happening? So which one of these games does this fall into, seeing this Enigma in the opening 2 for you?
I mean, based on what you asked me about Water Runes going from Game 1 to Game 2, I wanted to see them pick up their offlane a lot earlier, so I'm fine on that regard. They're already covering it with some pretty good bans, the Phoenix, the Silencer, spells that can go through the BKB, get the stuns off and whatnot. So yeah, I actually kind of like it for that regard. They've already covered themselves with the Rubik. If it is going to be a Lesh in the safe lane, you've now just got this Enigma that can play close to tower. You aren't really going to get run down, so the threat of a safe lane Lesh rack isn't as high. So overall, not the worst Enigma pick. I'd give it like a 6 out of 10.
Okay, young passing grade. And I mean, relative to game number 1, where it just got to this point in the game where they couldn't do anything, that cannot happen with Enigma. There's always some counterplay option. They have to play a lot more carefully on the side of Ooredoo Thunders in the event they walk into a bad black hole. And of course, the biggest counter is already banned out with the Silencer being taken away. I'm okay with this. We'll see as the draft unfolds. The way things are looking, though, it does feel a little bit like they might be angling towards a safe lane Leshrac. Half the time that I've seen these like range carries, especially the Intel range carries being played safe lane, it's almost always paired with the Clockwork, just to give you that kind of cover. So that's nice and flexible. And they do have the last overall pick, which does feel a little bit dangerous. So Ooredoo Thunders, if you were them, Kezu, what would you do? Would you just keep the Leshrac flexible until the very last pick?
I think probably yes, unless they feel really good about picking up Pangolier in like one of their next 2 picks. It's always been a very good hero against Enigma. I guess it still keeps it a little bit open because it could go into the offlane. But I do think for Water Rune Enjoyers, so it's probably going to be at least an okay Enigma game. But when you play into these tanky heroes such as Leshrac, I think you need to make sure that you have enough follow-up damage. That's why we always talk about, having these heavy right-clickers that can just dish out this physical damage into the Lesh. Because Lesh as a hero, sure, if he gets Black Hole, he's still very tanky, he's going to have some armor, he's going to have the spell lifesteal. So I think that's something that Water Rune Enjoyers down the line in this draft, they have to address that and make sure to help out their Enigma with that.
Let's see. Ooredoo Thunders, they have the pick out of phase here. Presumably you go for your 4 position, unless you're going to put the Clockwork in the 4, or you pick up the offlaner. I mean, last game they had a pretty phenomenal performance on the Primal Beast. I suppose that they're there are still range carries that are left, right? There's still like some Nature's Prophet in the draft. So that could come up for Water Rune Enjoyers. Do you maybe just close off, preclude that possibility by just picking up the Primal Beast now, T?
Yeah, I kind of like some Hoodwink or something. They've Eridu set themselves up for a very high-paced game where they lean on skirmishing. And, you know, the weakness of Water Rune's opening so far is they are susceptible to not being able to provide damage in the early game. That's why Kez is already mentioning it quite a lot. So I think Eridu, they pick up the Shadow Demon, but I really want to see them play with that tempo, which is just strong lanes, and then you can pivot across the map with no real cares for cooldowns. And they go for an SD. We've seen how strong the Shard is. You get that cleanse, especially when you have a hero that wants to run into the middle of the fight. Even with his Disseminate, I think that's what it's called. You throw it on a hero, Lesh already throwing out a ton of damage on top of that. Like it's going to be obnoxious early game fighting for Oridu, and that's kind of Enigma's biggest weakness. It doesn't really leave lane and take the fight. It tries to tickle at towers. So Oridu are going to really be able to pressure that a lot.
This is basically the Alliance draft, Kezu. They literally opened up with Clock, Leshrac, Shadow Demon in that game, and they ended up winning that game, of course, up against the side of the D2 Hustlers. What do you make of this opening in general? And what do you think they're going to pair it with down the stretch once they see the response from Water Rune?
So I like the opening. I think the saving aspect with SD is also not too bad, especially against Enigma. We've already talked about that. There can be an issue of killing the Lesh. Now you're adding like another layer. I think if you're Water Rune enjoyers, I need them to pick heroes that deal damage, or secondary, you need a hero that also jumps the backline. Because now Enigma may not only deal with damage lag, but also the fact that a guy is going to get saved. So he may not die. So I think that's always why you have like some Storm Spirits come in. I know the hero isn't that great, but I want this type of category of a hero for them.
Does Tusk fit that bill for you, team? Can buy the early Blink BKB Deso. We've seen this hero dish out a ton of damage in the earlier portions, but it's not, you don't always think about associate with this hero with necessarily just being the burstiest in the world. So does that fit the bill for you, or do you think they're going to shift this into a support role?
I guess it is.
It's going to be mid. I think the thing with Tusk, it's a very hit or miss hero, just because you can, if you buy the wrong item or have the wrong playstyle, you soon transition into a enabling core rather than a scaling core. And right now for Water Rune's draft, this Tusk needs to be that Deso Blink buying hero that locates the SD, gets the punch, gets the kill. Because if he isn't cleanly killing off a hero, and let's say he's jumping Lesh, there's a hookshot reinitiate, there's a disruption save, there's now a song on top of that. So Water Rune's idea of isolating one hero and killing them, they don't have the explosive damage, which we've already been mentioning that they need. And it's going to be really difficult because they already now have 3 layers of save, or at least ways to disjoint the initial engagement. And Enigma's also not going to have a good lane now due to the Naga Siren. On top of that, Earthstar isn't the best laner, so I'm really worried for Water Runes that they have fallen into the trap of Order in this draft.
Radiant team bad.
Kezu, you've had the honor of playing this off-lane Enigma. How on earth do you play this game, fam? This does not look like a fun game to be playing as the Enigma down the stretch. Like, can you even channel a Black Hole pre-like BKB Lincolns in this game? And even then, it feels a little bit difficult, a little bit sus. How do they enable this hero in the laning phase to ensure that he comes out of it in decent straight for Blink?
I can tell you already from a draft perspective that it's not easy. I think Oridu have responded very nicely in the draft. I think this Naga was very likely their best pick on this specific slot. Lanes well, gonna give them more team fight, isolate heroes with Song, heal your teammates with Song with the Shard later as well if they are Black Hold. So if you're this Enigma, I think right now you need some miraculous carry pick that either can scale into the later stages of the game and then out carry a Naga, or if you don't find that, I think you need a carry that kind of plays fast so that you try to take over the map early on, because I think right now, when this Lesh hits his timing with a Clock SD scouting for him and being with him, with a last pick, counter pick on the offlane, I think they might just run over the map like 3v5 if the last pick of Water Rune Enjoyers doesn't help their draft.
Yeah.
Let's see, Water Rune Enjoyers, they're going to have to really dig deep to try and think about this one. What active scaling carries are still left in the game? So we have like some Ursas, CK still in the game. I don't really want to see a hero like Faceless Void. They already have the Leshrac on the side of Oridu Thunder, so you can't pick that up to try and deal with this Naga. Ember's banned, so you can't do like some funky things with that. I don't know, T. The barrel is getting scraped pretty low here. I don't think you want to play a Slock either into this kind of lineup for Oridu Thunders.
No, I mean, most of the picks are pretty atrocious here. Like, I think Pudge would have been one of the best heroes, especially against Naga, that's banned out. Drow traditionally would fare pretty well, but guess what? Second phase banned out. And then if you just look at like just pub statistics, for example, of Naga versus whatever's left. There aren't many carries that really fit the bill of early game. If they want to go super late, there's pretty greedy options, but I don't know. I feel like if they pick some Arc-esque hero to just stall out the game, some Terrorblade-esque hero, just to hope to have a scaling core that's like Giga strong, you're never going to get there. And these early game carries, like Jugs, Ursus and stuff, CKs, they just get so outplayed from Urdu. So once again, I think it honestly feels like an impossible carry pick. Maybe there is something that, like just go Nature's Prophet and hope to outpace your opponent, take some towers and collapse the map a bit, but again, it really doesn't feel like a comfortable pick. I wouldn't enjoy being in this draft position.
Let's see, they end up going for the Razor, so some walk the dog shenanigans. Maybe they're anticipating a melee offlaner in this game so they can get at least some mileage out of the laning phase. Decentish team fight, I suppose, down the stretch, and a hero that buys BKB fairly early on, but I don't know, Kezu. Feels like there's a lot of pressure on this Razor right now. Palantimos has to have literally the game of his life if he's going to try and carry this one out.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've mentioned enough how hard this pick was, and I think you can tell. I think the bans from Urdu were good. I do think Pudge and Nyx were perhaps some of the heroes you could pick in that slot. I was thinking of maybe some DK, but any hero I thought of, you're playing into like at least 2 or 3 problems. So I think the Razor for them, at least it can maybe play on the tempo. I think the fact that it buys an early BKB can help them out. But I think here for Oridu, I feel like you have a lot of different avenues that you can take in this game. If you want to hurt the Razor a lot in lane, I think you could go for Nature's Prophet yourself. I think you can also just take any casual melee offlaner that's gonna like potentially lane with the SD to give you like some more team fight to help out the Lesh. So I think they should be pretty happy in this position now.
Give me the offlane Marcy right now. Lock it in.
Offlane
Let
Marcy,
me see some
defend
Chinese
yourself.
offlane.
Oh
I mean,
my
I just
gosh.
want to see a hero that has a bit of like mobility. Just run away from the Razor if you want, but I don't know. I don't even know if they play it, to be fair. I'm just throwing out a hero name because I'm just feeling spicy for a minute. But if there was ever a time, I just feel sure.
Dude,
go generic,
this is
whatever.
literally the Alliance draft. With the exception of having this Naga Siren. What did they have carry in that game? I don't think they had the Naga. I forget what they had, but this is actually the Alliance draft. Kind of ridiculous, kind of hilarious to see. At the same time, it makes life even more difficult for Water Enjoyers because their out-and-out lockdown isn't that great unless they're using this Black Hole. Their team fight is decent enough, but there's 2 saving ultimates that can just disengage and disjoint the fight here. So, all right, Tigov, you need to earn your paycheck. Tell me, how do they utilize their draft right now on the side of the Water Enjoyers to win game number 2 and force us to a deciding game 3?
Nice, he got the hard one.
Oh, you got the most impossible fucking option. Jesus. All right, okay, so Water Runes line up, if I need to remember it correctly. I mean, Razor needs to somehow find a way to pop off in lane, which will be hard against SD. And then they need to, every time they find a kill, just progress and keep looking for more kills. Because I think this is like a 95-5 outdraft to Urdu. Damn. So I'm down not to get the paycheck this time around and not find that 5% chance for Water Runes to do it in the 1 minute that you find me to answer this question. Jesus.
All right, Kezu, you've got the bonus then. All right, you do it then. You try to get that double or nothing. Tell me, how do they win game number 2 first side of Water Enjoyers?
I think Stoikov needs to go really ham on the mid lane, gank bottom. They take the tower with Enigma, minute 6. Razor goes 10-0 in the safe lane by beating them really hard, and then they snowball. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
There we go.
20
The
actually
prophecy
in
has
lane.
been written. Let us see if it'll be fulfilled with our casting duo of OD Pixel and Fox. Gentlemen, give me some hopium and give me game 3, please.
Thank you very much. Now, well, yeah, we'll see what happens here. If Water Enjoyers can step it up a bit. Excited to see from both teams. Got some heroes that we're not really seeing too much, I feel, across the board. We're getting a Shadow Demon on one side, an Earth Spirit on the other. One of these is probably a little bit stronger than the other, though, right, Fog? I can't remember the last time I saw an Earth Spirit pop off, but I'm excited to see if Yon's going to be able to do it this game. He is Grandmaster tier.
I think that's the only time there ever is an Earth Spirit pick is if they're Grandmaster tier, right? I think Desire and him are the only people who are playing it because literally they're Grandmaster tier. It's one of their few heroes. Yeah, it looks hard. I think they were left with very limited options on their carry pick, and it looks like a pretty hard game for the Razor, and they're just going to give the first blood to Noob as well. So that's kind of the dream already in that matchup that he's going to be up against the Tusk. And yeah, I think they actually have just all the answers again. Or I do. It feels like they have everything. I'm trying to think about something here for the Razor, but like the lane looks difficult because it's heavy burst, and then the game looks difficult because there's a Shadow Demon. So Razor thrives off being able to move around in fights, stick on a target. You're just going to get purged. There's nobody else he has to target with Purge in this game. Literally just purge the Razor every single team fight, and then the mobility's just gone. You can stick on him easy. You have other heroes that counter and burst this Razor too. So yeah, it feels really difficult. But I mean, maybe Jan's going to do some crazy impressive stuff on this Earth Spirit, but I'm not seeing it.
Well, let's see. Let's see what it can do. I mean, yeah, and overall as well, it's, as you say, just so many ways to disengage or engage from Uridu Thunders, you know, when it comes down to being like, well, we've got to get away from this Razor. You mentioned the Shadow Demon, but you know, also just the clockwork with the cogs, the stampede, the song to reset. So many ways that Uridu Thunders are going to be able to dictate when they want to take these fights or when they don't want to.
Yeah. So I think for Water Rune Joy, like, you have to come out ahead in lanes. Very similar to last time. They have better ways of starting fights and stuff like that, you know, with their Earth Spirit and with their Tusk than they did last time, but I think lanes are going to be absolutely everything. If you start falling behind versus Uridu Thunders with this Naga Siren draft, there's just not many answers. Sure, you've got this like black hole and stuff like that, but they always have answers. You know, you've got this Song if he's not caught inside of it, Stampede to pull people out, Song to heal them during it, and then there's always just this pesky clockwork as well too. So let us see.
Oh, for sure. I mean, definitely a bit of a difference in the vibe, considering, you know, Palantino's, at least with this hero this time, should have more potential with the way that he's going to need to be involved sooner in comparison to when he was on the morph.
He's just stuck for a second.
He sort of is trapped in there, Mary. We'll be able to get out and step back. Palantino's also taking a hefty amount of damage.
There's another double edge in a second if he doesn't step away. Yeah, this lane is very threatening. I'm waiting to see. I mean, mostly you just go Shadow Poison, but there's actually arguments for Disseminate early in this lane with the Centaur. It's just expensive. It's 100 mana cost all levels, which makes it.
This might be a kill hit. Hoof Stomp into the double edge. They'll be able to take him down. Mary also. Okay, will live. Has to go for stick charges.
He throws him in.
I mean, Woots is going to continue to try and stay on target, and tell you what, it's going to work out for Mary. Mary able to play with the benefit of being as close to the tower as they were. It's going to be a double kill for this Rubik.
Okay, bring out that regen so that your Razor can lane properly, because Palantino's is not going to have a good start. So buys 2 tangos and a salve, so he'll be able to keep Palantino's healed up. So at least some trade kills. Rubik feels like he's like the best 5 position because he's able to trade so well versus like everybody. Get some kills, but yeah, Razor suffering.
We'll see down on the bottom. I mean, any chance that Enigma and Spirit will be able to put any pressure onto this Naga Siren during the laning stage, or is this going to be a pretty free lane for T8?
Full free lane, especially with Clockwork next to you. It's like versus most magic nukes, Eidolons are actually strong, but versus Battery Assault, they're not, because it does double damage. So it's actually a pretty fun little matchup there. And there's illusions constantly riptiding. I've seen some players actually go for, I think this was in China more, but they actually take Midnight Pulse at level 2. And that's how you clear the illusions. You go Midnight Pulse plus conversions, but not going to be the case for BNC. So yeah, looks like pretty much kind of like 3 winning lanes, I would say, for Oridu. Top could be a little volatile, but I would say that they should be just fine up there.
Let's see if Stoikov's able to do a lot with sort of the good farm that he's getting out of mid.
Yeah.
Not having too much struggle in that matchup so far. Good CS on him. And there's very much going to be that extra hero that can put these side lanes, tip them in the favor of Water Rune Joyous if you can make those big rotations.
Yeah, I want to see them check runes. I want Earthspirit and Rubik to be checking the power runes. Maybe even the 4-minute runes here, but last game, I think one thing that opened up is we'll see some aggression bottom. Should be just fine on Thunders. But the thing that actually opened up Noob's game almost completely last game, besides his awesome rotations, was he got every power rune. So I think they have to help this Tusk get these power runes. Otherwise, Alesh is just going to go crazy again, just like the bat. Nice link.
Might be able to turn towards Omar. They'll chase him out the lane and they'll get him. It's killing spree for the Rubik. Mary seems to pick up the kills, kill after kill after kill on this top lane.
Pretty good. I mean, maybe that'll be the X factor that we all didn't consider. The Rubik. Maybe he's just going to be super over-leveled and he gets... I mean, there's not really the best spells to steal either. I guess Lash's spells are nice and some Stampedes and stuff like that, but the supports have pretty bad spells to actually go for most of the time. But maybe he's the X factor anyway.
Definitely being able to get these kills down, slowing down the sort of the lead that I really want to have with the two heroes up top. Definitely means that their sort of setup disruption into the Houston double-edge combo isn't going to be quite as threatening as it could have been if they weren't losing their lives here in this laning stage.
Yeah, they're low level. Level 3 on Omar, level 3 on Weeder, and Mary and Palantimos both level 4. So, yeah, not too bad, all things considered, up top.
Obviously, Stoikov with the 6 now, so definitely ready to either get some backup moving towards the mid to try for a kill attempt, or head to the side lanes.
I actually think I want to see like an Earth Spirit rotation, like kick the if the Lesh is low and you go for a kill onto Lesh, because Lesh could actually be a little squishy versus this Tusk. But I just want to see them check power runes. I don't want to see them sit in their side lanes idle with the Tusk and Earth Spirit. Or sorry, with the Earth Spirit and the Rubik right now. I want to see these checking power runes, because yeah, last time it was like a haste, a DD, and an arcane rune for the Bat Rider. Noob. It's on top of Yond. Power runes. Everyone's checking.
Ooh, it's an arcane. And with that pushback from the cogs, that's going to give the space for Noob to step in and take it.
Nice play. They knew. Ordu Thunders, they were like, okay, I mean, we know that you guys are going to check runes. We have good independent side laners, so we can actually check ourselves. And yeah, nice little cog pushback, but now Noob.
They're bringing in 3 heroes towards mid. See if they can take him down. They've got the punch up. They'll be able to get the kill. See if they can get Corey as well. They get the lift up. Get him in range of the tower. A few towers coming in as well. Mary now dominating on the Rubik, because a very nice move from both supports there. Bringing in the extra firepower needed to take down the enemy mid. And yeah, Mary continues to have a very smooth opening to this game as the Rubik.
Yeah, I'm really happy that they did this move. I think you want to be able to enable this Tusk so he can start making moves around. And he's going to get his bounty runes now too, so Stoikov can continue to look to make these aggressive moves. He's even stacking, I see, on the Tusk, so phase boots are finished. Maybe even continue looking to make moves. He sees the rotation right now from the Lash. He sees Noob for a second. So maybe looks to hit himself as Omar.
He's trying to set up onto Mary. Mary came over to the triangle, was being quite annoying there. Managed to block both of the attempted stacks that Omar was trying to make happen. They will, kill Mary off in that situation, but Stoikov able to head over and poke him with the shards. Picks up a kill himself in return.
I believe he had the ward, Sentry Ward, actually blocking Ancients from before even, too. So there's no Ancient stacks whatsoever. So nicely done. Bottom, though.
All right, Black Hole drop from BNC. It's going to buy time for some further backup to come in with the TPs. They take down Corey. TA2000 will manage to TP out in response as soon as the Black Hole comes to an end. Nothing else comes in to be able to stop him. At least getting the carry out of there, but as we can see on the board so far, Waterrune enjoys definitely getting some of this early action going quite nice.
And now Noob
towards the mid. They managed to trap him. Good dodge with the snowball of the stun that Noob attempts to throw back out of Stoikov. The cogs, though, come in. Kaori able to save Noob's life for now. Holds back Stoikov and makes sure that this time round, Waterrune enjoys won't be able to take the Lesh out again.
I like the way that Waterrune Enjoys is playing the map right now, though. I like that they're playing aggressive. They're sitting on the mid lane, trying to enable this Tusk as much as possible. There is, of course, going to be that response. A great move from Kaori, and now maybe even finding Earth Spirit. But either way, I like the way that they've set up the lanes, because now Razor's in this kind of 1v1 versus Centaur. We have the Enigma versus an Naga Siren down bottom by himself, too. So, yeah, I'm liking the way that they've kind of moved things around, and now we're seeing Ordu Thunders. They're actually the ones responding and reacting because of these movements. So nicely done so far from Waterrune Enjoyers.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've come into this game too and already just being able to do so much more than they were able to in the opening to game one. Bottom lane, with a kick back onto Woods into the silence. Palantimos coming in as well with the slow. He has to pop the Stampede to get out of this one, Wooter. Does not want to hang around any longer than he needs to. But these 3 heroes of Waterrune Enjoys turning up and ready to put some pressure on the tier 1 tower. Back in the mid, Stoikov gets another pick off. Kaori presents himself, and with the help of Mary, they take down another 8-4, 1k gold lead. Waterrune enjoys a hot start with his first 9 minutes of play.
And with all the big rotations of Mary, level 6 on the Rubik, 9 minutes in. So, he doesn't have like these incredible spells across the board, like some double nukes or something like that, but he's got the Lesh spells. So a Lesh stun in particular, probably one of the better ones he can steal in the early game. But yeah, pretty good stuff. Just got to keep it up. Keep up this aggression.
Smoke up from Mary and Stoikov. They want to try and do something about this top lane. Bottom lane's been pretty much sorted. The tier 1 tower's been pressured down. Maybe with the smoke timing, they'll actually be able to delay their own tier 1 going down. Let's push the Diabolic Edict, still pretty heavy. And, okay, they won't manage to make a jump in time. And now maybe considering if they still actually want to. They know there's a lot of members of Uridu Thunders up here in this area. And, yeah, they'll back off from it. They won't find the opportunity they hope for with the smoke, but they're fine with that. They get back over towards the river. 10-minute power runes up. It's a double damage. Stoikov, he'll have that ready for the next play.
Yeah, I think he's got Phase and Falcon Blade already, too. So that's going to give them perhaps the damage potential to take out the Lesh, even. This could be a big moment, really, for Water Enjoyers. Keep closing off the map. This mid tower is crucial. If they're able to get this one, they're going to be able to pressure the Naga Siren quite decently because of it. So all 5 heroes here. This is really nice. All right. Big stuff. And now we have double Falcon Blades finished up on the 2 cores. They have mech on Enigma also, too. Things are looking a lot better than I think we anticipated for Water Enjoyers.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see what they want to do with this next. I mean,
It's still be aggressive. I don't think you can really posture yourself defensive. You have like this very small lead at the moment, but with what you're playing up against, Uridu Thunders, like all 3 heroes, they farm very fast. Centaur shoves out lanes almost instantly with his stun plus double edge. Lash pushes out lanes really fast. Naga's going to start doing Naga Siren things. So name of the game still feels like for Water Enjoyers is, you know, pedal to metal. Don't really look to slow down at all. Keep playing with your Tusk. Keep playing aggressive. Utilize this DD rune at its maximum. I don't want to see some farming DD rune. Right now they do have to keep lanes pushed out a little bit, but right after they get these lanes in a better position, I want to see them try to get some type of invasion play. And Noob, you know, all things considered, did die the once, but Bloodstone's pretty much finished as well, too. So he is going to start becoming a lot more difficult to bring down once he's already very tanky because of this, and now he's going to have that extra heal. So if they don't burst him right away, he's just going to go right back up to full HP. Haste turn? Ooh, nice play.
ooh, nice deny. Yeah. We'll manage to make sure the Noob won't have that to really just exaggerate his impact in the next fight with the Bloodstone pickup.
Yeah. Looks like I guess they're waiting for the Greaves on the Enigma, but they didn't use their DD rune. I'm a bit...
Yeah, they didn't get a chance.
They didn't get a chance to go for it, I guess. They didn't really want to risk it, but...
I mean, what sort of... are they waiting for some sort of item setup, do you think, with this sort of fallback on the aggression?
I guess, I mean, just the Greaves on the Enigma,
Yeah.
but... Okay. I mean, the BKB for the Razor is still some time away. Maybe that's something else they're looking for, but this is just giving time for Naga Siren to do her thing. And then you're also giving time for the Centaur to have Blink Dagger. So you have natural forms of initiation on your lineup right now with like Earth Spirit and Tusk to get these aggressive plays. And soon Uridu Thunders, they're going to have a Blink on Centaur to make their own aggressive move themselves. So feels like, yeah, they may have missed a little bit of a window there. But still farming well. But I think with the, you know, like we've indicated with the way that the drafts are, their lineup isn't about sit back and scale. It's about continue to pressure versus Naga Siren. You're just going to get outscaled.
As we see there on the odds provided by our partner, esportsbet.io, still very much favouring Uridu Thunders this game. And Uridu Thunders are about to look to see if they can get a quick setup.
Oh, yeah.
Omar and Noob ready to go. Use this Bloodstone Lesh to...
They've got Stampede always, right? So she can just he can just run right through if they see somebody.
That's true. And Stoikov. They will catch wind of him, but not quite able to get any sort of setup. Also tricky to set up upon. Could be quick with the snowball to break out of the combo.
Okay.
So they won't find any sort of easy grab that tempts them into setting up for any action.
Theory.
Stoikov. Runs on to Corey. Corey's going to be able to get his spells off. He's definitely living longer than I think he expected to. Will finally die. BNC is able to take him out.
All
So
right.
another
But
smoke pickup. Uridu Thunders, they definitely look like they're still happy to keep trying to just look for these fights against Water Rune Enjoyers now. They're not as scared of Water Rune Enjoyers as they may have been if Water Rune Enjoyers were trying to come at them with this action a few minutes ago.
yeah. Blink on Centaur, so now they've got ways to counteract any of these ganks. Mary gets a steal, but as we said, you know, it's tough this game for him to really get this amazing steal on Rubik. They always have spells to kind of cover. 2K lead still for Water Rune Enjoyers. But Oridu Thunders, they're going to look to hit. Maybe, I mean, the Razor BKB might actually meet very soon at the same time that they pick up this fight into the jungle. See what they find. Uh-oh. Blink. He's spotted.
See,
Nice kick.
an attempted save, and in fact, it nearly does the job, but Kaori's got the read. Hookshot still comes in to chase down the Enigma. BNC and Yon taken down. Stoikov tries to come in and still with a snowball. A defensive disruption comes out from Omar, buying some time for Wuta, but Palantimos in with the TP in the plasma field will make sure they get the kills in return. A 2 for 2. Water and Enjoyers trying to continue the chase onto Rudy Thunders. Great shard grab there onto Noob, but the song is out from TA2000, and that will get them the space to get these 2 cores out of there. Ends up being a 2 for 2. Not a bad response from Water and Enjoyers, considering it's quite a clean entry to the kills there from Uridu, being able to catch BNC as well, especially after that pretty well attempted save from Yond there on the Earth Spirit.
I mean, it puts them into a weird position, right? Because then they want to commit deeper because they want this Enigma. So, yeah, ends up getting the trade kill because of it. Good reaction. And now I believe, is that a Vessel for the Earth Spirit as well, too? Yeah, he's got Vessel now. So, versus that Lesh Bloodstone, he's got a pretty good timing of it. Yeah, look how far they have to commit. Look how much damage they end up taking because of it. Just the Fade Bolt plus the nukes that come out from that Tusk. It adds up. All right, decent response there from Water Enjoyers.
Yeah, again, just continue to step up their game from what we saw from them in Game 1, giving Uridu Thunders a really good fight so far.
But the Naga Siren, right? The Naga Siren factor will soon start to trickle in. TA2000, he's just going to be able to accelerate faster and faster. So it still does feel like they can't really sit back too much on the side of Water Enjoyers. Stoikov will have a good timing on his Deso, but he might just die bottom. Uh-oh.
See, yeah, with the damage from this Naga Siren and the control of the Leshrac, not a chance there for Stoikov as TA2000 very happy for those sort of kills to be handed to him. Takes out the tower as well.
That's a massive kill. That's like the whole game plan for Water Enjoyers. It feels like it was riding on the momentum of this Tusk. He had Deso. He was like 50 gold from having it. Gets killed. He's off the map for a long time now. TA2000 is going to start spreading the illusions, and yeah, Oridu starting to hit their tempo.
Being able to aggressively farm the Ancients as well. Double stack as well, taken out by TA2000. And Water Enjoyers, they've got to keep finding this action. Otherwise, yeah, there's no chance of any of their heroes farming anywhere close to how quickly TA2000 will be able to clean up the map.
Absolutely. And now TA2000 has a Bullwhip, so that was actually missing on any mana regen or anything like that, but finds this neutral item, so we'll be able to progress that farm. Any big items now being picked up. A Vambrace onto Noob. So getting some big ones there. Deso is now finished, so they have Deso, Tusk, BKB on Razor, Greaves on the Enigma. Again, I'm still just looking for, gotta start making some moves, or this this Naga Siren's really gonna start to just take over the map completely. DD Rune. Alright, this is a good enabler. Let's see what they find. They are spotted, though, so full vision.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's have a look.
Yeah,
So they'll be able to take this tier 1 for free. No interest of Uridu Thunders turning up for a fight. They're happy to farm out the bottom and mid lane. They're just getting that bit better amount of gold and XP from the map in comparison to when Water Enjoyers group up for a tier 1.
Yeah, they're just playing the space game, you know. They're about just delaying the game. They get stronger and stronger while Water Enjoyers gets weaker and weaker. Yeah, even the blink on the Lash too. So kind of cool pickup. And a blink even on Shadow Demon. So all about positioning, it looks like, for the side of Oridu. Triple blinks. And yeah, look at Naga Siren things, right? They're gonna start trying to force a Roche. They don't kill it very effectively though. Their heroes are not the best at it. The Deso helps a little bit, but they don't have any of these like big damage amps. It's a little awkward.
We'll see Yond. He's going to be able to catch Kaori outside of the pit, so taking out the clock will definitely eliminate one of the heroes that potentially, you know, could have that good interruption around Roshan. They'll head back towards the pit. Still illusions being sent across the map. I mean,
this feels so forced.
Are they aware? But at the same time, do you think Uridu Thunders will they be aware of this?
I don't know if they even care.
Sure.
I think
They're
they just
getting
keep
that
looking.
much elsewhere.
They're pushing all 3 lanes. Lash
They're
is pushing
nearly
top.
taking tier 1 tower mid with the illusions.
I mean, this Naga Siren's massive. Manta and Scotty already. Like they can't even do Roche. Yeah, that was really weird from Water and Enjoyers.
Oh yeah, they gave up on it.
I mean, their heroes just don't kill Roche. You know, if they had like an Undying or something like that, or Pango for like the debuff. Bottom, they will find Omar. He's got a blink.
Oh, he has got a blink. Oh,
Okay.
not able to time it though.
Okay, a
I
big
think
steal.
it was, yeah.
Disruption, that could actually be pretty good versus the Naga Siren. All right. Bit of an interesting last few moments, at least from Water and Enjoyers. Maybe not really knowing where they want to go for this impact on the map, but as you can see, Ordu Thunders, they don't care, right? They're just chilling back.
See, again, finding Kaori though.
Okay.
A couple of times, you know, Yond being very good at hunting down the clockwork, setting up for quick kills for the team.
It is a 5 clockwork though.
I mean,
so...
they're tempted. I mean, again, they're hovering around the Roshan.
Okay. This just feels so
you know,
weird.
they can't make their mind up if it does feel if they feel they can put the resources into trying to take it.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels so forced. There's so many ways that could just go disastrous versus a Naga Siren.
Yeah, it just sort of seems that, you know, they're at this point where they know they've got to do something, but their vision doesn't seem to be too clear on what they feel the read is to do next.
And oh my God, stun up both supports.
That's a great jump there. Who stomp onto the 2 of them? As that'll be Yon taken down, Mary as well, shot down by a double edge.
And now perhaps Ordu can be the ones to pretend kind of posture that Roshan.
No,
they actually can kill it.
Yeah, for sure, especially with TA2000 around with the damage. They'll be able to head over to the pit. And yeah, it really does feel, you know, Water and Enjoy, they've had a good start to the game, but it just doesn't seem like they're too clear on what they want to do or what they can do next to stop this game from falling into the hands of Urdu Thunders as the minutes pass.
You can literally feel the pressure, the stress almost. It feels like they're like, guys, we have to do something, but what do we do? Oh my God, now we just gave up a kill, and now Roshan's just been given to the Lesh. So things feeling very awkward so far for Water Enjoyers. They keep finding clockwork, but this time it's a deep dive.
He's going to go pretty deep with this snowball. And he'll snowball in, they stampede away, so they'll be able to pull him far away from the rest of his teammates. I mean, BNC lucky that the hooks didn't quite have the range to catch him. Still, though, Noob, he's going to try and chase down the rest of Water and Enjoyers. Yond and BNC will manage to split from one another and pull them separate directions, so Urdu Thunders won't get a further grab, but as Stoikov rolling in, taken out, pressure now onto the tier 2 top. That kind of solid beginning that Water and Enjoyers had this game is slipping away very, very fast now.
They just really like to go for killing this clockwork. Poor Kaori gets set down a couple of times, but this time they just forced the Tusk to overcommit. Yeah, I mean, it really just does feel like they just were unsure where to go the last 10 minutes or so. They just kept killing a 5 position while Ordu Thunders played it cool, calm, collected, take over the map with their Naga Siren, and now, how do you deal with this Naga Siren?
That feels very, very difficult. TA2000, massive. They will, again
the
poor old
clockwork.
Now, Kaori gets taken out. Off to the side, Wuta, who stomp onto Yond. Yond will be able to cancel the TP of Omar. Gets into the pit. So they'll be able to clean up both supports this time.
Not too shabby, but it is still just the 2 supports.
Yeah, the cores do... Oh, top there as well. Noob was out, getting some damage on the tower. TP'd out just in time. I mean, Mary nearly able to catch him in the tree line. But yeah, the cores still remain rather elusive on Urdu Thunder's side. What do we have? Just Noob. He's only died for once this game. TO2000's not died at all. And yet hasn't died at all yet this series. And even Wuta, only the couple of deaths on the Centaur this game. You know, really is the supports tanking all the ganks, tanking all the kills, which definitely inflates that sort of kill lead that Wateroo and Enjoyers have. And it doesn't really mean too much, it feels, because of how much space Urudu's cores are getting and the fact that they're just not really dying at this stage of the game.
And they just scale so hard. Like, this Naga Siren has little to no counters. It's the Enigma who has to land the big black hole at this point, it feels like, to be able to deal with TA2000. Who, I mean, Butterfly's done. He's gonna have the Pupil's Gift perhaps delivered as well, so full fight ready on this Naga Siren. Butterfly, Pupil's Gift, plus Scotty and Manta no way. I mean, they need to get the full duration black hole and have everybody beating on her during it. But there's going to be a lot of other things that are going on in the fight because there's still an Aegis Lash. As Palantimos.
They're going to look to burst through him. He will be able to get the BKB off in time. They use the Stampede to continue to chase him out. Black Hole's there. BNC able to make the jump. But Palantimos still ends up going down. Wuta, he's actually going to live a little longer here. They weren't quite able to kill him immediately during the Black Hole. They'll get him afterwards. They've got good stone control onto the Lesh, holding Noob underneath the tower. But the Aegis is there ready to get him back in for a second round. TH2000 tries to chase them with the Song of the Siren, but the 3 remaining members of Water Rune Enjoyers will manage to keep the distance, get up to the high ground. So for Urdu there, they only lose the Aegis and the Centaur. They get 2 kills in return, the 2 big ones, of course, as well, taking down both the mid and the carry from Water Rune Enjoyers. They get the tier 2 tower bottom. The lead just continues to grow for Urdu.
It feels like they barely even get this kill, too. The Greaves, I believe, had just come out on the Centaur, so he is a lot tankier than they anticipated. I like these little things, you know, the little itemization that I feel like Oradu did. The Lesh going for like a casual cloak and then casual plate mail. Super tanky versus all the magical and physical. You see Centaur did a similar kind of thing, a casual cloak with Greaves and Vanguard, so tanky versus the mixed damage that's coming out. They do catch Noob for a second here, but he's safe.
Well, the 2 supports might be in trouble once again. Omar. He'll definitely be going down. Yon trying to see if he can close in onto Corey, but Corey this time actually be the one to live. Still just a poor support here, suffering at the attempts of Water Rune Enjoyers.
I love it.
Cores are all out of that.
Again, I mean, the itemization last game, where they had the Undying and the Rubik, they had Force Staff and Shard and Glimmers and whatnot to save their buddies. Again, Shadow Demon, Force Staff, Clockwork, Force Staff. So these initiations that come out, the Shards, the Earth Spirit, etc., even the Link that we haven't really seen come into play at all in the Razor, it's answered. So, yeah, Oradu, really next level. And even though it's 18 to 12, it feels like they've kind of played the game and like the map almost perfectly. They just really know exactly how to play versus this draft that they're up against right now. Even though they've given up these kills, as we mentioned, the supports, you know, Clockwork has 8 deaths. Shadow Demon has 6, so 14 of those 18 are on the 4 and 5 position. Really good awareness.
No, for sure. Let's see what the next move is going to be. I mean, TA2000, what's he going for next? Getting the Hex next.
Cool.
I mean, just completely massive, and that Hex is going to just shut down these enemy cores in the next team fight. And suddenly, the BKB usage from Palantimos is going to have to be early. If they are able to get the Hex thrown down onto him, they will burst through the Razor, leaving him no chance to survive. Smoke up from Water Rune Enjoyers. They want to see if they can get some sort of surprise jump around the river. But it seems like Urdu Thunder's almost just aware of this and kind of just happy to run into it. They're not feeling... they're feeling pretty fearless right now, Urdu.
Their front line's just so tanky, and they have the save from the back lines constantly. Yeah, I didn't point this out either, but Noob... I've been seeing this more and more on the Leshes, but 4-4, and then just 1 point in Lightning. And then he just has stats. So a lot tankier as well, too, from all these little things being put together. Yeah, really good stuff.
Radiant are scanning.
Illusion Rune top. Can't save it for the Lesh. Or can't save it for the Naga Siren, unfortunately, but... still will be nice. As Water Rune Enjoyers, I mean, all huddled together. So the map just continues to go in the favor of Ooredoo Thunders because of this.
See on the Dota Plus.
Oh,
75%. A little surprised, honestly, it's not a bit more harsh than that, because it does feel this is a tough one for Water Rune Enjoyers to turn around with just how farmed TA2000 is.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe it's just factoring the chance of the Enigma getting
Sure,
a big black hole or something.
yeah.
But either way, there's so many answers, especially pre-BKB, which is still a full component away. They have like 4 different heroes that can cancel. And even with the BKB, if Kaori finds an angle, he can always cancel too, so... Did they even buy the... They haven't even bought the Shard either on TA2000. That's the other interesting thing too. I've been seeing a lot of... Especially in China, I got to do a lot of the Div 1 China games. We were seeing it purchased very early versus the Enigma counter matchup. They don't feel like they need it, though. They've got full control. They've got a firm grasp on the game, full control after that. Slight advantage I would give them. I mean, Water Rune Enjoyers, they felt like they had like the slightest of advantage maybe for like 5 minutes, but Ooredoo didn't care. You know, they just postured themselves perfectly on the map. And now game just feels... I mean, you're probably asking yourselves as Water Enjoyers, well, now what? You know? What do we do? Naga Siren's doing Naga things. We don't have an answer.
Stoikov.
Oh boy, risky plays.
Yeah, farming that mid wave can be very, very dangerous.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But the lanes, top constantly shoved in from illusions, mid shoved in from illusions. Yond nearly has, I mean, they're getting items on Water Rune Enjoyers, but you just, the impact of what these items are going to do, it just doesn't feel there. Stoikov,
Dire's middle tower
be okay.
is under attack.
like, almost BKB on Earth Spirit, almost BKB on Tusk, but that doesn't give them the answer for the Naga Siren, who is now completely out of control.
How on earth do they kill this?
I don't
this
know.
Naga Siren?
Tower
It's,
is under attack.
it feels like these heroes just don't have it in them.
No, and they don't have anything to answer the butterfly that was picked up earlier either. It's
Yeah.
like I see the itemization from Palantimos. He's getting more survivability on this Razor, but nobody can. It literally has to be the black hole. Like they just have to kill him 100% inside black hole and commit everything. But then Lash is an issue, so yeah, it just feels so difficult.
Talking about the black hole, they've got their eyes on Enigma. Wuta able to charge in, get the jump onto BNC as that's him out of the fight.
And they can do that pretty much at any moment. And the illusions continue to be even this huge problem, and now there's even more. So he takes the +1 mirror image illusion 2 at 20. Yeah, little to no answer.
And we'll see. Maybe when he's back up 20 seconds, they'll go for some smoke out of the base.
Attack.
See if they can make a jump by surprise.
Dire's middle tower
Coming
is
up
under
to
attack.
minutes when Roshan will be back as well. So would be the time for Water Rune Enjoyers to try and make such a move.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, Enigma
very
go
much-
finish,
yeah.
try to finish BKB, and then smoke and try to take the fight around Roche. If you give Roche up, the
Yep.
game's over. So I think you're forced in this position as Water Rune Enjoyers to just make the play. They're giving that Enigma the mid lane. At least a little bit here. That was close.
Yes, Corey nearly actually able to find Stoikov there, TP'd out beyond the tier 2. And luckily for Stoikov, the creeps ended up working in his favor.
Still don't have the BKB on Enigma, but they're feeling the pressure. They're feeling forced to just have to go in. Satanic is finished on Palantimos, BKB on Earth Spirit and Tusk, but where's the damage going to come from? They're forced to check Roche.
Right, Yon's in, and immediately out. They'll
And
get
he's the
taken
buyback.
down. They'll lose Corey off to the side. Stun catches on to Stoikov. Corey's got the luxury of the buyback to get back in for this fight.
But Yond
While
does not.
Yond, he does, 40 seconds that he's got to sit there.
I mean, you can see why they do it, right? Like, it's like we have no vision in Roche, but they could just be getting Roche. We need to start the fight there, otherwise the game's over. So Roche now going to be up in 5 seconds, and they're going to kill it so fast. I don't think Earthspear, if they're inside the pit when it respawns, I don't think Earthspear makes it back in time. They didn't scout it yet, though. They're instead looking for the battle.
Ooh,
Close.
Corey nearly getting the catch on Stoikov, but he's out with the blink.
But they get ward coverage, ward control over the area, and now into Roche. And still 5 seconds left on Earth Spirit, and this Roche is going to die in those 5. Free shard. So now they have 2 I mean, you maybe just give it to the Lesh for the siege. For the shard, you just drop the stuns on top of yourself.
I mean,
That's the fight.
Stoikov, he's got the jump onto Corey. So
song.
use the song to cover the finishing of Roshan, get the Aegis picked up on TA 2000, and maybe now to look to set up the fight. Get the Hex slam down onto Palantimos, follow through from Wuta, attentive to lift up there in time from Mary. New pots the BKB and the Bloodstone charging in to run down this Rubik, but Mary will manage to keep his distance. BKB is going to be coming to an end soon here on Noob, and there's the Black Hawk. BNC locks down the Lesh. They'll manage to take out both supports and Noob here. So they might not have been able to interrupt the Roshan in time and stop the Aegis from going into the hands of TA 2000, but they are able to find some sort of a fight there. I mean, which just goes to show really how close they were to maybe being able to stop that Roshan, right? If they didn't lose Yond earlier, or they had the BKB a bit sooner on BNC, maybe that fight would have been enough to get them the chance to get Roche for themselves. It's a good fight, but maybe not happening as soon as they kind of needed to have a solid chance to turn this game around.
Yeah, now they have to go solve their lane issues really quickly, and they need to be careful how they take the next fight, because Black Hole is on cooldown. They're completely relying on Black Hole to focus anybody. Yeah, we see that approach coming out there as... Yeah, they get some cleanup kills, and I think they also got the gem, is the important one, too.
A little bit of something there for Water and Enjoyers, but still the Naga Siren prevails above everybody.
There's still that Naga Siren issue.
Yeah.
They're able to focus the Lesh if they get that black hole onto him, but like I said, they're very unlikely to catch both inside the black hole. But yeah, we do see that gem. Yond does have it taken away from Kaori. Maybe that allows them to pick and choose some good fights where they can actually use their black hole properly. Because, yeah, 90 seconds, probably unable to be able to fight without that black hole right now. So it feels like for Oridu, they're probably going to look to pressure in lanes and look for a fight themselves right now.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, Naga Siren things continue. And Shadow Demon with max disruption now also going to be sending in those illusions too. As Yon. Stolen Song.
Mary with the Stolen Song. That should give chance for Yon to actually get out of this one. So nice little save there off the back of that Stolen Ultimate.
All right. Not bad. And that will buy them time for Black Hole. 60 seconds.
All right. We'll see if they can make a move when that is up. They will have to. They want to have any chance, as we keep saying, to turn this one.
And they got to eventually fall. You've got to eventually find the Naga Siren too. As the illusion push. I mean, they just can't deal with butterfly illusions. They're losing the tower. Mid and top. Just the SD makes illusions. Naga Siren makes multiple illusions, so they're even force-staffing the illusions in. Defense of the tower. Eventually, these towers will drop. Just to this illusion spam. Next set. Here they come. Oh, this is annoying.
Not really any items that any of these heroes can get that make it much easier to deal with them.
No. Backdoor does kick back in at least for a moment, so top tower will survive a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, I feel like for Razor, it's like, I'm not sure what Palantimos wants to go with this. I see he's got more defensive item, he's got plate mail, and then eventually going for Scotty next, but all right, he's just going to go for it. So not going to have a way to pierce through that evasion, of course, but he will be able to kill Lash, that's for sure.
There's the smoke. All ults at the ready, Water Rune enjoys.
Rax is going to get targeted now next. Range Rax is getting taken out. Tower died. And now mid tower as well. I mean, they know they're smoked. They might get the wraparound anyway. Kaori. He's walking into him.
And they'll get the jump on it. That's Corey gone, but they got the Hex off in return on the Palantimos. Palantimos will get thrown to safety there by Mary with the telekinesis. Roll forward from Yon. He's able to close the gap onto TH2000. TH2000 still with 40 seconds left on the Aegis, though. BKB from Palantimos in with the Stallion onto TH2000. They'll be able to chase him out and take him down once. But at the same time, the illusions from the Naga Siren clean up Yon. They've dealt with him once. Can they deal with him a second time? He's trying to get the solo. The lift up there from Mary. Roll forward with the snowball. Punch
Big
up as well from Stoikov. They're bursting him down low. They're going to be able to finish him off. They've done it. They've managed to kill the Naga Siren. Not once, but twice there.
Holy moly. They somehow
found the
isolated
fight.
her.
That's a huge kill. You see it there in the gold and XP. They were yet to be able to do it this game. And they do it at all times as well. Against when the Aegis was there, they were able to take TA2000 down twice. And Uridu not able to do anything to help them.
That was without Black Hole, too.
Yeah,
that's the impressive thing. They didn't even have to use it. They were
a
able to
massive
isolate
grab.
it.
And now, well, they'll look towards bottom. Wuta.
All right.
He's going to be able to try and kite them out, but the slows are in and there's no stampede. So Wuta, he'll be going down unless Kaori, he's not able to save it. In fact, Kaori might have put himself in a dangerous spot. Palantimos was trying to get around the cogs. BNC will be able to blink over with the Malefice. They're going to be able to get this kill as well. Double kill for Palantimos. He's now level 24. Water Rune Enjoyers seemingly sort of out of nowhere, in a position where they were just slowly sitting back, losing their tier 3 towers to this Naga Siren illusion spam. They get out at the base, they find this fight, and they've absolutely just given themselves a chance here in this game too to get the win.
It feels like they blew it wide open. I mean, look at the gold now on the Tusk. When did this just happen? Look at Stoikov. He has a full AC. His punch hit hard, too. I think he took out like 40% of the Naga Siren's HP with the punch. That was actually really impressive. Holy moly. Did not anticipate that happening, especially with the way that this Naga was able to just get this farm, but they completely isolated her, and now next fight they still have Black Hole.
Yeah, they've got big items, as you say. AC coming out on Stoikov, Shiva's Guard done on Palantimos. I mean, yeah, our win is absolutely back on the table here for Water and Enjoyers off the back of that play.
And they even give now the tome to Palantimos, so that's pretty much the level 25 on the Razor. All right, Palantimos. He saw something in the Razor pick that I guess we all did not.
Very, very nicely done. And yeah, I mean, with all these items, you say, very, very tough to kill. Trickster's Cloak as well, of course, these have the last few fights. Now, this is not an easy hero to take down. We talked about now how annoying the illusions of the Naga Siren were to deal with, but yeah, at this point, it's actually Urdu Thunders who have a hero that they struggle to kill. This Razor feels very tough to take down.
And even if you do take him down, like, the person who's going to kill him is the Naga, right? And it'll be a death by 1,000 cuts. Razor Shard is very good at that, dealing with that. You're hitting this Razor constantly, 18% strike chance versus what, like 7 illusions? It's going to be blasting damage all over the place. This is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, really relying on, you know, TO2000 to be able to actually get in and get that Silver Edge hit off on Palantimos to sort of shut down some of that potential.
All right, I mean, Swift Blink, that's going to be even more hits. All right.
I've got another Hex on Iridu. Stoikov, sorry, not Stoikov. Noob. He's got that one ready, and with the Blink, there's a chance for him to get that jump. I mean, both him and TO2000 will be looking to... I mean, who sort of is top of the list? Who are you jumping with these hexes? Are you just going for the supports, or just to try and get the quick kills to ensure that Water and Enjoyers aren't able to outnumber you?
I think it would probably be anybody but the Razor. I think anyone who gets chained like back-to-back hex is likely just dead, but I mean, there's definitely problems. Like, this Razor can't really be ignored by any means anymore. Level 25 Palantimos, Shivas, so he's going to be able to stick on these targets with Scotty also. Feels like almost... I still have the edge for Oridu, but feels like this Razor potentially has a chance to be able to bring this game back. Now they have answers for the illusions. The double plasma field is actually doing a pretty good job of clearing it.
Headed out with a smoke. Black hole at the ready. I mean, Urdu Thunders, after that last sequence of events, what do you imagine sort of is their approach next? Is there any sort of further item now that they'll sit back and wait for?
I think it might just be the farm buybacks to wait for the next Roche. So, because they're probably going to anticipate Enigma's going to try to black hole one of the cores. They only have one black hole, right? So I think you get buyback on both Lesh and Naga Siren, and you wait to take the fight from there. But could get caught out. You know, Water Enjoyers, if they do see one of these cores on the side lanes, they might just be able to commit for them here. So definitely some signs of hope and definitely signs of potential here for Water Enjoyers around this next Roche fight. How's all buybacks looking, though? So Lesh, 600 away, 1,400 for Naga. Right now, Water Enjoyers have all 5 available.
Making the move towards them down bottom.
They saw him.
Yeah.
They saw him with the Trickster Cloak. But he's addressing... I mean, he's not letting the Naga Siren touch the base. They're keeping their lanes in an okay spot on Water Enjoyers. As Roche, it's going to spawn. I believe they have the boulder in the pit. Yeah, they do. So Earth Spirit, he bought the shard ages ago, and he's actually been dropping these stones inside there, so they will be able to at least scout out Roche when it spawns. And now, they have a deity on the Tusk.
I think they can start this.
I think they just can do it.
I mean, they don't really care. I think that Urdu Thunders know that they're doing this. They feel very, very strong right now, Water and Enjoys. And understandably so, with now how much of a boost they got from that last successful fight.
They push fast, though. Lash has max Edict, or level 25 Edict. So the towers will drop and the racks. Roche still getting scouted. It's not dead just yet.
I'm starting to have some TPs come back from Water and Enjoys to head over towards this.
The clockwork, he's here.
Oh, he's not going to be able to time it, though. Roshan goes down. Water and Enjoys able to claim everything from that.
They find Stokov, though.
He's going to be able to stop the TP out from Stoikov, but Stoikov will be able to still step away. Everything picked up that blue ball, giving the Ags over as well towards the Razor, so Palantimos becoming even bigger.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is pretty huge. Now easier ways to focus fire onto Naga and stuff like that too. Water Enjoyers. Doing something I don't think any of us have kind of anticipated with the way that the drafts were kind of playing out.
A really, really nice effort here in turning this game around. It's back to dead even, and you know, as much as sort of that, it felt like this Naga Siren was just going to be this huge, impenetrable hero. It's the same for Water Rune Enjoyers with Palantimos' Razor. You know, both of these heroes very, very strong, and if anything, at this point, Palantimos on the Razor just even stronger. He's, you know, he's massive. You know, he's pretty much level with the farm of TA2000. This has been a Naga Siren that's been free farming all game. This Razor carry a huge problem now for Ooredoo Thunders.
Up top, look at this play here. Enigma, Blink.
Quite far out. There's the Hex opening from Noob, followed up by the Hoop Stomp. That will be him out, but he has got buyback. That's just, I believe, pretty much everybody right now.
The scary thing is, though, they can't overreact to any of these lanes, because if you look, they don't have Glyph available, and look at the buildings. Like, all the racks are exposed completely. So if they started going towards one lane too much, Lesh is going to commit on one side, or the Naga might just commit in the base. I'm watching Noob right now, trying to find an opportunity. Like, as soon as they get a kill on the clock, I see Illusion start running at racks, I see Lesh start running at racks, so Water Rune Enjoyers aren't out of it just yet. Aren't out of the dangerous position.
This range racks in the mid. Will fall to the Illusions. And in fact, Mary will fall to the Illusions as well. That's the Rubik gone, and there you have it. As you say, Noob
Top
finding an opportunity to just charge in and take out the melee racks. Water Rune Enjoyers not able to stop it.
Stoikov. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's been caught outside the base. Did have the Aegis. It's not a lot of backup alive and ready to help him out here. So that will be him taken down twice, back to back.
They may have found ways to be able to take head-on fights on Water Rune Enjoyers, but now Ooredoo Thunders is just like, okay, you guys want to play that game? We're just going to play macro game. Just completely control the map with illusions, keep pushing stuff in, and all the lanes shoved in. It's hard for you to react on Water Rune Enjoyers. Now Ooredoo Thunders might just group up and look for the fight when you're at a number disadvantage.
I mean, Palantimos, as strong as he is, you know, he doesn't have the full team backing him up.
Uh-oh. Yon.
He's going to roll in. And will fall very, very quickly. Palantimos still trying to step up. Lotus in time to put the Malefice back up towards BNC. TA2000, you use the song to disengage. But indeed, down the mid, Noob's been able to get him with the Edict, take out another set of melee racks. Water Rune Enjoyers, they've got to be so careful. It's at a very delicate point this game now. Buyback comes out from Yon. CBNC stepping in, he's considering the black hole, but he gets Hex. And there's the jump from Wu to in with a Hooston, that's BNC out. They may have to consider further buybacks in Water Rune Enjoyers, they will. As Stoikov buys back, BNC buys back, Palantimos in with the BKB, being able to run down Omar. They've taken out one support. They need more, though, with the amount of buybacks they've committed in for this. They'll surround Noob, catch him with the stun, punch up from Stoikov. Water Rune Enjoyers will be able to take some kills out of this, but having to use triple buybacks, still losing the mid racks. It's a very painful fight to, you know, sure, walk away with these kills, but overall, very much continuing to fall back into this position where they're just getting completely, kind of just sort of outplayed and stretched across their base here by Ooredoo Thunders in terms of how much Water Rune Enjoyers need to do to be able to deal with this sort of push and pull and the way that they're playing around the team fights, Ooredoo Thunders.
It feels like now I feel like they might just have to just commit and try to get their own push going on the side of Water Rune. Otherwise, they're just going to get like a war of attrition.
It's just going to happen again.
Yeah. Like TA2000's already pushing down bottom. He's looking for opportunity.
I see
Razor. He's got a rapier.
Yeah, they've got to go all in. This honestly, yeah, run it down mid, 5-man. Because I don't know if there's any other safe way out of this game. They have to full commit, and they are. They've identified this, and they're committing. They're going all in here down mid.
This is their last wave, though. Actually, three creeps got through. TA2000 did not get the whole creep wave with his Naga illusions.
I mean, and they've got a full refresh coming out in Palantimos. I mean, this is a great play, great call here from Water Rune Enjoyers. It's the correct move.
Yeah, they got mega creeps right now.
Going.
So
keep going. They're gonna have 2 BKB Razors. You know, BKB usage here for Razor to keep pushing on the base. They have to go all in.
But Naga's taking tier 4s.
They can't pull back. They've got to commit.
I don't think they push fast enough.
But with the Eye of the Storm.
Oh my God.
You know, they're taking out one of the tier 4s. They take out Corey. They've got to keep going. They have to full commit here. You see the BKB from Nubian, sees him with the black hole. He's been able to catch the onto the ancient. They've got to keep going. They're doing it here. They're doing it. They're keeping on to the ancient. Palantinos being in the Hyperstorms were helping out, but the heck no. They've got the kills. They've stopped the push, but then it's going to be a win here for Ooredoo Thunders. Water and Enjoy. They go all in. It was the correct move, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough. Ooredoo Thunders, they still take the game.
Wow.
Exciting to see there, both teams playing it out well to the end. But all in all, Ooredoo just a bit too far ahead. The TA2000 Naga Siren too much for Waterrune Enjoyers to deal with. But always fun to see a bit of a base race, and good to see that Waterrune Enjoyers, they knew that they had to do that. That was the only thing to do in that sort of situation, just go all in. It just didn't work out for them this time. Ooredoo's still able to get the win and get the clean 2-0 here, folks.
I was still very impressed with the way that they fought back, finding some really good fights to isolate the Lash, isolate the Naga, and find themselves a way actually to take fights. And then Ooredoo Thunders, they're like, wait a minute, we still got this. The brain power's there. Just play the macro game, split it up, go for these racks. And like you said, it felt like the right play for them to do it. They almost brought the throne down. I think Naga at the end takes a Deso, actually buys a Deso, I believe, at the end to be able to finish up the throne. But either way, a much more exciting than I anticipated. A more exciting game than I anticipated. Ooredoo leading the charge the whole way through, but Waterrune Enjoyers almost coming in clutch.
They did, good to see Waterrune Enjoyers putting a real fight to the ends there. But as sort of was anticipated before this series, it was going to be a very tough one for them overall. Gave a great fighting game too, but Ooredoo Thunders just continuing to get the wins, pick up the win after wins here in this Division 2. They're going to be a very solid team of Dota 2 players here. Ooredoo take the series 2-0 against Waterrune Enjoyers.
Not only have they taken the series 2-0 up against the Waterrune Enjoyers, they have now gone clear at the top of the table, 3-0, 6 maps in a row. They are just looking impeccable. And Tigov, it's not often that you see this Naga Siren go for the last pick Desolator, but the decision-making that came out of this. Just could you talk to us about, in those high-pressure situations, right? Who do you think is making the call in the team to be like, hey, man, just buy a Deso, we probably win the game over that?
I mean, I think at that point, it's all every man for himself, you know? It's like the people in one base, they're just stunned. The carry's like, I'm gonna do my thing. I hope that you can help me out, boys, and just hold it long enough. But mad respect for Waterrune Enjoyers in this second game. They really found some small windows to get themselves in it. Not many teams actually just beeline it to the ancient at that point. They'll have a little bit of breathing room, like, okay, now we can try and go again. But just to go for it, to get a base race, we don't see them often. Again, mad respect, but my god, did Ooredoo Thunder prove that they just understand how to play out this game from the start to the end. It was just so methodical. Even when they're behind, the way they bounce back was a really fun game to see.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning. Let's go back, right? Because Waterrune Enjoyers, yes, they made the game competitive, but it was competitive from the jump. A much better laning phase than we saw from them, and honestly, a better laning phase than what I anticipated happening. Talk to us about what happened at the beginning of the game that led Waterrune Enjoyers to be in a position to be able to contest later on.
I think not only did they play better, they also lane better, and I think with this Razor, them doing well in that lane, it allowed the Rubik to move around the map, and I think what they did really well was just combining the heroes, especially in the mid lane with the Tusk, Rubik, Earth Spirit. I think they got 2 key kills on Noob to slow down his game and kind of push their own game forward. I think Palantinos on this Razor, he played pretty incredible. I mean, this game was actually insane towards the end. For a moment, I thought they would win. But then they popped out their glyph, then the other team had glyph ready again, and eventually the Naga popped off the screen. I was like, oh holy shit, is he TPing back to song them? But no, I think Fog was right. He picked up the Deso to go hit him. And to answer your question from earlier, you better be playing your own game. I hope no one else is telling him yo bro, go buy a Deso. People in the base, you stun them, you need to lock them down, and you trust that everyone is kind of doing their own job.
What a beautiful ending as well. The Fortify as well, the Water Runes Fortify, and the Naga's guys, I got some Fortify time to think. I actually get to process the situations. I'll go buy a Deso, wanders over, goes buy it. But I think for Water Runes at least, the scoreline, I think this Razor, it's a cool matchup against Naga if you get the items, if you get the levels all the way down the line. But I think unfortunately for them, in the mid game, I think they posted at Roshan for 5 or so minutes, and they tried to do it, but then they were like, wait, we can't really do it. And then in that time, especially against the Naga Siren lineup, you allowed them to basically choke you out of the map for like the next 15 or so minutes after that. And that's where I think the game just got really hard. And
Yeah.
Wateroons then leaned on, let's make the big play, the big Aegis where we kite them out, where maybe if they just were happy to farm for a little bit longer, get a strong timing themselves, then go to Roshan with decisiveness, that would allow them to cross the river and make plays. And we might have not had a base race, we might have just had a game 3. But I think if Wateroons just clean up the one choice, especially with these drafts, it could be completely different. But God, maybe I don't want them to clean it up. Maybe I just want them to do base races and weird games like this in the future. Like,
Keep it chaotic.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so I'll allow you to choose the MVP, but also while you're talking to us about that, right, tell me one thing about Water and Joyce that I really like seeing I like seeing them like corral later in the game, make better decisions. But that moment, those hesitation moments that Tiga was talking about, especially around this Roshan posturing, from a communication standpoint within the team itself, what do you think is happening whilst the players are talking that led to them just seeming like we don't know what to do next?
I think it's just not decisive enough. I think it's probably many people asking questions rather than someone being like, we do this, and answering with like authority. I think that's just something you need, and it does happen in newer teams. Someone doesn't know exactly the right thing to do, or no one steps up. Because this Roshan thing that you guys are talking about, I think it made the game like 80% harder. You play against this Naga, your whole map just becomes so toxic to play into. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I think MVP for Mr. TA2000 and this time around is, I think it's called for.
Yep. I mean, the late game decision making that he did, the way he was constantly pushing out these waves, the amount of space that he was just buying on the map, and how even the one death that he suffered, the degree of resources required to bring him down was like, well, we're not really afraid of losing map control thereafter. And Tiga, one thing that he did really well, which not a lot of Naga players always do, is despite just pushing out the waves, he sometimes put his own body on the line, knowing that it would draw attention to make space for the Leshrac to push somewhere on the map, to make sure that they just keep poking and prodding all across. Didn't this feel like a little bit like the Skeeter Naga siren at some point?
I mean, it was nightmare fuel for sure. I think that's why I meant like I had the respect for Urdu, because after that one death would have been the death that would have given Razor the MVP if Waterman was to win, because that was the point where they got back into the game. And then the fact that Urdu was able to understand that to win this game, it wasn't to take the fight, it was to split the map, to throw bodies on one side with Lesh with the 25 talent to take racks on the other side. Like, being able to calmly process that in the game and then execute it that cleanly is just testament to how strong this team has developed over the last month or two. And yeah, I don't know, it's so fun to watch. At that type of Dota, when it's just death by 1,000 cuts and a base race, whilst you have this Razor who's popping off with like 800 GPM but can't do anything, but wishes he had one extra little bit of something to get the game. Like, everything could have been great, but wasn't great for Waterrun. I don't know. These are honestly great games for one team. The other team, it's really, really sad, and I'm sorry, but whew.
What can you do? Dota's a game of margins, and those margins have to favor somebody at one time or another. Fortunately, this time around, we did have the Ooredoo Thunders taking their win, and we have one of their players, Kaori, joining us for an interview to talk to us about what this game was like. Kaori, can you hear me, sir? Welcome, and aren't you very stressed about that base race at the end of the game?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Kaori. So something that's been interesting that we want to talk about. So talk to us about that base race. Like, what was happening? What are the communications like? What are the team comms going? Who was saying what at the end of that game?
I mean, the game was hard because we felt like we couldn't fight at all, like all game, and we decided to split map and just split push and try to pick off on sides. That's it. And it worked out in a way.
Talk to us about this actually, because usually in these high pressure situations, there's normally one very powerful voice in the team that can help say, hey guys, this is the idea that I have, and if we follow this idea, we can win the game. In your team right now, who's the person that has the big ideas that everyone is like, let's follow this, if they happen to speak up in the game?
I mean, when it comes to 5-man Dota, usually I'm trying to call, and I have ideas what we should do, like any game, any situation.
Okay, that certainly makes sense as the 5-position player for the team. Kezu, big man, what do you have to say to our interviewee Kaori here while we have him on the line?
Hey, Curry, congrats on the win. I have 2 questions for you. First off, I think you guys have the best drafting out of any Tier 2 or like Division 2 team, rather. You guys are looking very good. Who is doing that for you, and do you guys have a coach that is helping you with that, or is it just you players that are doing it?
Yes, we have coach Axel. He's doing a lot of job on drafts. He is preparing with me, with team, like, and he's doing really good job because we like to playing a lot of heroes, and we can play anything kinda, and yeah, he's doing a really good job on drafting.
Yeah, no, I think that shows. He's doing very good. And then lastly, I mean, you touched on it a little bit, but I think in this game, if you guys didn't make the call to play the map, I think you would have ended up losing because your lineup eventually has a hard time fighting them. Who made that specific call in the game that, yo guys, we can't fight them anymore. We need to play the map and kind of tundra it up?
I mean, it was me and Noob. Like, we was saying, like, we cannot fight at all. Let's split map. Let's play as 2, try to pick off, like, things like this. Because we understood we couldn't fight at all, like, this game. 5v5.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
That definitely makes sense.
I say congratulations on the win. So when you first started playing competitive, you were position 4. I think it was Cascade, but then you moved to position 5. Could you maybe give some context or some reason why you decided to shift from one role to the other?
I mean, I was always playing position 5 in pubs, but like in Cascade, Kidara invited me to him on POS 4, so I was forced to play POS 4, but I didn't like it. So after I become a better player, I switched role to POS 5.
And in this team, then, you sound like you're making quite a lot of choices and stuff. Correct me, are you the captain of this current team?
I wouldn't say captain. Like, everybody has right to call or something like this.
I see. Okay. And my other question that I completely forgot on the spot. That was it. Don't worry, I got it. So Orodu Thunders, they're a relatively new organization. Could you maybe give us some information about like what they're providing you in regards to obviously your boot camp? Do they provide you like psychologists or support people to assist you outside of just the team and the coach?
Yeah, we have bootcamp, we have psychologists. I mean, we have everything we need. They really doing a good job. So everything perfect.
Nice. Well, honestly, at this rate, excited to see you in Division 1. So again, congratulations on your win.
Same.
Thank you.
I mean, I think pretty much all of us have you guys pretty much pipped for first place at the stands right now. Do you agree that Orodu Thunders is probably the strongest team in Div 2? And if you were to be in Div 1 this season, where do you think you would have placed going up against the top 8 teams?
Oh, damn.
Damn, what a question.
I mean, I would say we slightly stronger than other teams in Division 2. I mean, compared to Division 1, it's hard to tell. I guess we are weaker than them right now, but I guess we need a bit time to improve.
Ooh. I have one other question.
To beat Division 1 team.
How did it feel knocking out Old G from the upper bracket of the qualifiers? When you beat them and booked your ticket, were you like, oh damn, we just beat, Seb Noto and the lads? How did that feel?
I mean, it felt really good. Beating like good players who has won a lot of tournaments. Yeah, it was nice.
Okay, thank you.
Honestly, the way that you're playing right now, I have no doubt that we're probably going to see you beating some other serial winners down the line. So congratulations on your victory. If you keep going at the pace you are, we'll probably see you in Div 1, but we'll let you go to keep practicing and not get too distracted. So Kaori, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Bye.
See you.
Thank you.
That, of course, is Kaori, 5-position player and a sort of pseudo-captain, as it were, for the side of the Ooredoo Thunders. And Kezu, from what we've seen from them today, it's one thing, I think, when you see a team looking super hot in these lower divisions where they're beating everybody in quick 2-0 fashion. I think you get a better sense of what a team is really about when you see them adapt to difficult situations. This game was not a guaranteed win by any stretch of the imagination, but the fact that they could dig deep, pull out the victory, and still be confident in some snap decision-making gives me a lot of confidence for the future of this team. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, no, I have to absolutely agree with you. I feel like there's 2 steps to a team. There's the first step to a good team is overcoming a difficult situation, having to adapt within the game. And the one where you level up to like being the top of the top is when you don't even need the mistake to happen in order to know what you have to do. Because in this game, they lose 1 or 2 fights and then they're like, okay, we can't fight anymore, which is already good. And then the next step that they can learn over time is, well, we've played this before. I already know now that we can't fight, so we won't fight.
Absolutely. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what their future is going to be like. On the other side, though, Tigav, Water Wind Enjoyers, although they go down 0-2, that game 2 could really have gone in any direction. It probably should have gone in theirs. We should be in a game 3 situation right now. But for them, I think it's going to help them a lot, right? You were mentioning earlier in our first pregame panel that they had some of the hardest opposition early days. It must be a good feeling to know that they can push Thunders, who are looking like the best team, to the position where they, by their own tacit admission, just can't fight anymore.
I mean, I feel like what we're saying for Ooredoo, if you flip it and give it to Water Runes, that's what they should be using to now recover their DPC journey. It's like this game 2 draft, the ideas in it. If you execute this against any other team in this division outside of the Ooredoos, the Manaspas and stuff, then you're probably getting a clean game, right? You're gonna just win it out. But I think they just need to think about that next. When they hit that Roshan for the first time and waste 5 minutes, why? Don't do that. Then you're going to crush these other teams. So they're playing again later against Ivy. I feel like the second game draft, they'll be trying to emulate and find different ways to get that draft into multiple different games. And if they just lean on that, this is going to be the bounce back for the team. But if they fall victim to, we just lost, go next, try something new, that's when I think they'll stumble into a bit of a dismay tour. But honestly, this game 2, like they need to use it to fuel them now.
Yeah, they certainly do, because only their second outing so far, so they still have a long way to go in their DPC journey. Unfortunately for them, they had 2 losses, and 3 is the magic number. You lose 3, guaranteed you're not going to be making it to Div 1. But if you keep winning, maybe things can start changing. And of course, the winning side is going to be Ooredoo Thunders, who just did an amazing job. So we'll be giving the teams a little bit of time to catch their breath before our next series of D2 Hustlers versus the Attack Tribe. And that game also has some pretty massive stakes, because one of these 2 teams could find themselves out of contention to go into Div 1. Of course, that does mean we're going to be taking a bit of an extended break here, given that this was a 2-0 sweep. So for now, myself, Snake, Hezu, and Tiga will be taking a break with y'all for about 40 minutes when we return to the next series of the day of the D2 Hustlers versus Ancient Tribe, not Attack Tribe. You do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
I'm buying time, let's drop Tracer.
Need to left base, guys.
Base, base, base.
It's on your Razor.
Back door, no back door. Razor, Razor.
Head Razor dying.
Nice.
Welcome one and all. We have returned here to Division 2 action in Western Europe to continue the DPC run, see who's going to claim those top 2 slots and start building their journey towards the international. My name is Snare. I'm joined by the T-Gang. I've got T-Gov, but T-Panda. Good sir, welcome. You weren't with us earlier today. How's your day been going and how are you feeling about the upcoming games?
Oh, I was like, which T are we going for? The classic, being here with TNT. I was looking at the first series, Ordu Thunder is showing why they are the, could say at the moment, dominant force of Division 2. A lot of expectations on people, but the funny thing about Div 2 is you never know who's actually going to pull it through in the end, unless you have like a tier 1 organization name that everyone knows, like, okay, they should easily win this, right? Well, the close qualifier team, Ordu Thunders, looks like they're doing it, but who knows what can happen. Now we're jumping into the second series. I'm looking at a pretty high mid-level of the teams. Like, these could be top 3 contenders, top 4 contenders. I feel like that.
I mean, one of the things about them being contenders here, T-Gov, is the fact that we've already seen Ooredoo Thunders beat one of our competitors in this series. They took down Ancient Tribe in their first series, but there's a bit of context to that one. Every game that they played up against Ancient Tribe were the longest games Ooredoo Thunder has had, including today's game that went 50 minutes against Wateroo Enjoyers. Erstwhile for D2 Hustlers, one can argue that they didn't necessarily beat the strongest opposition just yet in their run in the DPC, and their loss was against an Alliance side, which is like, still on the come up, a little bit of periphery. We're not really sure exactly what that strength is. And the reason I'm having all this preamble, T-Gov, is because I looked at those odds from esportsbet.io. This does not feel like Ancient Tribe should be 2.4 against. That feels a bit much in this situation.
I mean, I feel like for Ancient Tribe at least, they feel like a 4th place team in my eyes, where they play into their opponents. I don't see them going to Division 1. I see them being able to go to any series and take it 3 games and make it crazy and wild. And on the flip side, D2 Hustlers, I'm just looking to see how they played today after, Devi Lama looked physically angry after losing to Alliance. Like, I won't lie, I watched the game, but I kind of tuned out after. I was like, all right, cool, they kind of picked Venge, they're going to probably lose this game, right, peace. And then, like, I come in today for work, I'm sitting down all cozy, and I'm watching the highlight reel, and Devi Lama, it's just four different clips of him, like, trying not to break his headset visibly, like, break his desk in half, and, like, karate chop his monitor into another realm. Like, I'm just gonna see how they've kind of bounced back from just the mental damage of losing that series, and yeah.
Yeah, that's something that we saw not T-Gov, T-Panda. Too many T's here. But we saw this throughout Div 1 all the time, right? When we saw these super lopsided matchups, we'd see a team just be like, well, we lost, it's not that big of a deal. But when they lost to a team they, quote unquote, were supposed to be closer to or weren't supposed to lose, it felt like it really set that team back. And we saw those emotions in play every single time. So in terms of the conversation that you think might have happened behind the scenes, what do you think they were talking about to try and make sure that that result doesn't end up happening again? But more importantly, the team cohesion is not affected by that loss to Alliance?
I mean, there's a couple personalities for sure on the side of D2 Hustlers, so it could be anything, literally. The conversation most likely was a bit heated, but I think it's more like, all right, guys, we had our fun with a couple of our carry attempts. We saw the Viper carry work out. It didn't work out in the second game, and then they shifted around a couple things here and there. I think they maybe tried a bit too much. I think they might have played comfort, but more like player-specific comfort instead of like team comfort. So I think drafting-wise, they might do a bit of a shift into more ease of execution type of drafts where they have a clear game plan around timings and the understanding of are they countering their opponent's draft in some way and just bringing that together. So maybe a bit of a shift, but I wouldn't expect too much from the D2 Hustlers, especially when they're playing against Ancient Tribe. Like, this is not an easy opponent, but it's not also the hardest opponent to beat. So I'm interested to see.
This feels like, Tiga, this is a stepping stone, right? That if they really want to be able to get themselves into a position of saying, right, boys, we're actually getting into Div 1 where we can challenge an Ooredoo Thunder down the stretch. Obviously, we've already lost to Alliance. This feels like a must-win game. If you lose this one, suddenly you're at 2 losses, 1 more loss guarantees that you're not going to be in Div 1, and that loss could come against an Ooredoo Thunder down the stretch. So who do you think has the most pressure on them at this point in time between the two squads?
Oh, 100% D2 Hustlers. I mean, we're already setting the script of, Devi Lama, who arguably is like the more vocal player on that team, having some negative reactions after that loss. The fact that they've already taken an L to Alliance, if they lose to Ancient Tribe, then they're on the 2 losses, still yet to play Urdu, and we're going to predict that Urdu are going to clean sweep Division 1 so far. And we've already mentioned 3 losses. That doesn't mean you get to Division 1. Don't think we've seen a team get there with that scoreline yet. So, honestly, all the pressure's on D2 Hustlers. And for Ancient Tribe, I've already mentioned that they play into their opponent. If they can slightly improve on that and have their own game, it's going to be, I'm slightly favoring Ancient Tribe because I think they have a really nice mentality. Our interview with LeBron really just kind of unlocked his perception of the team right now. They're very realistic in their position in DPC. So if they're in that mindset and D2 Hustlers is crumbling, again, maybe they're just all fine. Maybe it was just like out of context, Dota clip or whatever. But I kind of am slightly leaning Ancient Tribe like 5%.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I don't have to ask you, T-Panda, because I know you're going to just be repping your boy MTD. You'll be like, well, you got to stay true to your compatriot. But what are you expecting draft-wise? Because one of the things that we've been seeing in the previous series was the impact that could be had from a Batrider. We saw a Batrider just completely dominate a game, and we've seen MTD do the same. Do you think that's something that they're going to be thinking about? Like, how soon can we angle for this Batrider pick into the draft?
Potentially, yeah. Like, when you think about Dire having a better Roshan potential, you still can, totally can do it on the side of Radiant as well, which Ancient Tribe has been prioritizing so far. They have a pretty high percentage on that, while Dota 2 Hustlers have been focusing more on the first pick priority. So potentially get themselves a good carry matchup in the end. Kind of reading what they've been doing so far drafting wise. Like first phase Ancient Tribe, they've been like, we'll ban the Rubik, we'll get DP Pango if those heroes are available. Then we look at the Bat especially. But that's the second phase hero that they've been worrying about. Ember ban, Bat ban, various picks all around. But they've always had carry in the last phase. So if they do get themselves the second pick, actually, they've went for first pick this time, so a bit of a shift, a bit of a change in that sense. You are always picking your hero when the opponent gets the response, so you've got to get your counters in early.
This is intriguing, T-Gov. We are so far 3 heroes picks in the draft. We're about to get to the 8th overall in the game, and we still haven't seen Rubik emerge whatsoever. That's atypical, kind of bizarre. What do you make of this? Is there still space for either of these teams to grab Rubik down the stretch?
Maybe in the second phase. I think for Ancient Tribe at least, the pick order dictates that they need to go for some... Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to them doing Batrider themselves here. They could even do maybe... straight away with the Morphling. Fair enough. Do it.
Okay.
I mean, I want to see a team in this position pick that now deal with it type carry, or core. That's why Batrider is so potent, because you pick it in this slot, you have 3 bans, you ban Quap +2, and then you're going to live the dream, right? And for Ancient Tribe, we've already mentioned and praised multiple times how Lil Pleb is a very good Morphling player. And if, let's say, this is a clock DP offlane, right? Morph's not going to care about that. You put, the tree's already going to cover the weaknesses of Morphling, which is pushing out lanes in the early game, defending towers. Tree can do it. Morphling is going to farm fine. You itemize nicely with Scardy, so you never care about the late game threat. So, I like the fact that Ancient Tribe are drafting with this level of confidence and just slapping in the Morphling already with the AA ban, because of course you don't want to get blasted out of the game.
Morphling +3, that feels pretty decent, having some kind of bulwark in the laning phase, some heal potential to allow you to always get the shift offs. There's only 1 silence so far, so it's not that scary. T-Panda, earlier today we saw a Morphling get absolutely ruffled some by a Drow Ranger later on into the game, and also by a Batrider. Are these things that D2 Hustlers have to now either figure out a way to inculcate into their drafts, like, well, let's get ourselves a Batrider, and how quickly do Ancient Tribe have to start thinking about banning out those key counter heroes?
Well, if you don't ban both of them, they're basically going to get 1 through D2 Hustlers. They've got the 15th and the 18th. So where Ancient Tribe basically has the capability is... they're going to see the support pick from Hustlers, which isn't really going to be massive. They can just basically pick whatever they want, unless they want to pick up that core. Ancient Tribe gets to respond with a counter pick, potentially to the Batrider. But they also got to worry about factors like Hustlers have been really prioritizing the Viper lately, for example, and a couple openers that they could be looking for is maybe if the Violama, if he doesn't want to play the DP, is that going to be a flex pick potentially? Or if he locks that in, are we going to see something like the Ember Spirit, which has been very, very popular as well for a lot of these mid players? I'm sure if it's the best Ember game yet, because you gotta see what Ancient Tribe is going to go with the double.
I think with the Viper for D2 Hustlers at least, it's something that they've done as a response to Death Prophet. They pick Shadow Fiend and Viper in the same game, and then it's that kind of whatever lane Death Prophet goes to, you're going to have a bad time. And both heroes, at least for DT Hustlers, are interchangeable. So I don't think we'll ever really be seeing that combo come through for them unless they're against a Death Prophet. Because it was a pretty creative strategy to deal with it. It did shut down the hero, and they honestly lost the game due to kind of other factors. But I like the fact that they were creative with it. But yeah, I'd be very surprised if we saw those heroes really come out in this game.
And they take over the Drow and the Bat Bands, which was expected since they would have to let one of them through. Drow would counter the Morphling in a sense, or basically a lot of these agi heroes in the game have to itemize very specifically for it. And they're going to bring up the Hoodwink here, which does allow them that extra lane pressure, a great hero for exiting despite having lack of levels. You still have this awesome ability in Bushwhack, and get those level 6s on your supports for killing your opponents, because Morphling can't necessarily fight back early. So Ancient Tribe, they're going to have to find some responsive hero, how to be able to not let Hustlers snowball out of this game from the 10 to 16 minutes phase.
Ooh, this is intriguing. So one thing I've always liked about having this Clockwork Hood together is that it gives you a bunch of vision all across the map. Ancient Tribe respond with a degree of vision of themselves in the Beastmaster, but the more important thing here, Tiga, if they get this Coddle, and I'm looking at this D2 Hustlers lineup, every time we've seen Coddle succeed, it's when the enemy team doesn't really have that many tools to de-push the insane amount of pressure that he puts out on the map. I'm not necessarily seeing the answer just yet from D2 Hustlers. So how do we respond to this Coddle, and what do you like about the Coddle for the side of Ancient Tribe?
I like the Coddle just for the idea of where Morphling after lane retreats to the triangle and Tree kind of soaks up that lane. You want to have map pressure to force D2 Hustlers to have to react to things. You can't allow them to every exo lead to tower, every exo lead to something on the map. So I like the idea for Ancient Tribe where this Beastmaster Coddle, if they're laning together, it'll be Axe spam, Illuminate spam, there's a lot of annoyance in the lane. And I mean, I feel like if there wasn't a Coddle pick here, and let's say it was like some Willow or some other random position 4, the Rubik's that we've been speaking about, of course it's banned, the Naga feels better. But because you're against double lane pushing heroes, this Naga isn't going to have like the perfect time of bullying out a Beastmaster. It's not like old days where you have Boar and you just hope to get some CS. No, you can play really aggressive. So this Clockwork is going to have to do quite a lot of like zoning in the lane. So I think Ancient Tribe, they're really happy with how they've set this their draft up right now.
Yeah,
I sound a bit bullish on the idea of Coddle being support. Panda, how do you feel about this? Is this support Coddle, or is it going mid potentially?
I'm pretty sure that's Heaven. He does like his Coddle. That would mean Coddle Beastmaster. I don't think we're gonna see MTD mid Beastmaster because the axes have been changed. When it used to be the old Axe Rush, he would play mid Beastmaster a lot. So I'm pretty confident that's gonna be Melee's hero, even though he only has, I think, 14, 15 official games on the hero. And that just leaves us again with the same drafting order for Ancient Tribe in the sense that they're going to leave the carry pick for last. And the only downside is, since the Nog has already picked this early, some of the counters for this hero are usually through the off lane, and they went with the Beastmaster on this one. So you don't get Underlord, for example, with the percentage burn, which is like the best off lane counter towards the hero. Maybe they will look for something that allows them to play a bit of extra tempo on this. Sorry, why do I talk about carry pick since they have the Morphling? MTD of heroes they're actually going to be picking up last, so do they want another? Yeah,
it's open because like they can still put Morphling mid to some degree and do some like Pudge carry, for example, where you really don't care about Naga.
True.
And just put some casual Morphling middle, don't really care. Like that is an option, but if they want to keep the Morphling as carry, then you lean on MTD playing those. What it's like some Leshrak's already banned. To be fair, a lot of mid bans are coming in. So that's why I'm maybe leaning towards getting a bit creative with your mid pick, or at least your flexibility of this morphing a little bit. But no, I still think Pudge would be the gotcha pick that would annoy D2 Hustlers a lot with their final pick of the draft.
Yeah, that could
I mean,
work.
MTD could play the Pudge as well, right?
Yeah, for 100%, 100%.
Let's see. It's going to be the Zeus.
fair
All right.
play,
Well,
yeah.
here's another option that we've seen into Illusion Heroes. And before this, they did kind of need some burst damage. They had some degree of disable with the Primal Roar and the Overgrowth, but not ways to kill heroes 100-0, at least until Morphling was ready. Zeus gives you that in spades. Damage is no longer going to be a problem. And I'm looking at this draft here, Panda. Only really Clockwork closes the gap fully onto the Zeus right now. So it feels like a pretty decent Zeus game.
Yeah, and MTD does like to play the Zeus hero, so it does set in quite nicely. Also, they don't have to fully just go on physical damage output, which usually the Beastmaster kind of inclines in a way, especially since the Morphling's already there. It gives you a bit of an extra buffer. But now when they went for the Naga, they're like, well, we don't necessarily need to max out on physical because of the amount of armor they have on their side. DP, building armor items, the Naga Siren, which is generally pretty hard to kill just through right clicks. So Zeus, yeah, it's a very solid answer in terms of getting that extra AoE, quick burst damage. They actually have a lot of burst when you think about the Coddle Blast too.
So what do we want to see as a 24 pick here, boys, for D2 Hustlers? What are they lacking and how do they plug that gap?
I mean, right now, they don't really... Like, Ancient Tribe doesn't have a natural front line outside of Beastmaster's creep. And then Morphling, to some degree, can get that with items. So I think, yeah, I was going to lean towards Hustlers. They need a hero that basically sets the pace of the game and can jump the backline with the clockwork. Because they already have the burst damage of Hoodwink. And they have to set up the hookshot, but need that extra little something. So if they find this Morphling by themselves, if they find the Zeus by themselves, you get those cheap kills, then you enter the mid game where Shad recovered a little bit of farm. That's going to give you a window to utilize your heroes to go Roshan, get Exo online and fight them. But if Ancient Tribe get to dictate this game, itemized to cushion the fact they don't have a front line, they're going to be so elusive and kiting in their mid game fights. So I like the idea of this puck. It does kind of fix D2 Hustlers draft a little bit. I just don't know how well Naga is going to be able to scale throughout this game when you're playing into all of the spam spells that will prevent this Naga illusion from just like surviving in the fights. So I am slightly leaning Ancient Tribes lineup just a little bit.
T-Panda, talk to me. The puzzles of these drafts have now come together. Which one fits together the best for you? Who are you giving the advantage for game number one?
Maybe in terms of like the draft, you'd have to say it's a 60-40 for Ancient Tribe, but D2 Hustlers, I'm pretty sure they're going to come in with a big hunger since that last series defeat. Let's see how emotional they're going to be this time. I feel like this could be a Hustlers game if this Naga is uncontested. That's really where it comes down to. Does he get free farm or not?
Well, we're going to be finding out if we have the cleanliness of an Ancient Tribe draft taking game number one or the hunger of D2 Hustlers securing the first victory. And to find out, we throw it over to our dynamic duo. It's Batman and... Oh, no, it's not Batman and Robin. It's just OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yes, looking forward to this one. Ancient Tribe versus D2 Hustlers. We're getting to see another Naga Siren game today here, Fogged. This time, obviously, Shad playing it. Very, very strong player on the hero. Ancient Tribe up against that Naga Siren. It feels like they've got some pretty good ways to answer the Naga Siren and its illusions, right? A lot of wave clear, especially with this final pick, getting the Zeus as one of those other answers to the Naga Siren.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've got a position to be able to pressure, but also be able to scale in the later stages of the game. I think the puck is a pretty good response in order to allow them to have this like layer of double initiation to start the fight and maybe like look to take out the Zeus or take out the Morph before things all kick off. But yeah, I think I would slightly lean Ancient Tribe favor, maybe 60-40, something like that in terms of the drafts, because yeah, lots of ways to pressure, lots of ways to limit this Naga Siren, and at the end of the day, it is kind of a 4 protect 1 for the Naga.
Yeah.
That being said, though, I will always put in, I've seen some of these pucks. I haven't seen Mirage play it too much, but I've seen some of these pucks when they're playing into like literally no stun, which is what this puck is playing into. They just take over the game. They just pop off. So eyes on the puck to see what he can do at the least.
Already some bit of early action here as Hustlers are able to find LeBron. Good body blocks from Angel, and with the battery assault, LeBron cannot run. As Hustlers will find that first blood and goes towards Mirage on the mid. So you say you want to see what he's going to be able to do. Well, here we go. It doesn't get much better than that to start with.
I think he's like the key to success really for the side of Hustlers for me. If he has this good game, then perhaps he's the one setting tempo. He's the one always jumping on Morphling, jumping on Zeus. And if Morphling and Zeus are dead, that's where Naga Siren's going to be able to thrive inside team fights in the mid game and the later stages. So yeah, I think eyes on the puck for me from Hustlers, and then on the opposing side, I mean, MTD could pop off, Little Pleb could pop off, so eyes on those two cores at the very least for me. We're already seeing that quick invasion play that Hustlers did. I actually really like this because I go back to 33, the Beastmaster God. You have to block Ancients versus this hero, versus Beastmaster. Like, 33 has shown it so many games that if you don't block these Ancients, he just stacks it. No matter how terrible his lane goes, he's going to have a catch-up mechanic. So immediately, they put a sentry, they block that one out, and it's not caught by the side of Ancient Tribe. So nice little move from Hustlers.
I'll see how some of these matchups end up going down.
Yeah.
Mid, we're going to get some heavy spam from both sides. Easily able to push out the waves. I mean, and neither should die here, right? This is kind of a lane where if you die here, you're messed up.
Yeah, and Mirage actually misses the last hit on the range creep there. It doesn't even hit with the orb. Okay, a little bit of a slip up there. I would say Zeus favored lane. I think Puck loses most lanes now, but can always gets this trade farm, and he got first blood, so he's got like bottle and stick. He'll be fine. But yeah, does end up missing that first CS. Bottom, they end up pairing. I feel like I see this lane so much. The Hoodwink versus the tree, both of them just playing in the tree lines there. But 2 ranged heroes to try to pressure Morphling, and they stick the Clockwork top to deal with Coddle.
Utterly denied.
Let's see if Angel's able to sort of find his way round to Heaven on the call and stop him from being able to get these consistent blasts after blasts onto Shad and his illusions.
He got the first one, instantly cancelled. Didn't even get like a half second to channel. Starting with Windlace on the Clockwork, not going to be able to keep pace with Boots Coddle, but does lose his courier. Whoopsie, just walks right through the lane. I love this lane. The Coddle Beastmaster, an old classic. I think most offlaners hate laning with Coddle for the most part because he just takes your farm, but these two can thrive. Chakra plus Axe Spam is always really strong.
Absolutely, really good answer to the Naga Siren in this laning stage. Making sure that Shad doesn't have as easy of a time keeping the illusions up and alive and getting that easy CS.
Melee's, though, right now. Into a little bit of a difficult spot. Decent amount of battery salt left. He should be okay. It takes a chunk of damage. Actually gets caught in the cogs. Uh-oh.
Yeah, they'll be able to catch him in that. And that's going to be him going down. So, as you say, sort of found himself a bit deep there and just slowly but surely taken out by the 2 of them.
He played way too aggressive. I mean, he like tanked the entire battery cell and even stayed playing aggressively rather than just backing up. Okay, Hustlers get themselves a freebie.
Has to be certainly a bit more careful, especially wants to be able to have the ability to just keep these axe spams going. You can't do that when you're dead. Bottom lane here, LeBron should be fine. He's got Salve ready as well, so can stick in the lane.
Strong lanes from Hustler. But looks like, Zeus is coming out slightly ahead, even though he is into the first blood of the Puck. But yeah, continuing to apply pressure onto this Morph. A little bit better, I would say, than the Naga. They're even getting a courier. Okay.
We'll see there with the odds here, provided by esportsbet.io. Very much favouring Hustlers. Indeed, Hustlers. Strong start so far. First blood, couple of kills. In terms of the lanes, we have mid lane. As sort of you expected, Empty indeed having the slight lead in CS. A bit of an easier time farming than the Mirage Puck is.
Yep, should be just fine though. We'll see Mirage he'll catch right back up very soon. And then as soon as 6 comes out, they have kill threat. That's the other thing that Puck always provides you. Versus Zeus. Zeus hitting level 6 doesn't really pose any extra kill threat onto Puck, but 1 extra rotation, and Zeus is likely just dead to a coil. The top Melees. Should be alright. Constant spam.
How are they doing on regen here between the 2 of them? What we've got? Obviously, the sticks on both of them, but outside of that,
that's it.
Just relying on the stick charges now to keep them in lane.
Yeah, sticking the 3 mangoes that we've been seeing more and more people buy for the
these carries.
I find that pretty funny how we've gotten like, oh, can you catch the Coddle? Doesn't look like it. I feel like it's funny how we've seen all these carries now because of, I mean, definitely a big influence because of Tundra, but see like the 8 mangoes on Spectres and stuff like that just for the base regen.
Yeah, I mean, do you like that? Do you think it's good, or do you think it's a bit of a gimmick?
I think it's very good. It's amazing.
It is definitely good. The numbers check out.
Yeah, it's much more efficient than buying a Ring of Health. You know, if you buy the equivalency of gold of a Ring of Health and mangoes, it's going to be way over on regen on the mangoes.
That's true. That's true.
And most of your carries, you know, they want to have this extra mana either to pump into themselves or into even their 5 position. You know, sometimes you got to give back to your supports. You know, they're buying all the tangos and salves and whatnot. You know, you can buy an extra mango and pump each other up a little bit. I like it.
Does that ever actually happen?
No,
None of these carries are giving a mango to the support. No.
They're like, that ain't there for
They
mana.
would rather
That's
keep
there for
holding
regen.
that for like 20 minutes of gameplay. keep that little bit 0.6 regen or whatever it is.
Yeah, they're like, wait, you died? Oh, good, you can bring my items. Thank you. Instead of giving them mana, you know. Calm early game though, still just 2-0. Puck catching back up. Same thing for the Morphling down bottom, who's actually ahead of the Naga a little bit. They keep spamming and just taking out all the illusions of Shad, and now even getting some pressure onto him. The Zeus ult.
My goodness, they're falling very low. Shad, I tell you what, if he weren't on the strength trads, he might have died. Angel will go down.
Big place.
I think we had a quick toggle there from Shad. Either way, he got very low. Very lucky to walk away alive from that one.
Single-digit HP there for sure. So they have to have been communicating that pretty nicely. As we're gonna have power runes coming out. I see the rotation from Hoodwink coming in. They definitely have kill threat onto MTD if he's not careful. Let's see which spot it's gonna be. Who gets lucky? Down bottom.
That's a nice one from Mirage. Might be able to set something up with that.
That could even get kills on the Morphling. Yeah. If he doesn't see you coming, you just get that quick little silence and stun combo. Could maybe even get the Morph.
Well, they're going to look for LeBron. And yeah, Mirage will poke in with the orb to join for this kill. As LeBron, nowhere to run. Mirage, easy rotation. Gets to pick up the kill on the tree.
Nicely done. 2 kills for the puck. Still, all things looking at it, Ancient Tribe is pretty happy.
I mean, yeah, top lane's just not going to get any easier for Shad.
No.
I mean,
he's got a jungle.
I was going to say, is he getting close to the point where you just leave this lane as Nagasaran?
Maybe once he's level 5, just wants to get that max level 3 mirror images before. But Melis is actually spam denying. He's denied like 3 or 4 creeps in a row. He's at 8 denies. Now another one.
Yeah, I just feel, I mean, yeah, 3 points in the Axis now. It's just not fun. You know, you get hit by, 2, 3 of those. That's nearly your entirety health pool at this stage.
Yeah, like we said, you know, putting the frame out there for the Nagasiren in this game, it could be difficult for him to just be able to do this type of Nagasiren stuff where you're constantly spamming your illusions. Bottom, Little Pleb, should be just fine.
No, nice attack from Alex. Did nearly catch Little Pleb off guard, but yeah, really fast reaction. See top lane here with the wraparound. I mean, rather than Shad leaving the lane, he's going to have backup coming to help him try and push out Ancient Tribe from the lane.
2-man coil.
Another catch on both of them. Cogs as well, trapping in Melez. Going to try and walk this off. Coil is about to come to an end, and Ancient Tribe, they've got the back of an MTD, and Melez will still go down. With MTD turning up, they'll get the trade kill onto Angel. Maybe see if they can go for more. Mirage and Shad, they'll keep safe under the tower, so we'll just be the 1-for-1.
Okay. Nice patience there from Mirage. He was waiting for the 2-man coil. Ends up not getting them a double kill, but at least the effort's there that he does opt to go for both. And looks like he should be able to get the power rune because of this, too. Bottom. We'll be seeing that a lot. The Siphon versus Siphon, of course. The Morphling versus Death Prophet matchup. That's why they wanted it. As, yeah, Mirage gets himself that second power rune, so makes the rotation top cleanly, gets a kill, gets the now power rune as well as MTD being stalked.
He knows Alex is up there. So not going to stay any closer than he needs to. Quick jump back towards the mid lane. And well, we've got Thunder God's Wrath back online, so can look towards maybe trying to follow up some sort of setup. And Melez has got his 6, he's got the Raw ready. So
right
could try and go for a kill on someone, but indeed at this point, Shad, he's not going to be sticking around that top lane anymore. Straight to the jungle, and probably won't see him leave here for a while. I mean, can Hustler sort of send anyone up to that top lane to try and slow down the tier 1 pressure?
If anything, they have to fight. You have to like bring Puck plus the Clockwork in order to just battle up there if you want to actually try to stop this push. Right now they are sending Angel.
Yeah.
But he could just get taken out here from a quick dive play. So yeah, I feel like for Ancient Tribe, they're feeling pretty good right now. Like lanes all went really well. You know that your bottom lane went perfect. Like they're just having Little Pleb able to go for the Morbid Mask and just heal up. They have Tree to now spam and protect the tower. So now for Hustlers, it's a little bit on them to start getting the pace accelerated to try to get some towers with this DP. Probably want to get a kill and then pop that Exo and get the tower afterwards. But LeBron, he's playing careful. It's only level 1 armor, too. He did go for 2 points in Leech Seed in the lane. And there's the Exo. Mirage, he's hunting.
And LeBron staying deep in the trees. Hustlers won't find him.
They're hard committing, but the TPs
are coming in. Looks like Ancient Tribe do want to try and put in attempts to slow this one down.
I like these moves. Yeah, they have a much easier way to stop the push. Top, I think we should... I mean, Melez is actually going to start working on stacks, it looks like, perhaps, but I think I'd actually prefer to see him just pressuring tower at this moment. They know this heavy commitments happen from Hustlers down bottom, so this is where Beastmaster can actually look to thrive and perhaps even like kill Clock and get a tower, but... Okay. I mean, maybe he is just going to look to clear the stack.
Yeah,
I feel like that actually is good for Hustlers.
Yeah, perhaps just super super scared of maybe a TP in from Mirage and a quick setup with a Dream Coil on him if he continues to press the tower alone. Knows that he hasn't. You know, if he's going to go for that push, he's not going to get any backup from the rest of his team. Ancient Tribe, you know, they just came in with the TPs down to the bottom half of the map.
Yeah, I guess so. I think
just purely on his own if he does go out.
I just think that I think he saw the puck bottom and then the puck appeared mid, so I think he should be like at least a little aware of that. But either way, I mean, not wanting to die, that's just fine. But yeah, I feel like Hustlers will probably be a little bit happy if they don't lose this top tower very soon. They're always gonna have to play versus this annoying tree. I feel like we've seen this dynamic like doing like the Div 1. It was like every game because tree is just the hottest hero right now. It feels like in the first picks, it's like everybody's just battling over the tier 1s. If you're able to stall out these pushes of tier 1s, you're likely just in the successful position. If you have better scaling, you're probably just gonna end up winning if you keep these tier 1s open, just because you don't have to worry about any pressure on the map and you scale harder. Which I mean, so far Ancient Tribe, it's looking really good for them. They have all the answers to the Naga Siren. They've come out of the lanes ahead. So, I think a lot of pressure onto Hustlers, onto Mirage to open up the map for this Naga Siren to play Dota. So maybe that's why Melons doesn't want to, like, force the issue too much. He's probably like, you know what? We're chilling. Just going to farm my Ancients. Morphlings farming. We're defending towers. All's good in the world. Pressure is really on the Hustlers to make all the moves.
Getting all the neutrals here as well from these Ancients cleaning up.
Yum, yum, yum.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll be very close to having the Vlads done, so some really quick item timings this game from Melez.
Yeah, they've pretty good heroes to play around. Well, at least they've pretty good heroes to just play with the push with the Helm of the Overlord, and also Hustlers don't really have the best ways to actually kill the Helm of the Overlord. Their supports don't really kill it.
Yeah,
the puck doesn't kill it. The Naga Siren doesn't really kill it till way later, so yeah, this timing could be huge really for the side of Ancient Tribe.
Absolutely. I guess, if you get like the Black Dragon, that AoE splash, it's going to be super nice against the Naga Siren as well.
Yep.
If Shad's ever turning up with his illusions, which he probably won't be for the most part. Imagine Shad, of course, still needs to spend some time hitting the neutrals, try and get that Manta style done.
I'm just wondering what the timing will be where it's like, all right, Naga feels strong versus Morphling, Zeus, Coddle, all this crazy amount of damage and control.
Yeah, I mean, it could be awkward, because Shad has had such a slow start this game.
Yeah.
He needs time, but at the same time, the time that passes is only going to make sort of the counters to Naga Siren in this game even stronger as well. So, it could be tough for Shad to sort of find his time to shine in this game.
Yeah, I really think all the pressure is on Mirage to get the pickoffs and get the catches onto Lil Pleb, just to slow down this Morphling, slow down the Zeus in particular.
Well, here we go. They might have to rely on sort of like a blind bushwhack or something.
Dire's middle tower
He's shifting.
He's already playing it safe, yeah. He knows when he's in a potentially vulnerable spot that he can't be full agi. And he's actually going to waveform up and dodge the whole move. So, nice read there from Lil Pleb. He knows when he's in dangerous spots.
And they get top tower. Melez, he's got the Helm of the Overlord nearly done. Bottom, LeBron is just keeping tower alive. I mean, this recipe for Ancient Tribe looks like it's going to be pretty successful. Hustlers.
Yeah, it's looking good.
What do? It feels like they got to group up and maybe try to really force the issue down bottom, but it is not easy. And then you can just get poured and reacted on yourselves under a tree. Next few moments feel like Ancient Tribe feel very happy.
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to take quite some moves from Hustlers to be able to get this game in a state that Shad's able to hit those timings and turn up and have impact without just getting completely crushed by how strong Ancient Tribe's answers to the Naga Siren are at this point.
So they're just going to bring
continue to be.
They're just going to full force the issue. They're like, all right, screw you, LeBron. We can't catch you in the tree line, but you know what? If we bring 4 heroes, you guys aren't going to look to defend. So this is probably the right move for them. Need to start accelerating the pace. Need to start shrinking the map a little bit so they can start getting this catch onto the Zeus and stuff. But on the other front, you see immediately Ancient Tribe is reacting. The Mirage. MTD jumps in aggressively.
I was going to say, he just leaps in.
What the?
Oh, right, a Dream Coil and a hookshot coming, pushing back with the cogs, and well,
okay.
he went full Super Mario then. It was as if he was expecting to jump on their heads and squish them. But he just leapt in, and that was not the place to jump to. He's dead.
way too over-aggressive. I mean, he shouldn't be playing that far up anyway. He knows his mistake immediately.
Yeah.
The Beastmaster and Coddle and stuff like that. The Coddle not, but Beastmaster can just poise aggressively. You can't have your Zeus play that close in, so. All right, Hustlers, they get handed a freebie.
Absolutely, yeah, quite the freebie there.
Yep. And now they get a power rune out of it. So now they got the bottom tower, they opened up the map a little bit, and now they have a haste rune on the puck too to continue looking to pressure. So, all right.
Oh.
Silenced.
I mean, they've only got so much really for this Morphling at this point. Not really a kill they can go on.
No. Unless they get the full connection there with the silence, but unable to.
They really have it catching by surprise, but as I say, and as we know, clearly with the Grandmaster tier, and again, as we see for Little Pleb, he's very confident on this hero, so relying on those sort of situations where you're going to catch him by surprise, against this sort of level and caliber of Morph player, it's just very hard to make those moments happen.
Especially, right now is probably their best time because he's pre-Manta, right? Once he's got Manta, it's going to be almost impossible with the little silences.
It feels like it's not happening. You're only going to kill him if he overextends in a team fight.
Yeah. They'll get a free kill there. Mid tower gets brought down for Melez. And they even get Angel.
Yeah, really nice opening so far from Ancient Tribe. We just had one slip up in the mid there from MTD. But other than that, I think they're going to be very happy with this opening.
Yep, absolutely. And now with mid tower being taken out, also they can start even potentially threatening Roche pretty early on. Because it's hard for them to really contest. Sure, you've got like Song, but actually taking the fight around there for Hustlers will be difficult unless they somehow get to the back line. Pretty much if MTD jumps in. So I think, still, I think Ancient Tribe probably very happy. Little Pleb chilling back farming. Zeus finding space.
And I tell you what as well, I mean, Heaven on this Cottle, he's getting some pretty good farm. We see that he's taken away a few camps. I mean, he's on track to, I believe we've got the full 4-staff already. This is going to be a pretty farm Cottle this game, it feels.
Yeah, and with 4-staff, they have answer already for his Clockwork for multiple different heroes. They can protect the Zeus maybe if the courier gets there in time.
I'll see. MTD will get found. Oh. This time, to give him credit, he did jump away.
He did.
But still ends up being a little too close for comfort with Angel finding the hook shot.
Angel's always got the nice little cog pushbacks that he's done there, I think 2 or 3 times already. The 4-staff just came out on Coddle too. If he didn't do that forced pushback, Coddle is almost able to save the Zeus there. So same thing though. I think Mirage, you have to find those targets, jump in the back lines.
It's going to drop the coil here for the Cottle. And with the... Ooh, that blast back. That's going to keep him alive. All right, well played there by Heaven. Gets away from the attempts of Mirage. They've got the overgrowth as well to stop him from being able to jump over to the orb. He's still got the phase shift. Silence there to delay any chance of a roar coming out from Melez. And a good pushback from Alex holds Melez back. Still, though, force forward on Melez. Trying to allow him to close the gap, but the orb's back up. Mirage makes it away, but only just.
Nice little play. Good attempt there from the tree root, but Mirage, with the fresh picked up Blink Dagger as well, is able to sneak himself away. Yeah, this puck, I mean, very limited disables. He's going to be able to do all these kind of tricky little plays jumping in and out, so nicely done.
Going to grab now as well for him.
Oh, that's a nice one. It's a great pickup. So it looks like both of these 4 positions going for that Spirit Vessel. The Coddle going on for the Radiant side, and then Clockwork almost finishing up his onto the Dire side. Both, of course, you can see versus Morphling versus Death Prophet have their huge functions. Sure, they all have dispels and stuff, but either way, they want some type of counter. And the thing about Naga Siren is, we were mentioning how Shad has a tough matchup in the game versus all these spam and stuff like that. He's actually getting quite a bit more farm than Lil Pleb is.
Radiant are scanning.
Mirage. Already, pretty much as soon as that ult's ready to go, looking for action here with Angel. Ancient Tribe do seem to be aware. We have both Melez and Heaven backing off.
Oh.
See if Angel can still find a chance for a connection. Mirage and Angel, they'll get the jump onto the Beastmaster, but there's the 4-staff out. As Melez is going to be fine. The hook shot and coil used. To no avail there for D2 Hustlers. That doesn't get them the
everyone.
kill.
They have all 5 top.
And we'll see Ancient Tribe trying to chase them out of this area. They will be able to back away.
They brought everybody. Are they going to go for Roche now with that? I mean, they literally TP'd 4 heroes up top.
There's no coil, right? There's no hook shot. This is, and with a Beastmaster in their lineup, and a Morph ready to go full agi and punch into this, they take it down pretty nicely.
Level 2 exorcisms at the ready, and they have rockets to scout. It's a bit scary.
All right, they're respecting the fact that Davai Lama's shown his face.
Oh my god, Pleb almost just dies. That was close.
That was pretty close.
I don't think they can just, with 5 heroes, like, they felt forced to perhaps try to go into the Roche, but Shad just starts pushing bottom. The spam comes out.
Yeah.
They actually can't just go for it like that. All right, Hustlers, they seem to have this answer. I mean, Mirage, Coil was whiffed, but either way, it's back up in 8 seconds, and they're going to look to continue trying to go for these kills. They see the Beastmaster top with this deep ward. And yeah, Shad just continues to control the map, get that extra farm over the Morph. Now 2,300 over his counterpart. It's starting to accelerate pretty fast.
And they will be able to farm the dinosaur here this time. So nice extra burst of gold there for Davai Lama.
He is farmed. Greaves into the BKB. So they both have to both teams have to be very aware of this Roche situation, because if you just leave it alone for a couple seconds, even versus Hustlers, they just exorcism, throw some illusions in there, and they can probably kill it also. Close game so far. This looks like some lag, perhaps, as I saying.
Oh yeah, catching a bit of that on our end as well.
I'm getting a little bit. Okay, and we do see, so cool, way to counteract for some of this magic damage. We see the Beastmasters queuing up. He's already got the hood, he's about to have pipe finish, so trying to tank up his cores versus the puck burst. Cool. Immediate TP bottom, they see the Morph. Trying to set up onto Little Pleb. If they get the initial stun, he did not get the shift off.
Still not going to be near enough burst.
Not quite.
He's always playing with just enough strength to make sure that even if it does get caught, it's not going to be enough to kill him.
Shad has a heart in a second. His timings are coming up pretty fast, and the Zeus, we talked about him being the answer, of course, versus that Naga Siren. MTD is starting to get slowed down a lot. He's very scared. He's made a pretty big mistake in this game when he did jump forward. Has slowed him down a lot. And Mirage, he's having kind of freedom in the map, playing versus no stuns. This puck is a problem.
Oh, and they've caught the Coil. In they go top. Dream Coil as well onto the two of them. Mirage and Angel continue to play very nicely around one another, but meanwhile, Little Pleb burst through Alex.
Okay.
And again, even though they did get that start to the fight top, they don't quite have the damage to get the kills off the back of the jump. Nobody dead on Ancient Tribe. And now even Mirage himself has to be careful. He's got all back up in a second, but he's ticking down low. So the Vessel will manage to jump away. But Hustlers, it looked like a great opening. They get him with the ult onto the two of them with that Coil, but just not enough damage between the heroes they had in the front lines to burst the kills.
Great pipe pickup. That was literally, I think it just came out on the courier from Ellis.
I think it must have, yeah.
So it keeps his buddy alive, the Coddle, so he get the heal off and stuff like that. Really nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, with that done, it does feel that when it comes to those moves Hustlers are trying to make, at this stage, they probably won't be killing the heroes. They need at least like sort of either Davai Lama on his Death Prophet round or Shad in the area. Because without that, they just don't have the opening damage to get those kills off the back of a good jump.
Absolutely. Yeah, every time, I mean, this Coil now, 2-3 times, Mirage hasn't been able to find a kill with it. And every time a Coil is wasted on one side, that means freedom for Little Pleb to continue trying to catch back up versus Naga Siren. He's getting, 3,000 gold lead ahead of him now, the Naga.
Yeah.
So Shad is farming a lot harder.
No, for sure. I mean, very much recovered after what was a slow lane, as couldn't be expected, of course, from the good Naga Siren players. You say, Shad, this is one of his best carries to play. And they'll see if they can get the catch. Another Dream Coil, but again, the strength's building up. So LeBron trying to hold them in position with the overgrowth, but Mirage has already jumped out with the phase shift. He's fine to walk this one off, but they keep Little Pleb safe. Still, again, another Dream Coil and no kill to sort of get in return for it.
Nope, every single time, Ancient Tribe, they're prepared. Getting themselves caught back up in the farm. MTD still has good itemization, good item timings coming out for him. Beastmaster, good items. Coddle, too. And looks at Coddle, you don't have stuns in your draft, but at some point, these Coddles, when they sit back and farm, this is the build we've seen done a lot.
Yeah.
You're able to just chill back, get your hexes and stuff, and then your elusive puck no longer going to be so elusive if it gets to that point. So still less than 1k lead for the side of Ancient Tribe, but as we said, they have the answers for the Naga Siren built into the innate kind of skills that their heroes have on their draft. and then they can itemize to deal with the puck too. So even though Shad is still so farmed, I'm waiting to see when he gets involved, is he actually going to do much?
Yeah. No, I mean, and I think indeed, even though he does have this heart, because they have this spam, as long as, you know, you're not seeing these fights where MTD somehow gets caught in the front, gets deleted by, you know, Mirage and Shad being able to engage on top of the Zeus. There's a high chance that Ancient Tribe will still be able to clear through these illusions. You know, albeit not as easy if they didn't have a heart, but still to an extent that won't make these fights look as dominant to a Naga Siren that you may normally expect when the Naga Siren's this far ahead in gold.
Yep, Pleb. He actually waveformed into Shad here. Maybe not expecting that one of these is real. Pleb now might be in some trouble.
Yeah, he's got waveform and TP up in a second.
Uh-oh. He looks to be in a lot of trouble.
I mean, LeBron's here to help out from the side and does have an ult if he needs to hold them back. He's going to put the overgrowth waveforms out. There's the Dream Call. He's getting pretty low, but he's still got enough strength to walk this off. LeBron dies, but a sacrifice they'll happily take. And Mirage, he ends up being the one getting taken down there with the burst of the Thunder God's Wrath. So, all in all, Ancient Tribe, a trade they'll very happily take. Divine Llama also popped the Exorcism, but has to lead that bottom lane straight away. We'll swing over towards the mid lane. Maybe they're thinking about going for this tier 2 once again with the remainder of these ghosts. But yeah, Little Pleb getting out of that, Mirage going down. Some further good news there for Ancient Tribe.
I mean, he detonated. I think he was on Intread, so has only 1,200 HP. Literally dies to like one spell combo of the Zeus. I do not think he anticipated that at all. And now, I mean, losing a tier 2 to get yourself a Roche, sure. Clockwork Rocket will be scouting it, but they're going to commit.
Now, they have got the full Vessel on clock. So next time, they can at least wait out the Manta. Of course, they'll get a chance to slam that down on Little Pleb. But yeah, as you said, taking the tier 2, but giving up this Roshan to Ancient Tribe.
Angel's going for the positioning.
He's got to do it soon. Oh, he's
no
in.
way.
Oh, it's how he's going to get the snipe. He gets the snipe with a rocket flare, gets the kill. But the Aegis will still go into the hands of Little Pleb. But hey, a little bit of something there. Gets the kill here on Roche.
I mean, that was so close. If he actually gets the like instant rocket after the hook shot, he probably would be able to get the Aegis too.
Now, good attempt. Good attempt. Gets something, but of course doesn't manage to stop the Aegis going into the hands of Little Pleb.
Okay. All right. So Shad goes for a Lincoln's here. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to protect him versus the Roar in particular, but there's a lot of little spells that can break this.
I was going to say, yeah, yeah.
That's an interesting one.
It's a little bit of stats for the illusions, but obviously not the most efficient slot. I mean, I guess obviously he feels that a lot of the time the illusion's going to be cleared out. He just has to care about keeping his main hero alive if he wants to have some sort of presence in the fight. So, you know, so building this Lincoln to kind of keep him alive and give him a chance to sort of get in on the front lines as the Naga Siren.
Okay.
Is sort of the plan here from Shad.
Doesn't help them versus the Morphling, though. That's my one issue. It's like usually you see... Okay, Alex get deleted. But usually you see, like, the Scotty, the Bloodthorn, you know, these type of similar small items, or the Hex even, to try to control, because this Morph is going to be able to run rampant in most of these fights.
Well, a little split up here as well, Hustlers. Okay, Shad is going to be able to cover Davai Lama here with the Song of the Siren.
Okay. I mean, this state, I don't know, I feel Shad's just farming, but I feel like this is just dead net worth. Maybe I'm getting a really bad read of like everything that's going on, but...
It's definitely a bit of a feeling, yeah. It feels like it could be one of those games where the Naga Siren is indeed so farmed, but for what? You know, when an inevitable fight comes around and suddenly Shad is not able to do it. And I think, you know, this is obviously a very hard game for the Naga Siren in general, you know, in terms of what to build. It may not even matter when we see the team fights play out because of what Ancient Tribe have. But yeah, the amount of gold that Hustlers have at the moment on their carry could end up being rather deceiving when we see things play out in a full team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it says like, you know, it's less than 1k gold lead, but I feel like it's already starting to feel like some 7, 8k, 9k gold lead. This Morphling has little to no answers now at this point. There are tons of answers for the Naga Siren, and, you know, Mirage, after having a pretty good start, I don't think it's enough. You know, I feel like he has to be like 8-1 or something on this puck so that he can absorb more net worth and actually be this like semi-carry puck. At this point now, it feels like game is going to start getting kind of weird. Like, how does Shad actually get involved in any of these fights? And when he does, is he actually going to be able to have any impact?
Yeah, I mean, what are we seeing him go for next after the Lincolns? He's queuing back for the standard was Scardy Bloodthorn.
Okay. I mean, maybe that's their thought process, is just keep waiting, just build these items to protect himself and just be able to keep farming and then eventually be able to try to outscale. But Yeah, he's playing into so many counters. It just doesn't feel easy. And Lil Pleb, I mean, he scales great versus Naga Siren as a morph. With the itemization he has already, he's got tons of space to grow. And he always has, like, the Beastmaster auras with him. Goodbye, Llama. In some trouble here.
It's got Alex and Angel looking to help him out. We'll
Okay.
burst through LeBron. See if they can turn towards Lil Pleb. I mean, Lil Pleb's getting pretty low with the vessel on top of him. They have the silence to follow up. Backup's on the way for Lil Pleb, and of course, Lil Pleb does still have the Aegis here for a minute and a half. See Alex get burst here. Thunder God's Wrath comes out, bringing the Hustlers down low. Davai Lama has to keep his distance, falling down to about a quarter of his HP.
That's an Exorcism and a Coil, and they did not find any cores.
We'll see Shad.
Okay, they know where the real Naga is.
I mean, Little Pleb's considering going back in. He's going to get forced in aggressively. They want to try and get on top of Shad. Quick Manta style to dodge the adaptive strike. Shad will manage to walk this one off.
Hustlers just, I mean, they had to commit so much, and they only get a tree. That's Exorcism, that's Coil, the whole team rotating as well. And yeah, Ancient Tribe feel like they don't lose much of anything out of it. They even protect the Aegis still.
Now, an Ancient Tribe is still sweeping through the jungle of Hustlers. Seeing what more they can find.
I mean, this Hex is going to come out pretty quick soon on the Coddle. He's already got 2 components. Even bought a gem for himself too, so. Yeah, it feels like they're just getting more and more answers on the side of Ancient Tribe versus what they're playing against. And for Hustlers, yeah, I just feel like this is just going to be a slow, whittling battle where the Naga Siren just can never really get involved unless somehow they get the Zeus first. See them out buying a pipe, so more type of damage mitigation on Hustlers, at least to try to protect themselves.
I mean, feels like Davai Lama's been very heavy on the farm. You know, they haven't really managed to achieve too much pushing around the Death Prophet so far this game. 31 minutes in. You know, the tier 1 and tier 2 has been taken down bottom, but there's still a tier 1 up mid and there's still a tier 1 tower up top. They haven't been able to maybe be as successful with these pushes as they'd hoped to around such a strong pushing off laner.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is the problem with playing versus Tree, right? Tree just kind of stalls everything out. And with Beastmaster able to kind of freely pressure side lanes, Ancient Tribe just getting more out of the map and just have the counter. It's the important thing, just always have this counter versus Naga. I mean, we'll see when Shad gets involved, right? What he's going to be able to do, but his supports just die.
Yeah, as goes the case normally when they're up against a Zeus with these amount of levels. MTD just bursting through these squishy supports.
And I actually really like the itemization from MTD. I think he recognizes the only way we lose this game is if I die. The Zeus just buys BKB. Not something you usually see too often, but BKB, walk out of Coil. He has protection from his allies versus Clockwork and stuff like that. Like, if he doesn't die at the start of the fights, I don't see Ancient Tribe losing fights by any means.
No, for sure. Yeah, if he's able to get a few rounds of his combo off, you know, pipe or not, it's still going to cut through Hustlers pretty hard.
Agreed. I mean, great vision that I've seen Hustlers have kind of all game. They have really deep wards, kind of scouting things out constantly, but it's just, when is the Naga Siren going to be able to do anything versus this draft?
Yeah, what's going on with Shad's items? He's pretty much got the Skadi done.
Okay.
So next time finished, but does sort of feel like a real case of is now still going to be waiting for the next one. You know, that needs the Bloodthorn and then maybe can get in and kill someone before he starts to be in a precarious position himself in these fights.
Yeah, maybe they have a moment, some small moments to be able to catch the Morph when he only has Manta, but soon, you know, Satanic's going to be done. So for Lil Pleb, he still seems to have all the answers versus what he's playing against, versus like the very limited kind of disables he's out there for Hustlers too at this point. Full Octarine on Mirage, so still quite farmed on the puck.
Yep.
But yeah, just waiting to see when that big fight does kick off what's going to go down, if these two are going to be able to actually have any impact with this Morph. Very farm-heavy game. 11 to 8, 33 minutes.
I think for Ancient Tribe, just waiting maybe on that next big pick up that Hex for Heaven.
Absolutely.
Closing in on that, they're also queuing it up on it as well on Melees. See Hustlers go for the smoke.
Okay.
See what
they've got an item
here.
timing. They've got the fresh Octarine on Puck. They've got the Scotty on Naga Siren. So I think, yeah, I think it's definitely go time to try to start slowing down Ancient Tribe from just kind of doing whatever they want on the map.
Do have to make sure that the next charge counts as well, because they are down to that, for now, at least the final charge of the Spirit Vessel.
Okay.
So, has to make sure it goes to work, or at least they can guarantee some kills. Otherwise, quite a huge answer to the Morphling, which has been pretty key in giving them any chance of getting close to killing him.
Yeah, I mean, now
Won't
he
be there
has,
for them.
now he has Satanic, so two
Yeah, I
different
guess it
forms.
doesn't
I mean, he has
matter
so
now.
many dispels on
He's
it.
getting it off him, yeah.
Yeah. Divine Llama. Aggressive
Ah.
posturing.
Yeah. Well, they will turn up to start to clear this out. Quick Thunder God's Wrath to scout out the situation.
Okay. I mean, like I said, they still have excellent vision. They're seeing kind of everything with their deep wards that they've placed from earlier. But yeah, Coddle very close to Hex. Just about finished up, 500 gold. And now, even looking to make their own play. Lil Pleb, he feels strong with this new Satanic.
Lots of pings coming out. I think Hustlers are aware this could be heading towards them. Davai Lama, he's sticking around for those skeletons. Blink out just in time as Ancient Tribe were preparing to pounce over in the mid. They'll drop the raw down onto Angel. Get a quick kill on clock.
Sure. I mean, there's no one else presenting themselves. They're like, okay, we'll just take the clock kill. Roche, 20 seconds. Okay, they find the Beastmaster, perhaps.
So there's going to be anything that they can save him with. They'll force him to the
Coil.
side. The Coil's going to catch the two of them. Enough to get the kill on Melees, and with the Ghosts out, Siphons as well. Hustlers, they'll clean up both.
That's the
Double
gem.
kill here for Davai Lama.
That's a
And
really
he's ready
big
to,
kill.
he's trying to chase for more, in fact, seeing if he can get on top of anything else. But Ancient Tribe, they'll move back, get LeBron out.
Can they maybe turn this even into... I mean, the Ghosts are going to end, but I think they can perhaps even go into the Roche. That is two huge pickups there, finding the Beast out of position.
Very nice. Finally able to get the kills during that Dream Core. They pretty much had the full 5 of them, the damage out, but there's going to be buybacks coming into play from Ancient Tribe. They want to get over and interrupt this. They should be able to do so. Already MTD starts to poke from outside of the pit with the Arc Lightnings and Thunderbolts. Wait for him aggressively from Little Pleb. So he's going to try and pull Hustlers away, or at least a focus away from Roshan. And it will work. It's going to stop them from being able to commit for the Roche.
Does cost a buyback, though. The Beastmaster having to use it. That is costly.
All right, they're heading back into the pit.
Okay.
Shad's gone straight back in there. I mean, Roshan, it is low.
It's getting whittled down. Coil's back available. Exo is in 50 seconds.
Yeah, a long time for the Death Prophet ult.
Rocket versus Rocket. I like it. Both sides scouting each other.
I mean, they're both, neither team wants to leave this area. Roshan is so low for the taking.
40 seconds Exorcism. I mean, Hustlers, if they're able to wait until that comes back up, this could be problematic for Ancient Tribe.
All right, let's. He's in with the roar. They're going to try their best to burst through Davai Lama, but Shad's in with the Song of the Siren. Will manage to set up for Davai Lama to step back and get out of the opening combo that Ancient Tribe are trying to drop on him.
Roche is so low.
I mean, yeah, Little Pleb might. He could even just start hitting it. It's getting to that point where as long as the rest of the team can hold them back, Little Pleb could just try and finish off the Roche himself, even though Hustlers are around.
10 seconds Exo.
He's going to be able to do so. He gets in, he cleans up Roche very, very quickly, and they will manage to pick up the Aegis here, Ancient Tribe.
Nice move. I'm just like staring at Exorcism cooldown. They're definitely timing it themselves too. They're probably like, we need to make the move in that pit, or we're probably just gonna lose that, have to sacrifice that Roche. So good move, Ancient Tribe. Does cost them that buyback, but now they do have that safety position of the Morphling.
Let's see what they want to go towards next. I mean, with these minutes passing, how's Shad doing on his next item? Mage Sled done.
Okay.
He's getting very close to having the money for the full Bloodthorn.
I mean, he's still 5k ahead of the Morph, which is pretty impressive.
And yeah, we're just, 300 gold off from having that finished. Does mean he's all in. Of course, no buybacks. And here's a stage, tier 2s have been taken down, so a lost team fight for Hustlers without You know, especially if they lose the Naga Siren, could cost them some heavy damage on the base.
Definitely. That's a big pickup there for the puck. Timeless Relic grabbed up. I think did he commit also his gold? He didn't just yet, okay, but almost has overwhelming blink, so. I mean, he is keeping up with the Morphin farm, so even though he has the 1 death, he is still doing just fine and can actually act as his second carry on puck. But there is the Hex, of course. It is finished up for Coddle, so if they can get the initial catch on the puck, might just die also right before the fight starts.
Here's the smoke to try and find that
Let's see what they find.
opportunity. Ancient Tribe heading in.
They do have explosive damage if they do find anybody.
They're going to go on Davalama. It's a little close to the base, though, and Shad is ready to keep his teammate covered.
Then immediately they start pushing lanes. So they see like 4 or 5 heroes. Clockwork starts shoving top. Puck starts shoving mid. And they start pushing out the bottom lane with those illusions, too.
I know. Angel will get found there for trying to push out that one.
They're split up now, though.
They want to go for this Morphling. So they got the Dream Coil.
Here comes the
They're trying to do it twice. They're in with the Ghost. So they're going to hold Little Pleb in position with the Bushwhack. The rest of Ancient Tribe trying to get over to help Little Pleb on his second life as the Aegis is burnt through. So if they want to try and stick around and take this Morph down a second time, they won't be able to have any further control. Waveform that down to the low ground. Mirage still jumping in, thinking about getting his hands on it. A different target. Won't find the opportunity. Ancient Tribe now back to pushing this lane back out.
Okay, and we see Puck. Mirage has switched the item build. I like this quite a bit. He's going to go for his own Linkens rather than the overwhelming blink. He saw the Hex, so he knows what they're trying to go for here.
Now, Little Pleb has obviously lost the Aegis, but he's got the BKB picked up now. So they can, even though they don't have the Aegis, this could be an opportunity for them to try and go for some sort of high ground push around the BKB more.
This game is very tense with how close it is. There's 13 to 10. Gold lead's pretty much not there at all. As Ancient Tribe still looking to swing across, still feeling pretty strong if they can protect their backline.
Boom, there it goes.
Mirage, soon Linkens. Looks like there's. I'm seeing how many more Linkens do they have queued up as well too. So they just have. They're gonna have the 2 at least though to protect. Waiting for Exorcism. They still got 40 seconds until they need to really force it on Hustlers, but them not having to play versus Aegis, this could be a big deal. They see that Pleb is definitely killable if they're able to isolate this Morph. They have enough damage themselves too with Shad being so farmed.
Little Pleb still standing rather aggressively.
They're not. I mean, they're not slowing Shad down either. Is the crazy? Like we keep talking about the Zeus versus Naga, but hasn't even come to be an issue at all. They haven't even been able to find Shad because the way the game state is. So maybe Hustlers do have an idea of exactly what to do versus Zeus. Just keep this farm going. DD on Pleb.
So what, full refresher on MTD on its way now.
Okay. I mean, they're keeping, like, him and the Puck are neck and neck with how they've been able to farm.
Wait, I still short on the recipe, actually.
No, he's got it.
Has he?
Yep, he's got the full refresher.
Oh, he's just sitting back at the base. Oh,
Yep. All right. I mean, supports are, let's take a look. Clockwork, they've got the little casual cloaks and stuff like that. Hoodwink will probably almost die instantly. They actually gave the Timeless Relic to the Hoodwink rather than the Puck. Interesting.
What's the Puck holding instead of those?
It's Spell Prism, but he already has Ocarine,
cool.
so it's not as good. It's not as efficient, obviously. Bit interesting to see that happening, but whatever. He's just trying to stack the CDR, I guess, which is fine, but...
It's a very low kill game. 43 minutes, 13 to 10.
They're just
very
both
much a farm fest.
Yeah, both teams are like, we can take this to the late game.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what it's coming down to.
And it is going to be interesting to see because Shad obviously he is very, very farmed, but will that farm and sort of his items and his hero be able to represent that amount of wealth accurately in these team fights.
I mean, maybe. Maybe with the way things are kind of going off. He is getting that massive, as looks like we are going to have a bit of a pause. And they might actually get a huge kill out of this here. Melez does not have buyback. If they get this kill onto the Beastmaster down here. Uh-oh. He spilled his drink on the table.
Spilled his drink?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Things are tense. No. Things are tense. You know, when there's only 23 kills in 50 minutes, you know.
Dear. Wait, who spilled his drink? Who was it?
MTD, looks like.
MTD, oh, no.
I was trying to look in the cam if I saw anything, but take a look at him. He's got a big smile on.
No, not the sticky keyboard. Gotta be careful.
Hey,
with
look,
these sugary drinks.
Is there panic setting in? It's like, oh my god, my keyboard's broken. Like,
oh no.
Okay, he
got
got
up. Doesn't look good. He's getting up. He's getting. Maybe he's got backup keyboard.
Let's
Get
hope
the backup
so.
keyboard out.
Hopefully he missed the whole keyboard.
He might
Hopefully
be bringing in the
right in the
backup
middle.
keyboard.
Although a ton of messes, if Cola gets into the keyboard at all, it like messes with
pretty
everything.
bad.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, the keys get all sticky. It's a
no.
nightmare to clean.
Maybe. Okay. Well, eyes on the Zeus now. If we see him randomly jumping, we'll know why.
Yeah. You don't want to have that refresher randomly pressed.
Oh god, that would be BKB refreshers. Then BKB. He's like, oh no.
Oh. Well, looks like he's gone to get the cleaning equipment.
Okay, all right.
Something to fix the setup. I think, indeed, if one of the keyboards and mice has been covered, it's time to get the backup gear out. Yep. Which, you know, as a professional player, you should have.
Yep.
I mean, you have to have, right? If you're when you're going to lands, right, you have to bring two sets of your gear.
Yep.
So, you know, you should. Good practice to already have your 2 sets of gear ready.
Do you have 2 keyboards with it ready? I don't have 2 of the same.
I don't have 2 of the same. Yeah, it would have to be a switch to a different one.
Well, that would be pretty devastating for me. Look at all these beautiful neutral items, of course, being pointed out. All the shards being purchased only on one side. Shad, of course, has his, but nobody else on the side of Hustlers do. Interesting.
Any value shards that you feel they're missing out on?
I mean, Death Profits, perhaps, but he doesn't want it. As bottom, hookshot will connect. Yeah, it would probably just be the... Actually, you know what?
Death Profits is good, right? Because you got the Dream Coin.
I mean, that one, but also even the Hoodwinks, but I guess they want their own items. Yeah. I mean, they're both pretty valuable, but they want their own items first, I guess.
Yeah.
Because even Hoodwinks is amazing. I feel like it's actually still underpurchased. The Boomerang is insane. But wants his Forge Staff, wants his Lotus to protect his buddies. Makes sense. That's the first Zeus ult. I don't think that was the sticky keyboard. 70 seconds until that one's up, so they don't have the double big burst.
I mean, the
Pleb. They break the Lincolns.
He's instantly out with the blink still. Couldn't get any damage in.
Nice try.
I mean, the thing is, you know, for all the fun that Shad's getting, with this time passing now, Entity's going to be able to hit that 25. And if you're against the Nagasaki, will you take the 100 arc lightning damage, right? Or do you still take the other talent? Or maybe you still take the AoE lightning bolt. I mean, both probably. What are you seeing having better success nowadays?
I don't see that many Zeuses hit 25, to be honest with you.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, probably just the Arc Lightning is overall better damage, but could have the argument for the AoE Lightning Bolt too? I don't know.
No. Because, yeah, either way, you get one of those 2 talents, and then outside of the Exorcism, I feel like it's going to be very difficult in the late game for Hustlers heroes to actually, you know, push high ground if they get the chance to against Ancient Tribe. You know, Ancient Tribe's high ground defense seems pretty nasty.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking toward like the very later stages, it's going to be waiting more around like when Puck hits 25, right? And then you go for the Dream Coil Pierce's Magic immunity, and you just like everyone blinks on top with the coil, and you just like kill them through their BKBs and stuff like that. I mean, maybe that's the timing that Hustlers is going to go for, perhaps, because I mean, this game, it feels like it could go on for a lot longer with the way the farm states are going. Both teams very content with just farming and chilling back still. Maybe that's what they are looking for.
I mean, they're making this move towards Davai Lama.
They have the
They
Hex.
have caught him pretty alone. Get him with the jump. He's able to get the BKB and the Siphons off. So he's the Raw to lock him down. Hookshot comes in to stop Little Pleb from being able to right-click into the Death Prophet, so Davai Lama will manage to step away alive.
Trio.
Turn then takes it over towards Angel. LeBron gets him with the Overgrowth, and that'll set up for them to be able to take down Angel. They take out Alex as well. They get the 2 kills. The buyback comes into play from Angel. And both supports getting jumped upon there by Ancient Tribe. Cause of Hustlers stay safe.
Shad sends his illusions in, and they do absolutely nothing. They get killed in 5 seconds or something like that, in 3 seconds.
I mean, yeah, it really is the thing. I mean, that was a position where, you know, Hustlers pretty much did have everyone around if they wanted to try and get back in there. You see Shad leading in the charge back towards Ancient Tribe.
But he still just, I mean, he still just doesn't do damage. It's still the same problem.
Indeed, even with as much farm as he has, you could just feel it. It's still very difficult for him to have an impact in his fights.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's so farmed. I'm just still waiting for the moment when that big fight gets up. Is it just going to be the most anticlimactic thing ever where he just can't do anything and they just lose?
It definitely feels difficult for him.
How many deaths do the supports have? Wait, it's 15 kills on the side of Ancient Tribe and it's 14 deaths on the side of the supports.
Nearly every single kill being tanked by them.
Yeah.
They're doing a good job with that then.
Yeah, I mean, they saved the Vi Llama when he got gone on up top, but
Yeah.
they paid with their lives and had to use buybacks, of course. But just when is Naga going to be able to actually do stuff? It's just the next item, or the next item, or the next one is now the Roar, another support. But these actually matter, it feels like.
That was the gem, right?
Oh, it's a gem too. That's a big one.
Yeah, look at that. They got 3 gems between the team right now that they're walking around with Ancient Tribe.
And now Roche had scouted a Refresher Shard. So they could even have 2 tree ults or 2 Roars, something like that if they want. Maybe even just like a double Hexes. Yeah, we see Zeus has hit 25, gets the Arc Lighten.
Yeah.
Net comes out, but he's fine. He's got Stormcrafter and BKB and Refresher and everything, so Shad has to just run.
Yeah, and on that Arc Lightning damage, it's so much damage. I mean, you said we see the illusions just dying in the fights before. They're not even going to stand a chance. It'll be very quickly cleared out by Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, they find Pleb for a second, but only just that. Yeah, and I'm really feeling like it's going to be what we built up to for the last 40 minutes.
What does the Naga Siren do?
I don't know.
It's all this money, but if this was sort of investments, it feels like a bad investment. You know, what's the Naga Siren going to do with his 40k gold?
I don't know. I really don't. His teammates are going to all die.
It's such a difficult game for him.
Let's see.
Good hook shot. Gets him with the start of 2 of them. They are in on top of the Morphling. They've got the signs, but he's able to get the BKB and the Satanic off. Heals up, he's going to wait for him in aggressively on towards Shad. Shad getting rooted here as Little Pleb turns to the Naga Siren, uses the net against the Naga Siren, and that kills the Naga Siren. It's going to be Shad out of the fight for 85. He has buyback. He is going to use it to get back in on this. Davai Lama also to go down. But it really feels like it's a tough Naga Siren game. You can have all the farm in the world, and you're just not going to have fun.
They got a pretty good initiation, too, but Pleb, he gets the BKB Satanic off. Actually, he's able to turn into Naga Siren, use that Aghanim's net versus her as well. So she's just stuck inside of it. And now he gets a Roche as well, and he's about to be 25. 36k net worth for what?
It has ended up looking like that.
They just got all... I mean, their draft just has all the answers.
Yeah, they did a really good job with the draft. It feels Ancient Tribe. You know, you got to know when you're going against Hustlers and Shad. High chance the Naga Siren's coming out. They very evidently seem to have had a strategy that identifies the Naga Siren strategy that Hustlers want to play against, and looking to execute it very nicely here, Ancient Tribe. Some really nice play this game.
Puck has now hit 25, but now the game is very difficult for them to really commit and never kill the Morphling once, even twice on top of that. So we do have that Dream Coil Pierce's immunity, but where's the damage? You can see those illusions just evaporate.
They just haven't been able to take him down at all this game. Little Pleb.
Nope.
6-0-4. Very, very smooth Morphling game so far. We'll see if we can keep that KDA clean up until the end. As top lane's getting pushed in, Hustlers have got everybody up. They've got to try and do something if they want to hold on to these barracks.
All right, turns into Death Prophet. And they get the Hex.
They're in. With the 4-star, trying to get Davai Lama back to safety. Lotus as well. The Roar will get reflected back towards Melez, but his BKB was already out, so no follow-up damage they can throw over towards the Beastmaster. Davai Lama taken out close to tier 4, so he'll buy back straight away.
Look at Shad, he just has to run.
Back towards the push of the barrack. Shad, he's trying to get the song off, but the silence comes in. Overgrowth won't catch on to the Naga Siren. A Siphon Shard Fear that Lil Pleb's able to use against him actually ends up pushing him away for now. So if they can try and get back in onto the Morphling, they're stepping outside the base, but Lil Pleb, he's going to go in aggressively onto them. Turns towards the Clockwork. Clock able to push back Lil Pleb in time to step away, but you see Shad completely split from the rest of the team. He's caught under the Nimbus, getting burst down to half his HP, will manage to get the song off. And maybe considering if they could set up anything aggressively, but I think they've got to just run with this song. They have to run back up to the base, back up to the high ground as Ancient Tribe step back towards them. And now they know without the defensive capabilities of the song, Ancient Tribe can get back on a pushing. In fact, they managed to catch Shad. Shad wasn't able to get all the way back to the base. He's been caught by the Hex. They will lose LeBron, but in comes Little Player, waveforms across them, takes down Shad, takes down Angel, both down without buyback. As they can even look to maybe get this puck as well. As Mirage is able to jump up to the high ground. You see Heaven aggressively diving into the base, chasing him out. Mirage will be able to hide in the trees, but with 2 heroes down, very little that can be done to stop Little Pleb. I mean, as we've seen, even when they have everybody up, they can't stop this Morphling.
I mean, that's that. The Naga Siren shows up twice, dies immediately twice, and that's the game. 50 minutes later.
I think so. On to tier 4s. Melez playing around with Davalon outside the base. Raw into the setup. Has 3 heroes down. No buybacks available on Hustlers. GG well played is called as Ancient Tribe will take this game 1. They played it very well, but I think you do have to give kudos to the strategy, the draft. It just felt like there really was no timing for the Naga Siren, and you can feel that in sort of how Hustlers was forced to play this one out. It was a long game, but a long game of sort of farming, as you said, farming for what? The Naga Siren was never, ever a threat to Ancient Tribe this game, Fogged. I mean, Little Pleb pops off, doesn't die at all. His Morphling continuing to be, some of the best in the game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Ancient Tribes kind of just, they sat back and they're like, I mean, you want to farm? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
We're going to farm. We have Morphling. We have Zeus. We have full counters versus Naga Siren. I mean, yeah, that kind of tells the tale for me. I felt like for Hustlers, they needed, a couple of these coils and exorcisms that didn't, connect big. That's where I felt like, game state just feels really awkward for them. I thought maybe they had something that they understood better than us or something like that, where the Naga's going to be able to do it. But no, the Naga just farmed, showed up twice, and then that's it. So, yeah, really well played from Ancient Tribe and really well drafted.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ancient Tribe will take game 1 of this best of 3.
Ancient Tribe, off of the back of the Lil Pleb Morphling. It is a 60-second game on the hero, by far his most played hero, and one of his most successful ones as well. They get this W here, but it was a bit of weird going. It was a fairly bizarre game, honestly. T-Pan, now let's talk about how things started off here, because as much as they did end up winning the game and they looked so solid towards the latter end of the game, there were some cracks in the armor that were showing from the side here. So talk to us about how this game went for Ancient Tribe and what could they have maybe done differently in the early game if D2 Hustlers wanted to succeed?
Well, I mean, this was basically a game where Ancient Tribe, if they can just get that early kind of dominance established, then they're going to be happy with this game. But you're going up against a Puck, a DP, a Hoodwink, and the Clockwork. These are super annoying heroes to play against in the early game, but they were able to corral them pretty well together, just kind of figuring out what is the best approach. There was this one fight in the river, which the casters highlighted. What is MTD doing? And exactly for good reason. I felt like that was where comms were a bit disconnected. MTD wants to engage, but the positioning from the rest of the team is a bit iffy. They're not on the same page, so he starts playing more conservative. He's had 2 failed engagements, but he finds success in better positioning when they allow Lil Pleb to be the target, and then LeBron could set up better. So a shift of game plan worked out for them.
Yeah, being able to make those mid-game shifts is kind of one of the hallmarks of a team that we expect to do well down the stretch. One of the things that we did see going relatively okay, Tico, we saw that this Naga Siren was able to get farmed, right? This Naga was getting bigger and bigger and bigger throughout the game state itself, but there's a term that Fogg mentioned at some point, dead net worth. What happened with this hero? How was it the case that this Naga was so farmed, Mirage was so farmed on the Puck, even DP wasn't that on the farm, but they still couldn't make much happen on the map with D2 Hustlers?
I mean, I think, first of all, Ancient Tribe played a really beautiful game where they didn't overplay their hand in the early game. They didn't force these early tier 1s. They opted to go for Ancient stacks. It was a really low kill score game. And against these Naga lineups, when you don't overforce your hand and give opportunities for the Naga to break out onto the map, then you don't feel the effect of the net worth until much later. So it's like this Naga, when she actually had the items, Ancient Tribe had already stalled out the game, got a couple Roshans and chilled, utilized the Zeus positioning after the the awkward early game to then just crush the fight. And I think like if Melez plays his Beastmaster a little bit differently, where like he's hitting the towers a lot earlier, he's forcing his team to come play with him. That's when the puck rotates, the DP rotates with Exo, you get kills, you break down the map. And Shad, when he buys an item, it will be when he's on the Radiant side of the map buying an item to pressure Ancient Tribe. But because Ancient Tribe played such a beautiful game of just chilling, waiting, not giving away cheap kills, pushing out lanes, any item Shad picked up, it felt like Ancient Tribe was also picking up an equal item. And that rarely happens against Naga lineups. So it is just testament that Ancient Tribe did play their own game of Donut for once. Unlike the previous series where they've fallen victim to chasing their opponent and doing a lot more. I feel like they've really kind of stepped up from their previous series. And it just boils down to understanding how you need to win with your lineup. And it is just patience and discipline and just finding the moment where you get the Roshan to then cross the river and really just own your opponent, basically.
I think patience and discipline, how I really knew that was the name of the game, Panda, is there was this one Roshan fight where it felt like it took like 5 minutes because everyone is just like poking the big man. They come out the pit. The next team goes and pokes him. They come out the pit. But the team that blinked first was the team that ended up losing the Roshan. We saw D2 Hustlers in that fight. They ended up using the song to, at the time, DP was a little bit low, but she probably would have survived that fight. But the moment that happened, you immediately see Ancient Tribe. They're like, well, let's adapt to this. And I think you brought it up earlier. They adapted very well to what they needed to do in this game. So going into game 2, firstly, give me an MVP. Who's your vote for MVP? And secondly, what do you think D2 Hustlers need to change in order to try and put Ancient Tribe into an off-kilter position so that they can be the ones pushing the envelope?
I think the MVP vote has to be LeBron on my side. Like the way kind of like how Lil Pleb is drawing attention, how MTD is getting his gameplay getting better. Heaven on Coddle was absolutely beautiful to watch from time to time, but I have to give it for LeBron, like just getting some really good ultis. I think T's got something else on his mind.
I'm a hard disagree. I think, there's a couple overgrowths from LeBron where he weren't connecting, he had a shaky game. So, I'll let Panda have this one, but I think, it has to go, in my opinion, to the Coddle. I think Heaven, his itemization was really clean, going for the Force, going for the Vessel, then going for the Hex. I think there was a couple of times where maybe Hustlers could have made some like clutch plays, but these blinding lights. And also, we just got to see the value. There we go. Hey. And we got to see the value.
Double
of, like,
MVP, baby.
Double MVP.
Give this one to Tico.
I mean, Solar Bind is like such a weird spell. You don't really see it too much, but we got to see how like when he hits these Solar Binds and is like able to like lock onto heroes, and then MTD is already pumping out the damage. The Solar Bind just makes it better. I think it's easy in these games to be out of position on Coddle. And then to be picked off and the fight goes weird. So I think the fact that he finishes the game 2-1 and 10, he itemized perfectly. I kind of like the Coddle, but we can also give it to both of them. Both supports win today.
You want to give like a double MVP for both supports, but actually, your reasoning is so much better. I would also give for Coddle, like in a sense, like Heaven is playing one of his most comfort heroes, itemization-wise, really good stuff, and just tells us how strong of a spell Solar Bind is right now. Like I think this has been highlighted in a couple casts already that Solar Bind is just so good for any type of draft that you have for catch where you just have damage, you just need to lock them down. Shad never got that. Shad was basically just running around targets and he can't fully commit. Like he's just waiting for that good opener.
Yep.
Yeah,
very sad game.
How much more? Oh, what was his net worth actually? I need to double check. So he had.
Oh, really high.
He had like
crazy.
29,000 or something. Actually, maybe it was 40,000. Yeah.
36.7.
Yeah. Dota Buff's got a weird metric there, but anyway, like it's some insane number, and like he feels like a position 5 CM where he's like, I hope to join the fight soon, guys. Good luck. I wish you the best. And he's doing nothing. Yeah, like it's amazing. So yeah, maybe don't pick Naga into Coddle, Beastmaster, and then allow for like this last pick Magic Spam hero. I don't think it was the best pick.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the Zeus ended the game with 73k damage being dealt up overall, so a pretty decent performance coming out of the Zeus. But something else that we saw that was very good as well was itemization across the board was stellar. The supports duo on the side of the Ancient Tribe, as well as we saw Melee's buying the Young Hex. Hell, even Mirage on the other side, going for the very late Lincoln Sphere, was actually really instrumental to keeping him alive a couple of times. I've been liking to see the itemization here in Div 2 so far, but we still have more of it, gentlemen, because that's only Game 2 will be coming shortly between Ancient Tribe and the side of the D2 Hustlers, where we're hoping for a 3-game set. In the meantime, though, before we go to a short break, to remind everybody who is not aware, our betting sponsor, esportsbet.io, who's been helping us out to bring you these live odds every single game. And of course, they are launching a watch to earn platform where you can get a little bit back just for being involved in the game. And there will be giveaways every single game that happens. So to be involved, join the Discord, the details of which are available in the Twitch description down below. If you do not remember, watch to earn, join the Discord and get involved and get yourself something in your back pocket just for being a supporter of Dota 2. And with that, we're going to be going to a short break. When we return, game 2 of the Ancient Tribe taking on the D2 Hustlers. Let's hope for a game number 3, but we'll find out if that happens after a very small break.
Didn't hit. That's fine.
Beast, what are you...
Recon.
No recon right now. It's Renaga, no linking.
I'm tipping.
I'm coming. Kill the Naga. Yeah, roar him. Oh my god. It's Renaga, roar. He's dying.
Naga dead.
Naga died. Get the DP.
I hear DP. I'm stunning him.
I'm gonna fuck him up. Kill him. Naga buyback. Naga buy. They cannot fight.
This fuck. He can jump.
Welcome back, one and all, here to Division 2 of Western European DPC action. We are continuing with our series, Ancient Tribe taking on the side of the D2 Hustlers. Ancient Tribe are 1 game up at the moment, and D2 Hustlers need to find a way back. We already see these odds shifting in from esports.io T-Panda, talk to me about this. Based on what you saw in game number one thing that has really leapt out to me is that Ancient Tribe, they enjoy playing the long games. There have been 4 50-minute games so far, or 5, sorry, in the DPC in Western Europe. 3 of them have involved Ancient Tribe. So going into this next game, do you think that the side of the D2 Hustlers should try to shore up their late game to ensure that they're competitive when the game eventually stretches the distance?
Well, I mean, if they go late game with a Naga with 0 impact, no. That's probably not the route that they want to take, but they will want to do a bit of shift ups. I think the point from Tiga was actually really good coming into the last phase and allowing them to get themselves a magical burst hero when having that Naga lineup. It was pretty detrimental because the Naga looked like a decent pick, but that last phase just basically changed everything for that draft. So we might be seeing a bit of a repeat, at least on the side of Ancient Tribe. They're happy to continue with what they had, and I'm surprised D2 Hustlers didn't ban out. Well, they did ban out the Pango, but they didn't target anything from game number 1. So maybe we're going to see something execution-wise different from them.
10 seconds.
I think when you lose a game, I don't think you have to overreact too much with bans. I think for D2 Hustlers, when you look at their draft strength, it's always been they pick up these lanes that are aggravating, and it allows them to transition to mid-game with the comfort of just having a better time in the laning phase. I think the games that they lose is when they are just outplayed in lanes. They don't have as much of a comeback mechanism as these other Division 2 teams, and it's kind of why we see D2 Hustlers kind of falter. They're a very tempo-based lineup, and when you've already picked up SD versus Tree, a lot of dispels and stuff, mid-game you're going to feel great. Less rack already, you can set the pace of the game. I can already feel D2 Hustlers wanting just to be a little bit more active in this game.
Tiga, interestingly here, this is the 3rd time we're going to be having this Leshrac Shadow Demon, and the last 2 times that we saw it, the drafts were pretty much identical. We had Clockwork coming afterwards. Is this going to happen again? Are we just going to have Clockwork Centaur in the off lane, and then whatever flavor of the day hard carry hero goes into the safe lane?
I mean, if Alliance can do it, and Urudu Thunders can do it, then why not? Let's go 3-3 or whatever. But the main thing that you're taking from there is these heroes that you're mentioning are just so robust with each other. Like Centaur SD, a near unkillable offlane duo, Clockwork enabling that position. Like it just sounds so good because you have so many layers of frontline vision, initiation, survivability, damage. Like it is just a banging draft. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but the fact that you go for the SD early, it will just unlock you to pick up any offlaner to be a bit of a bruiser because the SD is going to cover you in lane to get you through potentially what is a harder lane.
All right, let's see. Shadow Demon going to be in this situation. We still have to get the lane partner, and D2 Hustlers, they have themselves access to the 2nd pick, so they'll be picking first out of this phase. Does anything leap out to you besides Centaur, because I don't want to see a repeat draft? What leaps out to you that would go well with what's already happening in the draft here?
I think some of the things that you want to look at is maybe jump backwards in time a little bit and consider what are the good heroes that work against the Morphling. And there was one answer above all which could work. I don't know if it works with Leshrac, but the Shadow Fiend was an answer to the hero when I was like, how is this hero so damn strong? What's the answer to it? And it was the Requiem Fear. I did some experimenting a bit with how strong the Requiem is as the game progresses forward when you have Aghanims and potentially even like super late game when you have Arcane Blinks and stuff like that. You can lock down enemy heroes with the Requiem for over 12 seconds of fear. So already having just that one ulti can really help you just take this hero down. You already have the SD to keep him in place, but picking a Shadow Fiend right now is just kind of like, I don't see a point in it unless you see more heroes come out from Ancient Tribe. So if they want to look out for more combo, I think the Clockwork, just go for that hero in between. And Ancient Tribe, maybe they pick Melee's hero here in the 2nd phase so that they can have still an entry for MTD in the last. Maybe consider the heroes that are open. The Drow was bad, but the Batrider is left in the pool.
I love the fact that they left Bat in the pool though, because it doesn't feel like... I'm not sure how much space there is on the side of the D2 Hustle drop for Bat, but at the same time, it's not like Ancient Tribe. You pick Batrider, they have Shadow Demon, they're already a little bit happier than you are. So let's see here. For Hustlers, what's better than Clock T? What actually makes this lineup pop even more than the Clockwork does in this situation?
It depends what route they're going to go. Again, D2 Hustlers, they're going to be able to pick out a phase. I think...
Radiant team pick.
Okay, yeah, I guess yeah, Mirana. I mean,
Radiant
I'm trying. I didn't really want to mention Mirana because it's like such an old school lineup of like, ooh, I'm SD, I'm Mirana, I run around the map and I get kills, right? But I love Ancient Tribe's response because it is just now strong lanes. I mentioned how SD Centaur is good. Rubik Centaur is like kind of equal to that, and now all the side lanes for Ancient Tribe, it feels not unkillable, but super hard to gank. And that's what Leshrac hates to play on. He hates playing mid, where he wants to go from side to mid, from mid to side lane and get these cheap kills in return. And then it's like, I'm now farming mid, I'm farming jungle, I'm farming heroes, I'm feeling great. The Ancient Tribe, they just set themselves up to be so strong, and their mid pick can just be some Batrider, some Zeus again if they want. Like, they have such a nice front line. And yeah, D2 Hustlers, I mentioned they want to be aggressive. Sure, they go for a slug, can pick up Diffusal Blade, can pick up Echo Saber, can just be in the face of Morphling early on. But they need to like pick one more core now that can break the map of Ancient Tribe, because they're a very static, low damage lineup that can itemize quite nicely into the mid game.
Yeah, it's also like when you look at the first phase of Hustlers, like having Leshrac and SD is kind of like Lesh is full on aggression and SD is more like setup and defensive. So you can't really use your disruption offensively if you're trying to push with Leshrac, unless you're trying to get like a hero that jumps on top of Lesh away from him so he can disengage. You can't really bubble the Lesh, otherwise you're just committing his death basically to the opponent. So they needed to add in a couple extra aspects to that, and that is where the Slark kicks in. He's good against the Centaur in general. The lane can still be hard for him, but at least this Slark provides a lot. Like, you can still get hit by the AoE stun, even if you don't see the hero, if he's inside his bubble. Well, bubble as in his what's it called again? The puddle where he sits in. Shadow Dance, and then there's the pouch. I don't remember what the name is exactly, but the thing that you place on the ground, his shard basically. Using his stuff to hit by stuns.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, sorry, what puddle were you about? Sorry, I was like, no, I was like, wait, what?
Puddle of darkness.
There we go. Yeah,
the shroud.
You're good.
All right, so let's see. Ancient Tribe, they've stolen away the Centaur in this game, so D2 Hustlers will be ending out their draft, picking up in at the very end as a 24. And then Ancient Tribe, they have to reveal what MTD is going to be playing in the mid lane. Batrider is still in the pool if they want to go in that direction, but can be a bit rough versus both Slark and the Shadow Demon. Decent against the Leshrac in lane, I suppose. What do we want to see here, T? What does this draft need so far from the side of Ancient Tribe to... what does MTD need to do to ensure that everything fits cohesively?
I mean, okay, so there's still going to be one more pick after for D2 Hustlers. So for Ancient Tribe, like, they actually do have damage issues early on. But the thing is, their side lanes are so strong that the fight should go to them. So the mid just needs to be someone who can rotate and like overwhelm a little bit. So I like the fact D2 Hustlers are banning Tiny. I think you might even argue some Void Spirit or even like Kunkka type hero that can just, you see an engagement near your tower, you TP in, and you have the spells to like isolate them in that area and then turn over the fight. But I'm trying to think of what's the MTD heroes here, because Ember's available, but I don't know how happy I'd be to see him play Ember in this game. Honestly, wouldn't be opposed to just some casual Queen pick or something. Like, you just push out mid, you don't really die, and then just TP to a side lane, get the kills, and run around and have big explosive damage.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Queen of Pain. I'm not sure if this is gonna be a good Tusk game or not. At least the one thing that he hates is the silences. There's none available for D2 Hustlers, but at least we would have a hero that's able to connect early on, and that kind of goes together with everything else that they have. So Queen or Tusk, I would also go with for MTD here.
Give me another Zeus.
Tusk is banned though?
Yeah, Tusk is gone. Give me another Zeus, why not? And I feel like Ancient Tribe, they're just going to do the same thing, where it'll be a super low kill game, where you just push out lanes. And you just want your mid to also subscribe to that, but then provide that damage, right? So I don't think I want to see too much of a setup style hero, but more just someone who just brings the damage. I mean, and you can go, like, if you want to be overwhelming, you go Zeus. If you want to go 50-50, you go like Void Spirit. And if you want to lean more into like, ooh, this is fun, you go Quap. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of options. Honestly, MTD can pick literally any hero here for himself, because Ancient Tribe's first 4 heroes will naturally stall up the game to be able to come online. Like, it's hard for this draft to just get completely run over, unless, sure, they go like 0 and 10 in lanes and just egregiously play the map poorly, but Ancient Tribe aren't doing that today.
What do you think about MTD OD?
Yeah, it's alright.
I don't know, Puck maybe?
Oh.
Quato.
Yeah.
MTD Quato. Okay.
Divine Llama is also peeking into his camera. He's having he's on his
Pro
small
player
chair
cam.
today. Yeah, when he gets angry in the last series, he gets told off and he gets put in his small chair. That's why you can't see his full face right now.
Yeah, this is if you've missed it, you want to go check T-Gov's Twitter videos about camera placements.
Yeah, very true, very true. God, how...
All right, so
There's a good guide
now
on it.
this is actually a fairly difficult 24 pick to go into, right, for the side of D2 Hustlers. They don't have much deep push. They're playing into a coddle. This is presumably going to be played from the mid lane unless they put mid Rubik. So now you need to try to figure out who's going to help close the gap besides the Slug, who's going to be able to burst down some of these heroes, and who's going to be able to do some deep push from the off lane here, Panda. Game is hard. What are you going to pick in this situation if you're the D2 Hustlers?
Well, I mean, Dalai Lama, he's got half his hero pool gone. I don't know if this is going to be a suitable Visage game or not. Okay, Tidehunter, yeah, that's more stable. The kind of classic offlaner you're looking for if you can't squeeze in an extra hero and just go for the Tidehunter. That always works. So they've got a bit of extra team fight for it that enables this Slark for repositioning, getting to his targets. He's able to farm up a lot of stacks and... Or they could just do like these hit and run engagements where you just build up stacks, and when you're really ready for the fight, the Biolama, you know, just let smoke up, go at them, pop that Ravage, and they've got a lot of burst damage as well on the side of Alex with the Mirage on this Leshrac. So it's a solid entry. I'm just curious about MTD Coddle because you know, MTD has been playing a lot of different heroes lately, and we know he's a super aggressive player. Does he go back to the conservative Zeus that we saw later on, or is he just going to continue being the good old classic MTD and just run at them?
I mean, that's how MTD generally likes to play this game of Dota 2, right? Run at you and make things happen in that fashion. T, what do you make of this drop on the side of Ancient Tribe? What do you think they need to do in order to get this game to victory and make it a 2-0 sweep?
I think it's basically secure the farm for Morphling, where you don't fall victim to the Slark aggression. There is a nice window where Slark can just dump to Morphlings in the early to mid game. So if they can cushion that timing and don't allow D2 Hustlers to hit their tempo stride that they need to succeed in games, and they get over that, then I think their draft should be fine. They have a lot of cool ways to play out, you know, straight strong fights in the late game. So yeah, I just think just survive the Slark timing. I mean, Shad's net worth is actually going to be net worth in this game, so it's going to be a completely different game than the last one.
Well, MTD, for the second game in a row, he's playing a hero that he hasn't played in the last 8 months. This is his first Coddle game in 8 months. He's only played this hero 4 times in the past with 1 win. So let's see if he's going to be able to make this work out for him. Also see if we're going to get a Slok win. And to see so, we have the Slok enjoyer himself, Slok, Pixel, and Fogged. Gentlemen, take it away for game 2.
Thank you very much, Snare, and indeed, shout out on the Slark this game. And I've got to say, Fogged, I think it's, well, without a doubt, it's a much better Slark game than last game was an Arga Siren game.
Very true.
So we should at least have a closer one. And if anything, I think overall it's actually it's a really good Slark game. I thought the Slark's going to be pretty strong unless the Morphling is indeed, as the panel was saying, sort of able to get to this point where he's able to burst through the Slark. And it is, of course, Little Pleb Morphling again. He had a great game 1. He's looking to do it again here in game 2. But it seems like he's into harder matchups this time, and Shad could take the game away on this slot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have... I mean, their draft actually looks like it actually has a purpose to be able to fight and what they're making that farm happen for, the Slark versus Morphling matchup. Slark versus Centaur, too. The longer these fights go, the more Shad's going to have success. And they have a well-rounded team around it. So, yeah, Tide... I mean, Shadow Demon plus Mirana. We've seen this a million times. Shadow Demon plus Lesh. And then they have the Mirana plus Tide, which we used to see all the time also, too. So, yeah, much better, well-rounded one. But looking at Ancient Tribes, I mean, the big question mark for me is how much this Coddle is going to be able to do. If he's going to actually be able to make the space for Pleb, because it just looks a lot harder for Pleb this time around into quite a lot of counters, really, it feels like, for the Morph. Because the Morph...
They've got the setup. As the stuns have followed, but already the strength started to get shifted upon, and now Ancient Tribe, they're going to take their turn to run straight into Hustlers, see if they can get the first blood, but it looks like Heaven's going to lose this trade. He's first to fall, and that first blood goes the way of Shad.
That is the dream. So that's Agi, right? Yep. Agility for Shad. Already having a better game than last time. I think he ended, what, 0-3 or 0-2 last game?
Nah, it was 1-2-7. So obviously still not a great scoreline for the carry.
Yeah, I mean, this is infinitely better. And yeah, I would say that I favor Hustlers by a good margin this time around. Like, probably like that 60-40, 65-35. I think they just have great core matchups. And I'm just looking for, I mean, I'm looking at MTD and I'm wondering what he's going to be able to do on the Coddle. I think this Slark could just run rampant.
I mean, you know, obviously for Little Pleb on his Morphling, you know, what threatens him this game? Or is it still not a bad Morphling game?
It's not that bad of one, I would say. However, there is a lot of damage, and like these long duration team fights, that's where Slark thrives. And I think Shadow Demon has always been one of my favorite heroes versus Morph. You just get illusions of the Morphling inside a lot of the fights. You have setup. You have an ability that, you know, this Disseminate ability, it's very deceptive how much damage heroes can take from it, so I think it helps you burn through a Morph. And then they have Tidehunter. So the thing about Tide versus Morph is all about that base damage. If you just get Anchor Smash on him in team fights, he's just going to deal pathetic damage, so... Definitely like the setup from Hustlers. Way better this time around.
And I mean, what do you think they did see in this game that made them want to go with the Kotl to end things up? You know, what does it offer, or what does it answer?
I'm not really too certain, to be honest with you, because I've been seeing a lot more rise of this Kotl mid, but usually when I like it, it's because they have, like, this, like, overwhelming pressure early on where he can make rotations with Boots of Travel early, and they have, like, Nature's Prophet, this, like, global threat. I don't know, I've been seeing so many more people picking it, but I think it's some just flavor of the month thing where people are like, oh, it's good again. But I think it's just not, I think it's not amazing. I think it just has some games where it can be decent. So I'm not sure exactly what he sees on it, where it's like, wow, this is some godly Kotl game.
Well, both carries in their side lanes, not having the easiest of times hitting the creeps, both getting harassed pretty heavily.
Yeah, the one thing about Shadow Demon is your game, you might be like one of the best 4/5 positions in the game. Your laning is pretty pathetic. You don't really provide much of anything besides just like a save at times. So it should be a little bit of a slow start up here for Shad. Angel.
And they're able to burst him. Very nicely done there. And able to find that chance to grab him. And yeah, with him gone, very little that can be done to set this lane up for Shad to actually hit the creeps. Still feeling the heat here against this dual lane of Ancient Tribe.
I mean, 7 denies on the Centaur.
Yeah.
That is insane. 7 denies on him, 0 on the Rubik, but yeah, they're fully controlling the lane. I feel like Morph is going to have a much better time. Sure, you have to deal with these constant anchor smashes and stuff like that reduce your damage, but he's got a tree behind him. He's actually got a real 5 position.
And then they were able to get Shad there. I mean, Heaven went for the telekinesis, but I think he sort of went in at the very last tick of the Dark Pact. You know, to be fair to Heaven, it did look like the Dark Pact had come to an end, but wasn't able to actually wait it out completely there, so misses the chance to grab him back into a hoof stomp.
Yeah. So MTD, we're seeing him get the stacks done, so I imagine we're going to see Alex look to either ward the camps or ward the vision, or ward for vision to be able to scout those out. Looks like it'll just be for vision. They're completely aware of this when you're playing versus Kotl. So they definitely look
and
this time, okay.
They're able to get the combo. So this top lane played very, very nicely here by Ancient Tribe so far. It's, you know, it's definitely going to be one of those games where Shadows and Slark will have to find the farm to catch up in the jungling phase with the Dark Pact. So not a sort of the dream start to the lane as you'd hope for as a Slark.
Well, Rubik could be in trouble. That's 5 stacks.
See if they can play their way out of this.
Uh-oh.
I mean, they can. He's got Fairy Fire. Shad will want to continue to run this down.
Oh, the armor, is it enough?
I mean, Shad should have this. He's easily going to chase this one down. And he will. Shad will manage to at least get the kill, but still, you know, giving up heroes to the dual lane and the denies continue to roll. You know, 15-11 on this off-lane Centaur. Huge amounts of farm getting taken away from this Slark in the lane.
I think it's really really nice, at least for Shad, that he was able to get the first blood in this other kill, because he still is healthy on that net worth, even though he doesn't have last hits.
That's true.
Bottom, we're seeing Devi. He's just kind of doing whatever he wants, going behind the tower, pulling waves. That means Pleb. I mean, Pleb's just kind of able to free farm under tower. So far, looking good for the side of Ancient Tribe. The 3 lanes looking nice. Sure, we're seeing Lesh getting a lot more denies versus his counterpart, because we're seeing MTD just go to jungle and stuff like that, but a really good laning start.
I'll see Alex check out this area whilst MTD starts to deal with some of the neutrals.
He's stealing the small camp. They're stealing the small creeps, that is, as LeBron chases him away. He's being annoying, sapping the XP, making it get split 3 ways. Should be just fine, but they're going to try to at least force some of these leaps.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Shad continues to just really struggle up here.
Alex, he's even going to find the courier of Little Pleb passing by.
Okay. And he'll be able to use that last leap. They're pinging him out. They're like, he has got no leap charges left, but yeah, nothing to catch.
Yeah, it was indeed suitably annoying there with those moves. Very nicely done.
Yeah, and Lil Pleb, he's able to be left on his own down bottom, so the tree just looking to continue securing this area for his buddy as Lil Pleb gets the farm on. So now they're bringing Lash. Well, Post Nova's online. LeBron in some trouble.
Yeah, was at a point though where the stacks have been completely cleared, so not quite able to get over at the timing that they were hoping to there. Maybe
Gets
trying to steal some of that.
Blessed with the regen rune bottom. Mirage, after he makes the rotation, gets the rune too. Gonna feel pretty good. And we're seeing stacks coming out from Angel. So top lane, as we mentioned, you know, Shadow Demon doesn't provide much as a support. He's starting to get some stacks going for his Slark to catch back up.
Yeah, Shad's got to sit right back now. He's salving up, but Heaven's turned back up to this top lane. If they catch him in the combo, we'll be pretty close to bursting him. I mean, as we see here, not quite able to get the catch with the telekinesis, though. Shad across the tree line with that pounce means that they won't have the further grab on him. I mean, if they did get that, it may have been a dead Slark. Very scary, that top lane.
I really like it. Like the way the other game, he only went 2-1, and then I think or 2-2, and then went back for going retaliate. This game, it's 2-3. So
yes,
all about that spam to get onto that Slark, and it's working.
He looks just so much damage each and every time. He's not quite hit the 6, so he's not able to sustain through it. Rotation from Mirage comes in, though. Making sure that they can do something about the fact that Melez is just really putting the heat on against Shad Slark. A well-needed rotation that opens up the lane.
MTDs comes a little bit too late. I think his boots of travel were out coming out on the courier, but didn't end up being able to get the TP to react to the Lash, who now, with regen, going to continue farming these stacks. And although those lanes looked a little bit precarious, at least for the Slark at the start, they all top net worth on their 3-4s. And bottom, Devi. He's actually pushed the limit a bit too far. Or did he?
That's got the Mango and the Ravage if he wants to save himself.
Mango's being expended. Arrow.
He'll actually be able to turn it into a kill. Very nicely baited there by Davai Lama. I mean, they'll get both of those for that one. They walked straight into that ancient tribe. I think they knew the mangoes were there, and they knew that maybe the Ravage was coming out, but I don't think they accounted for the fact that there could be a Mirana around to follow up with that fantastic arrow.
And up top.
Quick moves as well. Alex from making the move over in the river straight towards the top.
MTD. Oh, boy.
Mirage is going to be able to dive in and maybe get him. MTD's trying to juke this out through the trees, but indeed he goes down. Hustlers just like that there. They suddenly pop a 3K lead.
And with their matchups that we mentioned with their heroes, you know, like this is a really good position for them, not only in the laning phase, but mid and late game. I mean, they outscale really hard. That is some huge connections, and they push. I mean, they push easier, too. They are playing into Treant Protector, but they have the natural push that comes out from Edict. Mirage is level 9 already. That is I mean, level 9 at 9 minutes. Good God. MTD might just die again.
I was going to say, they might be about to get more XP on this Leshrac in the mid.
Oh, boy.
That's a very, very dead keeper of the light. Mirage on a killing spree. This tier 1 is going to get pressured down.
This game looks really hard now for Ancient Tribe.
Absolutely.
This is why I was a little hesitant with this Coddle, you know. Now they even... Oh, my God.
I mean, Mirage can steal some
stacks. Get their stacks stolen. All right,
boy.
well. Now who do you play around? It's like, okay, Centaur, you know, Melez, the entire game is up to you now at this point.
I mean, they want to walk up there to try and do something about Hustlers. Look at the arrow combo, because Melez's pretty tanky, so they won't go in aggressively on him. They'll step back.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is a really painful early game. Map is totally opened up for Shad, who struggled a little bit at the start of the laning phase. He's top 2 net worth. Lesh, full free game. Bloodstone nearly finished up, and Devi has completely been able to just free farm versus Morphling too. This will be a very tough game to come back in for Ancient Tribe.
We'll at least be able to deny that haste tree and stop Mirage from grabbing that.
Feels like they're gonna have to just wait for the Centaur to get this Blink Dagger to try to get them back in the game. Unless MTD is able to make some crazy stuff happen as this Coddle. But he's so fragile at this point, as we've seen multiple times. They have so many ways to set up on this Coddle. If they just find him, he's dead.
Got their eyes on bottom, but Davai Lama ravaged back up.
It's a 5k gold lead at the 10-minute. I mean, that is insane.
Oh yeah, this Lash has just gotten so much. From the kills that he picks up to the farm, the stacks that he was able to steal. And of course, what he's been able to clean up on his half of the map is going to be a very fast Bloodstone. There you go. Look at that.
That might be the earliest Bloodstone I've seen. I know I just said
I mean,
last
11
game.
minute. It was
Like,
purchased pre-11 minutes, so...
Yeah. Wow. And, I mean, Diffusal's about to be finished for Slark, too. So it feels like for Hustlers, they're ready to fight. They're ready, completely ready to battle. While for Ancient Tribe, they probably just have to wait for Melis to have a Blink Dagger. And even with that, definitely going to have some issues just approaching any of these team fights with this type of start. Morphling doesn't want to get involved, so they have to just play around their 4 in order to be able to fight back. And yeah, Hustlers in a really prime position to just kind of dominate the map now.
Oh, can they set up on Little Pleb? And they try for the blind stun. So with that blind stun already attempted, nothing to follow up the disruption.
But they can look to take tower. They have max edict.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures
The glyph.
are
Hold on to it a little bit longer. Trying to stop it with the Kato Blast as well, too, but MTD has to be cautious with how he stands. He gets disrupted, he's dead. He'll be okay for a second. And now Diffusal's done for Shad. He can start posing some aggression onto Meles up top, too.
See if they can do anything about this tier 1 push.
It's dead. I mean, this next edict is going to kill it.
Yep. Might have to let this go, especially with Davai Lama showing up.
Oh, Pleb. It's going to be an arrow.
Opening. And little, yeah, just a little, kind of felt that, a little slow with the arrow. Not quite able to get the follow-up that time round.
I mean, Shad is able to do so much up here now, though.
What's the mark of the pounce? So, yeah, Meles is more than fine.
But yeah, every time the Centaur shows his face, it's actually really painful. If he gets hit like 3 times with this Diffusal, he's just completely out of mana. So, right now, game safe for Hustlers. Kind of feels like they can go anywhere on the map. And for, yeah, Ancient Tribe, they've got the blink on the Centaur. They're going to have to make something big happen with it. Otherwise, this game feels like it's going to just completely fall out of any chances for them.
Yeah, it's so hard to hold on to any of these towers, even if they have the overgrowth. It doesn't matter.
No.
The pushing power of Hustlers far too strong with how big this Lesh is at this early stage.
They found LeBron.
He's going to pop the overgrowth, but it won't save him. Easily killed off. Hustlers continuing to grow this lead and no signs of slowing down.
Another tower quickly brought down. Barrage going to queue up Boots of Travel really early to just keep shrinking the map. And yeah, it feels like it's going to be a case of, can Ancient Tribe take fights 4v5 when they have the team fight disadvantage? I think we're going to be start looking at the Rubik to perhaps get some steals or something like that. It feels like he's going to have to get like Ravage for them to have any chance of fighting.
In the mid there, we nearly had Alex being able to catch Little Pleb by surprise.
Chad?
He's able to get the dart packed off.
Okay.
The blast is enough. Able to kill him through that Shadow Dance. Good AoE.
Nicely done from the Coddle. MTD actually has Vessel finished up, so now has an answer at the very least versus the Bloodstone. And they're going to make plays, so yeah, have to look. I think you have to, with the Centaur, start trying to salvage this early game here. Just run around with the Blink Dagger, try to get kills so you can get some catch up here.
I know LeBron's in the tree line.
He's making
TP's
him work
coming
for
in.
it.
They're going to try and hold. Oh, he's straight into the stun.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Little Pleb turns up and he's going to wish he didn't. TP's into the tier 2, immediately caught by that.
Uh-oh, Rubik. Farewell.
This game is getting fast.
Yeah.
This is getting very fast. LeBron desperately trying to hold back the creep wave. Protect his tier 2s from getting taken down at such an early time.
It's getting fast, and they are the ones who are actually counterpicked this time, rather than them counterpicking. You know, the Slark versus Morphling matchup, they have kind of all the answers, it feels like, to deal with what Ancient Tribe has set up. So LeBron, yeah, trying to cut waves and slow stuff down, but They already might be too far behind to even catch up.
Well, they have enough creeps with them. They need the one so they can get for that backdoor protection and get the push going.
And no glyph, they popped it earlier, so outpost now opened up. I feel like every time Melee shows on the map, that's just Ancient Tribe losing total control of the game. I feel like if the Centaur isn't literally like non-stop looking for pickoffs, they're just gonna get hunted themselves and just get massively outscaled. Not saying it's an easy thing for Melis to have to do, but it just feels like anytime he's showing, there's no pressure onto Hustlers whatsoever.
He's going to be out before they find him.
Okay, and they're going to smoke, so perhaps they can find something here. They find Mirage, it's a pretty good kill.
That's a very good kill. Has got Bloodstone ready to pop.
Okay.
See if he's able to get it off. Yeah, he is. Can they still burst through him with this heal? They can.
Nice.
Double edges there. They take down the Leshrac.
I think it might be even... Oh, he's too low to actually go for more. I was going to say, it might honestly be time to just continue looking for a move here. It's a big kill, but can they find anything out of it besides just a Lesh? It's time for Little Play,
Now LeBron's continuing to try and be as much as a nuisance as he can down here on the bottom lane.
So guys, I'm farming. But now Shad's even making his way down. He actually wants to hunt this tree himself. He wants to get involved. They know how strong they are right now versus their opponents.
Yeah,
even though they get the Lesh kill.
Diffusal and an Echo done. He's going to be able to close the gap on Meles. Has to Stampede to survive.
Mirage shows himself again. They're going to try again onto mid.
Oh. See if the Bloodstone heal saves him this time. It doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, that's two massive... And in fact, with Lil Pleb, they turns to the Mirage and uses the stolen arrow to take down Alex as well. I mean, that's a rough couple of deaths there from Mirage. He had an incredible start. And that's what kind of makes those deaths even more rough. You know, you've had this much of a start, you've got this much farm, this much XP, this much... and you're dying 2 times there. In the mid lane, back to back. Yeah, Little Pleb throwing out the cheeky tips here towards Mirage. He knows, you know, if they're killing the Lesh like this, that's really rough for Hustlers overall.
He played so aggressively. I mean, they find the D-Ward instantly because of it, but super aggressive. I think maybe he just felt like he was going to be like invulnerable because... You know, they just don't have that much damage. But the Kato with the Vessel stops all that healing. And then Rubik, actually, I believe he stole the Lightning Storm. So he had this double nuke potential to actually burst through him. All right, nicely done.
Yeah, they can't have that happening again. You know, Mirage dies like that once. But I mean, maybe already the 2 deaths is enough to sort of put this game in a position where Ancient Tribe are going to be able to start slowing down this lead that Hustlers have built.
I think they need quite a few more of those, to be honest. Okay. It still feels like they're fighting a very uphill battle versus the Slark, but some pretty nice kills at the least. Because I'm still looking at their draft when, like, let's say when big team fights kick off. I think they have great ways to pick heroes off, but their team fight is very lackluster on Ancient Tribe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Might should be a freebie here for Shad. Finds LeBron. There's LeBron. Has got back up. Managed to time the Who Stomp, but the Shadow Dance was already there.
Chad then.
Oh, they are got. My goodness. He's just got blown up. They just collapse on the Slark. And they'll happily take that trade. LeBron doesn't mind dying for that at all immediately as well with the kill. The tips coming out here. I mean, I think Ancient Tribe, you know, they're very much feeling themselves.
This is a nice
they
move.
may be behind, but they're making some really good kills happen. And there they go, jump up to the high ground. They get him with a Who Stomp onto Mirage.
Oh, baby.
He's dead again. Ancient Tribe here, pulling out all the stops here with some fantastic plays to get themselves back into the game and make sure that Hustlers do not feel as comfortable as I think they may have felt a few moments ago in this match with the lead that they had. I mean, sure, they still had the gold advantage, but these deaths, I mean, that's what, 3 times back-to-back now that Mirage has been taken down. Yeah, the fact that Ancient Tribe are doing this from behind, you got to imagine what they're going to be able to do when they start getting ahead if they continue with this. This is, you know, Hustlers, they've got to kind of recollect themselves here. They will manage to get the Ravage jump onto MTD. That will kill him, but still it doesn't feel as impactful really as the kills that Ancient Tribe have been getting against the Hustlers' own cores.
No, and Ravage is on cooldown. So now as the teamfight aspects, Ancient Tribe could look to actually battle back. Like I said, they needed a couple more. They found some
Yeah,
big ones there, and now perhaps have opened up the map for themselves to get out there. Deep aggressive wards, good early aggression, and just playing with the Centaur. Really nicely done.
Oh, yeah, indeed. Really smart play from behind after a tough start to this game. Still a bit more to do to close that gap, but that gap is not growing. Pretty much sustained the 5K for the last fair few minutes of this game with those kills that Ancient Tribe have been able to find.
Still need to do more. It's like still the Melis. I feel like he has to still just keep looking for these aggressive plays, trying to keep catching Hustlers out of position. Because now Shad, he's gonna know this ward was there from when they got the jump forward onto the Lesh. He'll take that one out. So still, I mean, still feels like a pretty uphill battle.
Yep.
But making things happen at the least.
And well, we got very close to the Manta pretty much done here for Little Pleb, few hundred gold, so they have that to play around. And as we've seen already, Little Pleb, he has been finding the opportunities to get involved in these fights nice and early, despite the fact that the enemy is a little more stacked against him at this point with the items they have.
They're still gonna hit some good timings. Similar, like almost exact same net worth as the Slark.
Yeah.
Shad is 3 components toward Aghanim, so like it feels like for Hustlers still, they're going to be very keen to fight at almost any moment. It just, will they get picked off is the big thing. Because as we're seeing, some pretty explosive damage coming out from Ancient Tribe if they're able to catch someone on the transition.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing they can burst through Mirage. I mean, sure, you'll have a bit of extra stats from the full Aghanims, but I can imagine if they're still able to throw all 5 hero spells onto this Slark, he'll still blow up pretty easily if they can catch him between the Dark Packs and the Shadow Dancers. So he has to be careful.
Oh, okay, yeah, he does the disassemble. My brain actually completely forgot about it. So he does the disassemble, so he's got eggs, so Hustlers can actually look to fight right now. Yeah, they have great burst. It's just also positioning of everything too, right? Is Angel there to get the save? So I think for Hustlers, they're going to be a little bit more careful after they played pretty reckless these last few minutes. And still, Hustlers still in a very comfortable position in this game after their early lead and with their core matchups.
See where they're able to make a jump. I mean, Ancient Tribe playing rather smartly in how much they're sort of avoiding these attempts from Hustlers. See Hustlers smoke up. They'll look to head towards the top half of the map. See if they're able to get there in time during this smoke, though, and how prepared Ancient Tribe are for this. Because it seems like Ancient Tribe know that they're kind of, Hustlers are all off the map.
Uh-oh. Shad's found them. Nice lift.
Ooh, indeed, instantly. Ooh, and a force back. Stampede as well. They're deep into the trees. And Little Pleb, he's out with the TP. Heaven as well is able to get away. And LeBron, they're not finding him. So, Ancient Tribe are able to avoid the smoke gank completely. Nobody's going to get their life taken away from them.
Back to split pushing the map. Back to trying to get this space out there for the Morphling to try to farm. But Hustlers, I mean, I still feel very comfortable the way that they just like charge across the map, probably looking to clear the area for Roshan, because like I mentioned, their team fight is still crazy strong. I think for Ancient Tribe to try to look for a head 5v5 engagement, it's still going to be if like Rubik gets a Ravage Steal or something like that. And even then, like I still think they have some troubles. I think they have to they have to burst the target. They have to just start the fight 4v5, otherwise the fight's just likely to go in the favor of Hustlers.
We got smoke from themselves, Hustlers. Oh, sorry, Ancient Tribe. Hustlers? Okay, they seem to be, aware. Davai Lama obviously positioning himself in the mid. That's not really the one that Ancient Tribe are going to jump.
No, they need to catch the back lines. The Lash or the Shadow Demon in particular.
Yeah.
Even Shad's too hard to kill. And Shad is going to go for that. Of course, the Mage Slayer, but then also going back for the Shard himself to protect his buddies. And they almost have BKB now on Lash, so Mirage almost has his own protection. So the 3 cores looking to start getting to a position where it's going to be too tough for them to actually go on them. LeBron walks into Lash.
That'll be an easy one for Mirage.
That's his BKB done. Now they can look for any type of fight on Hustlers. They still have deep vision as well, too. They have this ward that they snuck into the bottom side, so they see Melas right now. They're actually going to get on him right away.
See how deep they want to reach for this. They don't want to go further. Not quite able to get the disruption from Angel.
And now Roche probably on the menu for the side of Hustlers.
And will we see Ancient Tribe coming over here?
I don't think so. I think an open field 5v5 is disastrous versus this Tide still. It's gonna take a bit of time to kill this Roche though.
Not quite a bit of time.
Yeah, Slark not hitting it either. Secure that last hit, Angel. No, don't pop the poison. Man, you gotta sack that up to like 20 and then you pop it yourself. Come on, get the last hit. Come on, Shadow Demon. All right, now Mirage. BKB done, holding Pupil's Gift. Very tanky and an Aegis to boot. Unlikely to get brought down again in the way that he was before.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Melez. Whoop. Hello there. Just kidding. Will he get caught? He will not.
And that is his Greaves done. So we'll have good capabilities for keeping his team healed up in the midst of the fight if they do get jumped.
But still, the same looming problem feels to be there. They don't have the better team fight, and they're the ones playing into a counter matchup. That's Slark versus Morphling. So Shad, 5-3 this game, but it feels like he's starting to hit his peak. Or I don't know how they really kill him. MTD is spotted from this ward they have.
Oh, and he's going to get in. BKB has to be forced out there from MTD.
Okay. I mean, just gets very scared. He had Force Staff, but terrified, I guess, versus the secondary pounce and stuff, but now no BKB, and they still have this deep ward. Mirage is in.
See Melez trying to buff them up with the pipe from the side. Greaves as well. And put the Stampede. He's able to lift himself up and throw to the side. And Alex should still be able to hunt him down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We'll get the kill, and now maybe can try looking for more with this push. They know there's no Stampede now to save anybody else that does get jumped upon.
Yeah, back to business for Hustlers and for Ancient Tribe. I'm struggling to see when they hit that timing. What item is it going to be that allows Little Pleb to enter versus this draft of Hustlers? Does not look easy.
Radiant's middle tower is under
BKB
attack.
on Little Pleb. Chance for him to survive, but still doing enough damage is it's going to be the real issue against Hustlers heroes, and the cores come jumping in at them.
It's like he needs to kill off more heroes than the Slark is going to kill off, because they just have to ignore Slark unless they 100-0 Shad somehow. Pretty much if Shad makes a mistake. Yeah, Morph just has to kill the back lines, and then eventually they have to just try to deal with Shad, who's a huge issue.
Mirage. He's going to try and get it onto Melez. He's got Shad and Alex to back him up. Force him out to the side.
Ravage.
Melez, in fact, that by Llama in with the Ravage. Gets to jump onto Little Pleb. The follow-up stuns there as they've killed off Melez. They'll take down Heaven. See them surround Little Pleb. Little Pleb is able to waveform back up to the high ground. Hustlers, they're considering diving in pretty deep here beyond the tier 3. They'll hold back. They'll settle for the 2 quick kills there.
Ancient Tribe just full retreat. They just can't take any fights. Now Ravage on cooldown, so it feels like maybe now as soon as Centaur respawns, maybe you just kind of have to try to look for this type of fight on Ancient Tribe, because they're just losing all map control. Not an easy fight to take by any means, even with Ravage on cooldown. Mirage.
He's actually... Ooh,
Nice
Little
man,
Pleb
though.
there with a man to dodge. But still, Shad bounces forward. Angel's going to use the disruption to try and set up for the arrow, but didn't quite... So they have the close enough distance there to get the arrow timing right, so... Little Pleb's fine, still pushing them away from the tier 2 tower, so Hustlers have the space to keep pushing in onto this. So the Ancient Tribe, they've got all 5 back up, but indeed this Deep Observer Ward giving Hustlers the full information on with regards to how Ancient Tribe's trying to set up the defense. They go for the smoke, but it's been spotted out. They'll know it as well. They drop down a sentry, see the Observer straight away. So now there's very little chance of Ancient Tribe being able to jump Hustlers by surprise. And of course, they've still got this 50 seconds left on the Aegis for Mirage.
They feel forced because Ravage is on cooldown. Like, this is the only window we have to perhaps take a fight, but it does not look easy.
Now looking towards the Tide, but the Vailama is so tanky. And turn towards Mirage instead. So to say there's still 40 seconds left on the Aegis. They get the control off onto the Centaur. Melez out of the fight. Pounce for Shad. He's on towards Little Pleb. They'll force Little Pleb to the side, out of the pounce. He's able to waveform back to the base. He'll live. That's Mele's taken down. The mid tower as well.
Oh,
Hustlers getting a lot achieved here with the Sages.
They can't do anything. They literally just walk in and they're like, they just run into any of the cores they run into, it feels like they just immediately have to reset away. For Ancient Tribe, they may have found the 10 kills earlier, but the game, a bunch of those kills were kind of handed to them too, but now the game just feels like literally impossible. Killing the cores just doesn't feel like it's ever going to happen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Ravage is back up in 15 seconds, so couldn't even take advantage of that window.
Angel nearly able to set up onto the MTD there. We see them teeping in towards the tier 2. Little Pleb wants to try and pull together a defense around this tower. The tier 2 does still stand for now. Can they really fight around this area though, Ancient Tribe? I mean, Davai Lama, he's charging in. He's looking towards Little Pleb. They're going to hoof stomp out. They're trying to burst through Mirage. Little Pleb commits with the BKB, but Angel's in the defensive destruction. Buys time from Mirage. His own BKB and Bloodstone off. LeBron, Overgrowth, don't control the left side, but he's healing up with the Bloodstone. Little Pleb gets taken out. Same to be said for LeBron. Both dead. Pounce forward for Shad. In onto the Centaur. 3 dead on Ancient Tribe. As they try there to put a fight together around the tier 2, they are not successful. As now Hustlers, it just come diving in onto them, up to the high ground, arrow connection onto MTD, Heaven dying under his tier 4s to Shad Slark. As this should be, and could certainly be the end of this game too here, folks. It really feels that Ancient Tribe, they don't have anything.
No answers. And even, like, they got handed, what, 4 or 5 kills back-to-back, and it didn't really do much of anything for them as Hustlers. Yeah, this game, I mean, their draft felt like it hit on all cylinders. They won all 3 lanes, exploded into the mid-game, and it's a Slark versus a Morphling matchup where there's not really many Slark counters at all in this game. All right, game 3. I mean, what are we going to get in for now this time?
Let's see. Ancient Tribe, they're going to try and hold on. And 2 sets of racks down, 24k gold lead here for Hustlers.
This is, I mean, I want to just pull up Dota Plus. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way. This is 100 for sure. There's no way. There's no hope for Morphling. He can't commit. He can't kill. He can't touch the cores. He probably can't even touch the supports anymore. As the Hex finished up for Alex, he's been quietly farming a Storm. Yeah, they're massive.
We'll try, give it one more shot here, Ancient Tribe. But as you say, more than likely just
Radiant's courier has been killed.
using the extra time, they'll draw this game out to consider how they want to approach game 3.
Yeah, probably just discussing like what went so wrong in the drafting that all this kind of went down. Because the Slark pick feels like it was perfect. The Tide last pick feels like it fit in perfectly also to counteract what they saw. And, you know, it was Ancient Tribe. They kind of did bring it, they kind of ran it back a little bit, right? They did do the Tree Morphling last time. Last time they had this counter pick of the Coddle to deal with that Naga Siren, or the Zeus versus that Naga Siren. This time it's just a Coddle where, you know, MTD may not be having that bad of a game, but like I was mentioning early on, it's not like there was like, damn, this is a godly Coddle game. Like, this is where it's really going to stand out. He hasn't been able to do too much to shut down the opposing cores.
Oh, smoke time from Ancient Tribe. Maybe see if they can catch them split up.
Who do they kill? They can't kill the cores.
Oh, and Davai Lama. He's already made the jump into the tree line. He's found LeBron. We'll see over in the mid. Shad in onto Mele's. As Mirage just toying about with Little Pleb. Rest of the team on its way over. Little Pleb trying to run. And very little he could do to play his way out of this situation.
He's making him work for it, but that should be it.
Hustlers straight into the base. 3 dead on Ancient Tribe. Mirage, he's actually going to look for some more kills. Finds MTD attempting to push out this top lane. BKB's at the ready. We'll knock him back with the blast. TP out of there, so MTD will live to see another day. This is going to be back up in 15 with the base falling apart. Shad and Davai Lama taking down this final set of barracks on the top lane now. They've got a blink on Alex, so they've even got the blink hex plate on the Marana underneath the tower here, finding through it, catching MTD with the bash as he tries to charge back into the base.
He's in.
He wants to dive. He's in, he's going to dive, and he's going to get away with it. Takes out the kill on MTD. The buybacks coming out from both MTD and Little Pleb.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
But the base in complete shambles now. Mega creeps are up.
And they're going to just back it up. They're going to be mean. They're like, all right, you want to stay in this game? We'll just let the creeps finish it off for you guys. I'm astonished that Ancient Tribe is not clocking. There we go.
There we go. There we go. They've had enough trying to draw it out. They'll look towards the third game, which we will be getting now with Hustlers taking this game too. 1-1 now between Hustlers and Ancient Tribe. And very much we saw kind of just the opposite of what we had in game one. You know, game one, you know, Shad playing a carry that he couldn't really do anything on in regards to sort of the situation it was drafted in. And game two gets his Slark. It is one of his best, and it's a beautiful Slark game. Very easy for him, and of course backed up by some fantastic plays from his teammates, and one incredibly farmed Lesh. As you said, you know, even with kind of those 2-3 deaths in the mid game, it didn't matter. It didn't shake Mirage's game at all. Very, very, very farmed, and I think this is kind of the level we expected from Hustlers coming into the series. Just be interested to see if they can keep it up in game 3 fogged, or if draft issues could have hit them again.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think draft was a big determining factor for, I mean, the last one for the Naga unable to play, and then for this one for the lack of team fight and lack of answers really for Slark and Tide and Lesh. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see the draft.
Yeah, 1-1 at the moment now between Hustlers and Ancient Tribe.
Thank you very much, Fogged. And I imagine XD Pixel, not OD Pixel today. Happy to see a Slark get a victory here. And happy for a game number 3. A very intriguing game number 2, gentlemen. Off the basis of the drop, you know, things didn't necessarily look as bad as they might have otherwise. Tika, you were telling me about how some of these side lanes are fairly difficult to kill and punish, but it turns out you don't have to kill and punish them. You just have to outfarm them, and eventually they can't actually do anything to you.
Yeah, I think the game started with kind of fake confidence going towards Ancient Tribe. The Centaur Rubik lane looked pretty good. It was putting some pressure on the Slark. But because of that, it kind of freed up the SD Mirana to be like, you know what? Let's just go over to mid lane. And then because you try lane mid with some disruption, some arrows, you're killing off the Kotor a couple of times as you get to like the 10-minute mark plus. I think it just propelled the game for Hustlers to have their playstyle, right? Like, Shad found his farm, he recovered a little bit. Tide was unkillable. Lesh was having some godly game. And like, everything that you need for D2 Hustlers to win a game of Dota is tempo. It's this exact playstyle. Literally, after game 1, I was saying D2 Hustlers need to come out ahead in the lanes to get their playstyle online. And they did it leaps and bounds in this second game.
Yep. You certainly could not ask for any better coming out of the D2 Hustlers here in this situation. But things only started to get better as they scaled into the mid-game Panda. We saw some things that, you know, honestly, we haven't seen in a very long time being done in the game of Dota 2 based off of their laning phase performance. Talk to us about what happened in the mid-game that enabled D2 Hustlers to make this game look as easy as it was.
I guess it's a bit of a look in the mirror, in a sense, game number 1, where Ancient Tribe might be overextending a couple times. That was also a good read from AT, basically, at the 17-19 minutes mark, where they did a fantastic recovery, finding multiple kills and surprising with the burst damage. Every time a hero would overextend out of reach from a tower, they surprised the Stark a couple times. And then Hustlers just kind of figured out, like, well, if we can just avoid these couple pickoffs from happening, maybe a bit of mirror movement in terms of how do they get the most out of the Slark when the Leshrac is already online and the Vylama just kind of double teaming together. Alex and Angel just doing a lot of great work around the map with this Tide Hunter, and then they just were handed out a pretty free Slark game in a sense. Like Fogged also mentioned, there's no Slark counter in this game, so they could just pick off their pace from that mid game and connect with their cores in the later parts.
What did you make of the performance of your countryman MTD in the mid lane and how he matched up against Mirage and his Leshrac?
I mean, the other looked stellar, the other didn't as much. I mean, if there's something I do want to bring up from Mirage, what went really well this game was about that Bloodstone timing. So we were all kind of bamboozled by the fact that, wow, that's actually a really fast Bloodstone. That's the fastest Bloodstone in 5 years of Dota on any hero, basically.
Damn.
So fourth fastest all time and second fastest on Leshrac as a hero since the start of Dota. So yeah, that kind of paints you the picture, right? Like, when you get a Bloodstone already on a hero like Leshrac, this hero seems super difficult to deal with, and he did exactly that. T?
I'm gonna jump in and please let's not give him MVP though. All right, I'm gonna make a case real quick because I know how these things go. All right, Alex deserves this MVP hands down on this Mirana personally.
We're listening, bro.
All right, so basically, right, boss man on the Mirana, he was scouting out the early stacks, providing the information, setting up mid lane. Because of his early movements and because he didn't need to help the Tidehunter, he gave the necessary information for SD and Lesh to like pop off in the game. And like if he wasn't making those moves, Lesh wouldn't play with the same confidence to get that farm, to get the Bloodstone. So it's like Lesh is like on paper, OP, what an insane game. But like, I think Alex throughout the entire game consistently did well. Also didn't get picked off. Yes, let's go.
I will allow it because he bought Hex. Anytime I see a support player being able to buy the Sheepstick and Guardian Greaves, it's like, you know what? We'll let this one go. I mean, that's one of the things as well, right? He allows the Tidehunter to not have to buy the full Guardian Greaves because, like, well, I'm getting enough farm on the map. I can get that item for you. You can just go immediately into the Blink Shivas and the Refresher. I mean, but that's something that's quite interesting, I find, especially today in this day of Dota 2T. The fact that we've had so many different itemizations. It feels like there's not been one singular player who said to themselves, I'm just going to follow the cookie cutter build. Everybody's been doing something a little bit different. And it does kind of feel like Dota is shifting away from just having this one set of ideas of exactly how to play the hero, how to itemize the hero. People are realizing that there's so much variability in these item builds. And then especially with those Guardian Greaves meta, right? As long as you have it in the team, it doesn't matter who's actually building it.
I mean, I feel like Dota's in a position where if you know you're able to take the fight, you want to itemize for those fights, and each item propels you to the next one. So in some scenarios, like I think Greaves is such an easy item to buy, it doesn't feel that bad. So a position 4 or position 3, they can always buy it and it's great. So it's very interchangeable, you know? So I think it's probably a little bit OP when any hero can buy it and feel good on it. Maybe it'll get a nerf post-major, you know, who knows? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Come on, Frog, do your work. But yeah, it is nice to see players and teams having a more open-minded approach to how they itemize in the games, for sure.
Before we go into this final and deciding game number 3, T-Panda, I want to hear it from you. Just give me a team name. Who is a better positioned to take this 3-game series right now?
Who is in a better position to take the 3rd game in the series from these two teams? I mean, the Hustlers can draw it to 3, but I'm going Ancient Tribe on this one.
Ancient Tribe. All right. Okay, let's see. Of course, they still need to make sure that they bring a draft worthy of playing because both games we've seen that the team that has concocted a draft that disables the enemy team from doing anything on the map, that's the draft that tends to win. So let's see if that's going to be the case for D2 Hustlers or if Ancient Tribe will yet again get another outdraft. We'll find out in game number 3 in just a short moment. We'll be right back.
Oh, guys, they're all there. I'm not there.
Oh, they wanna kill me.
Can we go to the wards?
I'm fine, yeah. I can ravage him after the...
Go to the vision.
Ravaging. I got them all,
Yeah.
He has gush, no ravage. He doesn't have ravage. Chase more? Maybe the call
I'm killing them all. I have DD, I have DD. I killed them all.
I'm gonna go for the Rubik.
They're buying back, but it's fine.
I got Kotel here.
Call.
Is that wrong?
Wait.
I killed Rubik.
Nice.
Mid.
High ground. Wait, mid.
Welcome one and all to game number 3 between Ancient Tribe and the side of the D2 Hustlers here in the Division 2 of the DPC. The Western European region has been very, very competitive up until this point in time, and today these two teams that are both matched up 1-1 will find themselves on their second loss and almost on the cusp of not being able to qualify for Division 1. As we've seen game on game here, Tigov, the odds have started to shrink slightly, slowly but surely. I feel like it should be even odds right now between these two squads. It feels like there's nothing much between them. Going into game number 3, I'd asked Panda before we went into the break who he favors coming into this one. I'm going to ask you a bit of a different question. Who has the mental edge coming into this game number 3 in your opinion?
I would probably lean Hustlers, just because they're a very emotional team, and I think they take wins really well, and I think they take losses really poorly. So I'm going to lean probably Hustlers. You get the comeback game too. You're feeling the vibes. You're like, damn, they did the same strat. What the disrespect, all this random stuff you say as a player to try and hype yourself up and motivate yourself for a game. But yeah, I'll probably lean Hustlers. But Ancient Tribe, they got LeBron. Surely they're a formidable force and able to bounce back.
All right, let's see. So Hustlers, they'll stick to this first opening pick on the Treant Protector, get that into the game. Hasn't had that much success this day, but still a very good hero. And how we know that they're looking a lot better on D2 Hustlers, we're seeing more and more of Devi Lama's face. That feels like the barometer. We're on the way. We're building up. But
he turned on his lights. That's the big dub. Honestly, come on, mate.
That's a big game changer.
Like, he went from complete darkness, sorrow, and now he's like, you know what? I want a game. Let me treat myself. Oh, we saw the note. Oh my god.
Oh,
well, we saw Panda's face.
We're going to treat it too much.
He just won the series. Christ.
Panda, tell me why I'm sad. I have much sorrow in my heart right now.
I know.
Guess why?
I know. I'm not going to guess because I know exactly the answer to it. But outside of that was one thing that I'm intrigued about. And about Game 2, in my opinion, if they wanted to play that Caudle draft, they should have picked Caudle in the second phase and put as a support for Heaven and get like Quops/Storm for MTD in the last phase. So since they're not able to basically replicate the idea that they wanted to do, they just got outdrafted in a sense, and they had no scaling whatsoever in their lineup. They're going to take a faster tempo. And I don't know how this is going to work out for Ancient Tribe, because, hear me out. So we've talked about MTD's aggression, yeah? But how well does Lil Pleb like early game aggression? Is he going to play more of the mid game? Does he prefer more into the late game? Because I know this is a very good late game team, but how does he sit in with Lesh Rack? Like, if MTD plays the Lesh, what hero does Lil Pleb play that either allows him to connect early? We saw the Lesh and the Slark, so Slark could take his time until he joins in, but we had an uber farmed Leshrac thanks to the support players finding all the stacks and all, thanks to Tiga for bringing that up too. So how does Lil Pleb sit into the picture? That's my biggest question mark if they want to push on early.
We'll be seeing, of course, as the draft unfolds, exactly what he's going to be doing, because they still have some flexibility to decide if he plays this Leshrac hero or something else, even though the Lesh is 99% locked in for MTD. Another 99% lock-in, despite having some flexibility in the draft tier T, is the Shadow Fiend. We see it generally being played mid and safe lane, but if it's D2 Hustlers, it's 100% Mirage going to be playing this. It's his most played hero, it's one of his most successful heroes. Is it too early for a Shadow Fiend here, or are you comfortable enough seeing the mid matchup and saying, you know what, give me my best hero, let's secure this game number 3 from the mid lane?
I mean, I feel like if you have a player who's so confident in the hero, that's also relatively hard to just shove out of mid lane. Why not pick it up if you can? I think that as much as it has been always locked into one lane, you always have to think about maybe this is a game it changes, maybe they like to spice it up. But I think for at least for Hustlers, like, their aggression comes from side lanes into then enabling the mid. And SF's that type of hero that if you get 1 or 2 supports in, you get the raid spam, get a kill with a catapult wave, you're suddenly pressuring tower. I think this is Dota 2 Hustlers, or Div 2 Hustlers, whatever the name is, to be the most aggressive, right? So I think Mirage kind of has like free pick on his hero whenever he wants it, unlike the side lanes, which need to be a bit more reactionary to find that dominating requirement. Oh, Devi Lama, look at the motions.
He's full face now. All right, GG. We get the full face of Devi Lama. We get Mirage, Shadow Fiend. Nothing can be done here. Oh god, please ban Morana.
Helen,
oh no,
where are you? He's replicating the Lama. He's doing the reverse the Lama here. You can see his forehead in the darkness, but the only thing that you can see is the curves of his headset.
Nice. Not sponsored.
Not sponsored at all.
That's why I got the lights off, you know.
Yeah.
If they don't ban Mirana here, does Ancient Tribe just pick Mirana after D2 Hustlers grab themselves? I think they have pick out a phase, Ancient Tribe, yeah. Yeah. Do you just go Mirana here if it's not banned? Just get drinking Mirana, disgusting as it is?
Yeah,
it's an option.
They can. I don't know if teams will always force the Ricky Mirana. It depends on the bigger picture of their draft. Maybe they see a certain carry that they want with Shadow Fiend, so they don't want to do it. But I could easily see Ancient Tribe just picking it up because it is like the generic pick to go for. But depending on if the teams want to be a bit more creative, then they might not lean on it. Because again, as meta develops, it's like it's as meta develops, you don't always want to jump on like the obvious things. You kind of want to keep things a little bit more ambiguous. But we'll see what their approach is.
Like the last time they played this lineup, this is somewhat similar, except they had the LeBron pause 5 Pango. So they had MTD with Lesh, they had Heaven on the Ricky, then we had Enigma, Medusa, Pango. Yeah. So if you think about those heroes, well, there's room for an Enigma, but there's also the Rubik, there's also the Silencer still in the pool. So you're definitely not picking it into your double. It could be last phase, but you're gonna have to see what Hustlers are gonna be responding second phase until you start to think too far ahead. Like this could lead into a pretty good outdraft on one side or the other if you're relying on that one specific pick to go through for the final phase. So you don't want to put yourself in a disadvantageous position.
So they leave the Rubik, they leave the Mirana in the pool, they remove the rather Visage for Divine Llama, not allowing him to play that one. We don't see Visage banned, even though every now and then the hero does get picked up. We only really see it when all the other zoos are banned as well. In this game, that is the case. They're just focusing on that particular style of play. I suppose the only other hero that's left that fits that mold is Nature's Prophet, because DP's out as well. So we're going to have to see something new from Divine Llama here. Although we did see the Tide Hunter, and that looked pretty solid. So it feels like they're not really constrained by having to play these more team fighters. And yep, there we go. Just pick Centaur Rubik. Why not? Still looks good. Despite the fact that this lane duo lost the game, looked fine in lane. Centaurs look good all day, so why not go for it?
Yeah, incredibly strong. I think for like Ancient Tribe at least, they're respecting the weaknesses of their opening because especially if they're going to disrupt out of phase, they hate defending towers and just defending their own side of the map with these heroes. So having to do 3 Zubans, which we don't see too often to be fair, normally it's just 1 or 2, but they are really just respecting how weak their lineup will be. And I think for D2 Hustlers, they kind of also see this, and it's like, sure, if you're going to ban out Zoo, we're going to pick up lanes, like we mentioned in the previous draft, like how unkillable these lanes are, Tree +1, Centaur Rubik, like D2 Hustlers is basically just copying Ancient Tribe's draft in the last game, just replacing Morphling with Shadow Fiend. But the script still says the same thing, right? Like these lanes will be hard to kill, and I think at least the weakness of this type of draft is if the team can get the pacing online, it is hard to deal with, and that's why you see Ancient Tribe go for this Nature's Prophet. You will farm fine in lane, you don't care about the Rubik Centaur spam, you're never going to get hoof stomped into double-edged Fade Bolt and die like the Slark did. But you will be able to pivot quickly across the map before Centaur's online to sync up with the rest of your heroes to get the ball rolling.
So something else that scares me a little bit about those drops, Panda, it might not be Ricky Mirana for the Ancient Tribe, but I forget which game it was that we were watching together, where it was the Ricky plus Disruptor, and it looked ridiculous because you just had this perpetual constant silence, this constant team fight. The interplay between Smokescreen and Kinetic Field was ridiculous. The interplay between Sleeping Dot and the Glimpse Back was ridiculous. And this duo, having played 6 times across the DPC, has only lost 1 game. So it feels pretty strong, despite the fact that most of their team fight comes from their support duo. What do you think here in this game? How does it fit versus what Hustlers have brought to the table so far?
At least in terms of the combo and maybe outside of it, like thinking about the lane with the Furion and the Disruptor, like we see this Glimpse level 1 play where you can just spam it. It does more damage than the Thunderstrike actually does. And it's a relatively good tool against this Centaur if you want to try and poke him. It doesn't quite well work against the Rubik because Rubik's always going to be positioning himself in very difficult positions to actually find the hero. And since he's more kind of what you call stationary in a sense, just hiding around trees and trying to get a couple instances into this Disruptor of right click. So the lane combo is already very good for them, but what you're looking at basically before the Spectre lineup, basically the Spectre pick came out, like Ancient Tribe, they have some serious vulnerabilities in this draft.
This is like a weird Spectre. It's a very good Spectre pick for the game, but it does allow the easy pick for Ancient Tribe to go for the Viper. I don't know if they're going to jump for it, because if they pick Viper, sure, they crush Spectre in lane, but the game, they're going to have no initiated team fight. So it's like, you can't go for like the one-to-one counter. I honestly think it's like a bait pick. You pick this Viper, if you don't win in 25 minutes, the game's over. So Melis is probably going, guys, I don't really feel like doing this too much. Other than that, though, they kind of just casually pick up any other hero here. But yeah, I hope they don't fall down the Viper line. I just don't know if they have enough oomph in their lineup to actually really get it over the finish line.
Yeah, also things like what is the required oomph that they want. I feel like even with the Rubik, this is a decent Enigma game if Melees really wants to play it. But yeah, the Viper would definitely be an option just in case of how they want to get that laning stage to roll. And then it really requires the Riki to be super efficient at that 15-minute marker once he gets the shard. He also needs to get the money for it when they get to 15 minutes. So they want a hero that's able to kill if they go Enigma, not necessarily the hero that they want for it. And the lane duo also doesn't look too hot for me. So I feel like wait, Mars is banned as well, damn.
Yeah, it's like for offlane, you can maybe do some Primal Beast type situation where you're a bit more aggressive and you just get to barrel through the mid fights. You find the Shadow Fiend quite nicely.
I like that.
I honestly hate if they go Enigma because there's Spectre, Rubik, and Tree. It'd be so it's kind of a difficult pick for Melees. And like they've already I'd love to see Pango, for example, but D2 has banned it out. Some nice Melees offlane Pangolier. Not many players actually get to play it in pro level because it's you need to be a specialty. And yeah, I was scrolling for Ancient Tribe, and if you go down 2 months, there was a sea of Darkseer games, but I was like, am I really going to bring up the Darkseer? Am I really going to entertain this one in this game? But yeah, when you take over an SF Illusion, it feels pretty nice, and a Riki support to enable it in the lane. So overall, Ancient Tribe really subscribing for we're going to be the aggressors this game. We're not going to allow you to be the one that just scale calmly. But I love how both of these teams, after each game, they've kind of ping-ponged the strategies between them. You know, it's like game 1, we'll go aggressive. Game 2, you got to go aggressive. Game 3, okay, back to you. And yeah, following that track record, I think Ancient Tribe's meant to win this because the aggressive team normally wins, I think.
Okay. Panda, how do you feel about this? Do you agree with this ping pong analogy? And what do you make of the drafts in general and how they fit against each other?
Yes, simply, it's just ping pong. That's exactly what the theme of this series has been so far, and it's going to be the conclusion of it too. I like the Darkseer pick. It's better than the ideas that I also had in mind. Like, this is really not a good Enigma game. The Viper is kind of also meh. So yeah, the Darkseer should close things out for them. But is the momentum on the side of the Hustlers, because winning game 2, getting that momentum going, looking at the reverse sweep, the whole Devile Llama arc, and is Heaven trying to replicate something that's not there? A lot of storylines.
There's a lot of storylines indeed. So let's find out which storyline is actually the real one for the day. Do we have the Devile comeback, or we're going to have Lil Pleb putting these little kids to bed? Let's find out in game number 3 with OD Pixel and Fogs. So gentlemen, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Snare. Everything on the line in this best of 3 with this third game coming up. We've just had the drafts, Fogged, and so far the drafts have been pretty telling in each game in this series for who's going to take the game. What is your read on this third and final draft that we're seeing come into this final game of the series? Do you think we can already get a sense of who's going to be able to take this one from the picks?
I mean, it's one that's looking to play a bit faster and one that's kind of chilling back, and they'll eventually just outscale. I mean, I personally like the chill back one, so I think for Hustlers, I kind of like what they've got going for them. You know, they got Rubik Tree. In my opinion, this is the best 4/5 position in the game right now. Either way how you play it, if you play 4 Rubik or if you play 5 Tree or 4 Tree and 5 Rubik. And I like their counter matchups. The Spectre versus the Nature's Prophet. They've got this SF versus Lesh. I think it's just going to be up to how much the Darkseer can cause in the game, as the Darkseer is dead.
This is indeed going to be First Blood going towards Mirage. He'll be able to walk that to the mid lane. That extra bonus goal, very nice, of course, on an SF. Speeds up his bottle.
Yeah. So I would say a lot of the game I would look at is how much this Darkseer is going to be able to do with these early Ion Shells on Riki, and if we're going to see these huge combos, right? Will we see the vacuum into like a 4-man Static Stone with Lesh on top of them, or will we just see Hustlers be able to just reset, constantly playing around Spectre ult, and just look to take every team fight and scale because of that? I like Hustlers personally, but I could see the potential of where the Darkseer, if he gets these like really nice walls on Spectre and SF, that even then, if they're in a comfortable position into that mid and late game, maybe they'll be able to take it. But they have to be very comfortable. They have to have a pretty significant gold lead, I would say, on the side of Ancient Tribe going into the later stage. And they're getting in his head.
Ooh.
5 tips for the pleb.
All right. What's the reason for that? What's the why little pleb?
Getting in his head. I
Yeah.
think that's just like, you know, for anyone who watches pleb, sometimes, you know, he's a little over aggressive and stuff like that. Maybe this could be one of those games they're looking to punish him with. I really like how I love their draft. I think it's got a great aggression on mostly the bottom lane. Top lane is just like this kind of survive lane and make sure Spectre can farm, and then SF has a pretty good matchup versus the Lash in the mid lane. Although he just missed every last hit on this SF.
No.
Every
Hell,
oh
at least he got his first blood to make up for that.
He missed every. Oh my! I'm sorry. I'm watching mid while you guys are watching.
What was it? Is it missing them with the razors, or just tried to CS with the right clicks and didn't manage to get it?
He just missed under tower as LeBron will go down. Yeah, he just missed. He just whiffed a couple. I mean, either way, he's still doing fine in mid lane. But yeah, would have probably had like 5 or 6 last hits if he wasn't greedy with his mango.
I'll keep eyes on mid now, see if he gets the CS.
I'm just staring at
he
it.
should, you know. Easy. Mirage is Grandmaster SF. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, there we go. Secures it. I mean, he was just being greedy. He just didn't want to pop his mango for, and I missed like 3 last hits because of it. But so far, so good. MTD. We'll have this good matchup at the bottles there for the SF. And look at lane positioning up top. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of weird action coming up there. The tree able to contest very nicely behind the tower. High base damage versus Ricky.
Yeah. And what do you sort of make of the Darkseer last pick that Ancient Tribe settled on this game?
I mean, I think it was one of the better ones, so that he can actually, you know, if they don't like dominate early, then they have like, okay, if we get wall illusions of Spectre and SF, it could be pretty strong. I think there's very limited options kind of left for him also, but I think that's probably what they're looking at.
See if they can put any pressure onto Shad during the lane.
Mm-hmm.
It's been, you know, it's pretty much even both of the games we've had so far, Shad's not really had an easy lane to farm in.
This one should be the easiest, in my opinion. He's got Tree that can just spam Leech Seed onto creeps, and then if he wants to even just get Living Armor, which might be the case, just to throw on to Spectre. Should be an easier one. That being said, though, on the other side, Little Pleb should have a pretty free lane versus this Rubik and Centaur, unless he really mispositions himself and gets caught in a lift stun. And they're just beating on the Ricky. I like that. Angel doing it nice job here. Has the headdress as well too, so it gives that extra regen to a Spectre who has a bunch of mangoes with built-in regen.
Yeah, super hard to bully Shad this game.
Yeah, he should be more than fine. Even holding the skill point, Angel, not really looking to get the armor just yet. If they see a kill threat, maybe he just goes for grasp. Seeing the micro coming out from Lil Pleb, he actually sends a Treant already to the bottom water rune. So maybe they're looking to control runes just with these Treants and stuff like that while the Lash controls the other one. So kind of cool. Could see if that comes into play.
Not so fast.
I mean, in terms of actually having straight kill threat, I guess the biggest is from the Centaur Rubik against the Disruptor.
Yeah.
In terms of when you see both side lanes, what they can do.
Look at his Treant. Haha! Denied the water rune. Mirage is going to be like, what the hell?
That's definitely annoying.
The carry just sends a Treant.
I mean, that's what happens when you 5-tip the carry. You know, he's going to be pulling out the extra sort of triad moves to mess with you, and that does include, indeed, as Little Pleb's been sending those Treants to mid.
Sometimes
making sure
it's
the Mirage
dangerous.
doesn't get the refuel.
Yeah, sometimes it's dangerous to 5-man tip a man, you know.
I don't think he'd be sending Treants mid if he weren't 5-man tipped. You know, he's taking it to the next level.
When you back up a wild animal to a corner, you know, he just finds all the outs. And his Little Pleb doing a nice job there. And top, they actually have this double wave now to perhaps look to pressure Shad.
Right, Centaur Melissa's got to be careful.
Be careful.
He looks to be losing this trade. He's going to surge out, but he's dead. That was, I mean, I think they got a bit too carried away. As you said, got tempted in by the pressure they were putting in under the tower with the creep waves. Yeah, not respecting the potential of Hustlers to just punch back with these heroes.
Level 2 Leech Seed, it's something you really don't want to mess with. Insane amount of damage, insane amount of heal. He just puts it in and fights under, and yeah, now they're like full HP up here. And looking at the item build, it's no different than usual on the Spectre. So a Blade Mail, very nice Blade Mail game versus the Celeste rack, of course. So if he's able to commit onto Lash early game, he can just really bring him down. But more, of course, The Blade Mail's about farming stacks and whatnot, but it's just such a good item on Spectre.
Glimpse back. And Little Pleb keeping his distance from the Hoof Stomp, able to stand his ground and punch into him. See if he can get any body blocks going with the treants. He's doing a good job here with it.
Oh,
getting them around the side, and indeed, a Little Pleb. I tell you, I think they've angered him. he's ready to play here. Throwing tips back out. You know, he is, as I said, I think you got to watch out for this Nature's Prophet this game.
And look at mid. They're already making the move onto Mirage. They've got a glimpse, too.
CTP coming to try and help out, but they've got the damage to take him down. And look who's here as well, Little Pleb.
I love it.
TP's over, ready to help out. That's going to be Angel going down.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
and they're going to be able to get the rune.
They're playing very well here in these first 6 minutes, Ancient Tribe. And
This is how...
put pressure on his tier 1 tower, of course, with Little Pleb turning up as well.
Look at him dragging the aggro as well. They're going to be able to perhaps get this whole tower with this MP showing up. Little Pleb.
They powered up this Nature's Prophet at the start of the game with these tips.
Requiem. There's not full souls, though. All right, well, he's going to throw him into it, though, but...
I mean, they could go on it.
He's dead. Mirage?
They could go on him. They take the tower, and there's the Sprout. They're going to kill him.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness. This is pretty wild stuff. Ancient Tribe here with these early moves. They're bullying Hustlers. Hustlers have, I think they came into this game 3 maybe a little too overconfident, it seemed. I mean, they will get the tier 1 down bottom. I mean, it's a close start, but you can really feel the fire from Ancient Tribe's moves.
This is the way that their draft has to function, though. You know, we're mentioning setting pace, getting an advantage early. This is how they have to play. They have to look to just early. I mean, I didn't expect it to be a 7-minute tower, but they have to look to set tempo with Lil Pleb and with this Lash pick. So far, so good, but you can see Hustlers still looking pretty good after all things.
Yeah, look at this. Go, go, go. LeBron and MTD in with the smoke.
Keep going. You don't want to slow down at all in this game. Haunt. He's going to come out.
They're going to go for Little Pleb. They get the setup. They've got the Stampede. Ooh, yeah, they'll be able to finish him off. MTD TP's in, but not able to provide any safety. Same time top. See the support setup. Onto Angel. Melez in with a vacuum wall onto the 2 of them.
Nice wall.
Should be Angel going down. See if they can threaten Shout as well. Shout's got TP back up on the way. Davai in with the Hoof Stomp. LeBron taken out, and Heaven will also have to run from this if he can. He can't. He's blocked in. Hustlers will manage to hold the fight there around their tier 1.
Get punished for their slight overcommitment onto Shad. Blade Mail gets popped. They can't turn in heavy rotations from Hustlers. So Hustlers, all things considered, still feel pretty fine after getting dove and after losing their mid tower. Still in a comfortable spot. Shad, now time to feed him up, heal him back to full, let the Spectre continue his space on the map. Can't make too many mistakes, it feels like, on the side of Ancient Tribe. Feels like they got to make all those moves hit and hit hard. Melez, he's in trouble.
Oh boy. Yeah, Shad getting involved in a lot of good action in the safe lane.
And they even blew the Wrath of Nature there too to try to get some type of aggressive stuff coming out. And I think it's spotted because I don't know if they saw I think it did bounce. Yeah, it looked like it did. So they're probably going to get the D ward right away up in this top jungle.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
We'll see if they can... And MTG and Heaven are... Looks like they're sort of playing with the idea of going on the supports of Hustlers, but Mirage by their side.
Shad still chilling up top. Lil Pleb kicking the pace up, going for tower. Still a glyph in that tree armor. And how's Divide doing? Vanguard and halfway to Blink Dagger.
Nice smoke time again. Just go, go, go from Ancient
Keep
Tribe.
going.
No time to fall back and farm. They have to shut down the map, take it away from the Hustlers.
They see that Shad is very low mana too. He's actually got literally nothing in the pool. Unless he TP's back. Which, yeah, he still can't even do. So, yeah, top tower. Looks difficult right now for Hustlers to defend. That'll be brought
And
down.
Heaven's got eyes on Shad.
Okay. They might be able to just get him here. Yep.
And they go. Quick kill and maybe more. I mean, TP's in. As they do want to try and hold this fight here, Hustlers. MTD is getting brought very low. They'll be able to chase with the Stampede, but MTD's juking into the tree lines. They're trying to find this Leshrac. They'll avoid the stun. They will get it. As they'll also find Heaven. I mean, Melez has to run from this one.
Oh, too aggressive. They have the hate. What? It was a stampeded Invis Shadow Fiend that stood on top of Pleb and just full Requiem'd him to death. One hit.
And with the Overgrowth, they're going to be able to get the team wipe.
Uh-oh.
So as much fun as it is to see Ancient Tribe be as aggressive as they are, and you can honestly understand why when you consider the drafts, it's definitely getting punished by Hustlers.
Angel? No way. He actually gets out as well. All right. So they tried to hit hard there, but kind of hurt themselves more than helped. This was definitely, I mean, a big thing, of course. You don't see it on your screen because stuff's happening up above, but watch where Little Pleb is. Just the green, the teal on your mini-map right there. And you're going to see Shadow Fiend kind of TPing on the bottom right, and he's invisible and stampeded. So look at poor Little Pleb just get Requiem'd from full HP as they go for this overextended dive. So yeah, bit of a mistake there, and it doesn't feel like Ancient Tribe can really make too many of those versus this hard scaling lineup.
Yeah, if they have another one of these kind of all-in moves fail, they're going to be in a very rough spot against Hustlers.
Yeah, got to be careful because it is, sure, you got your the Spectre, but this is not a single scaling draft. They have this Shadow Fiend just having an explosive game in his bottom. They'll find Angel. They do have to commit Static Storm, though, for it.
Oh, they've got a smoke. I mean, they want to try and make a move with the three of them whilst they know there's no Static Storm.
Ruin is bottled up from MTD. They did refill the bottle of SF, so he can still look to play on the map.
Okay.
But yeah, with this Blink Dagger on Centaur, they want to hit back.
I mean, they're making the lines towards the triangle of Ancient Tribe.
It's pretty aggressive. It feels like they need one of their big damage dealers if they're going to go for that. So, opting away. They have the Haunt. So maybe, perhaps relying on that. How's the timing going to... Okay, looks like Ricky will get the shard finished exactly at 15 as the buy.
Yeah, tries for the blind stunt.
How's the timing looking for Darkseer also? As the mech should be done. Okay, mech is going to be done for Darkseer. So a lot of things are going to come in together at the same time for the side of Ancient Tribe. So maybe look to get some type of kill here before that 15-minute mark hits. So Ricky scouting.
So they'll just have the tree and slowly die.
Oh, big steal. Alex able to grab the stun now. Alright, so there's the mech. 2 minutes until shard for Ricky, and they're about to have... They actually have the Bloodstone done for MTD, so... Feels like it's still the same thing. They gotta still look to make these moves happen. They still have this deep aggressive ward that they'd placed earlier that didn't die. So maybe they know a Mirage is going to be moving for the next few moments. But definitely don't want to slow pace the game down. They want to keep looking to apply this pressure versus the Spectre.
Radiant are scanning.
There we go.
We go.
Again, they've got to keep their foot on the pedal, their Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, and while Hustlers, they need to just kind of stay positioned near their carry, especially with the Rubik in particular. Stay near the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, if they can
Flash
hold
illusion.
it against these aggressive moves, it's going to be feeling very nice. Mirage.
Whoop.
He's actually going to have the focus go over towards his Rubik instead. He'll pop out a Requiem to try and push them back, but Alex has already been taken out. It is just the Rubik, so again, not really a huge concern for Hustlers losing that. Just one support kill to the smoke of Ancient Tribe. Now, Ancient Tribe, they need more than just support kills.
But they are about to hit 15 minutes, so their lineup is going to want to thrive off looking for these pickoffs and then turning it into like a second or third. These like double, triple mistakes where you're getting glimpsed, you're getting darted, and you're constantly getting set up on when you try to react to any type of aggression. So, for Ancient Tribe, still look to keep playing the map very aggressively. And for Hustlers, it's just sit back and farm and wait for them to get over aggressive. Some nice scouting coming out from Heaven.
They're going to get a glimpse back on Mirage.
It's a big one.
They've got him caught in the kinetic field. Well, the smoke screen down as well. Still over the haste rune. He's able to keep himself safe. Not able to find anything else to really control him after that initial kinetic field.
They do force a defensive haunt, though. So pretty good to at least get a reaction, but they don't make any kill weapon of it.
Maybe that's going to make this 15-minute timing a little more appealing then for them to try and do something, knowing that there's no Haunt to respond if they do go for another smoke.
I think it's, yeah, still keep going. Let the Riki scout,
Yep.
let you set up for these type of pickoffs. Shad now can't get involved. Shad, though, is still farming very well. So it still feels like a lot of pressure on Ancient Tribe to play cleanly and play aggressively, which sometimes can, you know, do the opposite.
There we go. They're heading up top.
Who do they find?
Mirage would be the big kill. Sleep setup. Ooh, good telekinesis from Alex. It's going to stop the initial stun coming in. That's going to give a chance for Mirage to force out to the side, but they have the glimpse. Back into the Static Storm. They'll kill off the SF.
Ooh, and he didn't spend his gold. He actually had the 1,000 gold for the Ogre Club, or Ogre Axe. Doesn't decide to spend it. Good punishment coming out. Nice little steal there from the Rubik. We see him now get Smokescreen. One of the better spells I feel like he can get this game. Did almost trip them up.
And just go, go, go. Now
Keep
down
going.
towards the bottom, Alex. I'm sorry, Heaven is looking for the setup onto Shad.
What?
Angels watching from the side. They'll get the sleep dart. I'll give them the glimpse back into the kinetic field. MTD follows up with the stun. Angel attempts to hold them back with the overgrowth, but already the Lesh close enough to burn for the Spectre, but not enough to stop his TP. They didn't have anything else to put a stop to it. After that initial opening, I guess once you've used the dart, the glimpse, the stun from the Leshrac, you kind of run out of options. TP is going to be your friend if you're one of the players on Hustlers, and it certainly was. Shad's there. He gets out.
Well done by Shad. Nice play there from Angel, of course, to bail him out. A bit of a precarious situation. Can feel Ancient Tribe just looking to keep running. Look at LeBron and look at Heaven. Like, they just are paired up, constantly looking for aggression.
As we see, you know, they're very close to having Little Pleb with a full Gleipnir, so then that will be that extra force that can turn up, stop people from being able to TP away from these attempts. So an extra piece put into these aggressive moves that they can continue to look for. So at the moment on the odds, still very much favouring Hustlers here from esportsbet.io. Understandable. They have the Spectre. As long as they don't suffer too much in this point of the game, this Spectre is going to feel very, very good as the game goes on.
Yeah, and Mirage is going to start having some type of defense for himself also versus this catch once he's got his BKB done. So all in all, I still feel like Hustler's in a pretty comfortable spot, and it's still a lot of pressure on Ancient Tribe to just keep making these aggressive moves, keep trying to limit the map of what the Spectre can farm, but can't really make mistakes, which is just, yeah, it's really difficult for them. Devi? He'll be okay. Or will he?
Oh, now they get the back. Another catch here for Ancient Tribe. Managing to find these kills, but is it enough?
It's going to be the question. What else can they force? Like, kills are great, but they got to get something else out of it. They have to start pressuring tier 2s, threatening Roshan or something along those lines, which now they will start doing up top. Glyph is going to come. And they are all in the area. And yeah, now they're immediately going to look to walk into the Roche pit too. All right, nicely done so far. Can't quite threaten it just yet, but it looks like LeBron is making the call to start it pretty soon. Shad now has Aghanims, so he can actually get involved in pretty much every single one of the fights on the Spectre now. But still, yeah, doing a good job of the way they're moving around the map. Like, I'm just seeing Riki still constantly always looking for a pickoff. Same thing with the Disruptor. They'll find Angel. Should be able to finish him off. They actually did not get a TP. Do they have the glimpse? Oh!
It was a nearly
literally
range.
right on him.
Yeah. Very close.
I think that was the one time that LeBron and Heaven had split up even for a quick second. LeBron, I think, was maybe looking for like a D-ward or something.
Look at that. The Hustlers now at a point where, they're happy to find fights themselves. Even though there's a little less pressure on them to play aggressively, they're more than happy to do so if the opportunity arises. And with LeBron showing himself in the river, they'll go for the quick jump. They'll get the lift back onto MTD into the stolen stun. Push back for the Requiem. Buyback comes out for LeBron. Wants to make sure that MTD stays safe.
Melez, total whiff. This is the vacuum and the ult.
Get the glimpse back onto Alex.
Oh, he's got the steal. He's got the dart himself now. Uh-oh.
Did use a this buyback from LeBron. And not able to get anything in return. Hustlers, they're fine. Ancient Tribe scrambling a little bit in that last fight.
It's always scary versus the Spectre with Ags. He just jumps in, jumps out. Does pop the Haunt, of course, there too to try to get a little more. MTD surviving. But now Rubik with Dart, I mean, this could cause some big issues. If they overcommit for a fight, they could just end up losing some chain kills. So they're just going to force the rush.
Okay.
No Requiem, no Haunt.
They do it pretty quickly.
Hustlers does not seem aware of it at all. They're now pinging it.
I think it's going to be too late. I don't think they... Yeah, Device getting glimpsed back. Now they know it's definitely going on. They're smoking up to try and get over it, but it's already taken down. MTD able to secure the Aegis.
Very good recognition. You know, they're thinking very well about this game. You know, it's 12-14. They're the ones constantly on the aggression. Sure, they've lost some heroes here and there, but it's the right calls that they're making. Just trying to force any issue, force reactions from Hustler, and then open up an extra objective. So, nicely done. Keeping this game kind of even.
It definitely feels though with each big item pickup that Hustlers are adding to their collection, it's only getting harder for Ancient Tribe. With the full pipe done now on Davai Lama.
It's
and
definitely
Mirage,
still...
BKB's done.
Okay.
The Siege Creep will give it to him. So 2 further big items on their cores, making these moves from Ancient Tribe even tougher to execute.
Yeah, it's definitely still quite an uphill battle on the side of Ancient Tribe. You know, I think ideally they want to have... Sure, they got this Aegis, but they're the ones who actually want to be playing with the gold lead themselves. Like, they probably want to be like a 4K lead, a little bit of an item ahead. Right now, they're just kind of even / behind.
There's the jump. As Heaven tries to poke in and set up with a Sleep Dart, but Sentry placed in the trees catches him.
And there's, yeah, Sleep Dart still on Alex. Anyone who steps up is going to be likely caught. Get the glimpse. Haunt's back up in 8 seconds. Shadow Step also back available in 15. So they are pushed away, and Hustlers continue to get this farm. This is concerns.
See a little pleb with his own BKB.
Okay.
MTD also seems to have his, but he's happy to fight without it, of course, with the Aegis. He's got that to rely on.
Can they find anybody here? Glimpse.
Look at the setup on Davai Lama. He's pretty tanky with the pipe, but I won't be able to live through this. Ancient Tribe, find another pick.
Great play from LeBron. It seems very basic, but you know, he doesn't use like some different spell before when they get the initial gold. He just insta glimpses so that the Centaur gets brought back into his initial position. Really nicely played. And looking to swing over and try to get more out of this Aegis. Hustlers, they're ready to fight if they see an opportunity still. Even if they're playing into Aegis. The tower might just drop before the Centaur's back up. They are making their way over with the smoke. Big wrap around Angel. He's positioned in the back here. He's giving some information. MTD. He's deep.
They get in with a quick jump, so they can burst through the Aegis quickly. They get the lift back. MTD's still alive, healing up him with the Bloodstone. He's actually going to be able to get out to the side. It's a 4-man overgrowth, and they will finally pop through the Aegis.
Okay.
So they take the Aegis out, and they have managed to hold the tier 2. They're able to start getting it healed up with the living armor.
Fresh BKB just delivered on MTD as he died. They're ready to still go on Hustlers. They did have to use Haunt and Shadow Step.
I mean, down bottom, they managed to get on top of Shad. They're in with the setup.
They got
the glimpse back into the Static Storm. This time, the TP out will not be successful. MTD catches him with the stun.
Big play.
Good move there. I mean, straight away from the pressure top, they know Shad's probably going to be sitting on the other side of the map. They're straight down there. They kill him off.
And the line's drawn instantly. They're like, okay, let's get more out of it. You know, Spectre's dead, 40 seconds.
And back to the top.
Back to top, back to swing, play around our ward vision. That's a big hit. They know they have to make it their way top too, because otherwise that tower's just going to get full hailed. Angel's actually not throwing the living armor on it right now, though. Angel, heal your tower. Angel, get tier 2. He's going to get darted. There we go. He gets the heal going. So now he knows Ricky's up there as well, too, so likely to play a bit careful here on Hustlers until Spectre respawns. Angel covering the area. Mirage. LeBron steps too far.
Yeah, that's going to be a dead disruptor. Maybe more. Davai is in with the 2-man hoof stomp.
Uh-oh.
There's Heaven and MTD. They'll have to start to retreat. TP's coming in from Little Pleb over towards the mid lane. But they definitely won't want to try and take a fight Ancient Tribe when they're outnumbered. They need all 5 heroes up if they want to try and tackle Hustlers and try and do the best to slow down
Stop
Hustlers.
again.
He's into the trees! He's going to be able to find the blind opening on towards MTD. Won't have enough burst damage to take him out. And in fact, Mirage stepping up gets caught in the vacuum wall combo. BKB popped Hurricane Pike down to the low ground. They'll use the Stampede as well to reset here, Hustlers. So they'll step back, step away, wait out the BKB usages from Ancient Tribe.
Immediately a Nature's Prophet ult to just push the lanes out too. They don't want any more attention onto mid lane without Lesh BKB. Stolen Wall, maybe something that could play into factor in about 90 seconds, but both teams having to pop these defensive BKBs, and they can't actually take advantage of the fact that Shad's Haunt is on cooldown. So I think for the side of Hustlers, it's still same thing. Sit back, let the aggression come to you, make aggressive plays with your Haunt / Shadow Step. As here, I think, are the big items that are going to start determining bigger things. Is NP now has Shadow Blade, soon to be a Silver Edge, and then perhaps they can actually look to address Shad. Close game so far, though. Keeping things relatively even. Still, the Spectre lineup looks a bit be in a better position as the game does progress, but so far, not too bad from Ancient Tribe. Trying to still set that tempo.
Yeah, I mean, as farmed as Little Pleb is, it's always gonna fall down to him being a prophet that could get jumped upon by a Haunt, and once Spectre's got their items, Manta, Basher, they get on top of this prophet solo on the map, and Little Pleb's just not going to stand a chance in the hero matchup.
Yeah, it's like eventually the Manta, the Basher, the BKB, and Scotty, right? It's once it gets like those type of points, the game is just impossible.
Then what does a prophet do?
Yeah,
what does a prophet
die.
do against that?
And your teammates probably just kill themselves as well, too, onto the dispersion. So, yeah, keep accelerating the game, keep looking for these plays. Ricky hunting again. Look at the sentry coverage. I mean, they know how they need to play on the side of Hustlers. Just keep this area guarded. Keep this tier 2 alive as long as possible. And they do see the Ricky. So this time, maybe Heaven gets caught. Sneaking forward. They bought a gem. They see him.
There's the jump. They responded to Little Plebs in with the Gleipnir onto the two of them. Follow up some from MTD. They're going to try and move in on this. Angel getting low. Tries to force the side, but he'll go down. The BKB pop by MTD. It's going to stay on top of Davai Lama. Stampede comes out. The vacuum backs there. Nice. As MTD's able to clean up the double kill.
Great vacuum. Just make sure that they can finish off that kill during the last BKB. Good reaction. They didn't get the gem, though. I saw Hustlers like instantly run to the tree where he died to make sure that they can pick that one up. And Lil Pleb, he hung on to his BKB as well, too. So nicely done from this Nature's Prophet. Continuing to get that scale going. He's farming quite a bit faster than the Spectre.
He is. The farm is good. I mean, it has to be ahead of the Spectre.
Yeah.
To stand a chance.
He looks like he's going to get the bottom tier 1 for free also. The Treants, they've done it. So not going to be able to heal that one up on the side of the Treant. And yeah, Silver Edge is going to be done. Quiver, BKB. I mean, this Prophet packs a punch. Might be able to commit onto Shad still at this point. Very even game.
I've got the blink on Darks here as well, so they can set up for the combo. I mean, already they've been hitting some nice spells with the catch of the Disruptor and the follow-up of MTD to Slash.
Okay, let me fix the camera.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Davai Lama in. Again, gets the Who Stomp off straight away onto the Disruptor. Fear push back as well. LeBron, he's not going to be able to get spells off. The vacuum did come in. But we have here 2 dead on Ancient Tribe. Mirage pops the BKB. He's ready to try and force them out. There'll be a buyback from LeBron. Little Pleb puts the Nature's Wrap, but Davai Lama in again with another blink Hoof Stomp. Makes the jump. They turn with the Static Storm. Stun as well from MTD, but already Shad's been pulled out of the Static Storm by Alex. Forcing Davai Lama to get away. Does get glimpsed back, but the Stampede is up. He's away. As Hustlers, they're managing to just sort of outmaneuver Ancient Tribe in these team fights. They will get that big kill, taking down Little Pleb. He's out for 50 seconds. I mean, they were so close to being able to hit the combo there, but I've got to say, Davai Lama this game, he has been absolutely on point with these hoof stomps. Time and time again, just making the jumps and making it very hard for Ancient Tribe to kind of fit all the pieces together in these team fights. We'll see what they want to go for next now, Hustlers. There's Hustlers. They've got Mirage. Shadow Blade around this area. I mean, they know that Roshan's going to be back up very, very shortly. They don't want to allow Ancient Tribe to have as easy of a time of getting it as they did last time round. Full Silver Edge, in fact, on Mirage. So big hits are going to be coming out from this SF.
I'm back. I DC'd.
Fog, you scrub.
Yep, I saw the jump though. I saw they got on the Nature's Prophet, so.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Dava, he's been smashing it with these Blink Hoof Stomps.
That's a big opening now for them too. Hunt is going to be, of course, have been expended there, but yeah, that was pretty much the exact thing they needed to just slow down that Nature's Prophet farm.
Yep. Ancient Tribe. As we keep iterating, you know, they know they've got to keep it going.
And Mirage now getting a pretty big talent, one of the best ones on the SF, level 20's hit. Significant damage increase. It's a lot of targets they have to watch out for. You know, we keep talking about Spectre, we keep talking about how Shad's the king of the game, but I mean, Mirage is nothing that you can really ignore whatsoever. He's able to just stand toe-to-toe with most of his matchups, and he's continuing to get this scale going himself too, going for that Satanic later. So yeah, Darkseer has to land a wall on both as the game continues to go this way. Go Pleb. Looking for some crazy play bottom. They're looking for Shad.
All right, let's see if the two of them can do it.
But he just pops Manta.
Well, they can't. No.
I like that, though. At least they're making these attempts to try to catch him, because he's been down here the whole game. Hustlers.
Roshan's up.
They're thinking about it. Illusion Rune.
I mean, they're going to know that little plebs around. They see the tree that's being freshly sent out.
Right, they're like kind of trying to bait this a little bit right here, but they know. They see him. LeBron. Okay. We'll be able to get that illusion. Could be an impactful rune. Dodging some stuff out, perhaps. As Hustlers, everything's back up.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, for Ancient Tribe, unlike last time, it's unlikely they'll be able to just walk into the pit.
No.
They've got to try and find a pick off before they go for it this time.
Maybe try to like force some type of BKBs or something along those lines too, but it's not an easy ask. Tons of ways for Hustlers to bail each other out. And for Ancient Tribe, it feels like for them, their BKB usage has to be perfect, because otherwise Angel just comes in and gets that root on top of them as well too. So it's just, yeah, lots of different layers for Ancient Tribe to be able to take these fights. And for Hustlers, it feels like it's much easier. And the later and later it gets, it's easier and easier really for them. Chad? Looks like he was canceling his Shadow Step for a second there. And now he hits level 20 as well. So big bonus there for the Spectre, as again, they're going to try this setup. They know Shad is just living down here, so they're trying to get the break hit into just chain stun combo.
The farm continues for both teams. But you have to imagine that's going to be feeling much better for Hustlers.
Yep. Absolutely. Like, yeah, items are just continuing to trickle in. It's like, I think like 2 more items and you're probably past the point of no return on the side of Ancient Tribe. Like if this Spectre is able to finish the next 2 items, game probably starts to feel just completely impossible for them. So yeah, looking for a big wraparound, trying to find somebody here. Scouting out with Treants, trying to find a big pickoff before the fight starts. What are they going to find?
Haven't.
See Angel for a second. Oh!
Ooh.
The illusion bait.
By the illusion.
And that gives away everything that they were doing there. So now they know, like, hey, they were playing around our triangle. Let's play careful, Shad. And Shad's going to immediately TP top to join his team. And now Roche.
Yeah, straight into Roche for Hustlers. They see the jump that's been shown. They know there's no wall available.
It's dying so fast. They're not going to make it in time.
Yeah, there's not a chance here for Ancient Tribe to stop this.
Uh-oh. This may have blown the game wide open here for Hustlers now to just dominate the next few fights.
And nearly full Skadi on Mirage as well. All these huge items coming in for Hustlers.
Great Skadi game.
Yeah.
Versus the Lash, the heals, the slow through BKB versus the NP being a ranged carry. That's just so much more effective. Hustlers, Mirage, he's showing his face for a second.
Ooh, don't get the open stun, but he will get lifted off to the side here by Alex. Saving him from the opening combo. In fact, Little Pleb's getting gone on straight away. They'll put the BKB on Mirage, trying to stay on top of Little Pleb, but he's up for the high ground. Blocks off any potential chase here with the Sprout. So they'll be able to separate from them. Ancient Tribe won't get caught, even though, you know, they were the ones trying to make that blind jump on towards the SF. But even so, it's very tanky at this point, Mirage. They only bring him down to pretty much half HP.
Great play from the Rubik. The Shard coming into play. Just lifts and throws his SF out of danger. A little bit of miscommunication, I'd say, on the jump, though. I think Shad could have probably just committed onto Little Pleb, but he ended up going for the backline, so they're able to walk out scot-free.
A Mirage.
He's got a full Scotty. He's picking it up. And Little Pleb TPing right into the same area finishes up Satanic.
You see the setup from Ancient Tribe. I think they're kind of hoping that someone's going to attempt to farm this bottom push.
They need more. They need the NP there if they want to try to go for any type of big kill on a core in particular.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
DD bottom. That could be a pretty huge one. If the NP's able to get it, maybe that's what allows them to actually focus down targets through the BKBs. The Mirage, he's racing down there.
Dire's bottom tower.
Game just feeling hard for Ancient Tribe, and they know it, it feels like. Later and later it gets, the harder and harder it is. He'll find the DD. Okay, he'll just kill it with some treants.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're trying to push bottom. Shad and Davai Lama TPing over.
They try to glimpse him all the way back, but now they're in.
And Davai Lama straight it. He's going to jump forward, look towards LeBron. LeBron has to put it down the Static Storm to try and cover his TP out. It's not going to work. It won't save him. Still goes down. The rest of Hustlers coming in as Ancient Tribe. They've got to run. Heaven and MTD will be able to retreat into the tree line. We'll see over into the jungle. Mirage nearly being able to find melees, but he's out with the blink and the surge. MTD also just able to TP out before Davai Lama finds him through the tree line. So good escapes all around, but still just losing the disruptor.
They're just terrified, though. Immediately, like, Hustlers can just dominate and dictate anything that happens on the map here. Instantly TPing toward top, they see the Ricky for a second. MTD. He actually walks into them. He's darted. Uh-oh.
Oh! He's going to be able to get the BKB off before the initial combo, but still Shad's in on top of him. And there's no running from these two. Mirage and Shad, absolutely massive at this point of the game. Shad's ready to jump over from they're in on top of Little Pleb. Little Pleb pops the BKB. He's trying to stand his ground, but that is not something that he can do at this stage against the Spectre, especially when it's backed up by the SF and the Rubik. The push comes in up top. It's a 10k lead now for Hustlers, and it does feel like kind of the inevitable is now happening. Hustlers with their lineup growing this lead. I think the timing may have been missed this game from Ancient Tribe. As much as they tried, they just couldn't find it, Fogged.
It feels like it was a draft that was like, if you make 2 mistakes, the game's just over with what you're playing up against. I think Hustlers, they've covered themselves perfectly with this draft again. You know, it's not even like Ancient Tribe played bad overall throughout the game. It's just those few mistakes, they compound so much more when it's this type of draft with an enemy having Spectre and Shadow Fiend scaling this hard. As, yeah, 45 seconds. No Nature's Prophet, or Rax likely just dead.
And no real need for Hustlers to back off. Still with the Aegis on Mirage. 2 heroes down on Ancient Tribe. No buyback available from Little Pleb. This will be one set of racks. Most certainly, I mean, the fortification's there, but still very little need for Hustlers to back off before they've got this one done.
They can't stop the push, and LeBron nearly dead to illusions.
I mean, indeed, jumping in with the illusions, jumps out, baits out a Static Storm that had to be used to clear the illusions out. As the mid-racks, they'll fall. Hustlers can get away with the push, and they'll be able to step towards the top lane and start getting work done up there as well, as the creep wave begins to push in. Everybody's back up on Ancient Tribe.
Shad now has full Abyssal Blade with the Penta just picked up also. So, I mean, he can just full commit onto the NP in every single team fight. Feels like Ancient Tribe have met their match. And, oh, a DD bottom. So, now Hustlers smoked up, looking to control the map and continuing this dominance now in these last few minutes. Yeah,
There
good
we
game
go.
plan. I mean, they played it really calm on Hustlers. They didn't, I mean, maybe once or twice overextended a little bit, but for the most part, it was them just being like, okay, bring the battle to us. We're more than fine waiting.
Oh, and they go for the jump. Heaven will be put with a smoke screen. Stop the who's stomping out, but
Oh, it's a three.
get a three-man who stomp off. The BKB comes out from MPD, but it's all too late. 3 dead, 4 dead. Like the heavy hits there from this DDSF just destroy LeBron. I mean, and that down the mid.
Holy moly.
I'll see the buybacks come out. Is there anything Ancient Tribe can do to stop this? Little pleb is going to attempt to. They get the static storm down, but the BKB is off by
Bash.
Gavilama and the Shad. He's in on top of Little Pleb with the bashes. Little Pleb getting forced back to the base, but they won't manage to save him. Little Pleb out for 90. No buyback on him. They're going to have to hold here. They're only going to have the 3 of them. Ricky will be back up in 5. It's going to be up to him. Melee and Disruptor and LeBron. What can the 3 of them do? Tier 4s are going down. Ancient's exposed. Hustlers looking to close it up. And Shat, they just jump straight over towards LeBron outside of the fountain. They'll kill him off. They'll look towards Melez. There's no hope here for holding the Ancient. For Ancient Tribe as Hustlers continue the push. Heaven trying to slow them down, throwing out a smoke screen here and there, but there's no defending the Ancient at this point. As the Ancient will fall, GG is called. And with that, Hustlers will take this series 2-1.
Better game plan. You know, they knew exactly what they were playing up against. Like I said, I don't even think Ancient Tribe played that poorly by any means or anything like that. They tried to force the issue. I just think that, yeah, the draft from Hustlers, they just sat back. They knew exactly how they wanted to play it. They're like, keep coming at us. Eventually, you're going to make a mistake, and we'll capitalize. I think the mistake happened a couple times in fights, but the bigger one really was when they set up that play on bottom to try to get this like pick off. Roche is open, and you give Roche to this lineup with the higher late game scaling, you're going to just lose this game. So, yeah, Hustlers identifying their strategy kind of perfectly, I feel like, in these games.
No, absolutely, yeah. They really sort of managed to turn the series around after that very rough Game 1 draft that we saw play out. But yeah, all in all, I impressed, yeah, as you say, sort of with what Ancient Tribe was able to do against them. I think they made it a lot closer than I thought this series was going to be. But ultimately, Hustlers came in as the favourites this series and will be able to walk away with the victory. This series is theirs. 2-1 for Hustlers.
The D2 Hustlers doing their best impression of Ricky Rouse, because every day they hustle it. What a W coming in from them. What a game. And at the very end of it, honestly, it felt like it was in perfect control. However, this game, at the very beginning, T-Panda, it looked like there were some bright sparks of life at the side of Ancient Tribe. They were making some decent moves across the map. Yes, they were not doing so well in the center Rubik lane. What can you do with center Rubik? But I don't know. Like, Little Play was able to show up middle very early on in the game. They made that massive push on the tower with this Leshrac. It looked like it was going so well. When did it all start to fall apart?
Yeah, they did some good moves in the early game, just that they've basically done in almost every game so far, except for the losing lane stage in game number 2. They did corral themselves together, which was a very kind of, you could almost say, a trademark thing that they would like to do if they have the execution. And I like the Lil Pleb is actually playing around the rest of the roster with this Nature's Prophet, instead of just sitting in the jungle and maybe looking for a pickoff, but actually participating with the full team force. But it did slowly start to stagnate when you looked at the other side, that they're not able to find the pickoffs that they want. They're finding support kills, but T, you know everything about that. Like, if you're killing supports, you're not really finding the big kills. You're not really getting to objectives with those.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think for Ancient Tribe, their lineup was all about setting the pace of the game, getting a couple Roshans, using that Aegis to kind of throw your bodies in. And I think early on Ancient Tribe, they leaned on, you know, LeBron and Heaven, Disruptor, Ricky to kind of set up a lot of these early fights, but it always felt like, but what's next? And we weren't really feeling that in their lineup. They weren't ever really building their own net worth lead. And with this type of lineup, they need to do it. So it's more, you know, respect towards the D2 Hustlers. They just allowed the aggression to come up from Ancient Tribe. I think this top play as well kind of showcased the playstyle Ancient Tribe was trying to adopt. Just the execution wasn't there to mirror it. And, you know, when you have Divine Llama and a Centaur, he just blink hoof stomps non-stop. Like, if he thinks someone's there, he's blink stomping. He's like, oh, no one's here, let me just come back again. But because he's playing with this like aggressive mentality, he's going to connect on them at some point, and then when he connects, the follow-up's there, be it the Shadow Fiend, the Rubik, or the Spectre. So yeah, I think D2 is just a better draft and a lot calmer gameplay coming from them, not as emotional as we've seen in previous series.
Yep, I mean, it does help that they knew that they had the late game matchup, right? They're like, well, this Ancient Tribe team always goes late. We have the 100% late game win condition in this situation. Why pressure ourselves? Why put ourselves under any kind of stress? Play this game nice and calm. Real shout out to Divine Llama, like, this guy, Panda, my goodness.
Yep.
Like, I guarantee he's throat singing right now to celebrate this victory.
Yeah, it's like you just love to see it. Like when you have these off-lane players going in with a lot of confidence, but the confidence that actually pays off into results. It's not just like he's randomly blinking in the whole time, which he was doing a couple times, but he has an idea for it. He's on purpose, he's jumping next to that Radiant Tier 1 tower, suspecting they're most likely one hero, maybe two heroes here, setting up for a gank, because that's what was the whole Ancient Tribe playstyle book, basically, for the entire series. They will use the advantage of Fog of War to then corral with mass numbers and look for those quick kills. They rely on these drafts that have range firepower that they can connect onto one location. So he's already one step ahead. He's going to be the one to initiate first before AT even gets the chance to react. And we got some beautiful 2-man, even 3-man hoof stops, which are pretty rare these days.
One of the things that I also noticed across this entire series here, T-Gov, is the fact that both of these squads are incredibly diverse with their hero pools. And sometimes it can be to the detriment of these teams. And you made this analogy about it being ping pong, right, in both teams to another. Yeah. Both teams, game on game, picked heroes that they haven't picked in a very long time and first iterations in the DPC. What do you make of it, the fact that these teams are this versatile this early on in the tour?
I think it's a combination of versatility and volatility. And I think Division 2 teams, they are Division 2 teams because they're trying to find the balance between the two to be able to then be the better of the rest, right? And I think at least D2 Hustlers showcased that they can see through that, at least in Game 3. And they were able to kind of like bait Ancient Tribe into this type of playstyle. And then they kind of just calmed down their drafting a bit, went for a very strong foundation of a lineup that if they don't overplay their hand, will be able to win the game. So I think if anything, yeah, D2 Hustlers, this was the best Game 3, at least I've seen in their previous series, where they've been able to just, you know, reset. And it takes a lot for a team like D2 Hustlers to reset like this because, again, not to harp on about it, but like in previous series, they play on their emotions a lot. And at least this third game, it didn't feel like that. It felt very, you know, logical throughout the game.
Very controlled game. They are right now the #1 most diverse team in terms of hero pool at the Div 2 of the Western Europe. And of course, MVP for this one. I'm taking the reins on this. Boys, Divine Llama.
Go for it.
Congratulations, fam. Divine Llama, I gotta give it to him. It's one thing to also have a performance like this on the Centaur, playing this well. It's quite another when you also have to be the one leading the team in the background, calming everybody down and saying, yo guys, don't panic. We've definitely got this towards the late game. Unfortunately though, T-Panda, one of the things that we did see in the series is the opponent that they just beat, Ancient Tribe, lost the game with this Rubik Centaur lane. Divine Llama and the crew made it look a lot better, honestly. Like, the lane was still decent, but the way that they played the game, it looked so crisp. Going forward for the Ancient Tribe, what do you think they can take away from this series in order to try and improve their performances and still stay in contention to get into Div 1?
I guess, like, when you're playing against a team like the Hustlers, this was basically a team that just simply played a little bit better than what Ancient Tribe did. I think a couple mistakes here and there really cost them, like this last game especially. It just snowballed out of hand, and it wasn't really down to like them playing badly or having a super bad draft. Of course, like, you missed your timing. That's, I think, it's the most important thing that you can take from this game, is they weren't able to establish the kind of dominance that they wanted. So maybe look into those like laning stage exits. We saw that 10-minute fight in the top tower. Was that necessary to kind of push their envelope that hard? Or could they have just chilled around a little bit? But or was it just Hustlers being so much better, like T-Gov said? Like, they were just using their strats against them technically. They read them like a book.
Well, one of the things that we do know about D2 Hustlers is that from the basis of this win, they are now 3-1 in the league. But we should probably start talking amongst each other and talk to one of the winners, as we have Alex from the D2 Hustlers joining us for a quick interview. Alex, congratulations on your victory, if you can hear me. And I have a quick question for you. Why do you hate Courier so much? Why do you have this vendetta every game? You're just killing Courier after Courier after Courier. What's the issue?
Hey guys, nice to meet you. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, sadly, they didn't give me Ricky. Like I don't know. Like, they hate, everybody bans Ricky, sadly, and then Ricky is just about the couriers. It's so fun, you know. Otherwise, it's kind of boring. Like, I'm running around and, you know, I see the career. Why not? Easy money, I guess.
Easy money indeed. Something that I've been curious about, though, in your team, of course, you have Divai Lama as your captain and one of the people that you've been playing with for such a long time. What's he like as a leading presence in the game? What's it been like, especially for the last year and a half or so for yourself, playing with him as a leading voice in the team?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I play him like for a year and a half, like so far. It's kind of like amazing. Like Lama is like so energetic. Like he wants to do everything right now, like immediately. Like for example, like last year, like on the boot camp, he's just eating so fast. You know, eat so fast, go to the pub. You know, doesn't want to wait others, and he's like always like that. Like just go, go, go. You know, like doesn't want to, you know, chill. Like he has no chill, I guess.
I mean, he plays like he doesn't have any chill. T, what you got for the man now that we have Alex on the line?
I mean, now that you talk about no chill, I gotta ask. All right, so after the Alliance series, okay. First of all, congratulations on winning this series. All right, but I'm gonna quickly go back in time. So after that series on the player cams, you visibly didn't look too happy. You know, Divai Lama also looked pretty angry, for example. How did your team deal with the emotions of losing that series, and how did you then bounce back to be able to win this series? Because it did look a little bit doom and gloom in the team vibes.
Yeah, so since the other 3 guys didn't know Lama like before the team really, so I kind of, you know, I've warned them, yo guys, he might do this from time to time, you know, like don't get pissed off. This is normal, like, you know, like don't worry about this.
Okay.
You know, like I mean, he's dealing with that. Like he's getting better and better. Like it's just, you know, like when you guys lose like in a pub, which you probably shouldn't lose, it just probably reacted pretty much same, right? So yeah.
Sure.
And about the loss, like yeah, it kind of feels sad. We kind of like dominate game 1 against Alliance, and game 2 we kind of threw. And then after the game 2 we feel really bad, to be honest. We have a bad draft. So yeah, I don't want to take anything away from Alliance, but I think like we're a better team, and if you have a better draft, we're gonna win 100%. So yeah,
sure.
That's
I
pretty
see.
much it.
Okay. And one more jovial question to keep it lighthearted at least. What's up with the tip game in this series? You know, like you guys, you seem to always have some like advanced strategies on how you're going to use them against your opponents. Like you rarely use them for each other. Like, give me the breakdown.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I didn't notice we were tipping so much. Maybe just, you know, just the pop thing.
You were.
Like you just like, you know, you kill somebody, just tip, I guess. I mean, like we tipped Little Pleb actually, like, you know, like at the start of the 3rd game, like he like trying to tree block or something. Like it was so funny. That's why we tip him. Like, so we don't tip like mean tips. It's just more, you know, like we have a good time. We're like laughing about it, and like I think with the tipping for us, it boosts our like morale and energy actually. So we just feel good about it. You know?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
T Panda, what do you got for us to close this one out?
Well, congratulations, Alex, on your victory here. I wanted to talk to you more about you as a player and maybe a bit of a personal question too. From your player history, I remember seeing you back in, was it 21 or 22 when you were still in the early iteration of Creep Wave? What was the defining factor for you to go pro in Dota? Was there a particular time in the Dota universe where you were like, this is the moment that I'm going to start perfecting my product, or was it something else?
Yeah, so for me, like I never took like Dota so serious. Also, I had, you know, like mainly like real life things on the way, which kind of it's hard to handle. And before DPC, it was really hard, you know, like to kind of handle like real life and the Dota. So after like DPC introduced, like it helped so much, like you know, with the financial like side. So that kind of made me stable. So I can like 100% focus on the Dota right now. Also, like probably none of you, well, not many know, like I have a family, you know, wife, a kid. So yeah, like it's kind of like I had to balance like before, but right now I'm like 100% focused, and yeah, like in the morning, you know, play with the kid, afternoon, Dota all day. So it's pretty easy for me.
I mean, you play enough pubs.
So wholesome.
You're used to, you know, having to deal with kids, you know, and keep them in check. So
It's exactly the same thing. You know, we corral kids in the game and we corral kids in real life. Alex, thank you so much for your time. Unfortunately, we are a little bit behind schedule, so we have to move to the next series. But thank you for giving us the time. Also, I love that you have your family right behind you, you know, a reminder of what you're actually playing for. So good luck, have fun, and we hope to talk to your team in the future.
Thank you. Have fun, guys.
Bye-bye.
That is Alex, of course, their position 4 player, the courier killer himself, showing up to give us an interview here. And I love what you were talking about there at the very end, Panda, the fact that he's not just doing this for himself, right? He's doing this for his family and the stability that Dota can bring. So before we go into our next series, now that they have taken this 2-1, we know that they are 3-1 in terms of their overall score. Panda, do you think they're going to be able to make it to the end of the tour and challenge for one of those 2 slots to go into Div 1 at this moment in time?
Potentially, yeah. They're playing Water Rune Enjoyers, and then they have the 2 difficult ones, which are Monaspa and Ordu Thunders. So if they're actually playing Monaspa first, so if they can win Monaspa, I think they are a top 2 contender. But I think what we discussed in the pre-series about them potentially being like the number 3 in the group, that just might be the truth. But we'll see. We'll see.
All right, before we go to a quick break here, T-Panda, thank you. We're going to be keeping you on panel. T-Gub, we're letting you go quite shortly. So who do you think is going to win? One word, Team Ivy or the side of the Water Rune Enjoyers?
Ivy.
Ivy. All right. I hope there's no Ivy in your tea tonight as you have your nightcap. So thank you everybody for joining us for this last series. We still have one more for the evening. We've just seen 2-1 go the way of the D2 Hustlers. Ivy versus the Water Rune Enjoyers is next. So stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly with some more Dota 2 action to close out the evening.
Can you TP on SF2 maybe?
I died.
Yeah,
Guys.
I'm Disruptor is dying to tower. Yeah.
Oh, Lash is dying.
Look at Lash, look at Lash.
Dying.
I saw like a Disruptor.
Is Lash dying? No, Lash is not dead yet.
Yeah.
Ryan died. It's here.
Nice.
Okay. Here's. Ricky went in. Nice. Nark's here?
Nice.
It's good. I'm
smoking.
You can stay top one actually.
Go. I get him.
Fuck, he blocked me.
Are you coming?
Smoked us, no?
I'm coming. Yeah.
I'm waiting for Soldier.
Oh, search me!
Oh,
What the fuck is happening? Let's go.
Nice!
Nice.
Easy, guys.
Disruptor TP.
Seems like GG if we don't throw this, to be honest.
Flames, careful, Flames. Yeah.
welcome back one and all here to Division 2 in Western Europe, and we are continuing with the DPC action as we witness the side of Ivy taking on the Waterrune Enjoyers. This is a very peculiar and interesting matchup. It's the third game for both of these teams, but the stakes could not be higher for Waterrune Enjoyers. If they lose this game, T-Panda, that's it. Div 1 hopes are done. The best they can hope for is to try and stick into Div 2. So the pressure is certainly on them, especially given that this Ivy team, I'm not sure what you make of them. So given what you've seen in the past, where do you think this entire matchup is going to be going right now?
Well, if you look at past history for Ivy, they've, not to sugarcoat it at all, but they've definitely been maybe at the bottom half of the Division 2 teams, but they've always made their way in or just to stay in Division 2, which also shows a sign of perseverance. And now that they've updated the roster a little bit, pretty excited to see, haven't actually watched their games, but how does Pio65, how does he sit into the team? You've got the classics of Mobe, cast Cube games since 2018 when he used to play with different teams. Kezu, didn't you play with this guy?
Actually, we didn't play together. I once had him try out for a team that I played in.
Ah,
I know
that was
that this guy has potential, and now, 2 years later, I think my boy is ready.
So actually, Kezu, this is the most amount of Germans that have been in one team since like some 2013 Mouse Sports roster, as we are into the first draft between Ivy and Waterrune Enjoyers. Before we start breaking down these heroes, talk to us about what the communication do you think is going to be like between this German stack that has been the core of this team for the last few years at this point?
Well, I can tell you that having more than 2 Germans is usually already a problem. So the fact that they have 3, I think they need to try hard. Nah, but jokes aside, I think they're all like pretty good friends. They've played together for a while. They have Owned Me, who's their offlane player, who actually I know from way back in the day. He's hilarious. Like, he's a clown. He brings a lot of energy to the team. He's a good player, up and coming player. T-Panda talked about Pio. That guy is also very good. I know him from pubs, but I think the 2 guys are new. I'm sure they're trying to figure out their comms. But as far as I know, they're all very chill and very easy to play with.
Alrighty, so let's see how this is going to pan out in the game itself, because we do have that first draft on our hands. Waterrune Enjoyers, they had themselves access to the second pick, so they're going to have the final pick of the draft, and then Ivy have first pick on Dire. So this Leshrac hero was the opening pick of the draft. Kind of intriguing, Panda, that we do not see the Batrider be the response to this. We saw the Rubik and the Death Prophet. Could they not have angled towards getting the bat, since it's unlikely that a team would pick both Leshrac and DP in the same draft?
It's possible. What I'm reading from the side of Waterrune Enjoyers, out of the 4 games that they've played 19 unique heroes, of which the Rubik is the only one that they've played twice. This will be the 3rd Rubik, and that's also a unique DP. So we're going to see Waterrune Enjoyers enjoying every single game with a unique draft. If that is going to hold, that's basically a theme. Okay, never mind. That's just the worst analogy, the worst theory that you could come up with. But in theory, yeah, they could have rotated towards the Batrider for sure. But I think they also value this DP pick a lot. It's very flexible in terms of what the draft is going to look like when you build around this hero.
I mean, DP is just one of these heroes that does a lot in the game. How do you feel about this, Kezu?
There's the Waterrune Enjoyers, they played earlier today. They got stomped by a Batrider on 8. I don't want to, break anyone's hopes for them. But I think that they've had a lot of time to prepare for this, and I think they're giving the enemy team like a pretty nice first phase, because for Ivy, I don't know how many people have seen it, but Pio is very good on this Leshrac carry. Like, he's played it, I think, the 2 times that they did play Lesh, it wasn't a mid hero. It was a carry hero both times. So you should know that this Batrider, once again, on the closing pick in the first phase, is very strong. And similarly to Leshrac, Batrider really makes a Death Prophet's game very hard, both in the game, both in the lane, but also in the game.
Yeah, I mean, for Pio, it is his 2nd most played hero of all time. This is going to be his 47th game on this Leshrac, if it is indeed him on the Lesh, with a 57% win rate. So definitely knows what he's doing. And this Batrider hero, it just seems so scary. Like, of late, Panda, whenever we see this bat, it just... I don't remember the last time I saw a bat get crushed. I've seen bats lose, but generally it's like the loss is not due to the Batrider. And very often when the win happens, it's specifically because of this Batrider hero.
Yeah, that does seem like the theme these days. Like, remember in a Div 1 when we talked about with Fear about how Broken Tusk is in a way that you can't lose the lane with the hero, and if you somehow magically do, losing the game also becomes really small with the Tusk in your lineup. Well, Batrider has had that same kind of success coming out from the laning stage and the exits as well, the farming potential on the hero. They've already nerfed this hero's Firefly and Napalm before, a couple times, because it was too strong, but it's still very decent for the hero to catch up with his item timings and has one of the biggest impacts out of mid heroes when you're looking at 13 to 16 minutes, maybe 13, 14 minutes, let's put it that way, because usually the offlaners already want to be active at that point. So Bad Rider has probably one of the best exits out of the laning stage if he gets a very standard game for himself.
All right, let's see. Water and Enjoyers go back for this Earth Spirit. We saw it earlier today, Kezu. It didn't necessarily work out for them. How do you feel about Earth Spirit actually just as a hero in general? And what do you think it does for them in this lineup beyond just like the double silence, which is feeling pretty strong?
Yeah, so I do think that Earth Spirit is just it's a hero specialist. Like it's a hero that only specialists of the hero can really play. But when you have crit and this guy doesn't play Earth Spirit, it makes me wonder, you know, how good the hero is. But I do think that for them, they're sticking to comfort. They want someone else that can body a bit for the DP, give another way of initiation. So I do think that's good. I think if Yond was a level 30 Nyx assassin, I feel like this would have been the game where they probably would have pulled out that hero. But simply because he's a Grandmaster on Earth Spirit, I think they're going for comfort, and I do think it's pretty good with their heroes.
Undying comes out on the other side now for Ivy. What did we have last time that we saw Undying? We had Undying Drow as the lane. There is still space for a Drow. What other range carries? But you already have the Leshrac going into a safe lane, so you can't necessarily pick that up unless you do something really weird, like put Lesh mid, Bat Rider off lane. That feels a bit too greedy, so I doubt they're going in that direction, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, Mobe's got some 20-ish games on Lesh with a 65% win rate, which is decent. So they could always flex it around if they want to, but I don't think they will. It's probably just between the bat. Like, do they see a matchup in the safe lane where they might just put the bat off lane? Now that I see the Drow, I don't think they want to do that either. So I'm just curious about this Undying pick here, which seems pretty good until the Drow pick came out. Now I'm wondering, should they actually play a 3 Undying for Owned Me? Do you know if he plays that, Kezu?
Not sure if he does. He seems to be more of a... I think he's playing more of like heavy teamfight / summon heroes, like in Beast, Enigma.
Well, I guess in that case,
he has
just going to be
played this hero. He's played it once, and that was in 2020, of August 2020. So it's unlikely he's going to whip it out again in this situation. Yeah. That would be an interesting idea, though, if they did. I kind of missed this off-lane, never dying, Undying. It was good times. Can't stress for my pubs, but it was very fun to watch. In this game, what do they kind of need? Playing into the Drow Ranger, they have some reach to get on top of her with this Clockwork and the Bat Rider. There is some damage, but they're lacking in the physical damage department. Feels like we just saw a Spectre. Does that feel like it could work out for you in this draft, gentlemen?
For Waterrune, Indoor, or Ivy?
No, for Ivy.
I mean, if Ivy's already playing the Leshrac, so most likely what we're going to be seeing against this Drow Ranger is either a hero that locks her down and allows for that extra damage to come out. Like, I'm thinking Legion Commander for some reason. Pango's actually banned out, which I'm a bit disappointed about. And the Lycan could have been decent because he's always good against like the Linas and the Drows. You can just jump on top of her.
In the previous game, Kezu, he mentioned... Yeah?
Sorry, just to chime in real quick, because I think most likely this is just going to be their offlane pick. I like also that they went for a Clockwork in the phase before, just to help out the Bad Rider that it's not only on this hero to like kind of go in. I do think these overwhelming Run-G heroes that deal physical damage are good bans from Waterrune Enjoyers. Like I think a Lycan in the mix of this Ivy team could have been pretty good. There's something to me that speaks a little bit about Marcy in this draft. I do think it's hard for them to make work, and they probably don't want to run like a double melee lane. But I think having another hero that can get on top of this Drow Ranger or like some potential Beastmaster hero that causes some trouble, I think that's something that would round out their draft very well.
Yep, something like Beast or the Primal Beast could maybe work. I was thinking Visage as well for a bit, but Visage is probably not going to be great.
How do you feel about Mars, boys? We saw this banned out in the previous game where Drow was picked up. I think it was banned just before the Drow emerged. How would you feel about that hero? I mean, having some kind of way to keep out the shots as well with the arena, with the Colosseum?
I think Mars is a hero that, again, it comes down a bit more to the player. Actually, another hero that comes to mind right now is Nature's Prophet. I feel like that hero would be good for the offlane. It lanes well into Drow, the tempo is good, it helps Clock to get out of the lane. Chime back to the Mars real quick. I think if they're looking for more team fight and just another hero that can start the fight, I do think it works. But there's a lot of players, I think, that shy away from playing dual melee lanes because they're afraid of losing the lane too hard.
Yeah, like if they go for the Mars, like I feel like they're just not going to be able to pressure properly. Like the synergy is kind of weird with the hero concerning what they already have. So I'd like to see Primal or the Beast. Talking about Beastmaster.
Primal or
case,
the Beast.
Or the Beast.
But they bring out Furion. Okay. Well, they can still move around the Furion and the Leshrac between 1 and 3, depending what the matchup is going to be. Since Water Rune enjoys, they either have mid DP or off lane DP.
So Water Rune enjoyers, what do they still need here? They can decide mid or off lane. What feels strongest? So talk to me about what their draft does so far, Kezu, and what do you think they're still lacking at this point in time?
I really think that you need... Like, when I see these Bad Riders, I don't know how hard it is to counterpick. It must be really hard, because when I see people pick Bad Rider on that slot, all they do is ban Queen of Pain, and then they always have a free game. But I feel like you have an Earth Spirit post 4. I would prefer your Death Prophet to not be middle. I think DP should have an okay time top against Lesh Undying. With Siphons, you should be fine. So I think you pick a mid that...
the Ember.
Hopefully with an Earth Spirit that helps, but this matchup is incredibly volatile. Like, insanely volatile.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Ember right there when you were talking about that. I was like, this could be the skill-based matchup that can work out in favor for the Ember Spirit without getting crushed in lane and still have some impact in it. Like when you're looking for those engagements to enable yourself and buy space on the map for this Drow. Also pretty low cooldown dependent too, so you're not solely reliant on Exorcism to be able to fight around the map. So this Ember Spirit does solve a lot of issues that their draft already had, but I totally agree with Kezu that it has its dangers as well.
I'm getting some deja vu towards NA Div 1 here, T-Panda, because we often saw this Ember Spirit versus Bat matchup, and for the most part, the Bat Riders were able to come out aces in that situation. What do you think is going to happen here? If the trend lines continue, the Bat should probably win, but which lineup do you think actually has the more cohesive strategy going forward into this game?
If we go with the past, very recent history, Water Rune enjoyers haven't really had a good time against that Bat Rider, so I would actually like this Ivy draft a lot. I feel like I'm going to go with Ivy on this one.
I'm going to go with Ivy. All right, Kezu, earn your paycheck. What do Water Runes need to do to ensure that they can win game number 1?
They need... It's similar to earlier in the day. I think Stoikov needs to have a very good time mid, which I'm just telling you straight up is very hard. Bad Rider Ember is very bad favored, and I think Ivy's tempo of their draft is very, very damn good.
Okay, we're going to be seeing whether or not Ivy is going to be able to carry that tempo into a game 1 victory, or if Water Rune enjoyers will give us finally a map win for themselves. To find out, we send it over to the storied duo of Trent and Lyrical. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Snare. My goodness, Trent, we're here. We're taking a look at some Div 2 Europe action that's coming out now. Talking a lot about this matchup mid, Ember versus Bat Rider. I think there's good reason for it, because that just sounds horrific for the Ember. But sometimes you kill him.
Sometimes you get him gut. You know, he gets a little greedy with the stickies. He flies over you. You hit him with the bolas. Maybe get a quick TP from someone. He's chained under the tower and goes down. It happens, but I feel like the Bats are getting better and better. I feel like this matchup just goes further and further in Bat Rider's direction.
Yeah, and as we've sort of heard from the panel, there's going to need to be a pretty solid early tempo coming out from Ivy. They're going to be able to play pretty fast and loose, it seems like. And particularly when you're playing with this like safe lane Lesh, I feel like this is something that, you know, just lends itself to buildings falling down. As you can see there, the esportsbet.io odds very much right now, a slight favor actually into the favor of Ivy, and trying to set up for this rune. We'll see if they can quite get there in time. Jam Vincento has to back away, so it's going to be 2-piece.
Yeah, Jan went up over and tried to get the stun there in the Lesh, but couldn't get him there. So yeah, I appreciate the Leshrac. You know, a couple teams trying this out and proving that they really want to opt for it, right? Going for it first overall, not much of a mystery. Sure, it could be flexed to the mid, but once the back comes out, you're pretty sure this will be the lineup. And it puts you on a fast pace, and then they just up it even further by going for this off-lane Nature's Prophet. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to get the Aghanims build out of him, or if he's going to do something just a little bit more like traditional right-click, just because of his other 2 core heroes.
I mean, that's kind of going to be an interesting one to watch for. He maybe even goes for some, like, I mean, you don't even see the team fight stuff out of NPs anymore. It's just pretty much all either those right clicks, the ags, or the, you know, Gleipnir or what have you. But no matter what it is, I feel like we're going to be seeing super fast tempo draft trying to get on top of this Drow. And when I see these MPs get picked up in the last phase, I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? This hero is like one of the best heroes in Dota right now. I feel like I see it everywhere. It's crazy.
He's an interesting guy. Like, you can pick him first phase and feel pretty good about it in most situations, but then the whole draft from both sides starts to think about Nature's Prophet the whole time. But then these other situations happen where, like, he just gets kind of ignored, and then, you know, bam, there he is right at the end. So, with his ability to play 1 and 3, and even mid, too, for several different players, it is a little bewildering just how potent he can be at the end. So, we'll see if Water Enjoyers have a plan for this. I mean, they have another great hero in the Drow Ranger that teams have been all about lately. And we'll see if they can secure Palantimos a nice Drow start.
Yeah, would love to see that from them. And I mean, that is something that's worth noting too. If they can play around the timing of when Drow starts to get strong, and then of course playing around those Death Prophet ultimates, that feels like it's going to be one of those main engine points for how Water Rune enjoyers are going to be able to play this one out. So Courier goes down there, Yond able to find one. Can see Vincento tries to chase him around a little bit there back behind the tower, but so far it is just going to be a neutral creep deny over on that medium camp, back to basics. So this mid lane, is it for, like, are we waiting for the flame break? What's going to be the timing? Oh, DNC gets the stick and gets out.
Yeah, not quite enough even with the mangoes. Yeah, I like that play though, because like even though he denies and that's a little bit annoying, he kills a courier, instantly start rushing the offlaner. That's a quality thing there. And DNC gonna have to wait for the respawn there and get a little bit of regen assistance here, just getting the one tango. But game plan wise, I would say really hope that your Ember just doesn't get blown up at 6. It's pretty likely that we might see Cube rotate over when Ember's still like level 5, and they can just go for a quick attempt on a play. Of course, you also have a Nature's Prophet as well, so if the lasso occurs, they're not really going to be shy on damage.
Right, the control will be there most likely, and then having the ability to just run him down. Does have a pretty good start, though, for the Ember. You can see in mid, he's having a great time. Hasn't been forced out of lane, haven't been able to make any obvious those early dives. Xian just facing off this Undying, punching back the Earth Spirit, showing one of the problems that you kind of have with this Earth Spirit hero. You know, you don't really have that same trade potential. As, yeah, the bat just forcing back the Ember. So after a good start, things start to become a lot harder. Stun there.
Good. I'll tell you, the happiest person I think in this draft is probably Jim Vincento here on the Undying. This is, I mean, if I was an Undying and looking at my allies, I would be so satisfied right now. I got like people who want to run at towers with me. They're all excited for my tombstone levels. Like everyone's just gonna be looking to push objectives and have team fights with me. You know, you don't want one of those games where it's like a Spectre on one lane and a Doom on the other, and you're Undying, and you're just like, so we're just gonna sit around for 25 minutes, or what's going on?
Yeah, I think that this is definitely going to be a type of game where Undying can really get into the thick of it, die a bunch of times, and he'll be perfectly okay with that. Do have a pause right now. Water Rune Enjoyers, they get one, but it's not on the hero they wanted it to. Yond rolled on in and get that. But the big problem, Ember here hasn't even finished off his bottle. Went for the boots first along with the stick, a Blightstone, and is just sort of playing to survive in this lane, but hasn't been able to obviously get that first bottle out to him.
Yeah, doing everything you need to do versus the Bat Rider. And just being prepared for what happens around level 5. And you can see that Moby's still just holding the points. So if he's in a vulnerable spot with too many stacks on him, that's where you suddenly get a flame break. And you just have to play everything carefully until you're level 6. And then obviously it's going to be much safer for you. Probably don't want to go anywhere near the runes either way, right, this early.
Yeah.
At least not to contest Bat, that is. I mean, you can go grab one, but you know, you're not going to win any fights down on the river versus this guy, that's for sure.
Sure enough. And really, the main hero that feels like it's sort of been hurting so far has been that Death Prophet. Only level 3 right now in this offlane DP after being forced back and having to wait it out because her spirit was rotating around, couldn't really contest with the Undying. She's really been struggling. And, you know, you compare that to where the Leshric's at in terms of CS. He's having a great time.
Yeah, and this is a Death Prophet and Earth Spirit lane, too, where, you know, you tend to think of, like, DP and Tusk and how strong that can be, and you would look at Earth Spirit and be like, oh, well, that's pretty similar, right? It's basically the same idea. You roll on somebody, you hit them a bunch, but Earth Spirit doesn't offer the same amount of damage early, which is pretty annoying, and it's an Undying, so...
Yeah.
You know, at a certain point, it's just not really worth contesting him. Like, you can even Spirit Siphon him all you want. And typically, you're happy as DP to have those situations where there's some support like that. But in the end, you're not really going to kill the Undying, and he's just going to keep doing his thing and decaying you. So it's probably going to be a net loss for you.
Well, and now left completely alone, BNC back behind. They're thinking about diving behind the tower. Earth Spirit was nearby. He needs to get over here quickly. The whirlwind comes out, kicks away from his Ember, and that is why you pick this hero.
And up top, though, they do get the punish, but obviously you don't care. That is so worth it. Completely fine sacrifice there. Hopefully they don't lose their Drow, too, or it gets real bad.
Talentimos trying to get out of there and does manage to escape. Having those boots finished off early, it means that the Drow's okay. Now, still going to take some punches from Own Me. It can't really come back to lane until you see the Rubik come back. So Mariwai back in the area. So that's the cost, right? Both side lanes get hurt when the Ember gets the rotations mid, but you got the kill on the bat.
Yeah, and this likely means you're going to hit 6 and be safe. I mean, he's at half HP right now, but seems unlikely that he'll manage to kill him before that. So then you don't need to be forcing rotations right now to the mid lane. They can focus a little bit more on the sides and potentially go after Jim Vincento up here. They hit the roll. Let's see if they have the damage here.
Pretty good damage out. Yeah, they find that kill. So a really good overall game plan for these first couple of minutes from Water Runes Enjoyers. It feels like they got everything that they need. Palantimos gets away from the clock. They have the lift to keep Coop away. They're playing great.
Yeah, they have to watch for the 6-minute rune, though. Like, if the 6-minute rune is bottom and it's a haste rune, then Drow just dies and they lose their bottom tower.
Right.
So it is top. It's a regen, and it's going to be held there for Soikov. So that's great. I feel like Moby really needed a power rune right there. So a bit of an L for Team Ivy. I didn't notice that Cube is also a Grandmaster Clock. This guy, he just loves those hook heroes, huh? He's all about them.
I guess so, yeah. There's a couple of hero spammers coming out here now. It's interesting because I think that there's like... I don't know. If you take like 6 months ago, if somebody was a Grandmaster Heroes player, you're like, this guy doesn't have a life. But now it's enough time has passed that, you know, it's kind of okay.
You don't have a Grandmaster hero? Wow, that's embarrassing. You know, it's kind of where we're at now.
True enough.
Are you Grandmaster Darkseer yet? Are you 30?
Don't bring it up. I don't want to. I was part of that 6 month don't have a life crew.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Yeah. Just confirming reports.
Yeah, of course. Stacks being built right now in the jungle, so even a little bit of a backup area for Palantimos to fall back to. And you can see that at least out of the laning stage, things have gone fairly well. Mariwai does manage to get a little bit of a separation. James Cento trying to get out of there too. The gust, the rundown, a couple more hits back behind the tower, but getting that extra regen, it wasn't enough to keep him alive. And in fact, Palantimos now also has to run. I mean, this is the other danger, is there is so much early pressure coming out with the Ember rotation in, trying to keep Palantimos alive. The cogs, the catch, the turn, and he's barely living. Rocket Flare in 3. Nice. He needs help, needs to dodge that Rocket Flare. It's going to come out for the kill. He knew what he had, knew where he needed to go, and brings down that Drow. Came at a cost, though.
But he had int treads on, guys. Int treads.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, and up top, they also found the kill on the Lesh.
Oh, that's a big one. Who got that kill? Oh, BNC even got the kill, too. And they have Exorcism still? Oh, damn. All right, that's pretty huge. Mid lane, though, they will spend the lasso.
Get that bring down onto the Rubik. Another TP rotation in, but Palantimos can't make anything of it.
Now, this is the question. How much do you want to defend top right now? Because you got, on the one hand, the last track, oh, they're just going in. They're going for the Exorcism play, but they have the supports ready.
And the stun's there, trying to get the kick away. BNC's in trouble. He's taking so much damage from this Lesh, but the Spirit Siphon, it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Oh my god, they gifted that Lesh so much.
That was so greedy. I mean, to be fair, they weren't sure if the supports were nearby, but they were so well prepped for that on Ivy. They had the exact right read on that situation where, like, this DP just managed to get a big kill, didn't use their exorcism. What are you going to do immediately? Try and pop your exorcism and focus down this tower. So,
yeah.
Obviously, the Radiant Vision they had in that dire jungle wasn't enough to tip them off that the supports hadn't moved out of there. Soikov's going for a big kill here as they take that bottom tower.
Oh my god, if he goes down too. They're keeping PS5 alive, and now the Batrider moves in, tries to remnant out, but he might just get ran down here. The Flame Break pushback. Water Rune and Gyres, it was going so well. Another one going out, he just TP's back in. Oh god, it's all starting to come undone. Ivy hitting their timings and punishing this Water Rune and Gyres lineup.
What a collapse.
Oh man,
I
great
just
plays from Ivy.
It really was. I mean, they're just sticking to it. They're saying we have some pretty mobile heroes, and we're going to abuse that. Still have Hookshot right now here too. If anyone else wants to, find out here. Balantimos will now make his way through the jungle.
Yeah, that one's painful. I mean, at the very least, like, their stacks haven't been stolen over in the former triangle, but
true.
I don't know. That was a pretty big blow. It feels like.
All right. Well, they still have mid tower, so that's always good, right? How about that? They nail a scan on a smoked up bat. That's a huge grab, big save. Once he was running at them, had even the bottled illusion rune to hunt for Drow too. Like the worst scenario for a Drow, pretty much, as the silence won't save her.
Does run into that Death Prophet now, and yeah, you can see Yond preemptively rolling just in case they went on the DP. Yeah, that would have been pretty freaking bad. The one hero that was spared from Water Runes and Gyres of the great dive top. As it will be
recorded. Future generations will recall.
Oh, man.
Soikov's got a nice play up there. He's in behind the tower, cutting waves. They drop the tombstone to help defend. But at least he's able to find some farm when he's gifting the safer farm to his DP and his Drow. So he's not flexing his net worth out of the mid like you hope to, in the sense that you're not running around and like getting killed in the enemy team. But at least he's using it to find dangerous farm that his other cores can't get, and this is going to help enable them a little bit. So this is pretty solid stuff.
Yeah. Taking over areas of the map, not, like you said, shutting down those towers yet, not, able to find fights in a perfect way, but it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Uproot and after them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
To the impurity.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Try and trade for mid instead.
Roll in, finds the NP, magnetized onto 2. It's pretty good damage out there. Q also trying to turn onto him now. TP's out of there immediately, but the roll interrupted by the battery assault. And now, this Magnetize is doing so much damage. It might be enough just to clean up with the rest of them. They've already lost Drow in the Rubik, but Cube now right on top of this Ember, trying to find that finish. A couple more punches. Does still have that Lance of Pursuit, but the TP back in. NP, he's been gone for a while, but shows back up to finish off this Ember. Maybe no. Ember gets away, actually. The phase boots run out.
That extra remnant drop for the double through back to the other safety remnant, that was nice.
Yeah, it was good.
I had to burn through them all, but obviously well worth it. Make sure he got that kill and got out. Plus, picked up the kill on the Batrider. So, nice stuff. Big for the Earth Spirit as well. He managed to get 441 gold there. The top tower went down as well, so that's great. Good job, BNC. I'd say, considering the deficit they were at, to knock down those towers, or that tower top feels pretty good. They just have to keep an eye on the triangle now, as it can be a little bit harder, of course, without that tier 1 mid.
Yeah, that one going down. I mean, it was kind of always going to happen, it feels like. And let's see Mariwai right now pulling the whole creep wave over for Palantimos. It really has just all become about the Drow. Does have right now coming out on the Courier. What is that for the Drow? It's going to be the full Dragon Lance. Thought he might be going back for that shard eventually, but we'll see if that's a decision or not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toughie. I feel like you really need the Force Staff, too, in this game. I have to just pick it up early and suck it up. Doesn't feel great, but it's such a necessity.
As Undying does go down there. So a good little gank squad coming together. The two Spirit Brothers making the moves. And also, you can see trying to make a little bit of a game for herself on this Death Prophet. Has already the mech and the Arcane Boots done. Going back for the Guardian Greaves next, clearly.
And we have the early Blade Mail coming out here as well for Soykov. So we've seen this from a few players, but versus the Leshrac, this Blade Mail into the Mage Slayer looks like a really, really good idea for, I mean, Leshrac and Batrider, right? Very similar ideas that they're going for right now.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. I like that a lot. Soykov, that'd be really solid. Shut down so much of that damage onto all of them. But Ivy wanting to make the move before that comes into fruition. They're scouting out that triangle with those treants, and they tell themselves, okay, well, if they're not there, looking elsewhere. Gonna maybe start heading top, go down some vision. There, why the one that looks like it's gonna be the first point of contact, but they're going for the bigger kill immediately onto BNC. Gonna get caught, pops the mech, tries to turn it. Spirit siphons onto everybody, not gonna be enough.
Yeah, there's no getting out of that one. I mean, didn't have to pop the Sprout there. But throw some stuns in Cube. Oh, you stuck around too close?
No lasso here. Does manage to get some separation, but the chase down, silence is there. Got him caught. A really good gusto coming from the south and trying to do what damage they can. Magnetized onto 5, but Palantimos just gets shredded, and Beyond can't really do that much more at all.
Swarm, swarm, swarm.
Yeah, they just run at him.
Yeah. It's not a very easy situation. Tries to hold bottom for the rune.
Whoa. Blade Mail kick. Stoikov can't quite get it. Oh, he's so low. Does find that finish. Y tries to back out. The Exorcism's going, seeing if they can kill and bring down this NP. And, well, when they get separated, Water Rune Enjoyer's actually making some solid plays here.
Oh, Jan is trying to escape here as well. Looks like he's fine. Very nice.
Super interesting.
All right, I'm impressed.
Dire's middle tower
It's going to be so hard for Palantimos to get back into this game. Like, the actual team fights themselves just look so hard to play.
Yeah. Even though Palantimos has some pretty good net worth, it just feels like it's a draft that's perfectly suited just to own him. Like, all these heroes love to get on top of Drow.
Yeah, we're going to need big plays out of Yond. And probably BNC as well. Just in terms of, like, trying to create that separation with the body and using the Exorcism to threaten. Cube is just chilling here with an Invis rune.
Thinking about a solo play. Drops down the sentry. And does get out of there in time.
Oh, nice ward find.
Yeah, we'll get the D word.
Cube owning.
Huh. Well,
and I don't think we talked about it, but the Orchid came out just before that all started. It just like TP'd onto the DP, hit her with the Orchid. Obviously, very hard for him to deal with right now, but eventually the Greaves will be out, and they'll have a solution to that from BNC. But who else just gets absolutely shredded by this Orchid right now? Because he's going Blade Mail, Mage Slayer, so Soikov's in trouble from that. Of course, Earth Spirit, Rubik, Drow. Did grab the Shard, as you mentioned. So it is there. Been one of the most popular shards across the DPC for good reason. Almost always picked up.
And a little late to block out those camps. You can see with the NP trying to shut down that triangle from Palantimos. So with both camps spawning, does mean that at the very least Water Rune Enjoyer is getting that farm on the Drow like they need to. And she's going to need so many items. And even then, I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. With the 2k gold lead right now, Water Rune Enjoyer is definitely...
Can they go on the slash?
Kick, though. I was thinking about it.
I mean, it's 2,000 HP. I don't even know. Yeah, I guess with the blade mail, it's definitely
Dire's
doable.
middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't look like they're going to try their hand at it, though. Maybe thought he had friends behind him or something.
Yeah, I think they were kind of waiting for the Rubik and the Drow too, because it's kind of scary.
Yeah.
If the MP TP's in there and suddenly one of you silenced.
Well, NP, like you said, getting more and more farmed, going into that BKB. Also have a BKB almost done for the Lesh, but it's not coming out quite quick enough. Still a lot of regen coming in from him. Very in trouble. Cogs already out, and, well, they bring down the Earth Spirit, and Stukov just needs to run the hell out of there. And the Blade Mail wasn't enough to sort of stop that pressure coming in, and Bat Rider keeps the chase going. 4 staff forward, has to use another Remnant, doesn't have any more left. And the silence comes out from the DP, but I mean, I think they just keep running at him. Dude, he's literally just going to run him down continuously. They find this Death Prophet. Mech is going to be there. Has Guardian Greaves delivered along with the wand charges Spirit Siphon? It's not nearly enough. They don't have the regen to deal with this overwhelming magic damage coming from Ivy.
Yeah, if they want, they could just run to the Roche right now, since they have so much damage. Wouldn't be the worst idea, but they're going to keep pressuring.
Almost connects there. Oh, good steal there, though, for the Rubik.
That makes Roche harder.
Dude, buy a shard right now.
Defense of the ancients.
I legit think that that's super super solid if you can get it, but we'll see.
Listen, Valentimos, I know you want a 4-staff, but I just really need the shard now. But, I mean, he's got his own. The Hurricane Bike is done. And I guess he's probably just thinking, like, do I just buy BKB? Is that what I have to do?
Well, up top, showing
nice.
that even a BKB will not keep you safe as Stoikov tries to get out of there. Remnants up to the top. Well, still getting some separation, but eventually they do have enough for the kill. Keep there. Nice little kill steal. Can they punish? Gets the silence, stun onto 2 with the magnetize, but immediately the haste. Oh wait, no, the roll, he found him.
Bat.
Hey, need some trouble there. DMC right on top of him. They're burning him to death. Pop the Exo, and then Bat just runs away with the BKB. Okay.
He's got a little bit wild there. As Cube grabs the tome and almost has his own BKB here. And a couple 100 gold on that clockwork. So Exos are supposed to have duration left, but they can't really go into the Roche. A bit too terrified right now, and obviously Drow is down bottom, so still something that's pretty much just served up here for Ivy, I'd say, whenever they pretty much want to do it. And we still do have Split Earth for about half the duration of, so it's about, you know, I got about 90 seconds, 80 seconds left on this thing. Could maybe go for one more smoke play with it.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, that's sort of the question, right? It feels like Water Rune enjoyers need to make the most out of whatever timings they can get. And like, if we're talking about the timing of, you know, Split Earth stolen for Rubik, I feel like the game has just not gone the way Water Rune enjoyers wanted it to.
Well, you know, sometimes that's life. When the game's a little hard and your carry's trying to farm a bunch, you got to make things work.
Fair enough.
And Palatinos also, I mean, now that we have the Mage Slayer, hey, maybe that'll help out with this big damage. But he's going for the Lincoln Sphere, so good option. Perhaps save him from Obe, at least just make it more difficult to get jumped upon.
I mean, when I'm looking at this game, I'm curious if you feel the same way. I don't know what Water Rune enjoyers do right now, because I feel like they're down in net worth. They need to hit these timings with like every exorcism making stuff happen, and it's just not coming together.
It feels like Ember needs Agnums and Kayasan.
Oh, but they move in, and they're going to find everybody again. And he tries to get some separation, but the Lesh right on top of him. And dude, this Undying is just beating the crap out of Yawn and takes him down with the Soul Rip. That looked like it was almost a solo kill from Undying.
Yeah, he got orchid at the start by Prava, but that was pretty much all him.
Oh, man. 1,300 damage in that engagement on the Undying.
That creates a very simple roast with the help of the Flesh Golem. Getting in there and giving Roast a big old punch. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, man. Ain't no
Leave
joke.
Earth Spirit alone.
Oh, and hook shot from downtown with the Cogs pushback in the Orchid. The game has completely fallen apart. And 100% accuracy, as a matter of fact. The silence is out. It's not going to do anything. Palantimos has to run away. He can't run away. There is no help. There is no salvation. Palantimos is going down, looking for a turn, but with no buyback on that Drow, it is not going to be enough damage. They can't contend with this lineup. Ivy too strong.
Yeah, even with the Mage Slayer there, they can't really like jump right back in and try and turn it. It's gonna be a long time before it feels confident to do that. I will say the lead, it feels like it could be worse. You know, I look at these faces over there on Water Rune Enjoyers, and they still got some focus going on. This Ivy looking way more chill.
True.
We got no problems, but you know, get your items. Is that Kaya coming out now? So we get a little bit more damage on the Ember. Try and win some of these fights. He just can't get stunned or orchided, which sucks, but that is the life of the Ember sometimes, is that he just needs to play it really, I don't know, really safe. And maybe he can sow enough chaos in the back line to make some space for DP and Drow, but obviously it is a very uphill battle right now for them.
Yeah, it feels like one of those moments where he has to do so much, the Ember or the Earth Spirit has to do so much, and there isn't like that like super clean control stun because Rubik has to play so far back. It's a hard game right now for Water and Enjoyers. And for Ivy, still what, another 3 minutes left on this Aegis? See if PO65 wants to do that much. Maybe run on down this this mid lane here with some Diabolic Edict and take out the tower, open up the wherever
that
they
or
want on the
bottom.
map.
Yeah, bottom looks pretty free as well. Like, don't really think the Radiant can try and defend this.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Ivy, though.
they're trying to be sneaky.
This is cool. So they're going to smoke up now and run right into this area. Now, there are a lot of treants in the area, so they see all this movement and scan connect, so they immediately know where they're at. Oh my god, Palantimos, the smoke, it breaks as soon as they pop it. BKB out, tries to find a target, gets it now onto the Ember, and well, the stun to interrupt, that keeps him alive. Maybe an opportunity here, but the fight continuing. The chase is there. Tries to remnant away. Not going to happen. Yawn, hoping to get away. This Drow in a world of hurt. The lift to pull back. Ember still hoping to get out of there. The hook shot, it connects onto Drow, finds the pushback, and 3 are going to drop. Ivy taking no prisoners.
BNC? Should be fine.
Barely gets out.
Yeah, that exorcism was like 8 seconds away too. If they're like jumping, and the fight ends pretty much just as it returns to BNC. So excellent timing to go for it right there from Ivy. If they were on the ball with that one, the Blade Mail trying its best here.
Thought about that stun, but don't go for it yet. Now they do find it.
Yeah,
It still has Aegis Bloodstone, and okay, Ember's just dead. Now, BNC, he's caught in the Sprout. The silence is there onto NP. He does not care. He is ready to punch, ready to take down this Death Prophet, trying to keep her alive, but Lesh right on top, and another kill, 13 to 27, and it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon.
Yep, NP still has BKB as well here at 8 seconds.
Oh, nice find there. They connect onto Rubik, drop the tombstone down. That tower has fallen. Whatever they want to do right now. I mean, Undying as Greaves.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's not great. I mean, we were talking about how we wanted the core Undying maybe this game, and you sort of got it at least.
Here you go. You know what it feels like right now? This is the moment when, you know, you gather the grandkids. Children, let me tell you about the great dive top and what happened then on that fateful day.
Yes. I remember like it was 25 minutes ago.
It's a little rough. The game has fallen off the rails. And a sheep stick now done for Lesh.
The securing item of the patch, it feels like. All right, when the supports have Greaves and a Wraith Pack, they're just flexing at this point. Like, come on.
True.
Give them a chance.
They're not. That doesn't seem like they're going to do that. We're going to be real about it.
To be fair, Ember bought the Mage Slayer first, so he kind of started the whole arms race of reducing damage.
Oh, yeah.
It's his own fault.
He's showing here. No, they're not going to go for him. Well, Ivy, after a very strong couple of minutes here, it feels like the tempo that this draft has been playing at, it's really hard for Water and Enjoyers to do anything. At least they're getting on the map on the top side there, trying to push out the waves into that tier 2.
Dire's top tower is under
It definitely feels like a classic DP game when you don't get the jump start in this offlane role, because she doesn't have, like, she's not a comeback hero. And he's not coming back from that one, that's for sure. Well, I guess he will in about 45 seconds, but not right now. No buybacks, please, as they're going to retreat from top.
And NP TP's in. Finds one. If they try and go on him, this is not going to go so well for you. Does try and escape the hide back the other direction. Lasso, connection, kills off the Rubik. And rolling back and forth, Earth Spirit will get out of harm's way, but this is going to be Ivy making a move through top.
Yeah, they're just rolling right now. Not much else to do for them, as Drow's courier is forced away from the secret shop. She was trying to pick up her Lincoln Sphere, but realizing they're losing that territory, so going to have to send it elsewhere.
Yeah. And up top here, even with that item, I mean, it's feeling really hard to take any type of a fight. We'll get the tome, so once you get that level 3 marksmanship going.
There you go. That's the solution. Hey, they still have all their lanes, so at least the economy isn't doing too poorly.
True.
Cute.
He's having a good time. He gets to play Clockwork, right? Grandmaster.
There you go.
Go.
Needs his jetpack, though. Might have to just buy the shard instead of the blink because the game's ending too fast.
True.
Definitely a good first world problem to have.
Well, Water and Enjoyers are going to try and head out now and see if they can catch Ivy unawares. There are so many trees being sent out, and immediately they will run into the Batrider, pops that BKB, and now the fight cannot work. Earth Spirit is going to get controlled, going to get stunned, going to be brought down for the finish, and running on in. They pop Exorcism, try and buy some extra time here for Palantimos. Palantimos 4-snap away. Lincoln Sphere had already been popped, but Tombstone, and now the Undying just punching the Drow to death. Oh, that feels bad. Stolen Tombstone drops it up on the high ground. That's going to get turned upon. Own Me finds it, brings it down, now turns onto the Exorcism DP. Maybe even a little bit wary about what this fight might look like. As Yond rolls in, finds that silence, a couple more punches now onto NP. Still sitting strong with the AC, and now DP is going to get the regen back up. Oh, from Exo coming back in. Silence out. Oh, he wants it so bad. This Ember just wants to kill off this NP. Will it be enough? No. Owned me, owned you. Oof. 4 for 1.
And Rubik too, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he died really quickly in that orchard.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's not everybody here. Nature's Prophet is back home currently regenning before he wants to join in on this little escapade of building destruction. A nice hook shot there from Cube. That's going to isolate BNC and easy kill. That might be time, I have to say. Everybody's dead. Oh, Cube missed one. Ooh. Yikes.
Reported.
Yeah. That's weird. I thought he was good at this hero. Grandmaster? Okay.
What a player. Oh, what a game. Ivy was never in doubt for them. They knew what their timing was. They will catch on to the Drow, and yeah, even the Hex doesn't matter. Fully dead, diving behind the tower. GG is going to be called. Man, Trent, after like 10 minutes, this one, maybe 15, it did not look that close.
This was a US West at like 12 at night game, you know, where you get into the game and 10 minutes in, the enemy just starts running around as 5. We played those games, the 5v5 party stacks. and they just swarm and they just make a ball, and that's the only way they want to play is all together and running at you, and you're just dying, and it just works, and you're all just like getting tilted, and no one can get their item up, and it just crumbles and falls apart. That was kind of the pro version of the US West party experience. So I did not enjoy reliving that again.
All right, that's fair enough. You know what I did enjoy, which was interesting? I have not seen that much emotion from Germans before in my entire life. That was crazy. So a really
check on the panel.
Very, very solid stuff. As we're going to head on back to the panel, and we'll let one of our resident German experts in there talk about the emotion of feeling good from winning a game and all the rest of the great stuff that happened in that one. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And Kezu, you just heard it, right? You can't take it like that, man. Is that the most emotional Germans can get? Can Germans only get emotional when you're crushing your enemies under your heel?
I mean, for the most part, yeah. You know, we also have happiness when we crush you, but no, for real, it's like, look at me, I'm smiling here when this guy is just, you know, making some joke. You know, we've got emotions too. Maybe you've got to deal with the wrong ones, but I think Ivy, my man, these boys, they played some good freaking Dota in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, when you talk about German emotion, there's one thing above all which unites all of Twitch chat together. Dieser Chat ist jetzt Deutsch. That Sheffy. That is the thing. That is the thing to go for when you see Ivy having success. But yeah, I this was a very one-sided show in a sense of what Water Rune Enjoyers are able to establish with Ember Spirit going for the Blade Mail. Then he picked up Mage Slayer, which I like. I really like his like itemization idea, what he's trying to establish for his team to be able to engage early. This was the reason they picked this hero, is to be able to fight early. But we didn't get much of the DP to connect into it, but at least Drown was getting some time to farm. However, I think these engagements just got worse and worse and worse, and just on vice versa, a lot better for Ivy.
Yep. One of the things, for example, KJ, that we did see, and we saw this replicated in the prior series as well, where you have this carry hero that is farming better relative to the rest of her squad, but not actually contributing any damage. Not only did she not buy BKB, therefore she couldn't actually be active in these fights. Every single time she got involved, like 2 seconds later, she's like, I actually have to leave. There's too much damage. You know how much hero damage she dealt? She only dealt 6,000 hero damage. That just can't happen, right? When you give a hero this much priority, what do you think went wrong that didn't allow Water Rune Enjoyers to actually utilize this hero to dish out the damage they needed it to on the Palantimos Drow?
I actually think what's happening right now in their games is that they keep playing like they keep having like these Death Prophets, Drow Rangers that want to stand their ground and hit or run in and hit, but they're always the ones that have to run away. Because I think, first of all, they're getting slightly outdrafted, but I think they're also getting outplayed. This is like, earlier today I saw BNC on Lycan continuously using defensive Lycan forms, and this game it's defensive or wasted Death Prophet ults. I think they really need to play more together. And Palantimos, I don't really want to be in his shoes where I need to buy a BKB, I need to buy a Lincoln Sphere, I need to buy a Manta Style. Like, screw that shit, you know? Get this Bad Rider out of the game, give me some heroes that allow me to take the fight, and let's play Dota together. Because I think that's what they're not doing.
One of the other heroes that they usually utilize here at T-Panda to make sure that every fight was on their favor for Ivy, not just this Bad Rider, but the creepy Clockwork. Just incredible performance, honestly. This Clock did everything for the squad, even got around to buying a Wraith Pack for the team because he just had that much gold lying around. Like, we heard from Trent who was mentioning it there. Around 10 minutes, it's almost like he just decided. There's a flip that went on. He flipped the switch and he's like, I'm just never going to stop fighting. I want to brawl forever. And what are they going to do about it?
Yeah, that's one of the big reasons why Cube, since the last 4 or 5 years, like when he was back, like MMR, top 50, top 40, top 30 player, his Clockwork is literally like the nectar of gods, you could put it that way. He is such a good Clockwork player, and he's so frustrating to play against. Like, I've heard from a couple players, like when they've played officials against Cube when his Clockwork, they're just like, damn, I want out of this game. Like, this is so frustrating to play against that guy. And I think this is a very deserved MVP. Like, he
for sure
had only one missed hook shot, which is the only downside I can figure out in this entire game from him.
Yeah, noob.
Get good, Quip. Get good. I mean, this is 32 kills that he was involved in out of his team's total of 40. So literally 80% kill involvement. Just incredible. What are you supposed to do against this everywhere on the map? Another thing that he did very, very well, Kezu, is we often see these clockworks in these games where they don't provide as much vision as they should be. It almost felt like they just had extra wards available to them in the game. He might have only planted 6 wards, but their map was always illuminated. They always had exactly full awareness of where Water Rune Enjoyers were going to be. Should WRE maybe think about grabbing a vision hero themselves so they're not playing at this massive disadvantage?
I think it's hard. I think for them it's more about the way they play together. I think you can try to put a bit more emphasis on a vision hero, but I think when you look at Ivy, first of all, Q played very well. His rocket flares to give vision, running in with his body, knowing when to hookshot, but also when your teammates are running in with you, you know, with this bad rider, you have this tanky lash, you have a tombstone behind you, it makes it all so much easier. And that's not to take credit away from them, that's just them understanding how to complement the heroes in their draft and then executing with it in the game as well.
Well, this game went very decisively the way of Ivy, and we're going to be seeing whether or not Water Rune Enjoyers have what it takes to come back in game number 2, because if they don't, that guarantees that they will not be going to Div 1, or rather history guarantees that. It could still happen, but a lot of things, like permutations that we've never seen before in the DPC, would have to happen to get them that Div 1 slot. In the meantime, though, we're all going to be taking a short break, but before we do, we need to remind you about who is helping us to bring you all of this action, and it is, of course, our sponsor, esportsbet.io, who are very shortly launching a watch to earn platform where you'll have an opportunity to win some USDT every single game that you're involved in, and of course, there'll be additional giveaways for every single game that we are putting on here for the DPC. So make sure that you get involved. Just join the Discord, the details of which are available in the description in the Twitch channel down below. And if you do so, you can be more involved in helping us to bring this action to your very eyes and get something in your back pocket just as a nice reward for helping us make this action happen. With that, we're going to be taking a small break. We'll be right back for game number 2 of the Water Rune Enjoyers versus the side of Ivy. Will the Germans make this happen a 2-0 sweep and show more emotion, or will Water Rune Enjoyers finally get their first map? We'll find out after this break, and we'll see you soon.
I hate
And the high ground, yeah? And trees, they think of
Ember, kill Ember.
Burst them.
I can
Oh,
stop.
fuck. Cannot. Draw. No?
I can't reach one. I'm killing, I'm on DP, I'm just cutting DP.
Draw. Keep follow draw. Fuck.
I can't hook like this. I can hook now.
Nah, push out.
I push back, easy.
I'm at DP here, by the way. Can I chase? Here?
Yeah, I give rocket. I can't do my. You do. Kill him. Rocket.
Radiant's bottom
Welcome back, one and all, to game number 2 here of the Wateroo Enjoyers taking on the side of Ivy to close out our evening of Div 2 DPC action. Western Europe has been really competitive. A lot of these games have gone down the stretch, and I'm hoping that this one will be the same because Wateroo Enjoyers, they need a leg up. And T-Panda, if they don't find their leg up here, if these odds are correct and they really are the team up against it, that's the end of their Div 1 journey. They have to just sate themselves with staying in Div 2 and hoping to improve before the next tour.
Yeah, if you don't put your leg up, you got to sit down. I mean, the thing basically for Wateroo Enjoyers is it's not over for them. Like they still got plenty of series to play out. They've got time to grow and time to expand on the ideas that they want to execute, the drafts that they want to get for themselves, the comfort heroes, and find that chemistry. Because it feels like maybe the chemistry is the thing that is lacking right now, which is causing them into these situations where 1 or 2 players might be looking for the right play, but the timing is off when the connections are coming out. Like there's several, like we talked about this DP exorcism, which was used defensively. You've got one hero who's barely trying to survive and get out. Then suddenly an Ember Spirit jumps in. He's all by himself. You know, like these small things that can happen when you're communicating about helping your teammate when another one is already going away from there. You want to get that package together and understand like what are the goals that we want to achieve with this specific draft, what are the timings that we have to play around, what are the timings we can still fall back to later on if things don't go our way, or if the game is basically in a stalemate, we can still return to something later on in the game. So there's a lot of improvement and a lot of space for it, and it could happen during the course of this series, but Ivy looked really good in game 1, so a big step up has to happen.
They looked really good, Kazu, but on the bright side for Wateroo Enjoyers, they have gotten themselves a pretty massive buff going into game number 2. Not only do they have access to second pick, they have access to Dire, and that has usually been a massive recipe for success. I forget the exact numbers, but it wasn't looking so hot for first pick Radiant squads. Is it going to help Wateroo Enjoyers to have the opportunity to respond to what they're seeing rather than being the ones to like sort of lead the tempo of the draft?
Well, I think at least what they're doing better in this game compared to the last one is that they took out the Fireman. Bad Rider is not in here this time around, so I think that is already, you know, a good step forward. I think it's going to make it easier for your mid pool. It's going to make it easier for your carry pool as well. And now it's just more about, I think, go with what you're comfortable with and just play together. I think that's really the one big thing that I'm missing from them in these games is that I feel like one guy's going in and the other guy is already halfway out of the fight.
Yeah,
I want them to do whatever it is, just do it together. It's, you know, this is the moment where you should do it together, and either it works or maybe you get unlucky and it doesn't, but just do it.
All right, this is very intriguing. And like going with the first phase Enigma, basically when you have second
Rubik
pick in the draft, which means that there's going to be Rubik or Silencer. There could be both. Yep. They're going to have to ban either one during the second phase. And Ivy, do they want to get the Rubik for themselves? Most likely, Rubik Lashrak is a very good combo of having a setup stun into a follow-up stun. They take away one of the Enigma counters. Nope, that's a third. The Clockwork Hookshot. There's so many things into it that this is... Let's bait your draft into countering my Enigma, sack the offlane in a sense that this offlane hero in team fights is going to have lower priority and he doesn't have that much impact. So if they pick Silencer, for example, I'd like that much more than the Rubik pick and then just leave the Rubik out. But the Rubik, in terms of everything else outside of it, they're actually not going to pick either, which is very intriguing from the side of Ivy.
Okay, just leaving them all in the pool. It's kind of interesting that they took away this Clockwork. We have seen this Clockwork Lash look super strong when played in tandem with one another. I mean, we just saw it in the game prior, so makes sense that they want to rob them of that, but this is actually very peculiar here, Kezu. Not Silencer, not Rubik, both of whom are still really good for this particular kind of game, especially the Rubik, it being completely ignored. What do you think the rationale is from this Ivy lineup? Is this Tiny going to be the pos 4 or is it going into the mid lane?
It's probably going to be their 4. So I like the opening from Wateroo Enjoyers because I think the Clockwork covers Enigma against a lot of the heroes that Enigma is not good against, as like the ones you mentioned, Silencer, Rubik. I think maybe for Ivy, it's in a way that they want to make sure that their Leshrac in the game, not only in the lane, but also in the game, plays with heroes that go in for him. I think they've generally like played these Undying type heroes with the Leshrac in the lane especially. So perhaps they want to answer the Enigma from like other roles rather than from their 5, because perhaps they feel like, okay, it's going to ruin our lane synergy or some stuff like that. But I do think there's ways where you could have taken those, but I think this is just their comfort. I think Cube just plays a couple of these post for heroes so well, and I feel like this guy on skill shot heroes and heroes that put you out of place, yeah, this guy is goddamn scary.
All right, let's see. So Morphling getting banned out. There's no Drow Ranger available. So they could still be flexing this Leshrac into the safe lane. I think that's what makes it really problematic to try and 100% ban out against them. And for Water Rune Enjoyers, now, I mean, you ideally want a little bit more team fight, Panda, because every time we've seen this Enigma and the Enigma is all their team fight, it doesn't necessarily seem to work out. So you're an Enigma enjoyer, a spammer in your own right. Who would you want to be paired with in this game to help you out the most, especially in that offlane duo?
It works with the clockwork for sure. You can hit your level 3 timing and actually punish opponents in your lane. But outside of the laning stage, if you still feel like you're going to struggle in the lane a little bit, the Enigma can still easily fall back to having at least one item or 2 items that can help you out. Usually the Greaves push, which is good in pretty much any game right now. You can go for the early pipe. You can even grab yourself a casual cloak if you feel like that's just going to be enough to keep yourself sustained in fights early enough. And you have like 3 to 4 different itemization options that you can go for on this hero. So it provides a lot of options for sure. But the thing is, the biggest importance out of this hero is to have something to fall back on, in a sense. You're no longer the guy who goes in first, hence the clockwork pick, which is really good. And you align it with the egg. You have a primary, you have a secondary, and you have a tertiary initiator on the side of Water and Endurance. Now you just got to fill in the gaps with damage, which Ivy is already doing. All of these 4 heroes do a lot of burst damage, quick damage. You can delete almost anyone right away with what they have.
Certainly not a game we're going to be skipping BKB here, Kezu. It seems like whatever hero we put into the safe lane, that needs to be a priority item to play up against this Ivy lineup. Potentially also a Lincoln Sphere or a Lotus Orb, maybe for the Enigma as well, just to bail you out of trouble. But right now, at this particular juncture, what do you want to see being picked up by the Water Rune Enjoyers? Do you want to see them just like secure the mid lane and then wait until the 23 pick before they pick up their carry?
No, so I think here you want to answer the beast. First of all, a lot of carries got banned. And second, you kind of want to hold your last pick just to make sure that you get the counter pick against whoever is going to be the mid hero, because Ivy are still flexing that, at least for the time being.
Can I throw an idea?
Sure.
Lifestealer.
For Water Runes?
Yeah.
Radiant team back.
Could work. Sorry. Wrong.
Wrong. I mean, it's a similar milieu of hero, right? They get active early, can get involved in the fights. This is a hero that definitely buys BKB, but even if he doesn't, going to get that early enrage going for himself, so a bit more defensible. Pairs decently with the Phoenix as well. I kind of like this. And it seems it's one of these heroes that's harder to burst, because like, as Panda was mentioning earlier, there's a lot of burst on the side of Ivy that you'd want to avoid for your primary hero in this game.
Yeah, 2 very nasty silences also banned out, which does make this a pretty decent Ursa game. The lane is alright, there's no DP, there's no Drow. Those are basically the heroes that make Ursa's life really hard. You don't even need to like start to get hits in and keep him away. You can just silence him, prevent him from getting enrage off. And secondly, the Earthshock shard, which he's going to get from that second Roshan. So he's already having a much better game for himself. The only things I'm a bit worried about right now is how do they protect the Ursa if they get jumped on? So do you have to have Phoenix and Clockwork following him around? Do you just get split pushed to death because you're always protecting your core? Because Ivy has a very split-heavy lineup, and Water Rune Enjoyers, they don't.
Kezu, what do you want to see here for Ivy to just make sure that they can keep the game looking as fast tempo as it does? Nobody has really high cooldowns on the lineup. They can still flex this Leshrac hero. Obviously, Beastmaster's in the offlane. So who do you want to see them... First, who do you want to see them ban at this juncture? And then who do you want to see them end the draft with to complement the rest of their lineup?
So I think in terms of the last ban, it will depend a lot on what they want last, because their draft is open. Personally, I don't really want them to play the tiny mid that much. Like, they could pick a 5, they could pick a 4, they could pick a mid, but something that I would like for Ivy is, I think Pangolier is pretty nice. You get another layer of answer against the Enigma. I think Phoenix doesn't counter you too much. You can rotate around the map. The other thing that I could... So they banned Pango themselves, so obviously that's not what they're doing. Something I could see them do is... Maybe there's a way they do put this tiny mid, but I feel like this is just a type of game where you might go in with Tiny and you find yourself not being able to run away. There's sunray damage, there's some random clockwork, there's an egg that you can't hit either, black holes. So I still feel like you're better off taking a new mid here.
What about Lesh mid and go TB?
I mean, TB is good against Ursa, but I don't think... it's not a particularly easy TB game, I think.
Let's see, they still got 90 seconds to make their decision here. And then the Waterwood Enjoyers will be also carefully considering their options, since it pretty much is consigned to the mid role that they still need to fulfill at this point for Storkov. What of his heroes are left? His Ember still in the pool, still have his Tusk, but they want to see the matchup first. So Ivy, so it gets kind of difficult. What other main carries are still available right now? You did mention the Lifestealer earlier. You can't necessarily play Lifestealer into Ursa. We saw Razor earlier today being played up. It didn't necessarily work out for the game, but it did almost get the WT Panda. And we have seen sometimes these Razors emerge into these Ursa lineups. Obviously, Ursa can still chow you and eat you apart, but I feel like they have enough zoning options here to deal with that, even if that was the case.
It's an option. I was more thinking about the potential Tusk route that they could also go, but then you're playing with a lot of melee cores on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers. That do they necessarily want to take that route? Same thing for Ivy. They could just go with something like a classic Kunkka, for example. I mean, if they just want to have a bit of extra distance and some extra control while adding up some more damage to their lineup, that could also work. Then there's the TA Invoker Axel, which I'm also thinking about, which could be a potential idea. Though there's 3 strength heroes and you've got yourself an OD, so yeah, that could work. You already got the front line. OD has a bit more free reign, basically, in team fights. Doesn't have too much weight on his shoulders, because usually when you see an OD lineup, is how do we actually enter a fight if we're in an even situation or playing from behind? How do we actually engage? But now you have Tiny, you have Lesh, you have Beastmaster. I really like this OD pick.
All right, Kezu, what do you make of this? What do you want to see counter this in the mid lane? I was thinking potentially they might play like Queen of Pain, given the Puck Marana bans, but that seems a little bit less likely now. What if you were in the mid lane, you had to make this last pick for Storkov? What would you want to pick here in this mid lane to match up with the OD?
I feel like you have 2 ways. You go either A for some hardcore lane counter, which I don't really know which heroes do this against OD, but I feel like it's not the easiest OD game into like Phoenix, like Fire Spirits, random team fighting stuff. I think if he is very comfortable on an Arc Warden, I think this is the type of game where you can last pick this hero. Maybe it looks wonky with your draft, but that hero would eventually win this game. But I just don't think this is really in many people's, like, what's it called, arsenal of hero pool.
Yeah.
I think for them, you don't really need to like hardcore counter pick. Honestly, these 2 last picks really kind of surprised me from both teams. I can't really like pinpoint. I think neither of these 2 heroes is something I would have thought about.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat here. Like, they banned out the Puck on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers. I was starting to think Storm Spirit for a bit, but Storm also runs into a lot of trouble against the Ivy lineup. But we're seeing more and more of this mid Caudle, also the Caudle in general, also as pos 4. So Stoikov, I can't say that I've seen his Caudle before, like, actually ever. So I'm just putting this in as a wild card, seeing how the hero has worked out. He's good in the early game. He flash farms very fast, and then you basically just have to push the envelope from there. Are you able to do it against Ivy's lineup? Potentially, yeah. But if the game stretches very far, we've seen how much trouble these Caudle heroes have to actually have impact in the game.
He's played this hero 5 times in the past. This is his 6th Caudle game of all time.
All right.
He's only won 2 of them, which is part of the issue. And we saw earlier today when MTD was playing the Caudle that this is one of those heroes that if you don't have full comfortability on, things can go a little bit awry. However, we've also seen that in do or die situations, Dota players tend to level the hell up and try to make this more interesting. So, gentlemen, one word from you. Kezu, game 2, who's it going to? Ivy, or is it going the way of the Water Rune Enjoyers?
You give me one word?
Just one. Just one.
Ivy.
Ivy. Ivy. Panda, what you got for me?
Jawohl.
Jawohl on the one side, Ivy on the other, and I give you now the Trent lyrical duo. Gentlemen, give us some action.
Did he say a vole? Like the thing that's out in my yard? I don't know.
Oh, I love
I'm not sure
voles.
what that is.
They're adorable.
Okay.
You're like
Yeah,
the only
so
other human that knows what a vole is.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they both like Ivy then, probably, because Vols go into Ivy. This all seems to be perfectly making sense. What doesn't make sense to me is why the hell is there an OD? God, I hate this hero. We'll immediately find the coddle, though. The stun follow-up was there, and guess what? Lookout's game not starting the way he was hoping it would.
No, that was pretty sneaky. Put the OD out front there and wait until after the Astral's like in range for him to pop into the smoke. So the Observer ward there, not going to save him. And ooh, the D ward. Ouch.
Shazam. Bang, 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 bang. Oh. Wow, that is a hell of a start for Ivy.
Yep.
Definitely getting what they wanted here.
52% win probability already. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame him.
Okay.
Dota Plus is just out of control.
Just call it.
Pretty much the whole game. Wouldn't bother playing at this point. I loved these last two picks. I was sitting here looking at this lineup, trying to figure out what Ivy was going to go for. On the one hand, it felt like they had a lot of stuff covered, which is always nice, but I was like, what is the perfect pick here? Just to, try and annoy this Ursa's game, but still do things that a mid player likes to do. And I thankfully Veno's pretty dead. So we got this instead. So you have some saving, some kiting with the Astral, pretty cool. And also just, great scaling options. This hero just gets more and more ridiculous. We all hate playing against it. And I was trying to figure out what the counter was going to be for Water Rune Enjoyers. I'm looking through some heroes, and it's like everything that looks kind of okay would have some sort of an answer. But the Coddle, I thought this was nice. You got some blind versus heroes that rely, anything that blinds is really good versus Beast Wife.
Did you see that? So he preemptively astraled, so that way Stukov didn't have enough damage to secure the range creep, and then he got a deny on it. Dude, that's some fun. That's some high-level tech right there. Because I agree, where I like this idea of the Coddle too, because I think back to the old counters, it was like Sniper or something. You outrange the OD and you make sure that you secure those last hits. And you can do that with Illuminate, but if you just run in and take it, that is a really cool answer.
Kind of lame. All the good answers in Dota,
Yeah.
You just lame them out.
I can't get in range for this one at least. So Yevmight's going to be able to go on and get some more of those denies.
But look at that, though. Because he's forced to go that far back. I'm going to keep talking while Jim Vincenta dies. Because he's forced to go so far back to do the Illuminate, to kill that one without getting caught, he hits the second range creep, which results in that one getting denied. So I'd be pretty annoyed at this point. But the last hits are pretty even. If he gets these last 200 towers, they'll be dead even. Misses one, gets the other. So denies on his side. Last hits a bit on Soikov's. It's all good. And we have a safe lane Lesh again. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, getting another view of it here. PS65 definitely feeling very comfortable on this hero, and Jan going to chase down Cube a little bit. Look for that stun, but a second time the clock's been able to dodge it. Having a more robust hero this time around on the clockwork as opposed to that Earth Spirit from last game.
I love Earth Spirit. I will say, but I think that hero, he strays too far into the having to play perfect to get the good effects camp. Whereas I feel like a Clockwork, you can make mistakes and just be a little bit mediocre, and you can just have so much more success. Which again, isn't that surprising? That that's the difference between Earth Spirit and other fours. But Clockwork, I feel like also has this incredibly high skill ceiling that you can achieve just with cogs. Obviously, the Aghanims is now pretty wild as well. So the way you just utilize Flare, so. Not only is he reliable, he can also just go hard when you're making big plays. So, yeah, for the most part, I'd rather see this hero pretty much every game these days.
Yeah, but I get what you mean. We all love things that are terrible sometimes, and Earth Spirit is one of those. For me as well.
Yeah.
As we'll see some taunts coming out down there. I wasn't sure if the Malefice got onto that hero or what it was when they got caught in the cogs, but it looked like it was a little bit off the mark. Regardless, Water Runes Enjoyers trying to get this pull here, and it does look like he's going to be able to connect it. And we'll try and re-pull that one back over to the creep wave afterwards. So, yeah, just some lane mechanics shenanigans going on. We'll miss out on one of those creeps.
Yeah, this is going great for them, considering for Water Enjoyers, that is, I would say. I mean, yeah, the Enigma's not getting much last hits quite yet, but they're keeping it close because they actually failed to block the pull because Cube got a toss onto Yond at one point. So Yond is now forced to come over and try and contest it. The PO also being here. but they don't connect. Too busy pulling instead. And then they missed the pull because he kind of half-assed it trying to go for the attempted kill. So now they get neither.
Wait a minute, though. Palantimos, does he get sniped here? Oh, he was trying for it. He had 4 stacks on him already. Dude, they are definitely taking a beating up top, though, having to bring out tons of regen from ROI and, of course, have that stick going for Palantimos.
Yeah. Do you think he gets the boar at 4 and starts stacking Ancients? I always like that play these days.
Yeah, it seems just good.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like there's a part of it, too, as we're seeing the Ursa have to Earth Shock to try and dodge these ones while he's waiting for that Ring of Health to come out. I've been waiting for heroes to do like the shared control with the boar and then also with like illusion runes and stuff. Does he get the snipe kill? Not quite. In fact, it's Jam Vincento who dies and gets burnt down.
And he's going to salve right back up in that Phoenix. Can't get a pull in time, but he's able to get there in time for a stack. So very helpful stuff as the Rubik's gone. Of course, he missed it. So that's too bad. No block that I can see.
Likov is also going to be building up those stacks and farming them out, which you do love to see. As continued spam onto this Ursa up top. But now that Palantimos has the Ring of Health, along with that magic stick, it feels like he's more comfortable in this lane now.
The hammer's coming out, though. The one hero who still buys Meteor Hammer. And it's on its way. So stay out of my lane. Or he's going to drop the hammer on you.
That is really scary. I wonder how much damage he's going to try and get done with this. Particularly because they have a catapult wave. His own me and Jam Vincento gets chased back a little bit. They will use the glyph mid as Yond accidentally gets cute pulled in with him, and is 6-5 able to find that kill there. So yeah, a nice start.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't like core anymore. Like the ODs I've been watching have not been rushing this.
Whoa! Oh my god, he just killed him. He just dropped the Sanity's Eclipse.
That old man, you know, he's just not that bright.
Okay.
When you got 113 year mana.
Yeah, that's true. And, well, down bottom, BNC's been left completely alone, looking for the stun, waiting for their timing, but won't be able to go for it. No toss-back play. Up top, on me. Gets punched, the lift to pull him away. And the Phoenix! Nice. Oh, well played with that Sunray.
Yeah, that was actually necessary. He was going to live with like 1 HP after that last Fire Spirit. He was just going to survive, so it's a good thing the Mary committed for that. And all of this punishment and like constant harassing the lane means there's no stacks of the Beastmaster, which has just been a constant theme as to how this hero recovers if he has like a weak laning stage. And right now he's the lowest of the cores, but you know, his counterpart obviously not looking too hot either as he gets tossed into the disco pony.
Yeah, that one hurts. That one definitely does not feel great. I think that this mid matchup though is really feeling like a bit of a problem. 47 and 20. So this, like, again, counter pick. This was what they decided was going to be the big option. Has not worked out for them, and I feel like some of that's just got to be the tech coming out from the ODs. He's been playing this perfect.
Yeah, right from the very beginning waves too. It's up top again. The axes are just not enough to finish them off in time. It's just like sticks get popped. There's raindrops there. It feels like they're always so close to getting it, and it's not going well. It's like the first time I feel like a Water and Enjoyer's lane is looking better. Like significantly better than their opponents, because typically they either go even or I feel like they lose a lot of their lanes. But at least the top lane's going well, even if mid's not.
What you're telling me is Wild Axe's next patch 1 second off the cooldown, and then we're good to go, yeah?
Yeah. After the major, when the patches. Stop getting your hopes up, people.
Move in and gets the kill there. I still believe, as they will run down 1, now looking for a second with the Meteor Hammer rotation. It's a good chunk of damage there in for the kill, but the heal! And then the turn, all the Eidolons played together to bring him down. So a great rotation from Water Rune Enjoyers.
That was so huge. Ooh, man, he needed that so bad. Look at that early damage, 825 there from the Keeper of the Light. Yeah, he's got the big damage. And this has been a development as we keep seeing more and more of the mid-coddle. I've noticed that, I brought this up several times, but the Radiant coddles are forced to get aggressive earlier. And the dire ones obviously have a much better like backdrop of farming that they can rely on. But I'm really starting to appreciate that crazy amount of burst damage that you get from this Boots of Travel immediate Spirit Vessel build. But another toss into the Lash. Nice catch just on the end of that Split Earth.
Finds him still dying to the ulti coming out from Lesh. Cube dropped down low. Almost out of there, but is going to get burned to death. So 2 get brought down for the Clockwork off the back of a solid black hole. And Water and Enjoyer is pulling things together here.
Yeah, Mobe's going to keep throwing some hammers on this tower. Keep whittling it down. But when Stoikov's running around stacking up urn charges, it's a little bit frightening. A couple more of those picks, and he'll be closing in on a Spirit Vessel. Will he ever use his trusty shovel, though? That is the question.
He's too fast to dig. Oh, no.
He's trying to dig up the next power rune.
Right. That would be a cool buff for Trusty Shovel. Everybody's talking about neutral items.
Get rid of them.
No. I like them.
I want little eggs. Instead of neutral items, you get eggs, and it hatches a random neutral that becomes your summon.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and you can just summon it at some point, and it's yours until it dies. So you can just like start stacking them in the base every round of neutral items, and eventually bring out your small army, and we'll have like a little mini RTS going on.
You basically just want Pokemon, I think.
Yeah, I do want Pokemon. You're right, actually. Never mind. Scratch that. You can just buy Pokeballs now. Enchantress removed from the game. Pokeballs available in shop. Perfect.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, another round of the Meteor Hammer spam coming from away, and you can see Palantimos up top has been trying to build into his Battle Fury and has been somewhat hampered, but top net worth in the game. Even though there's been that continuous spam, as soon as he's got that Ring of Health, he's been perfectly fine.
Yeah, I will say it does not look like he's having a lot of fun. It's been a very difficult lane constantly, but well done. Again, speaking of difficult lanes, that's another one down there for the Enigma. 3rd death of the game. As Yond is forced to run away.
They did rotate Mulbe here, so we'll see if he sticks around and maybe tries to pressure the bottom tier 1 tower. Just goes for the smoke, and instead they're going to look for a pickoff.
If only they had vision in this dire jungle and saw all these stacks, I feel like they would just run up there. They are going to see the ancient stack, though, with where they have, so... Oh, dude, there's stacks everywhere. This is stacked, too?
There's so much. And they're going to come and steal a bunch of them, too. That is very nice. One last creep comes out. Yond finds Scoop, and well, now in some trouble. Nobody really to help that Tiny out. So will be brought down. Throws out one last avalanche before the death. And yeah, the build up for Palantimos here, when his Battle Fury is completed, that's going to be another nice little ancient stack for him.
Yeah, it's just about done as well. Just needs his courier to essentially make the journey at this point. And he'll be able to scoop that up. So probably wants to rotate over there sooner rather than later. And another miss on the stack there, unfortunately.
Oh, Stoikov, he's in trouble now. They move in, have the roar, ready to bring down that Coddle. TPing in to the Beastmaster. Not always the wisest decision in the world. And they kill him off.
Yeah, bro, don't do that. I mean, he's not wrong.
Wow. Okay. Well, that is a freebie and a huge kill.
Cube? Cube is so fat right now. He does not want to die.
Yeah, needs to step away. He's so close to finishing off that Blink Dagger, too. Jan thinking about that hook shot, but doesn't decide to go for it.
We actually get some wave gold here. As Ursa's just going to run through the jungle, too. So Spirit Vessel done, though. So we have Spirit Vessel, Coddle, and hook shots available from the Keep of the Light. But this kind of reminds me of what I was worried about last game. And this, like, when I talk about, like, oh, this is a really good Undying game because I have people who want to fight with me. There's not really many people who want to fight right now with Stoikov. There's a Clockwork, but, like, Phoenix is a little, like, Enigma, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas I look at Ivy and I'm like, I got Roar, I got Telekinesis into stealing something, and then I just have this stupid Astral Imprisonment that can just ruin fights for you. And a Tiny who almost is a Blink Dagger. So my main concern is that despite their 2K lead, I feel like Water and Enjoyers are going to get absolutely mauled over the next 4 minutes.
And I think that you can see that recognition from Ivy, too. You know, OD immediately goes into the Blink Dagger, had the Midas queued up for a long time, but is recognizing they want to get aggro and find a fight. And in fact, can maybe run down this Coddle here. He's just out of vision.
Yeah, I think I think the passiveness of a Midas would have been a mistake in my eyes, because I think that rather than getting that cost going for your hero, I'd rather just take the opportunities that you have with the strength of the ability to just fight right now and take fights.
Oh, dodges the hook shot, and now looking for the rundown, but he just walked into the cogs instead. Oh no, OD, one good play and then a rough one, as they will pop that supernova, and Cube now also in trouble, has to try and get himself out of here. He's so close to a freaking blink dagger. Can he finish it off before he dies? 100 gold, give me a creep. It's not gonna happen. He gets killed off. So a good idea from Ivy, but poorly executed, and now Water Enjoy is ready to run at him.
Yeah, I don't really know why are we playing so far up? Like, you have a Hawk. You're taking the tower. I thought that was the plan. I mean, I guess I understand, like, trying to go for the big plays, but they are going to be able to respond. They have the hook shot. Like, going aggressive, I think, is a problem for Water Endurers. I think it's very difficult for them to play across the river right now for their heroes. But defending near a tier 2, yeah, they can do that. You know?
Right.
Oh, look at this stacking the Dire Jungle.
Stack,
he got them all.
Stack.
He's going to triple
Very
stack
wide.
with the Fire Spirits. Yeah. That's tasty.
Good. And in the meantime, they're going to hide behind here, find Yawn, and bring down this Clockwork. So a nice little pickup there for themselves, because he's been relatively farmed. One of the highest of the supports, actually the highest support, going in for the Aghanim Scepter. While Owned Me, he's also being chased around by these Eidolons, but it's a Blink Dagger already done now for the Ursa. They built up a 4k gold lead after that last battle up top.
Yeah, things are looking a lot better. The Greaves, not going to be the next item, though, from BNC, because he wants the Blink Dagger early. And again, this is the idea of, I think, the issues that they have of playing with this Coddle and trying to flex how well it's been going. So Soikov and Yon are going to smoke together. So they need to either smoke to the Enigma or the Ursa. I'm not sure. Maybe with this ward they can actually get this kill into Mobe. But it seems hard. Can these two heroes alone do it?
Not an easy one for sure, but
now they see
they're
Lesh as
definitely
well.
in position.
All right, let's see.
Hook tries to bring him down, but has the Astral. Could have self-Astraled there for a TP out, and instead gets punished. Now the pushback comes out, a good chunk of damage onto Coddle, will bring him down to death. As Yond is also gonna get chased, but the Cogs, they move back in the heal. It's not gonna be enough. And with the Supernova down, they have to get out of there.
Tiny has Blink right now, though.
Ava, tosses him onto Own Me. Even gonna drop the Roar there onto the Phoenix. Sets up a position where now Water Enjoyers don't have to worry about anything.
And the Bear grabs a DD and hops right back in there. As Yon looks to escape with some gold towards an Aghanim Scepter right now.
Yeah.
2 components away. All right, well, you trade your Coddle for an OD and 2 other kills with the Leshrac as well. Yeah, I guess you'll take that.
Pretty nice.
Enigma was farming the whole time. He's pushing up that top lane. Where's that Blink? Oh, it's on the courier. Hurry, Blink. Oh, wait. He's coming back to the wave.
Okay.
Oh,
Needs
they're
to
going.
jump out the last second. That was very close to dead. But that is the Blink reveal. Not gaining any traction there.
I like Yon sending out the flare as well. Just trying to keep an eye, see if he's like going up to that Ancient, see who else is there. I think he saw the Beast in time. They're still pressuring a little. And they have Ob Sentry. Oh, the Hawk's going to find Mary, though.
Yeah, they have some really good vision in here. Both teams do.
Yeah.
We'll see if this one gets dewarded. Yeah, they'll find it.
But there's also one still up on the pillar as well for the Radiant. Plus 1 in the back line there for the Dire. Yeah, it is wards galore as Cube looks for the jump.
And
no
finds
Sunray,
one.
or sorry, no Egg.
Ooh, toss, but then the lift back. Weird, banish, everything happening all at once. They have Black Hole ready to go, but can't play it into the Rubik. As Cube is going to drop Palantimos right on top of him. And suddenly, everybody has to back away.
The Midnight Pulse, the damage is so slow that you can get the Blink out. A little bit spooky there.
Very weird.
Where's Lash?
Yeah, that's my thought too.
He's just farming. He's chilling. He almost has Lotus done.
Well, very interesting. This Hawk continues to get great vision on all of these heroes, but you can see by recognizing it's in the area, they'll be able to kill it off.
Is Lotus?
And
Why Lotus?
finds the Rubik? I'm not sure. Meanwhile, Meteor Hammer connects. Palatimos jumps in, finds him. Odie in trouble. All caught in the cogs and gonna die. They do manage to bring down Yond with the Beastmaster summons, and well, that's also gonna be Rubik dead. I don't know what's happening, Trent.
I don't know. Well, I mean, they forced themselves into fighting, and they've just been playing so much better. Like in the previous match, like felt like Ivy were just kind of owning, and they were snowballing and running all over them. Maybe that has carried over a little bit, but you got to give credit to some of these items coming up from Wonder and George. I mean, he just bought a Blink on BNC, and he stays alive. He keeps pressuring. Remember, he died 3 times in laning stage. He's now 1, 3, and 8, and now he just suddenly has Greaves. And Leshrac, not there, and that's fine. He's farming it up. Why is he buying Lotus? What am I missing? What is good about this Lotus?
I guess the Spirit Vessel maybe with the Bloodstone is the biggest thing, but it does feel like there's still going to be a ton of magic damage out regardless.
Yeah, kind of like that's my thought too. And then I'm like, because like I think maybe he just tried the BKB, but I guess it is just so persistent that he thinks this is more worth it.
Force staff, cogs stolen, cogs on cogs pushes Palantimos. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but whatever the case is, you can see Water Rune Enjoyers now in a really solid position and gonna try and take down Roshir. I don't know if Ivy have what it takes to come and contest at this point. They've kind of just been throwing their heads into him.
Yeah, without the ulti available from Mobe, feels pretty difficult. Cube might go for the YOLO play here.
Just thinking about it, but no, won't be able to get there in time. And that is Aegis Ursa. What you want to have happen with this lineup, get that fast tempo playing, and so many heals sitting behind the Birdman, or Bearman, rather.
All right, so now Ivy, how do you adjust your expectations? Because I thought they were going to be rolling over Water and Drawers. I was extremely wrong. They attempted their fights. They went way too deep, and from there, that one defense from Water and Drawers just gave them so much more than I expected. Because I thought they were going to be under pressure to actually make moves around this map with their Coddle, so that he didn't like fall behind or something. But instead, they kind of got gifted a few great fights from Ivy. And now, Ivy are just sort of looking at defending this top tier 2. This also feels bad. Yep.
It's sort of a weird defense, though. The Cogs pushes them back into it. They also lose the Helm of the Overload creep. And they will at least take down that Catapult. So tier 2 tower not going to be hit quite as hard, but the TP rotation's in, and now they find Lesh. Does take off that slow, able to get a little bit of separation there. Cube, as the BKB wears off, is going to go for the toss back and the runaway. Does look like he's going to be in trouble and will be brought down. They lose their 2 supports.
You know, I like it. You know, he can constantly spam it for things like the slow, gets rid of the Spirit Vessel, BKB, you just die anyway. He's going to get a Basher eventually. That, you know, BKB doesn't save you from that. There's an Enigma, there's Hookshot. Yeah, the more I look at it, I respect it. Gives you the armor versus the Ursa. Might help you a little bit.
Yeah,
I guess this guy's pretty good.
True enough. Well, a tier 1 tower gonna get dropped here in the mid lane. That's all the tier 1's taken now. And Water Rune Enjoyers just keeping up this momentum, wanting to play fast around this Aegis. Still 3 minutes left on it. They're gonna smoke and head top.
I love Clockwork. 5 or 4. There's no other hero that lets you just do this. Like, it's actually ridiculous. I think the hero's like probably the best spot he's been since he was like slap around like TI3. You know? It's like Liquid are doing it. Well, now Clockwork's doing it. He's back, guys. He's doing his thing.
It was always Clockwork.
Was that TI4? No, it was around that era, though.
That's true. So strong.
Yeah.
Well, Ancient Ice Shaman gonna beat away at this tower, but eventually looks like it is going to be brought down. So more gold into the favor of BNC. And he is getting towards his BKB. It just, I guess the thing that's interesting that we've been seeing in this game is that Ivy have never really grouped up to take a full fight, it feels like. It's consistently been like 1 to 2 heroes going in and getting caught and killed.
Yeah, it feels like they were kind of expecting to out-farm a little bit and just get these, I would say, like, big items up on OD and Leshrac, and then they'd want to fight, which I also thought that they would be able to do, because I thought it would be hard for Water Enjoyers to actually play into them. But then, you know, again, a couple mistakes. You buy things like Blink Daggers, you don't win fights, the farm stalls, and now there's Nagnum's Clockwork.
And they see everything.
You are flared.
You can't. This is super annoying to play against. Constantly keeping that vision on him.
There's actually so many heroes down here.
Yeah. And they have to run. I mean, they see him right now.
All right, does he hit one of these?
He's not going to go for it, it looks like. So they recognize the danger, and then we'll TP out.
Oh my god, dude, there's still two of them.
Oh. No, they're getting away. Oh, Cube, he showed for a second, though. Blink, TP. Oh!
He has Basher, he's Basher!
Oh! Getting lucky there. That was 2 hits at least.
Onmi has been doing pretty well up top, though. I'd say, like, only died once this whole game. That is very surprising. That's quality Beastmaster play, considering, like, the state of the game and the heroes that can just, like, jump and instantly blow him up.
Right.
But, oh, God, this is so insane.
The map hacks, they're real. Onmi did manage to take over that Helm of the Overlord creep before giving away the gold bounty. Nice. But they keep on hunting these. Look at it. He just runs in, finds the creep, takes it away. 250 gold.
So much gold.
I don't know how many of those he's farmed, but it's been a lot.
He's the Midas. Secret Trader Midas.
That's right.
All right, well,
ton of gold.
Cube almost has Yule. So I'm trying to think like ways to kite this Ursa. That'll be helpful. We have the Agnums on OD. All right, OD's a hero now.
Yeah.
That is pretty huge.
What about this Lesh build? What do you think he needs to be doing here? Because he feels somewhat indecisive about what he wants to go for.
I will respect the Scythe if he buys it, because I think it is playing to win. But I would get if he buys BKB. I kind of like, you know what? I like the Scythe. I'm down. I think that might be what they need. Yeah. God, it's just so sad if he gets hookshot, though. Like, if you buy Scythe, you're just going to get triple flared into hook, and then what? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Of course, if you buy BKB,
it is a pretty huge problem.
Kind of similar, you know? It's like, yeah, I'm in the cogs, I BKB. I guess then you don't get Spirit Vessel if you have BKB, though.
Right. You do have Lotus, but he could just stick a second one on you also.
Yeah,
everything just kind of feels a little bad, but I mean, having 5,000 gold in your inventory is probably not great for taking a fight.
You know what? That's a good point.
Whatever he decides to go for.
It doesn't actually accrue interest, it turns out.
Oh, well, that'd be cool.
No, we've discussed this. No, never. Don't do it. Pubs would be a nightmare.
Yeah,
you have 8,000 gold. Yeah, and I'm accruing an additional 4 gold per minute because of it. Idiot. We can't win any team fights. Yeah, we will later.
Yeah. Sounds perfect. Blink back, get away.
It's no more I have finished farming. I've finished investing.
Yeah.
I'm divesting my stocks here. Oh, yeah. Bye-bye.
Yeah, there was never a way for him to get out of there. Once the rocket flare spam started, there was no escape. Oh my god. It's like, yeah, Yond, you're doing it.
It's like a spotlight, and you're trying to like escape a prison. You know?
Yeah.
It just shines over you. Ah!
Hide. All right, he went for the Scythe. So fully buys out for that.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
I mean, this is the thing that to me feels the most rough about this, is that it's 27 minutes in, and it just never feels like Ivy is either going to be able to take a fight without Water Rune Enjoyers knowing it, or they're never going to be able to take a fight there on their terms. Like,
yeah,
one or both of those things feels like it's really hard to make happen.
And it feels inevitable that it's probably going to be a Roche fight, unless Water Rune Enjoyers feel like crossing the river and going for something a little bit deeper. But this looks like the next fight will be predicated upon Roche's spawn and the ease of which Water Runes can obviously kill it. So all you can really do is Ivy is keep trying to pressure this bottom lane and see if that'll create an imbalance that forces them to deal with this side of the map, and hoping for a slightly later Roche build. They don't want like instant right now because they can't get there in time. But let's give them like 49 seconds, and then Ivy are good.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
there
and
we go here.
you-
Oh, not quite.
I mean,
It's
the one
89.
nice thing is that bottom is entirely pushed out and flares are going top instead. So there is going to be this tier 2 tower dropping, which is pretty big. Okay, finishes that one off. Rocket flares come a little bit late. Tower down. But can't really get any counter pressure because the rocket flares are killing the creep wave. Oh,
This is good, though. They don't want to leave Roche, so just keep
Yeah.
on pushing. Force them back. Unfortunately, they have a Keeper of the Light, so he can just, like, you know, TP and then make his way back. Could also be getting the Shard here soon, I think would be a really good idea with how this fight's going to go down.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds really nice. I think
Someone
that
just
thing is
buys
still pretty
back, you know?
underbought.
Yeah. Oh, they're all just running mid. They see this Beastmaster, and he is in trouble.
Thistle out. Gets killed. Gets another big creep.
Stop it, dude.
It's so much gold.
It's so much gold.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. That's a problem. 18 seconds until Roche is back up, and I don't know if they're going to be able to effectively contest this, and they find him again. J.M. Vincento, Force Staff, tries to get out of there. Oh, no, but the hook shot comes in, yawned. He claims his prize.
He actually almost lived because there was a creep in the way, but then the Illuminate killed the creep that was in between Clockwork and the Rubik. It's just, you know, it was picture perfect stuff here from Water and Enjoyers. And Water and Enjoyers, ladies and gentlemen, are on their way to potentially winning. Is it their first map? I think it's their first game of the DPC.
I mean, Snare talked about
most
it. When your
certainly
back's
is.
up against the wall, when you are on the verge of elimination and not being able to move on to Div 1, no chance at all of making it happen and trying to maybe even get knocked out of Div 2, you gotta come to play. And that's what they did here. Water and Enjoyers with a great draft. See if they can close it out now. Under control. Oop. Trying to back away. The hook shot in. They find him. God, this Clockwork. Oh.
It's gross, isn't it?
It is just, it has got to be frustrating to play against.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, what can you even do? He just gets in there, and then he's just this stupid support, too. So doesn't he feel good when you kill him? He's going to be covered by an egg with Sunray now as well, thanks to their shard. Like, these are just going to be tough fights. We haven't seen anything out of Water and Enjoys for a long time that's actually meaningful because they haven't actually met resistance. They've just been doing little pickoffs. Like, you want to take us into a real fight, we'll show you some of the other stuff up our sleeves right now.
The last kill they got was over 10 minutes ago when they took down Clockwork. And beyond that, it's been a tower destroyed. It's been like observer wards killed. There have not been many highlights for old Team Ivy. Water and Enjoyers just doing everything in this one.
Jeez, an OD that doesn't get to bully anyone really falls off, huh?
Dude, I told you, why are people picking this hero? This thing's crazy. I hate OD.
Whoa, that was a weird blink. Not sure what's
He's
going on
just
there.
trying to have some fun over on the top lane with OD.
Yeah, just
but
scouting.
yeah. They move on in, though, after that top tower is gone. And they're going to try and pressure on the side of Water and Enjoyers. The mid lane a little bit. The hook shot going to be blocked by that creep. Creep playing on the side of Ivy.
And Soykov as well here. Oh, BNC accidentally TPs into the trees next to the fountain, so he's forced to Midnight Pulse.
Yes, 6-5 gets out. Yawned. Can they find one? This is the hero they killed last time, but it's not going to happen. Cube. He instead is going to be brought down. It was a bold attempt from the Tiny. That might have kept his cores alive if that was Clockwork TPing to try and shut him down, but...
Yeah. I mean, hey, they're getting the split push on, right? They brought them all back to the base. They're going to push this out. OD immediately runs Saw. Nobody's going to try to push that out a little bit here, too. Has Aether if he wants to buy it. Probably just trying to make sure that he's buyback so they don't immediately lose the game. Oh, God, this is such a dangerous place to go versus Call. Oh, he YOLO'd. He had no hook shot. He just YOLO'd it.
That was,
oh, my God.
That was scary. Because he almost hit, too.
That was terrifying.
Mid Stoikov gonna cut this creep wave again. Just spams out the wave while bottom. Water and Enjoyers, they're going to try and take this bottom tier 2 tower. I mean, if there's one thing we know is possible, it's a high ground defense. We have seen teams go for this type of a play and just survive. And, you know, if you start massing up items, maybe there's a way back into it for the old Ivy.
They also still have this scythe just sitting on Lesh as well, which hasn't gotten any use yet, I don't think. That, you know, like right now, Palantimos, he's going to go in here. Maybe this scythe can save them and perhaps kill the Aegis. That would be lovely. Or he's just going to die.
And Vincento doesn't have the shard. Force Staff, though, keeps him alive for the moment. Blink. He's not concerned.
He's insane.
Dude, that is crazy to not blink. And now, Beastmaster, own me. He gets jumped on and brought down. That guy was, like, not afraid at all. That was really crazy.
Yeah, I would have been so scared about, like, a flare or something, but he was convinced. He's like, nah, it's not cool now. It's fine. It's fine. I'll wait.
Olbe finds a creep wave there. Going to be banished for the moment. Malefice continues after him. Has another blink for himself. TP's out. Do they find him? No. So more space created.
How about that solar bind cast range? That caught me off guard. Jeez, with Aether and Psychic Headband. My God, and Spirit Form, obviously. Like, holy moly. That thing was humongous.
It is back in Fountain, basically. Well, Trent, this one is this is looking like those Tundra games where they just kind of hold up for a really long time and just delay. I haven't seen that aggressive move from them to try and make something happen on the map. They've just been aggressively running at creep waves.
Oh, well, Cube, he's trying to punish you if you don't want to play like this, you know? Trying to get a little greedy. Oh, Jan. Oh, Jan, he wants that ward. Oh, he got him. Oh, he can't get in.
Nice. He walked back into him. Okay. Cheap stick down.
I think he was
They're
turning
back,
the hook
baby.
shot.
Oh, no, they're really not. Oh, banish. Maybe they are. Second banish. Egg down. Needs to get out of there, though. Gets the blink in time. So a lot of big things used in the avalanche in the midst. The roar is out. The stun to follow. Black hole. It's only onto a tiny. He'll take that every day of the week. And he's even going to be saved. Oh my God, PNC's in trouble. Dude, they're falling apart. Trent, what's happening? The water rune enjoyers. There's no more water runes. It's after 4 minutes. How can they cope?
They came near the base.
Oh no.
They didn't Tundra it up.
Oh no.
Man, look at these wards around the base and they lose that fight too. They have wards on both sides. Just spotting everything, but you just get a little bit too close. I think he was turning the hook shot, and that's what got him stunned. I'm not even sure. That was crazy. And then it just collapsed from there. All because Ursa tried to get in there. And finally, OD got to flex that Aghanims.
True.
And the Scythe as well. God, those items were lying in wait for a long time.
They were absolutely ready for it. And I mean, obviously, Ivy not out of the woods yet, but these types of plays right here can be impactful. It lets them get onto the map, get some wards down, secure some of these neutral items as well.
I would love to see the shard on OD.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be kind of huge. You saw how dangerous it was. I mean, I guess Lesh has the blink, so he's just going to rely on that instead.
They also, right now, has that Aeon Disc locked. Has the Octarine Core queued up if he wanted to go for that instead. But you're seeing kind of the way that Ivy are going for this. Get into these late game items, and they're going for a second Sheep Stick, this time on Beastmaster. So they're going to have two heroes with Blink's Hex.
And Ursa went Daedalus as well. So he doubled down on his damage with the Swift Blink instead of like a Lincoln or something.
Rocket Flare. They have Lincoln's there, done on the Enigma. So he has free reign to Black Hole in these fights. Hook shot, little off the mark. Eul Scepter, Cube trying to get out of there. Force Staff keeps him alive. Walking into vision though, the Lesh maybe in some trouble, pops that BKB and is gonna run away. Maybe could have gotten out with the flicker, but was worried of that Black Hole.
Only's not sure about the hook shot. I think he's microing the boar in behind him.
Yeah.
Make sure he doesn't get hooked, but well done. They back away, and yeah, they stay out on the map again. And Roche timer and 105.
105?
Just can't get it.
Well, it had a
you know?
5 in it. So
It
that's
did.
good.
2 5s even.
Wait,
Only
what?
10 seconds off. That's not bad.
Okay.
It's 55.
That's true. I forgot about that other 5.
Yeah, I know math is hard.
Yeah, they're both going for Aeon discs. They will deward up there and now go for a smoke play. It feels like Ivy is realizing this is possible.
This still feels so hazardous depending on how Jan starts the fight. Like, if he just gets a solid hook shot and it sets up everything for BNC,
right?
It's still trouble. And look where Bobe is. I think Bobe is the key, right? You know what they need? They need smokes for these fights, actually. That is, that's really the key, because they can't have OD spotted before an engagement. They can't gank with their smokes. Oh god, he is so dead.
Yeah, Own Me even pops the BKB right there, but will get punished and brought down. Ninja Gear might be one of those really clutch items to find.
Insanely valuable versus the Clockwork, especially with the eggs. He's
have-
hunting. He still has hook.
Yeah. Ooh, and that's enough to keep him alive, most likely. Can they get in range? The Malefice! Oh, it was so close. Oh, he took out the Eye of the Vizier. Enigma had it earlier, but that was Trickster Cloak. That would have been the range to kill the OD.
At least they'll let the TV away while Roach is up. So the Aghanims, ooh, it's the spawn they even wanted.
Oh, man.
That is so good for Valentimos. Oh, that's huge. He can just keep on trucking in all these fights now with that enrage on stun.
So the one thing about this is that at the end of the day, Ursa can obliterate one target, but there are a lot of ways to kite in this game. Although Rubik hasn't gotten the shard yet.
I was just going to say the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But it feels like they have ways to dodge away from that Ursa damage. So if he can't stay on target, maybe there's a way back in for Ivy. But I mean, the gold lead, everything, it's really looking good for Water Enjoyers.
Well, it's been a while since I feel like anyone's been pressuring a tower, but we've now advanced to the bottom tier 2. Water Enjoyers with a new sense of power as they take that Roche, feeling like now's their time. They can do it. See if they're right about it.
See if they can find a perfect fight for themselves. They did get the last item on the side of
the bear.
Ivy, and it wasn't a Ninja Gear.
Oh, it was for the bear, though. He's all ninja'd up.
Valentimos feels good about that. Ooh, and just barely able to get out again before the Malefice comes in. So, Water and Enjoyers holding on. He just buys the Aether Lens. It's like, all right, I'm tired of this. The Enigma.
He's just throwing these flares on the base. That is so scary versus an Ursa. Because like, he has Swift Blink, Daedalus, Abyssal. Like, I mean, he can put in the Penta Edge too, and then he can just jump whatever Clockwork sees. All right, so who, like, let's say he jumps OD. Is he just dead? He just dies,
like
right? Because like, even if he gets roared on the Ursa, I guess the Force Staff just has to come out and like immediately onto the OD, and then there has to be a Force Staff. Force Staff OD. Oh god, there he goes. Nice Lotus. Oh, it paid off in the end. The Lotus
Not
came
bad.
back.
Turns back onto him. The lift pulling him in closer. Oh, but he's still not feeling safe though. You can see how much he's valuing this like survivability for himself, not even coming forward to Astral there.
Yeah. Cube thought about it though, because he had like blink toss back.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, like back to the tier 4s. I don't know if you want that either, to be honest, because like Clockwork's gonna come in, and then that's gonna give a little bit of breakdown, and that's space for the Enigma possibly. Kind of scary.
I mean, it does feel like you have to get somebody out of positions for sure, but like into the Aegis too, it's just really tough. Yeah, I think they just have to wait it out to the best of their ability. Hard game.
Yeah, I would say that Mary on the Phoenix really needs the Aeon Disc.
Yeah, I could see that.
I just want the ulti to pop out from the egg. I feel like it's a good target right now.
They find Coddle. Yules in the dodge through, dropping everything. BKB gets off, they run away. So that was ulti used.
Nice
Still
Jules.
taking a good chunk of damage, but the egg is down. And now, running away with everybody else, the hook shot in to kill off UB does have buyback. With BKB popped for 1, what was that stolen? It's just the Fire Spirits. Banish onto 1, the stun comes out, connects, Palantimos gets the Enrage off. I'm still feeling very strong with full vision at hand. Water Rune Enjoyers will force out the glyph.
Yeah, still some time left on the Spirit form as well, but they're smoked up. They're looking for their jump. BKB is available for the Beastmaster, and Odie's poking and prodding. Pops Lincoln's. Pops it
Mary's not a bad target to find. The hook shot goes in right away. Clockwork in way too far, but Rubik already dead. Does not have buyback on him, but they traded out for that tier 3 tower. Goes Scepter. And the black hole going to be used, but immediately Astral, then Palantimos, he can't find a target. Wait for him to get out another round. So we'll have the Lotus when he comes out, just steps away and is fine.
Nice glyph there as well. And Odie got to be thinking about Shard at this point. Please help him out, man. It's terrifying.
I mean, they need everything here, but they are able to hold on to their racks. The most important thing for Ivy, they lose 2 supports in exchange for the Clockwork Death and the tier 3 tower going down. And
I'm curious.
Aegis about to expire.
And P65, he went for the E-Blade instead of the Aghanims as well.
You see that? Clockwork is the most damage in the game.
Them flares, man.
Oh.
Yeah, it is actually crazy how much damage they do and just spam them like that. And now BKB. Whew.
Yeah, he has had an insane performance. Does this level 25 Lesh change any of this? Like, is there anything that you see from Ivy coming out that might give them a better avenue to sort of pull themselves back into this one? Down 30k.
I mean, when you have a Scythe, you know, I mean, the Ursa's 41k first off. So, like, you know, if he just gets picked off, which isn't that crazy of a concept, because defensively, he just has BKB.
Right.
I mean, if you Scythe him, obviously, you know, and then life's good. So just Scythe him when he's not enraged. Like right now, ha!
Okay.
Team?
Stun.
Good runaway. Okay. Good choice.
Does show the power of that, though.
There's no hook shot, though.
Lift up. Gets caught for a moment. Lotus onto him, keeping him alive. The toss back. Oh, Cube with the save. Barely keeping his buddy alive there. They're going to try and hunt with these rocket flares.
He's got
Might be able to get a snipe on the Lesh, but UP steps out of there. Now looks like he's going to be fine.
He's so good.
Yeah.
That was so good in Daisy. I can't believe he got that toss out. That is so difficult to not... Like, what if he had tossed Ursa into those 3 allies? You know what I mean? Like, that was a hazardous play.
It's true. That was a little bit psycho. That was good, though.
And then the patience, too, to get the Yules into the blink out after when they tried to cover it as well. Now there's no egg for a while. 90 seconds of no supernova. It's something. It's more space and more time. But, yeah, I mean, talents, they make Dota weird, you know? This last track now does a crazy amount of damage, and he also does a lot of damage to buildings. So, you know, something sneaky, perhaps, could happen if you're not careful at your waves. God, he's so slow, though. Look at him just sauntering on this. Like, 4 legs for what, man? Good lord.
He is not a very quick guy.
Oh, my God. He just, it looks like he's just running in sand. He just can't get anywhere.
Yeah, 350 movement speed at 47 minutes doesn't feel great.
What is that?
I
Coddle on spawn.
If this next Aegis does not, like, secure... I guess here's a question. If Water Rune Enjoyers get the next Aegis, do you think that they just try and end the game? Because 60 minutes is also where things get wild. As Jan, he pops his BKB. That's a reveal there. The lift out keeps him alive. Jump onto Lesh, save for the moment. But now they don't have that many more saves, and they've lost their Tiny. 5-6. Oh, another Astral. BKB blink. No, the black hole's there. And, well, he's fine again. The black hole does nothing. He's hexed. He's controlled, but he's regenning another save. Dude, it is save on save on save. Yule Scepter's there. The BKB, they used everything on that first go. They take him down. The cheese already popped. Jan trying to stay alive. But, dude, this Astral is nuts.
All right, the bear's coming back
constantly, and now everybody just tries to get out of harm's way, but it is going to be the Lesh finally going down. That was an Ursa buyback, though.
That was. And now that puts some pressure here. Do you come back and try again?
Dude, Roche is back up in 15 seconds. They want to try and get something done with Lesh dead, at least force a buyback. There is no Tiny either, so no, so die back on him.
Oh, this is so scary though. The no clockwork is huge here because they can't just jump them. They feel pretty strong actually poking and prodding here.
Hex from long range, controlled, force staff, keeps him alive. Buyback comes now. Lesh, everybody needs to get out of harm's way. Roar, oh, it's 5 seconds off cooldown, but they find the Coddle. Okay, E-Blade out, dropping him down and dead. And, well, Roche, it is up.
Oh, and your Ursa's farming a small camp, you know? Grind never stops. So it's...
Dude.
There's more gold to be had. They don't have a great way of scouting until they send a Hawk over, which isn't for another 6 seconds. How fast can... I mean, if Leshrak's there, they just do it instantly. So I guess it's time to go scout. But there is dire vision there. They're going to start sending out the flares, of course.
Right.
So they're going to know about this Roche. They are now in the know. And what is Ursa buying? He has a refresher orb. Yeah, okay. That's very smart.
They, I believe, saw that Roche is up now with that Hawk heading overhead. And, I mean, 50 seconds no Coddle, it feels like you at least want to try and force out some type of a buyback here. Can they get into the pit and take this? The smoke in, are they just going to smoke into it?
We got to keep an eye on Mobe right now because he's at like half health. Again, now really at half health, these flares, but he still has that Aeon Disc. So he has to be clutch with this reassemble. Because this could be game deciding if he hits this or not.
Oh, man. These decisions of when you go in for it and when you don't. Owned Me is going to start to work on it a little bit here as they want to take over this outpost.
Look at Leshrak.
I mean,
so far
I don't know. It's scary. They thought about going onto him. Vision down. Full flare there. Starting to spam out the stuns. Lesh does not have the shard. So they can't even spam those out to sort of control the area. He's queuing it up right now. You can see he wants it. And yeah, they realize we need to just sort of reset.
You know, we also have to watch for a Hawk route as well. That could be a good setup from the Beastmaster. Speaking of shards.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't seen that really come into play too much.
I mean, down 25,000.
It doesn't matter. It's like MMR, guys. It just doesn't matter right now.
Yeah.
It's just a number.
Buyback, also very important to keep our eyes on in this one. No buyback on the Lesh or the Tiny, but also on the Ursa. And another smoke. The whole team heading out. Clockwork hooks in, finds one, lift away, gets out of there for the moment. Lotus is already out, the turn, and the stun. The control is there. Palantimos wants to bring down one. It's a black hole. He's BKB. He can't astral him. Oh, no. It comes back to haunt ya. Mobe needing to get out, the force staff to separate, but that is 2 minutes no Lesh, a triple kill for Palantimos, and now they might just run in for more. Have to be careful about the big hammer drop as Sanities is getting built up to larger and larger amounts, but Rubik going down. Game he drops it, tries to go for the double. He kills the Ursa. That's a dieback. Oh, what a play. He has to buy back immediately, though. So the mana was too low and went for the snipe. What?
Okay, 3v4 with these heroes. Can they even Roche? I mean, maybe with the Clockwork?
I think that saved the game.
They're smoking up. They're coming. Does Rubik have anything? He has nothing. He only goes in.
Oh, caught for the moment. Pulling one. Moe got him. He gets hexed up, has a couple seconds left on Sanity's Eclipse, needs to find another save here. Dual Scepter, lift up, has the Force Staff to get out of harm's way. They're buying more time. Clock's back up, or excuse me, Tiny's back up. Own Me taking so much damage from this Phoenix, and there's no save there. Cube, Avalanche, tries to buy a little bit more time for himself. The chase is there, the Hex, the Malefice, all the control in the world. They got him under fire and gonna kill off that OD, dead for 2 minutes, and guess what? They have building damage because of the Enigma talent.
Yeah, Palantimos can do nothing but spam. Well played. Well, he's dead. Thanks, team.
Oh.
The OD committed it all. And if they've got the reads here, they're going to know there is nothing left in the tank here for Ivy. They can go right for the Ender. But
They're gonna
they
try
don't
and play
know.
it safe.
And again, I guess it's not that much once the Eidolons run out.
That's true. Although they'll have another summon there in a second. So they have a ton of Eidolons ready. It is going to be mega creeps. 54 minutes in. But with Lesh back up, that should be enough damage to deal with these Eidolons. Just jumps in. Do they have the damage to kill him off? It doesn't look like it with that Bloodstone heal. Oh, the rest of it trying to get a save. Is it going to be enough? He's down so low and finally gets brought down. Could not even get off the Stormcrafter, and GG is going to be called. Well, look at this. Water Runes, they win a game.
And it wasn't stressful at all.
Yond with
You
the
know,
face
as you can
bomb.
see from the graph, they were well ahead the whole time. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, it got a little spicy at the end, but they secured it, and very well done, I gotta say. I really think that Ivy actually make like one mistake there with OD right after he gets that blink, and they go too deep behind the tier 1 tower, and he just dies to Coddle, Enigma, and Clockwork, and it like killed so much of their momentum. That was kind of crazy.
I mean, again, you think about that momentum building, those couple of key moments that had out there. The persistent thing that I'm just going to be thinking of all game is like Rocket Flare, whatever his like little voice line is when he sends him out, because he did 45,000 damage in that game, more than any other hero. I want to see what the breakdowns were.
There was one other thing though. I will say there was 4 stacks in total made by Ivy. Okay. There was 11 by Stoikov. There was 4 by Yond. There was 1 from BNC. There were 7 by Mary Y. So they had a total of what? 23 stacks done. 4 versus 23. That's pretty significant. And a lot of those were in the early game as well. Those triple stacks by the Phoenix. Very well done. And that time that they got because of the missed opportunities to get aggressive from Ivy is what turned this game heavily in Waterrune's favor.
Well, an impressive showing from Waterrune. 30,000 damage in total done by Clockwork Flare. And, I mean, the big question is who gets Clock next game, because it just keeps winning. Solid stuff from them. All in the back of Palantimos Ursa 2. We're going to head on back to the panel, let them break it down, and we'll get ready for Game 3.
Are there any Waterrune enjoyers in chat? Because we finally get a game victory for them. And at this point in time, it's not just a game victory, but it keeps the Division 1 hopes alive. T-Panda, what a game. What a game. As an Enigma enjoyer, I'm sure you're very happy to have seen how this all panned out. He didn't get to channel that many black holes, but nonetheless, still a very decent performance. Walk us through it. How did it work out for Waterrune enjoyers to enjoy such a nice victory in game number 2?
Yeah, nice victory indeed. A hard-fought one after 54 minutes. It started off with all the stacks that they made farmed away by Ivy. Then you had Ursa hitting a Bow Fury at 12 minutes and 30 seconds, which was a pretty decent timer. Not the fastest, but a very fast one in general, looking at the averages. So they were just able to get themselves on a very good roll. Ivy's draft did cause them some issues, but Waterrune enjoyers just felt like the majority of the engagements that they would take, they would dominate fights in the sense of vision. Like, felt like vision was the biggest tool that they had, and Ivy, their draft is kind of suitable on like semi defensive, say, because you have OD who can build up Axe later on. We saw a lot of good bubble saves. We have the telekinesis, you have the toss back, the vision provided from these hawks, and also Ivy doesn't necessarily feel too comfortable with just stacking up and blowing up a lot of heroes because they rely on these pickoffs basically with this lineup. And at the same time on the other side, Enigma can't ever get a good black hole off because there's just so many stuns and so many things that go through. So it was a very well fought victory in the end for Waterrune enjoyers, but I have to hand it down. Ivy did not make it easy for them in any way.
Yeah. I mean, Kezu, if you're on the side of Waterrune enjoyers, yes, you're going to be happy about the fact that you've gotten a game under your belt, but you can't be happy about how difficult it was. Despite the fact that they did the one thing that you're not supposed to do, Ivy fed the bear. This Palantimos bear was absolutely massive in this game. But the victory did not come down to this Ursa. It was mostly due to the efforts of like this Clockwork, who did the most hero damage in the game, initiated most of these fights. And if not for the performance of Yond, there's a world where they end up losing this game regardless of how farmed Palantimos was. So going into a game 3, if you're a Waterrune enjoyers, what are the positives and negatives that you're going to take from game number 2 before you go into this deciding game 3?
I mean, I think positives for once is definitely that I think they actually played more together. They had a draft where they aren't the ones that need to run away from the enemy. Instead, they can actually fight, make moves, stoic up with their early rotations. But I do think something they need to focus on more is, I think this happens a lot with newer teams, is that you need to step up your team fighting. Like eventually, sure, Ivy have saves, and I do think they played very well. But if you're very clutch about who you go on, and it's like, okay, Odie can save them and Rubik. So if we go on, like they have multiple heroes that can jump in. Ursa can go in, you have a black hole, you have a hookshot, you can egg on top. So you just kind of talk about what you want to do in the fight in order to make it harder for Ivy, because I don't think it was that hard for them. And at the end of the day, I have to say, I hate Odie. Stop last picking this hero. I don't see it win. It's really, really hard to make this hero work. Like I stand by it. I do now, in hindsight, like the Carlo pick. I think it shuts down the Beastmaster's early aggression. It's just chill. It makes space. But for the love of God, I hate Odie. I don't want to see it again. I swear.
Okay. The Germans on the team, I hope that you're listening right now. Your compatriot is saying no more OD, is done with this. He wants to see y'all actually eke out a victory here. And speaking of victory, you know, Lyrical was mentioning at the end of the cast, the hero that just keeps on winning game after game. Clockwork, man. That Yond has to be MVP on this one. The amount of work that this Clockwork was doing, just getting that simple Aghanim Scepter. Suddenly the entire map is completely visible for you. The initiations become incredibly simple. And there was pretty much not a single fight that I saw where Clockwork jumps in and then they lose that fight. The only lost fights when Clockwork is like somewhere off in the all corners of the edge. Maybe he initiates too soon before the rest of the team gets involved. Going into game 3, T-Panda, do you want to see this hero be more contested in the draft? Do you feel like whoever gets a Clockwork is probably going to win game 3?
Potentially. Clockwork has been looking like a very hot hero. It suits so many combos right now that are suitable with the current meta. Like these first phase picks usually paired up Clockwork with a strong laning duo, and especially if you have like an expert on this hero. The funny thing is we have Cube on the other side. Now we also have Yond on the other. He did top that hero damage thanks to rocket flare spam around the map, so when there was no fighting, he's just farming up damage with vision being provided. That's not the case though. This hero, I feel like it should almost 85-80% should be like in every game, every draft basically, if there's room for it, because it's just such a good hero for a support role.
I mean, right now there's 7-4 in the DPC here in Western Europe, 11 games out of it, so 64% win rate more or less. Pretty good stonks coming in from this Clockwork Goblin hero. Going into this third game though, the one thing I would like to see from the side of Ivy Kazoo is not necessarily them just changing their draft, not having a hero like OD, but it felt like their draft just needed that extra punch, you know, that one hero that can actually could do something similar to an Ursa, get on top of a target and actually kill that target 100-0. It felt like they were reliant on waiting on everyone's BKBs to go down, waiting on Enrage to finish, waiting on there not to be Lotus Orbs, and then maybe you drop a hammer. So going into game 3, are there any like killer heroes that you think that should be played rather for PO rather than the Leshrac to help them get the W here?
I think maybe the Lesh is fine, but perhaps they need to be more open to potentially swapping it to mid. I think maybe right now it's just like we pick Lesh, it's a flex, but it's just gonna go carry anyway. So if that's the case, then maybe rethink that hero. I think other than that, just play heroes that have more playability together. Like I think when you have Beastmaster, you wanna enable this hero to take the enemy safe lane tower, whereas OD is a hero who does the complete opposite. He'll never leave his lane. And on return, the enemy team, they pick Carlo, who will he will go there every time. He will smile and be like, yo boys, I'm gonna be there, I have Boots of Trap, I'm gonna blast this guy out of the fucking map and I'm here. So I think you need to help your boy and not just let him suffer. That's what I want to see them do.
All right, I want to see them help their boy. And to your points about how this is just a little bit constrained in terms of their flexibility, PO building his Lotus Orb, he pretty much does this every single game, even if the game is not necessarily the best suited for it. We're going to see though in game number 3, the second game 3 of the day, whether Waterrune enjoyers will enjoy their first series win or if Ivy will be able to bounce back and make this a 2-1 series. We're going to be finding out after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. The DPC here in Western Europe will continue shortly, and we'll be right back.
I didn't hex him, sorry. I'll hex him after. Nice.
Nothing.
He's...
Okay.
Nice.
GG.
Hey, GG.
I hate Dota so much.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Western European DPC. Division 2 action kicks off again with game number 3. It's also going to be ending our day of action for the evening, as this is our third and final series to start week 2. Things are really getting dicey and things are getting very interesting because Water Rune Enjoyers have taken their first map, maybe taking their first series, and Kezu, if they don't, then suddenly they're in a position where they can't get to Div 1. So there's a lot of pressure on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers. Talk to us about this. For a new team, especially when they haven't necessarily gotten all their kinks worked out, how much additional pressure is this? How much is it going to weigh on them going into this third game? The fact that it's a must-win series if they have any hope of leaving the division next tour.
I think it's important that right now they don't see it too much as like a do or die, but rather I think you just look at what just happened, where you I think you played well, I think you drafted well, you just got a W, you should be feeling confident in that, and I think you just want to take that into the next game, and then you just let your Dota, you know, kind of speak for itself. If you're good enough, you're gonna win. If not, then oh well, sucks. We're gonna play out, get better, and come back stronger.
That is so poetic when you say, let the Dota speak for itself. I mean, I love how you put it that way.
I mean, one of the things that we have seen speaking for itself on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers, when Palantimos, we saw earlier today as well, when he's playing a more active hero. Ursa in this game, earlier today it was the Razor. Things just seem to click a lot better overall for Water Rune Enjoyers. Do you think this is just going to be the path forward here, T-Panda, that they just realize that the faster we're able to play the map, the better our team just happens to gel?
I mean, Palantimos, he loves to play heroes like the Lifestealer, the Wraith King, CK, Troll. These are all heroes that require you to play very active or like quite early on. Maybe minus the Lifestealer, he doesn't have to rush into battle right away. But that's definitely an option that they can look at is, do we draft around Palantimos, or do we want to focus our drafts around, say, what are we getting for our mids? Do we have another hero for Blink that's capable of building through the off lane? Like we saw that first phase Enigma without too much of a threat in a sense, like coming out from both sides of their draft. Like we protected it with the clockwork, but the opponent still has BKB piercing abilities, but it doesn't have to come through him. But instead we have the Ursa that we could play around, so they could again just play around Palantimos. Or like we see a lot from these laning stages, that you have a strong mid laner with a great mid pick that you can roll out with, say, Batrider, but it's obviously banned out by Water Rune Enjoyers. They've learned something during the course of these last few days, so I love that. Ivy snatching out the Enigma. I'm thinking, wait, how many games does Owned Me actually have on this Enigma? He
has a couple.
He's 2-1 right now in the tournament, at least.
This Enigma is kind of intriguing to me, Kezu, because we did see a swap around. Ivy in the previous game, they gave away priority, so they were first pick on Radiant side, which is very atypical. We don't see that. Firstly, we don't see that often, and we don't see it win all that often. And Ivy, they rolled the dice. It didn't necessarily work out for them. This time around, they're back on Dire side with the first pick. What do you feel about this? Because they're literally just cribbing the exact same draft they ended up losing against just now. Is this a bit reactive to you from what you're seeing? Or do you just feel like they've seen how strong the strategy can be and they're like, well, let's try and utilize what's working right now, even if it is working for the enemy team?
I mean, luckily for them, they do play Enigma themselves, but it does look very awkward. Like, last game you first picked Lesh, then they take it in the response to after you first pick steal their Enigma. So I think it's... I need to see like the rest of the draft to see how reactionary it really is, because I think just after you lose one game, you don't need to like overthink it too much. If you have like a good idea, or you feel like, sure, this Enigma is very good against Water Rune Enjoyers, like maybe they feel that last game they didn't have enough team fight and they want to double down on that this game, then okay, I can kind of follow that path.
Yeah, what I would like to see from Water Rune Enjoyers is at least have a support that is able to help out with Ivy's combo, because you already have a hero getting trapped inside cogs. He's getting hit by battery assault, struggling to get out of the cogs. Your first answer is Force Staff, but then when you add into the mix of the Enigma, where you can put Midnight Pulse on top of the cogs, and then you're taking battery assault damage and percentage bait damage, and then you can even squeeze in a Malefice where you just perma-stun locked. Is the Force Staff just going to be enough? Do you need something else coming from your Pause 5? I'm putting my sights upon heroes like the Shadow Demon, for example. And if I take a glimpse on the previous drafts on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers, maybe they could get themselves something like is the Hoodwink still open? Wait. Yeah, Hoodwink is still in the pool, so Bushwhack is actually pretty decent here.
I mean, but the Hoodwink is here, but so is Rubik. Just ban Tiny, pick Rubik. Just pick Rubik. I don't know why you don't do this. We saw Rubik Treant Protector earlier today doing really, really well. So just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go for that. That way you also have not just the heal potential of the Treant Protector, but the repositioning out of cogs with the Rubik at some point when you get the Aghanim shot. That was one of the few times we ever saw this Clockwork have any kind of difficulties was when Rubik was nearby. And what Water Enjoyers are like, well, you guys stole our drop, so we're going to steal some stuff from you too. We're going to get the Rubik. Now, ball's in your court. I feel like Hoodwink's the only one left of the good 4 positions here. Otherwise, you're stuck in an awkward situation in the second phase here, Kezu. Do you just pick it here, or do you have some patience, or just double pick it, right? Go for the mid plus Hoodwink, I suppose?
I think what they're going to do is, most likely the clock for them is their 4, at least I think, to pair it up with the Enigma. So I would assume that they're going to pick their 5. And then I feel like you could just go for some semi-range hero. I guess this one is fine. I feel like, so you don't have like the super flex with DP, because obviously you already have your offlaner being picked. So they're basically just going to put it mid straight off the bat. I guess there's a couple heroes banned for it, which makes it easier. Bad Rider's taken out. Overall, there's a Sniper removed as well. But I think if you're Water Rune Enjoyers, if they play Pangolier, I feel like that is a pretty baller game for that hero right now.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Pango. Like Ivy, I was thinking for a moment, do they want to bring out the Snapfire to pair up with the DP? But I guess the Undying kind of also sorts out a couple things for them. Like they have the superior vision already on this team. They have some pretty solid lanes coming out, but they just they either play around the DP with the Exorcism push, or then they just are happy with, if the lanes go all right, we can kind of stall down the game a little bit, or play around your carry. Like it's going to be the Pio versus Palantimo show, basically. Like everyone just wants to play around their carry, apparently.
Let's see. Palantimos could play this Nature's Prophet, but it could very easily be the Blink hero as well. Although I do kind of prefer Blink on heroes that do stuff a little bit more. Palantimos, we have seen this Nature's Prophet hero from the safe lane carry games to tremendous effect. And I suppose you don't want to lane into DP with anything that could be exploited in the laning phase. What's left though? So for Ivy, they definitely need a pure hero, as well. Water Rune Enjoyers can still flex quite a bit. What are we feeling here, boys? Spectre is still in the pool, Ursa still in the pool, Slog, I guess? There's not that much hard lockdown. Which of these options feels good for you, Panda, at the 23 pick for the side of Ivy?
For the side of Ivy, actually need to take a moment to think. It's okay, they banned out the Morphlings. That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, the Slark is obviously a hero that you think about, which could work out. They banned out the Luna. That was also on my mind for a bit, because that also could have worked out. Clearing out the waves, getting that extra pushing power, and a very, very heavy tower hitter, and also the solid physical damage that you're already dealing onto heroes on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers. Because if you look at their heroes, they don't exactly have a lot of armor. So if you just go for a very basic right clicker on the side of Ivy, I'd be very happy.
A day of first here, Kezu, because this is the first Luna ban in all of the Division 2 of Western Europe. It's obviously been banned once or twice overall, and picked, I believe, once in North America. We covered Arteezy doing that game, but generally speaking, the hero has fallen very far out of favor. So what idea do you think they're angling towards on the side of Water Rune Enjoyers by banning out heroes such as the Luna?
I think they're banning heroes that, I was going to say that kind of match the tempo of what Water Rune Enjoyers are doing themselves, but then they kind of banned the Spectre, which I do think it makes sense. It is very good with Ivy's heroes, but I'm just wondering if Water Rune Enjoyers draft will just play basically on too high speed in order for that hero to eventually come online. I feel like for Ivy, you need something that's going to pair well with the Undying in the game. You already have a lot of damage from your DP Enigma, so I don't think you need a super heavy scaling hero. I think instead you need something that isn't super susceptible to being counterpicked, and something that lanes well with the Undying.
Yeah, I think the Slark's still an idea. If they don't want to bring out the TB and just bring that massive power damage later on, into the game, which I think is a bit greedy as well when you're going up in the lane, most likely against the Rubik Furion. The Furion doesn't necessarily beat you in the lane, but Furion versus TB is still a very decent matchup. TB should win it, but I've seen a lot of Furions just out-damage the Terrorblade in so many cases, but the Slark could work.
How about Sniper?
Okay, the Ember's banned. Sniper?
No, Sniper's banned too, I think.
Oh,
Sniper's
Sniper banned.
banned.
Damn it.
So that does... I mean, he could just go with, I don't know, PA? Is PH super greedy?
What have we seen? We saw Medusa the other day. That also feels incredibly greedy in a situation like this. But we've also seen that Ivy have a predilection to be able to hold the high ground pretty much in perpetuity. So if they do that, eventually does feel like Watching Enjoyers would never be able to actually kill this Medusa in a game like this.
Last time, the last phase was basically just what Kezu said. Like, these were heroes we were not expecting. So I'm feeling this could also be just one of those where it's like, all right, what's the reasoning behind the hero that they go for? It could be
I could see
untraditional.
Pudge, actually. Some random hero.
No, they
You
go
get
for the
your
TV. Okay. PO plays 2 heroes, so...
So Kezu hit us. 24 pick for Waterrune Enjoyers. You've seen the lay of the land. Nature's Prophet, where is he going? And what's the 24 pick going to be? Specifically, what's Palantimos going to be playing this game?
Honestly, I think that this Nature's TB matchup isn't really the same as it used to be. I think it's still TB favorite, but it's fine for Nature's. I think the way you beat TB in this case is that you just put the Nature's Prophet carry. You pick a new offlaner that actually just makes the life hard for this TB. There aren't that many offlaners banned for it, and they have a lot of time. Give me a moment. I feel like we should be able to figure this one out, I think.
What about the Pango?
let's see.
Still there. We talked about
Pango's
the Pango
still
earlier.
here. I would like some instant disable. Oh my god, I'm glad Fear isn't here, T-Panda, because I'm about to blaspheme against his name and say that DK would not look too terrible in a game like this.
Yeah, we don't want to go there. Also, you could think about Sand King. Sand King Rubik just destroys the TB in the lane. That could also be something that they go for.
There's Legion Commander, I think that could work. I know it's a very odd hero, and I think it's not always the best. But I think you have a good lane with Rubik. You can purge your Prophet, which is like another way of enabling it. You also help the Lesh a lot if he ever gets locked down. I don't really know what else is in Blink's hero pool. I feel like a lot of his hero pool is...
Centaur maybe we saw?
Does Blink play Darkseer?
I've seen him play Darkseer in the past, but I haven't seen it in recent times. Let's see. When was the last time he played this
He's got
hero?
a decent amount of games on it. Like, it could also work. Like, it's all right in the lane. You also get strong illusions. TB also kind of hates Blink against them. But if I wanted something, I would have gone Sand King. Okay, there goes Snapfire. So that's...
We brought this up earlier.
It's an equivalent to the Sand King, basically, in terms of magical burst. This is... wait. Is that a 5 or a 4 treant again?
4 treant.
It's going to be 4 treant,
It's a 4 treant.
5 Rubik.
I would have loved this Rubik Snapfire versus the TB instead, but we'll see if they swap the lanes, because you have so much magical burst. Your level 2 just destroys and forces TB out of the lane. You can't fight them with Metamorph even, so I would have liked to see the Rubik 4, see if they do this lane swap in the end. They could just put Yon together with the Carry Furion, and I'm happy that they went for the Carry Furion when they saw the TB come out.
Yeah, this is a little bit old school. We've seen this combination before, Kezu, the Triad Protector in tandem rather with the Snapfire. Tons of magical damage once you get that overgrowth down. Going to be a lot of levels from Blink. The question is, you were talking about you want a hero that makes the game hard for the Terrorblade. Does the Snapfire provide that incentive for the side here of the Waterrune Enjoyers? And if it does, how do they utilize this hero to win the game number 3?
I think so. I think it's actually good. I think also if they lane it with Tree is pretty good against Undying. You have an aggressive Cookie. I think DP also hates to play into Snapfire, so Snap, he should have a good game. His first ulti should always kind of score in kills. And I think on top of that, the tempo with Lesh and Nature's Prophet, I actually think Waterrune Enjoyers, they've turned it around and they're going to win this game as well.
Ooh, all right. Very quickly, T-Panda, who's going to win game number 3? Is it Ivy or the Waterrune Enjoyers?
Oh man, I'm torn now because I was already going with Ivy for game number 2. I thought they would take this series. Now Waterrune Enjoyers, their drafting is getting better. The ideas that they want to look for is getting better. I'm going with Kezu. We're team enjoyers here, basically here.
Oh, team enjoyers. All right, they're going up against the German brethren here. Let us find out if that's actually going to happen and if Waterrune Enjoyers can keep Div 1 hopes alive. And we find out together with Lyrical and Trent. Take it away, boys.
Boo! They didn't pick Darkseer. That's what I wanted. God dang it. They went for the Snapfire, though, which, I mean, it makes sense. This hero is pretty freaking cool. The lane is probably stronger, too, as, holy moly, a battle up top already? Are we blessed with a first blood? No. No, they're just going to walk away.
It's just the classic protecting our tree line. Trying to make trees lane good, which means they probably are bringing the tree up here, unless this is a giant bait. And he's going to go bottom after. That would be really funny.
Oh, you missed it. You missed it. A scatter blast. Not on the mark. Feels bad, man.
I actually agree with T-Bed. I thought they were going to do the Rubik up here because I was like, oh, that sounds really nice, right? You just keep on blasting. God, that'd be so funny if he just swapped now. I guess it doesn't really matter because there's an Enigma. But, I mean, it's not like he wants to get Midnight Pulse early, so that would still be fine. And he probably has no way to cut trees. Oh, God, it'd be so funny. Please go bottom.
There's no way.
It would actually be so big brain, though. They'd have no way to deal with it.
Dude, he wants to punch this Undying. It's Plants vs. Zombies. Look out. It's coming back.
Oh, my God. It's 2004 all over again.
I was literally playing Plants vs. Zombies on the airplane the other day. It was the first time I was playing it forever, so it's re-entered my brain. Yond trying to do what he can. The second leech even needs to be careful. He's
My research says it was 2009 it actually came out, so there we go.
Okay. Good to know. So
great game for you Zoomers out there.
True. Oh my God, there's people that probably have never played that before in the chat.
I think they've upgraded it to like newer versions. They've probably seen some bastardized version, you know, microtransactions and buying the best plant.
I mean, to be fair, also, I think everybody that plays Dota is at least 30 years old. So that's another problem. Actually, what am I saying? There's pro players that aren't that old. Regardless, you can see that the lane's working out a little bit differently.
All these young superstars are coming from because they're just playing against a bunch of boomers and pubs and they're just owning. They're like, man, this game's actually really easy because we're all just decrepit.
Boomers and pubs, boomers and officials. Like, if we're going to be real about it, like, it's kind of rough out here. Ooh, yep. Tries to get out. I mean, this is one thing, is if we can actually get in to talk about the game a little bit, that I'm a little bit worried about is how this Terrorblades game is going to go. They picked this into the Leshrac with already, like, you know, an NP to sort of try and make some early kills happen with Wrath of Nature. This could be spooky.
Yeah, and then the Snapfire on top of it. Snap always looks good versus Undying. It's like always in the back of your head. I've been feeling very similarly with Clockwork lately in terms of how great I feel like the Shard is too. So I feel like if I see Clockwork, I start thinking about Snap because the Cookie Shard is so excellent to help save people and maneuver them around these team fights. And yeah, it's looking really nice. The ultimate combos, they are there. Tree ulti. Nature's Prophet if you get the Aghanims or something. Like, probably not with the safe lane build, but any stun and the damage from Snapfire can overwhelm someone like a Terrorblade.
The other nice thing about the matchup against Terrorblade is that it can be like kind of left out a little bit on an island with that Mortimer's Kisses. You know, you think that you can get a Sunder off against a lot of these other heroes, and suddenly, you know, you're just nobody nearby. You can Sunder your illusion maybe or something weird like that. It's not going to matter. Still get dropped. So a nice little pick here at the end of the draft. Tempo-wise, this is the big thing that I was curious about because the panel was talking about this as well. You've got NP Lesh on one side, who can obviously take towers so quickly. And then the other, it's like DP Enigma, so more summons, playing around Exorcism. And then they ended it with the Terrorblade. Do you think that they want to try and play this fast on Ivy, or is it more slow?
So the way I see it is that they can sort of choose their tempo. It's just once they've chosen it, it's difficult, right? Like once you commit to a push with Exorcism or like Enigma, sort of like sorting the Eidolons, getting it all prepped, then you're committed, right? And Clockwork is extremely good in those commitment situations because he gets the hook shot and you just continue the push. As up top, looks like he's fine with the reflection. But what's interesting though is that Yond, like the other option they have is instead of committing for pushes, they can commit to trades. And, like, because, you know, there's going to be early pressure from Nature's Prophet and Leshrac. So let's say those two are pushing a tower and you try and trade on the other lane. Trading is really scary versus Tree Protector because you know he wants to help push out that lane. You know he wants to save that tower. And if he's in that tree line and he is ulti, very quickly things can turn around on you with a Nature's Prophet and a Snapfire.
Yeah, it could be just that artillery mortar shots coming out. PO right now, by the way, is going to try and come on over and get the wave held in position. So there's a lot of sort of going back and forth between these two teams up in the top lane, trying to control the lane equilibrium, and definitely Terrorblade is coming out on top. You take a look, only 10-1 versus that 21-9. 9 denies on that TB is mid. Goff needs to be careful. He's getting ran down a little bit, but we'll be able to keep that separation.
Yeah, that's pretty ownage he's getting there, and he has another meta coming up here too. So he really wants to, like, they try and get any sort of pressure. It's actually pretty low on BNC. Maybe like a decay here. I mean, looking kind of scary. I know he's got one, but whew, that courier is not bringing any more regen. There's a flare.
Oh, had to pop the stick. Came out after the decay, so some extra value there. Now the turn finds this Undying. Can you really kill him off, though? These 2 points in reflection have been super annoying for them in the laning stage.
What a hero. He's just got Mango's clarity. He's going to heal himself up. Feeling good.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map, as you would anticipate, Undying, or excuse me, the Enigma having a pretty okay time, 7 denies, but Palantimos has also not really been that much shut down. Some of those denies, and I'm assuming some of those are Eidolon's kills as well.
Jeez, who is going to die here first? 1 second, Radiant are really low up top, then it's the Dire. Still no first blood in this game as we approach 5.5 minutes. And Terrorblade is into Boots, Band, Wraith Band. So he's got the deeps. He's up to 111 already when he pops his meta.
Yeah, and going for that Dragonlance build. So maybe this is going to be like a bit of that old school type that we've seen from Terrorblade where, you know, goes early into the fighting. With 2 points in reflection, it could end up happening. Needs to be careful, though, with the rotation. And, oh, no. You can't get in range for that cookie.
Was that Lesh's TP?
No, that was Yon's.
Maybe it was I thought there was an... yeah, I thought maybe there was an additional one that canceled. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it must have been.
Well, he might just, like, TP'd home, too. Or
He did
TP'd
walk
back
home
or
earlier.
something. Yeah.
That could have been it. Regardless,
Either way,
no kills
yeah.
here.
We're just hanging out. It'd be a pretty aggressive maneuver to go for, but I could also see it, you know. Level 6.5 on the Leshrac. If you get an opportunity on a Terrorblade near a tower, you're going to try and take it right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. He queued up a Midas afterwards. What the hell?
He's just gaming, you know? He's just...
What? Wait, what?
Sometimes you're just gaming, dude.
TB Midas? Excuse me?
He's gaming.
Please, sir? He's
Put him on the Gladiators, man. This guy's just gaming. Yeah.
I'm done. All right, we'll see if he actually goes for that or not, but could be something to watch for as still no kills 7 minutes in. They are doing a good job of coming contesting this pull, and right now Pio going to pull the wave over to meet over on the other side.
Ooh.
Get some good right-click damage out there. But it looks like it's going to be fine to get out of here.
Yon doesn't have a TP, so he smokes. Okay, fair enough.
Stun.
Good choice.
Underneath tower. Obey. Does have Exo. Oh, but just again off the march with that scatter blast. Yeah, and that's not really been able to pull things together for any solid rotations yet. And mid takes some good damage there.
Hard to get the kills when we can't hit any of our spells here.
True.
So I'm quickly learning.
Well, we'll see what happens over the next couple of minutes, as I did see that wonderful Gloves of Haste queued up for the NP, and maybe now this is finally going to be the moment where Water and Enjoyers will take the first blood. It's Tree that actually gets the last hit on it.
It's pretty good at those last hits, you know.
It's the big ones. Big
old smackaroo. But yes, indeedy. Well, we will see what this glove becomes on our Nature's Prophet. Well, he's already got shreds.
True.
Don't think he's buying Armwood. I have a theory.
Yond getting lower. Is it going to be enough? Pio will be able to survive through this initiation that comes out, and in fact can force back pretty far. Maybe if they can go for a turnaround play. He's not quite level 6 now.
Do you see that pump fake though? He pump faked the Soul Rip, and the Soul Rip or the Snapfire wanded.
That's true. That's
Made
good.
him wand. Yeah.
Very nice.
Big plays.
Get owned. Theo back to farming. And yeah, still has eyes on that Midas. I wonder if he just goes for that.
I'm down.
He's saving up gold.
We were a little too close for to 60 minutes last time to not get them, so
right.
Bring them out here. All right, they're defending the mid tower. Save the tower. We have tree. It must be done.
And yeah, Obe just backs away.
Will
he come back in to pressure this? Stun! Off the mark. Damage out. Exo, half duration. Down low on Yon. He is going to get pulled back in under that tower. Still living through it. Trying to burn through that mana, and it will be enough to kill off the DP. Couldn't kill off all the mana from the Lesh first.
All right, now you just need Enigma to hit 6, though, and get the kill on Nature's Prophet because there's no Rubik to stop you.
Right?
Obviously,
good call.
yeah. Unfortunately, that doesn't work as well anymore, you know? He's not as scary. Let's see if, like, the perfect Eidolon situation, you're still going to need a little bit of help for those kills with Black Hole. And then, haha! The Golden Glove.
It's out. Are we going to see it on the other side, too? Oh. Pop's ultimate for that kill on the Undying. And Terrorblade, very close gold-wise to finishing off the Midas.
I was thinking that it's a very, very good Snapfire game as long as you don't get hookshotted. Because, like, what else is going to stop your ulti? Like, DP's going to have to, like, run up and silence you.
Yeah.
Or you're going to have to get Malefice. It is kind of free, this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, I mean, you always wonder about what these core Snapfires go into eventually. But just kind of having one of those Greaves games, you can maybe even save the hook or the Mortimer's Kisses for later in the fight when people are trying to run away.
Yeah.
Obe, they miss again on the stun. Could have set that one up there. Hook shot not going to connect. The double Spirit Siphon is enough to keep alive that DP.
Still trying to keep that pressure mid. As you'd expect, 30 more seconds till the next Exorcism, and we'll have only one Spirit's... actually, she'll have about 2 charges by the time it's up and someone rotates over, so could maybe go for a play. As Mary's going to run right into Cube. That's a bad scenario.
Lift. Get out of there. Lift. Oh, no. The flare. So Clockwork off to a pretty good start here. Finding a kill there on the Rubik. And yeah, we're Midas gamers.
All right. Anyone else want to hop on, you know? Undying, maybe?
I mean,
This is the most I've ever seen an Undying just, like, sit in front of a Tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
He has nothing else to do. You would think he would join the mid push.
Well, Palantimos is going to be joining the Undying soon as he's a zombie, but maybe not. As, in fact, it's Own Me that's now dying to the trance. And now the Eidolons turn onto him, but it won't matter. So Palantimos lives, and it's going to instead be the Enigma that goes down.
All right, interesting. Big saves. Undying continues trying to hold this top area. Has level 3 Tombstone here, and there is no little Shredder yet.
Starts to fall, and now with the Terrorblade moving in, it looks like Water Runes Enjoyers are just going to back out and be perfectly fine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid. See if DP steps up again.
I mean, they have
ready.
Overgrowth in a minute, so for now she's pretty safe. And gets the early 4-staff this game from Obe.
Okay. Yeah, not bad. Good way to create some separation if those overgrowths come out and what have you. Interesting. Well, I don't know really what the timing is now for these teams, because I thought it was something that was going to be entirely different from this.
I think it's a classic game 3. No one wants to lose, so we don't take any risks and we play things really safe. The only risk has been consistently the mid lane, and it's a pretty passive one at that. You know, it's DP just kind of poking and prodding and thinking about when she's going to pop her ulti. Only got punished the one time.
And, well, Tree tried to hold on to bottom, but it was not going to happen. And instead, It's going to be a catch and a kill on to that tree and the tower down.
Yeah. I like that early black hole too. Like, you know, you're not going to find a bigger fight right now. Just take the pick, slow down the tree. Him being off the map is actually really nice for your team.
Yeah.
Just get rid of him for now. I notice he also has his arcanes queued up here too, which is tranquil, you know.
Okay.
One boot for each foot. Great idea.
Love it.
Yep.
I did that the other day because I accidentally assembled my tranquils when I didn't mean to.
Perfect.
Felt very
perfect.
good.
Yeah. Very necessary.
Mary has stolen one of the better items, or spells rather, to keep this tower alive, I feel like, and having that Crypt Swarm ready. So just the double nukes should have a pretty good game on this Rubik.
Yeah, he's just completely safe until Cube decides to come and hookshot him. Like, how else are they going to get on top of him? That's pretty much it. And he can just blast the wave so fast that it doesn't really have to put himself in any sort of danger. All right, so if things are going to stall out like this, I mean, if nothing happens, eventually one would probably favor Ivy if we just decided to sit on our sides of the rivers for an hour.
Right.
Probably things look pretty good, but there is going to be a point where it feels like Waterrune and Joris will have heroes that are very strong and ready to fight with low cooldowns and quick actions, and Midas and global mobility that I fear Ivy will have a hard time keeping up with.
Well, Ivy wanted to defend that tombstone there, and they get punished and killed. But yeah, that sort of global mobility element to it is going to be interesting to watch in particular, because I guess on the one hand, Bios can kind of push out these side lanes really effectively on the TB and doesn't have to worry about like showing himself as a potential threat. But these other heroes, if they are the ones pushing out side lanes, it could get a little bit scary.
Mid lane.
Cookie finds him. Gonna pop that ultimate. Does have that silence. Throws it immediately. Pops the mech. Turns to get out of trouble. Slikov up in the high ground. They won't go on him. Mary's already dead. So a bit of a weird move there.
And Clockwork still has hookshot too, so he can run mid. That was sick though, because like they try and make the quick play on a Mobe, but only was wrapping from the side with the Greaves. Oh, don't die now! Don't die now!
Trying to kill him off the force staff, the slowdown, looking for a punch, the silence, and that is actually enough to keep him alive. Exorcism was wearing off, but not soon enough, and instead it's going to be the Dire Tower that starts to go down, but now they've gone too far.
There he is.
Hookshot in, finds that Lesh, who is still doing a ton of damage to everybody, but cannot survive through it all. And now, are Ivy going to push to take this tower? Lift, try and get away? It's just a scrum in the mid lane.
It is a bit of a scrum here, isn't it? Well, they want to keep it going, though. Still has Thunder if he's feeling a little spicy.
Danger,
Mary has
danger,
Crypt Swarm.
Oh, no!
Oh, buddy.
Oh, you hate to see it.
I mean, do you? I kind of love to see it.
Dude, Mary is level 9 now. What?
I like how he also got Fate bolted on the last cooldown of it, too.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I just tagged it twice. No big deal.
Whew. Tree finds the clock. Throws out a hit. Q.
All right, he's got hookshot. Escape.
Will he manage to get out of trouble? Yes.
I know someone else was there as well. I think that's why is it chasing in there a little bit so he wants to see. So they did get the mid tower eventually. Very nice. Unfortunate they lost their TB, especially because it's Midas and stuff. Pain. He just pops him when he gets the lane. And the Gleipnir will be coming out here soon for Palantimos. So they definitely need that in these fights. You can sort of feel the little bit of just like, you know, if Tree doesn't ult, things are a little messy in the engagement, so that'll help a lot. The Force Staff has been a great pickup for Mobe, but will it save him here? Oh, a Tumbler's toy on top of it. The kisses!
From downtown. Tries to bring him. It's not going to happen. Wow. Okay, so they get out of trouble. I still think that this is like a very scary window, particularly for that TB with like just a Midas, Dragonlance, and an Ultimate Orb. He could get absolutely destroyed in these fights, particularly once they have that Gleipnir.
It's a wee bit squishy.
Yeah. So much magic damage. Oop. Finds Yond. Nowhere to hide in those trees. So They will bring down the Treant. Bink again trying to spam out this bottom lane. It's going to move on in. Does have Greaves now, and that might be the window when they decide to make a move. What's that?
Yes, I have great news. The Greaves are done. The Boots of Travel are done.
Okay.
The Gleipnir, I believe, is also done.
What does
so
that mean?
surely now it is time to play Dota. I believe they're going to cross the river, guys.
You know, it's funny. There's a lot of spiritual successors that exist in Dota 2. One of the ones that carries over from even a completely different game is the no rush 20-minute strat. As Coop won't quite get ran down there, but the Gleipnir then moves out the Greaves, and now he's away. And we're back to farming.
All right, back. Someone stack that jungle.
All right,
well,
good vision around.
Yeah, there is so much vision top. All right, go play top. Everyone run top. Kill this DP. She's dead. Oh, he's a coward. All right, Penalty Teams is going in. Come on, here we go. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, no. All right,
Stun.
okay.
Force. Gleipnir. Got him. Good
Never
kill.
noted. Yeah, was guaranteed the whole time. Ooh, Arcane Rune. Yo.
Very nice.
When's your TP back? Oh, I'll have to take it. Too bad.
Yeah. More living armor.
Yon, of course, with the shard as well, so can go and play in that bottom area pretty nicely. Has some sentries down to cover the cliff wards as well, try and keep himself safe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Run away!
For them, what's pretty nice is that for Water Rune enjoyers, they have the Philosopher's Stone on that tree. No Philosopher's Stone for Ivy.
That's tough. It is feeling like a Philosopher's Stone kind of game, which is every game.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Yep.
You has Midas off cooldown. Almost Scotty completed on this Terrorblade. And if you're Water Rune enjoyers, gotta start thinking about making these moves around the map, hoping to find a couple pickoffs here. Could be getting a little bit scary.
It's done. The Scotty's done.
Yeah.
He is big.
That is a large Terrorblade.
In charge even.
True. And so, Water Rune enjoyers, they are now going to head into the Dire jungle with the Lesh, but it's still more just trying to farm, while Ivy, they take over the Radiant jungle. Full vision for both of these squads in this area.
We have a plate mail also coming here for Stoikov. That's pretty nice, the situation for the Lesh rack. Trying to think if he wants to get the Shivas or the Lotus. I think probably the Lotus. Seems pretty good this game. Malthus, Death Prophet Silence.
Cute. Stolen Rocket Flare now. Level 4. So more wave spam for Mary. And still unwilling to take a fight at this point. Both teams just trying to chill. As you can see, esportsbet.io favoring that late game potential for Ivy. And I guess that's the question. Do you see if this game continues along this path, that it's just going to be more for them?
I said we just do 60 minutes and literally nothing happens.
That's
Ivy will
fair.
win. But, you know, I thought Water Rune enjoyers were going to do something.
You know, that's true.
But they haven't. So, you know, I guess that's just where we're at.
Theo playing together with Cube, trying to take down Yon. Force staff in.
Oh, he lives these.
Overgrowth used. Please let me keep farming. And he runs away.
Stop me now.
Oh, this
Having
is a
such
big
good
play,
time.
though.
He's having a ball, and they're taking Roche.
Water Rune enjoyers, Roche Pit enjoyers. They are feeling it. So 5 minutes. Now ready for Water Rune enjoyers to farm up.
Oh, Yon. There we go. There's an active item. We got a Blink Dagger on our tree. You know, you guys out there, you would have bought Agnums. You would have bought Midas. That's right. I know how your brains work, but not Yon. Yon's ready to go out here and start some fights. He's saying, guys, I know you've been waiting for it's my tree and Blink. Let's play some Dota.
Let's
He's
play
just
some
spamming the
Dota.
voice line. That's right. That's right.
Well, he is definitely going to do a good job of pushing out this lane and farming up some more on this tree. Which you got to respect.
I mean, now he's got the blink. He can farm more.
Exactly. Palantimo's got that BKB done. At 24 minutes in, this is interesting. So setting up the Observer Ward trap together with that sentry, see if Ivy fall right into their clutches. You know, the thing about that too, right, is that Ivy, a type of plant, Treant, a tree, which is a plant.
Nature's Prophet.
So, Nature's Prophet, also a plant.
Yeah.
All these things, they're coming together. They're going to battle the industry of clockwork and tear it down from on high with that Observer Ward. They're going to fall
taking
right
back
into their
what's
clutches.
theirs. The forest.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the name. They're going to be called Ivy after this. No more Water Rune Enjoyers.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Clockwork? They're smoked up with many. Who are they going to find? Terrorblade, this would be a big one. He shows his face. They see him. Right away, that's the real one. That was your moment. One shot, one opportunity.
They're
Spaghetti.
They're smoked in pop, though.
Mom Spaghetti.
I mean, wait, does he even have illusions? I mean, he doesn't. I mean, okay, he doesn't even have illusions, so they know it's the real one. Okay. I thought
Well, an unfortunate series of events there, but Water and Enjoyers, they're here to push out this wave. They're ready to take this bottom tier 1 tower, make some use of this Aegis. So pressure going to be mounted, and as you said, the stress for these teams to not have to face relegation is huge.
All right, well, how about this tower?
Do they decide to defend against this? Good vision in the area for Ivy. Likoff still feeling very far forward, while DP is not with the rest of the team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But playing around this catapult, TP's in now from the TB, starting to throw out the kisses preemptively. Okay. Kisses down. Do they decide to fight? Hook shot in, finds it, stuns the courier even. The stun now back on the clock, trying to run these heroes down with the tombstone. Mary, maybe the one left behind, as the rest of Water and Enjoyers do look to escape. So they'll defend the tower.
I feel like that play works if the Leshrac just instantly jumps and casts spells with the Aegis. I thought that was the plan. I was like, oh, this looks okay. Like, you start with the snapfire damage, but Lesh didn't like it. Wasn't willing to sack the Aegis that easily. Yawn's in your base. Needs to buy his TP.
Oh, yeah.
Try to get a courier on his way
Courier.
out, I'm sure. Oh, is he going to do the blink TP kill?
Wait, did
or
they
courier
ping?
kill TP?
Do
Here
they
he goes.
know?
Ready? Oh, he wants it bad.
Okay. They're sending the courier back with the Undying.
Do they have any wards? Oh, he showed. Yeah.
Ah, get out, run! They immediately send their courier off the other direction.
Maybe he wanted to show on purpose, just so they have to wonder.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
You show in base, that way they... he should do it again.
Look, he is. He's running through with the gem. Ha-ha.
Look at that. That is some solid... That's a bait right there. Just don't show on the lane here mid.
Never.
Beyond. Yeah.
He goes and checks the other tree line.
Exactly.
You know,
Now
he has
you're
2
thinking
smokes.
with portals.
That's right. What is that hero getting added? Chell. Newest hero, Chell from Portal 2.
I'm down.
Or Portal, I guess. My bad. I guess we had a companion cube. Right? We already got that.
Yeah, we also have Underlord. They got Portal.
Now that's a persona. Dear God,
Yeah.
how has that not happened yet? That must be why they changed the ability. Oh, buddy, Battle Pass level 1,000. You can play IO Underlord and be Chell and companion cube, Val.
Oh,
Val.
the dream.
Val.
The dream. I mean, they already added a portal, right? I think that's how it goes.
It's coming. Oh man, that's so free. Whew, man, that's a moneymaker right there.
Well, 28 minutes in, and the Aegis has now expired. Water Rune Enjoyers spent that good 5 minutes farming up, getting some movement around the map, took a tower, and we'll see what they decide to do in the next couple of minutes. Do you think that Ivy want to try and take a fight, or are they just happy farming up on their Terrorblade? Oh, it's fine.
I think they're just fine. I think they're not quite sure what's going on right now. They're
Okay.
just like, what? What's happening? I feel like everyone is just waiting for Yon to start the fight, and you know like the siege. All right, do I have time? I'm sure I have time. You know the siege of Helm's Deep, where they're just watching the orcs approach, and that one dude is holding his arrow, and he lets it loose accidentally because he's old and crippled. That was BNC in that last fight.
I
when
hear
he
ya.
just started firing, everyone's waiting for like Yon to do something for it to begin, and then suddenly the knock came loose, and the arrows flew.
That's right. All the orcs start like battling they start screaming because they're like, how dare you?
And that's what Ivy was like. They are,
You know what's weird though? They probably should have just started firing as soon as they're in range, right? Like, why wouldn't you just fire?
Well, the motivational speech was still going on.
There was,
and
no
maybe
speech.
they were going to negotiate with the orcs. Maybe that ended in potential negotiations.
Were we the bad guys the whole time, Rohan?
You know what? Finally, someone said it.
That's fair. Well, you know what else people are saying is that Clockwork is a good hero, and Cube saw that last game, ready to go into this Aghanim Scepter, has one component. Of course, was not blessed with the Philosopher's Stone, so it's going to take a little while, but maybe a good fight here. Drops double wards, and gets out of the way.
Okay.
Level 20 Sprout Leashes. I was wondering if he was going to go for the mischance against TB, but I guess there's always like 4 staffs and stuff like that he's going to have to play around.
Yeah, we'll just go with this instead. Oh, Hogan
finds one. They will take down that Rubik, accepts his fate, tries to get away. Bink, and the black hole just going to be dropped with Rubik dead. Why not? And that is going to turn into a tier 2 tower. Ivy, they're online.
I mean, they've been good to just hang out and wait. And then they find one good kill. Feels amazing. Oh, can you imagine? Oh.
Thought about
She
it.
doesn't have a Yules, though, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Can't find a way to break that 2B. So we'll be able to get out of there on the Lesh, away from harm's way.
Speaking of which, would be a good shard game for this DP.
Yeah?
Yeah, because like Leshrac in the middle of the fights, has no BKB. Feels like the siphon's pretty guaranteed, I guess when he's feared, not much changes, though, to be fair. He's still just doing his thing, so.
Yeah, maybe
All right.
running away from your heroes or something.
Yeah. We got Silver Edge for both the TV and the Nature's Prophet eventually. He's already done on the TV.
God, finds owned me, thinking that there's a fight that could happen right there, but that is everybody. Okay.
So you know that scene in Helm's Deep where...
Okay. All right.
Where the guy, they paint the white face and he runs into the wall with the bomb?
Yeah.
That
So
was
you're
Leshrac.
saying this is to set up for the eventual weakness
Yes.
that is going to be expounded, which is that Death Prophet is used exorcism, so
That's
now there's a
right.
timing
And
where they
Roche will
can go back
respawn.
and fight.
Oh. No, never mind. Roche is spawning late. I thought we had it.
That's
Thought we'd solved it. No.
They used meta too. Okay.
Okay. All right. So now, can they find a fight in between that? Because, all right, so the early game strength that Water Enjoyers had was, tower pressure and just, general map pressure when I felt like all Ivy could do was, maybe get a half-decent hook shot, but then it'd be very hard to actually play the fights. Thank you for the roast timing there, Jim. But they just,
Well done.
they didn't expand on that power at all. They just bought a Midas and farmed.
Right. Well, I think that one of the sort of big wins, if you can call it that, for Water and Enjoyers is that if you go late enough, it feels like a lot of the fights come more down to who has the vision advantage, who is the one that sets up for it, who's the one that gets the better initiation. And maybe that's where they're hoping to find their form, is they can just win one of these late game crazy fights, maybe have NP ratting, force back Ivy to defend one of their side lanes or something. And they're saying, all right, we can beat them late. What do you think about that idea?
I'm just waiting till the Clockwork Axe comes out.
Okay,
just
that's fair. Yeah.
Suddenly we've gotten to this point where Cube is closing in on it, and it just changes this whole dynamic. I switch to Dire Vision right now. I look at the map and I'm just like, where are Wandering Enjoyers? I don't know. I buy an Agnes on Clockwork. I press the button. I'm gonna find out really fast.
True. And not just where they are, because you can kind of intuit some of it, but exactly where they are.
Yeah.
And you'll win each of those fights. Have to play much more around the smokes on the side of the Water and Enjoyers to make plays happen. Speaking of smokes, Ivy, they're ready to go. Into the pit. They're DD on Terrorblade. This is kind of wild.
Oh, the trains are coming in, though. Hello.
Okay. They see that this is happening. They're all very, very, very close. And already throwing out Mortimer's Kisses. Goes in with the Blake. Tries to steal up PoE's got it. And right on top of him with the DD. Like, just going to get obliterated. Oh, that one hurt. That one hurt a lot. Tries to TP out. Barely able to escape on that snap firewall. Yond does have a blink available. He manages to get out of harm's way.
Oh.
Rough stuff.
Yeah, it's with the little tip there. That was nice from Cube. He got him the second he blinked in. Just got him with that hook shot. Very nicely done. Ensured the TV is going to be able to pick up the Aegis.
They did leave one little treat in the pit, though.
Oh, no.
We'll see if somebody comes back and finds that one later. But that's a nice little gift.
All right, it's definitely a game 3. Can confirm.
Yeah, that's how that goes. The other thing is that I don't think that gets found for 5 minutes.
Unless... Yeah, no, probably right. None of them have shard, though, right? Oh, wait, no, Enigma has shard. Everyone's going to be clicking around and be like, oh, I guess Enigma took it in the chaos.
Right.
You know,
oh, wait, they go back in. He found it. Oh, big win. All right, I was super wrong. Death Prophet on the case.
Great shard.
It's like, I found it, I get it.
I mean, that is what they say.
That's right. BKB done for Snap. Level 17.
I feel like DNC has only played Snap in like Turbo or like Overthrow, and it's just like, guys, but someday it feels like he's just waiting for that to happen.
The Basher I think is kind of a cool answer here, right? The little shredder to try and go for the black hole break.
Yeah, it's been a nice choice by a lot of people in terms of the it's like Pango, right? It's the same concept. You're just hoping that it's going to work out. Pango obviously more reliable, but Snap's got actually mathematically. What? How many? Is it 6 shots? Yeah, it's okay. So Pango is still better.
Yeah, unless you get the talent, which unfortunately Snap did not.
Oh, true. But then Pango would still be better.
Well, yeah, straight. It's 4 hits from Pango, isn't it? Oh yeah, because it's still the 25%.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, we do a little math around here, guys. You know,
a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Once we're casting EU, our NA brains get improved. Instead of knowing math, we learned maths.
But they have the Blink Hex ready. So off ready, jumps, thinks about it, doesn't decide to go for it. And, well, high ground pressure's coming in. They managed to kill off that tombstone. Stolen Exorcism. Okay. But, yeah, that Aghanims is there. So they have full vision again.
Is he just worried about being hookshot? I feel like if you get hookshot at Snap, then it's, like, good. But I feel like he's always using kisses before they have, like, any setup or prep.
Cookie in.
Oh, chain stun.
Bringing him low. The silence is there. They have the Hex to follow it up. Brings him down, and that's 1 life. Can they do it again? Gonna try and time this stun. They have Overgrowth ready with that blink in. Got him caught for the moment. Reflection used, and it looks like Ivy are gonna get away.
Hey, I'll take that.
True.
You know? Like, you got rid of the Aegis. They only got your tier 3. You didn't have to use your second glyph after the tier 3 fell down either.
Could have been a lot worse.
That could have been way worse this game. Especially, like, you had no kisses. That's not bad.
Yeah. Well.
All right. So what will we farm for the next 8 minutes? We're going to refresher on tree. Hype.
That's pretty hype. Maybe they're going to wait for tree 25. Tree 25 is pretty cool.
It is. It's extremely good. Might take a while, though.
True enough.
Slight concern.
Ivy. They are right in the mid lane, and Water and Enjoyers smoked up. Looking for somebody, but it's just to get out on the map.
Mobase is kind of like itching, you know? You get that arcane rune on Death Prophet. You just want to pop some spells. We'll see what happens.
True. Rubik still has Exo. I think that it's going to be long enough for him to get one more cast of it.
Ooh, that ward's still up, too. Oh, wait, does he know? No, he don't know. Okay.
No inkling.
They're sort of making it over there.
Yeah. Looks like everybody from Water and Enjoyers is going to back away. And wouldn't really like to see Lesh just buy out for the shard here pretty soon as a defense mechanism.
Pio, they know where Tree is, but they can't really do anything about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Palantimos is just going to be annoying this game, and then so too will that Treant up top.
Just needs a few more levels so we can get back into the +5 Treant summon talent that he skipped. So we can get the spam. So they have their own vision game.
I like it.
Yeah.
That feels like it's their way forward.
that's all they need. They have Eidolons, they have flares, you know? They got vision all over the place.
Yeah, why not? Well, Yu does have a smoke, or he is still smoked with that ninja gear. Not revealing himself yet. They show the Undying for a moment. Kickoff. It's going to head over towards high ground, it looks like, again. And do they go for a smoke and run it and play? It does look like it. So Water and Enjoyers, they do not have their whole team here. They do not want to take a full-on fight.
Well, Cube is going to try and force that. The flares begin. Panic! Panic! I was running in circles. Panic! Put the tree up beside me. Oh,
They smoke.
Smoke
Smoke on
gear,
Rubik.
run!
Palatimos gets out. And it looks like the hook shot will not connect, so they can't find anybody.
Oh, God, he found him!
Wait.
Run!
Mary? He pops Exo and just going to TP out of there. Okay, he's
so
fine.
close. He was so close. TP pigged it. Clockwork was going to go for the hook, but it wasn't there. It's not up anymore.
Yond, while this is all going on, is going to farm out the top side of the map. Just dodge, dodge, dodge. They do not feel comfortable taking a fight right now.
Dip, duck, dive, dodge.
Get out of there. He's actually going back for the BKB, so not opting for that shard. Wants to be able to stand his ground on this Lesh. Very hard to do against this Terrorblade.
I'm just impressed that he actually got Refresher before the next Roach.
Yeah.
Yond has been on the farm grind. Like, he's actually just been top this whole game.
Yeah. Yeah, having a really good time with himself. Undying? Stepping forward with that gem. Stun goes out, and tier 2 tower eventually will be brought down.
Jim Vincento must be so bored. When is the last time he had to cast a spell? Remember when I was talking earlier about like the worst Undying games?
Yeah.
This is the worst Undying game. Like, nothing is happening. No one wants to fight. You're so bored. You're just like, oh my god, I want to tombstone something.
Poor Undying. Vincento. He's putting on a good show though. You know, he runs in, has his gem ready. He got a gem in this game. 3.2k damage. Oof. Yeah, really has not been able to do all that much. And a long Roche respawn timer. So Vincento will probably be hanging out in the pit here for a cool minute.
That's appropriate, I think, for this game.
Yeah.
39%. All right. Okay. What do you think?
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yikes. I think I like those odds. I think I'd probably give it a little bit more. I'm feeling more like 70-30.
Ooh, Cookie. Run out. Cookie keeps him alive. Force staff to the high ground. Doesn't quite get there.
Yawn?
Ooh, but the overgrowth. One overgrowth.
Big
has the second one ready to go. BKB tries to get out of there, but no. He's going to die in the turn. The damage, Undying, starts to fall. Lesh doing what he can. That black hole not doing nearly enough damage. And as the BKBs wear down lower and lower, this Lesh is going to remain supreme, doing so much damage. They do lose that tree now. The Cookie in trying to find it. The black hole that was stolen. Mary holding on, but can't have any damage thrown into the black hole. Palantimos is going to fall. And is that just going to do it?
I think it is.
That is a dieback.
We just waited for one fight. It's over.
Oh, it hurts. Oh, that is
they
painful.
realize. Oh, they realize.
Oh my god. They're just going to try and end it. Oh, Water Rune Enjoyers. That one hurts. That is a painful loss there. And that is, well, something that we always knew was possible. Let's see, 5 seconds till tree's up. You can throw armor on the Ancient, but I don't know,
Go
man.
buy your Demon Zeal, man. Come on now. End this game.
Zeal. They're trying. Looking to end it. Ivy, they have overcome their plant-based brethren as they are going to finish this one off of one fight. GG is called. Ivy cleaning it up.
Yeah. I mean, if you just can't get that aggression going that you're hoping for, that's what can happen. It's you know.
Yeah. It's a little bit painful the way that goes sometimes. But a tough series and a tough game. Thoughts as far as I mean, I feel like Ivy at least knew what they wanted to accomplish at each point in this game and were able to get it done.
I really appreciate that they just like chilled and waited till the absolute perfect opportunities. Like Cube just that one fight he took in the Radiant like Ancient area that just kind of gifted them the lead at a point in terms of like getting Roche and more map control, and then a few more times Water and Enjoyers got back in on the map, but just didn't really feel like it mattered. And there was an edge earlier, it felt like, for Water and Enjoyers, but whatever we perceived, they didn't feel the same way. They didn't think that they could turn any sort of a net worth or XP advantage into actual map pressure and objectives. They didn't feel comfortable doing it. I don't know why in their eyes it wasn't going to work. Maybe they were just too scared of the Clockwork plays or the Enigma like folding in on them or something, but they just didn't get there. And because of that, stalled out, and Ivy eventually just charged for the win.
Well, Ivy, they take care of business, handle it in a perfect way. As you said, a couple of moments there where Water and Enjoyers were pulling things together, but in the end it was not enough. For now, we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break it down a little bit more.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And game number 3 goes the way. At the end of the day, it took a while, 40-some minutes, but Ivy finally get themselves the W. And Kezu, you know sometimes you're a professional player in these situations. You're expecting the game to be hype and exciting. But I think it's a lot more difficult to hold your medal and keep the mental pressure in check for that one fight. Because that's literally all it took. There was one real team fight this entire game, but that ended up deciding the entire game in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why this game was so damn slow. I think for Ivy, they're probably pretty comfortable. They're like, yo, we're playing a TB who rushed Midas. We have an Enigma offlane. We're chilling. But you're Water Rune Enjoyers. You have Leshrac, you have Snapfire, you have Nature's Prophet. You have like some of the most aggressive heroes, and you're just okay with chilling against a TB who rushed Midas. So yeah, I feel like they kind of need to be kicking themselves at the least, or someone should be quite angry, I think, after this loss. But I think, you know, good job by Ivy to just be chill, understand that we can AFK 40 minutes, then take one fight at the time we want to, and just end the game.
Yeah. The one thing that they did like at the end of the day, OT Panda, despite having all of these aggressive heroes, and that seemed to be the theme throughout the entire day, is that the team that lacks that one hero that forces a fight seems to have a lot of difficulty taking these engagements. Obviously, the side of Ivy, they had the Clockwork this time around. He can just jump in. Jump in, immediately a fight is started. For the side of Water and Enjoyer, that's like, well, we have to position correctly on this Leshrac. We have to make sure that Rubik gets the correct lift. Feels like the making life a lot easier for yourself by just picking these heroes that jump in, whether it be Clockwork, whether it be Centaur. Is that just the key to victory now in Div 2? Should that be every team's answer for how to start fights?
I mean, this was a last pick, 24 pick Snapfire that Water and Enjoyers also went for at the end of the draft, and I didn't see it do too much this game, to be completely honest. I mean, I saw like the potential that the hero had and how it kind of sat into the gameplay idea that they wanted to establish. This was also an idea for the laning stage where they can shut down the Terrorblade. None of these things happened, so I just felt a bit hollow, to be completely honest. Like seeing what the draft was like and how it got played out, it was like something is definitely missing from this, because on paper it looked all right.
Unfortunately, Dota doesn't get played out on paper, it gets played out in the actual game itself. In the game, everything just changes once you actually start. So you get into the map, you hear the horn sound. And in this game, the things that changed for Ivy were all positive. Kezu, I think both me and T-Panda have selected MVPs for the day. So who you got for this one? Who impressed you the most? Who was the primary key for the victory on the side of Ivy?
I guess perhaps whoever made the call to just chill and wait. But I think I'll give it to maybe Cube. I think I don't know who you guys think should have it in this game, but I feel like he's just consistently, I think, standing out to me with the way he uses his hero, the way he uses his body, when he decides to go in and whatnot. I feel like he's a big reason that they're kind of, I think, on the up and up right now.
Yeah, his physical positioning was really excellent, not just in this game, but across the series itself. Even the game that they ended up losing, it certainly wasn't down to his performance. And Cube, 83% kill involvement in this game, a very kill-shallow game in general, but only died a solitary time as soon as he got access to this Aghanim Scepter, providing vision all across the wazoo. But also, look at this T-Panda, 15 wards placed in this game, providing vision early in the game as well. Even when he doesn't have that much money, he's like, you know what, the responsibility is on me. I'm going to make this happen. Such a clean game, honestly, coming in from Cube here.
Yeah, he is the front line, he's the presence, he's the vision provider, he's the damage dealer, he's the double MVP on the same hero. Yeah, the Clockwork and both Cube, they sit nicely in a box. Or in the, you know, kissing box, kissing or whatever you want to call it. But, chef's kiss.
They're kissing, yeah.
They're kissing.
The kisses. Yeah. Well, Cube wasn't alone in helping to do the work for a squad here. He was part of a support duo, and we do have his compatriot in arms, this other support player in the Undying, JM Vincento, joining us for an interview. Good sir, can you hear me? First of all, congratulations on the win. Second of all, why did this game take you guys so long?
Hey guys. So the series was a wild ride for us. First game was pretty good. Second game I solo ruined, like literally solo ruined. And third game, I mean, we knew we had the late game, so we were just chilling it up. Pio went Midas first. I was literally borderline AFK for 30 minutes, waiting for my course to be big. We just knew we win eventually. So, I mean, it looked maybe a bit like slow-paced, but we knew we win. And they were like, they had to do something, and they didn't do anything, so we were fine.
You could just chill, hang out, relax, and just have the victory come to you. I'm curious about something, right? We were just wondering behind the scenes, like, who was the one that made the call? But I'm curious in general, who is the one that makes the calls for the most part in the team? Like, obviously, you're the one that's supposed to be the captain of the squad, so are you also the person that generates the strategy for how the team's supposed to play?
We kind of shifted this balance with the recent additions of Ownme and Pio. Ownme is doing the drafting right now. We did some small adjustments after the Lina incident. And now it's mostly Ownme doing like the macro calls and shit in this game. It was basically, hey guys, let's wait for the Skadi on TV. And then it was like, oh yeah, there's like a BKB upcoming for the TV. And like, it was just mostly like, we're all just chilling, looking at the gold counter go up, looking at the item counter go up. But generally it's Ownme doing a lot right now. He's really like taking the role of drafting and also like looking for our macro plays, for strategies. So shoutouts to him for always keeping a cool head and telling us to farm more.
Farm more, of course, is always a fun thing to do. Kezu, we have one of your compatriots on the line here. Do you want to talk to the man while we have him on?
I'll think about it. All right. Whatever you want. Tell me. Tell me, who was smoking the good shit in the second game and suggested? I mean, you said that you solo ruined the game. I think whoever called for the OD pick deserves to be perhaps slapped.
Nice, easy. So, okay. Mobile, I think he had a pub on OD before, and we all watched the game. It looked rather convincing, and we always wanted to pick this hero. We always wanted to pick it. And we were sure there's no hero that can lane against OD in the pool anymore. So I think Ownme suggested it, and Mobile said, yeah, sure, let's go. And no one objected. But
okay,
I don't want to disclose anything, but we haven't played the hero in scrims, as far as I recall. So this was like,
I'll give you a hot tip. I'm just a talent, so take it as you wish. But I think the hero is hot dog shit. But anyway, so I think other than that, let me see if I have another question for you guys. Yeah, let me see. So in the third game, you guys first pick Lesh 2 times in a row, and then third game you like take like a whole, I don't know, you do like some fucking backflips, and you guys come in with a first pick Enigma. You leave the Lesh. Like, what was the discussion between the second and third game?
Okay, so we watched some games, and we were trying to figure out how to beat Lesh. And literally every replay, like every Division 1, LGD, BetBoom, all those teams, every replay we watched of Enigma, the Enigma just fucked up insanely hard, or the +4 literally left the Enigma to die, and we didn't find an answer to that hero. Like, I don't think there's really an answer to that hero, and I think it's, well, like, maybe not Lena tier, but it's pretty close. But I mean, everyone knows that. Like, we've been first picking it a lot, and it's a good hero. It's a good hero.
But did you were anticipating them on responding with Lesh once you wouldn't pick it? Okay, understood. Damn, you guys are so smart. You guys are so smart.
Next level.
The thing is, they don't pay it on carry, and then it's not that great anymore. Like, if you know it's mid lane, you can kind of answer with your mid laner, and like,
yeah,
that's basically it. They don't flex it,
you're
so we're
just
fine.
You're just a king. You're just a king. Alright, my questions are done, guys. I'm through.
T-Panda, hit us. What you got for us? What will happen in the man?
I gotta love this. Gotta love this German efficiency from both of you guys. Oh man, I had a serious question, but now I was thinking, should I just go with the fluff questions instead? All right, I'm gonna go with my classic. Who's the loudest breather in your team, or makes the funniest noises during gameplay?
Okay, so during gameplay, so Mobile, when like he has his microphone not on the head but like on his like shoulders, like he's sometimes doing that to, I don't know, relax or some shit. You can always hear him breathing. So if you hear him breathing, you know he's got the microphone like on his neck. And I think Pio's doing some exercises before and after the game, and you always hear some squeaking sound. You always hear some squeaking sound. No, not
just stretching, guys,
before, after. Yeah, it's some squeaking sound. First, I thought, what the hell is he doing? But then I saw on the camera that he's doing like jumping jacks to get the muscles, get the blood flowing and shit. Like, yeah. So it's Mobile and
Healthy
Pio.
body, healthy mind.
Ah. All right, interesting. Doing jumping jacks during farming. That works. That works. I like the idea. All right.
I'm gonna go with the jungle and.
Yeah. Shift click jungle through. Yeah, it reminds me of a couple streamers who do that. I'm going to continue with that. So describe your teammates with a Twitch emote. Give me one for all of your players. So who is who? I want to know who is clueless and who is despair. Just give me one Twitch emote for player.
Which Twitch emotes are allowed? Like all of them or just the regular ones?
Let's put some good flavor in it. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so Pio is bro, because Pio sometimes if you're doing like sarcastic or like ironic remarks, he doesn't always get it, and he's like acting kind of offended, and we're like, bro, it's just a joke. Okay. So he's kind of like, bro, what do you mean? Mobile, he's probably Dutch Sheffy. He's Dutch Sheffy for sure. Because he's German, like he's a boomer, literally a boomer. Like he's young, but he's a boomer. Owned me.
Does anybody?
He's a 5-head.
Anybody get GM Vince Bliss?
We'll come to that. Owned me. He's for sure the 5-head. Cube is the cool cat for sure. And I myself, I don't know. I'm the JM Vink Lecker.
All
right. We'll see.
I don't even know that one, so yeah, I was the only one who could have known it.
Someone posted in the chat. Someone posted in the chat.
Someone will have it, yeah. Someone will have
All right,
it.
awesome. I'm done with my questions. Thank you so much.
I have one more serious question for you before we let you go and get back to practicing and everything. So
not sure
obviously from when you started in the DPC, it's only a little bit serious, right? So yourself, Cube, and from the mid lane, y'all have been playing together for like, what, a year and a half now at this point, and you've been getting better results each DPC tour. You started off just barely sticking in the division, then you got a little bit closer to third place, then you got like basically on the cusp of third place. What can we expect from Ivy this season, and how far do you want to go with this particular roster?
I mean, Berlin Major right now is the goal. But first, I guess we have to do top 2 to get Division 1. So we're taking it one step by a time. And we have to beat OT. If we beat OT, we're fine. But we also have to beat the other teams. Alliance have also been looking pretty hot after a slow start. So we're just taking the games one at a time. Want to get to Division 1 and then let's see.
That's a good attitude to have. One step at a time. Dota's a hard game, so you can't take anything for granted. But still, thank you so much for giving us your time, sir. Let's let you get back to practicing, and we hope to talk to your team soon. Hopefully, going to Div 1 as well. So good luck, have fun for the rest of the games.
Thank you. Thank you for casting. Thank you for watching out there, and see you.
Hey,
You're the best.
thank you. That's JM Vincento Kezu, one of your countrymen here. A very good-natured guy. You can tell that the team atmosphere must be very fun right now, right? Even after a long, arduous game, the fact that they can still be good-natured about it and say, well, he was doing nothing for 30 minutes, but he could still smile about it because victory at the end of the day is all that really matters.
I mean, you can tell that this guy is just hilarious. That's like, I can just stop it there. He's just a clown. I'm sure he's a good teammate to have. He's fun to be around. So he's doing everything right.
Yeah, wholly based.
Indeed.
And one of the things that they've done right is because they've gotten themselves this victory, they are still in contention to get themselves into Division 1. So at the end of the day, at the end of all this action, they come away with a 2-1 victory here against the Water Rune Enjoyers, which regrettably means that Water Rune Enjoyers, the hope is done, Div 1 is over, the dream is finished, and they just have to try and hope to stay in the division and hope to get to the third tours of Div 1 and hopefully another major spot down the stretch. Of course, the side of the D2 Hustlers did take a 2-1 victory against the Ancient Tribe. A very long, arduous game as well. The only quick games came from OT, and Panda, I think it's very telling that what Ivy mentioned, or what we heard from him now, was he wasn't worried about the Monaspers of the world. He was like, well, we need to beat OT. If we can beat OT, that's how we know that we really are a good team. And OT, so far from what we've seen, definitely deserve the 3-0. And they still have yet to drop a map. Panda, who the hell can beat these guys?
Ivy.
You believe?
Okay.
All right.
I mean, he said it. Like, if they can beat Order Thunders, they can beat anybody. So if they're the team to do it, I mean, it's they're up for the challenge for sure. I mean, it's an important victory for Ivy today. Increases their chances. Obviously, they were 1-1 before this, and now taking that tied third place with Monaspa, which is also a team that's been kind of highlighted to be potentially one of the top 2. We had Ancient Tribe as 4th. We had Hustlers at 3rd. So I think we're on for like a potential 4-team race for those 2 spots into the first division. And I like how this is building up that way as well, because even if none taken away from Water Rune Enjoyers, if they don't step up their game and kind of get that competition going for them, it also means that a lot of other teams are going to be getting points away from them and making that competition even tighter for that for those 2 spots to Division 1. So I, for one, would love to see another 4-way tiebreaker. We had one of those in East Europe in Tour 1 last year with 4 teams competing for 2 spots. And we actually only went to... I think we played 5 out of the 6 round of robins when we already knew who's going through. So, yeah, Kezu knows all about those first division tiebreakers lasting for an eternity. But yeah, I would really like to see a 4-way tie where they just play best of ones in one day.
I mean, one of the things that we haven't seen just yet is a very clear... I mean, we know that OT is really strong, but the positions beneath them is still a little bit up in the air. So there's a lot of contention between the teams that are in that milieu. Speaking of, that will be ending out today's day of Dota, but the tour itself is not over. This is only day number 1 of the 2nd week, and the next day of action we have is on the Friday, where we also have some incredibly important games coming up here, ending the day with the White Rabbit, I say White Rabbit, the Water Rune Enjoyers up against Team Bolt. It's a South African team, man. It's 2 in the morning. It's 2 in the morning. Allowed, yeah. Alliance versus the side of Ancient Tribe, and then this first series, Kezu. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that that's actually the decider series as to who's going to get the first slot. I believe number 1 is going to come down to OT versus Monaspa. Based on what we've seen today, based on what we've seen from the last days of Monaspa playing, what's your preview of that first matchup that we have on Friday?
Well, I think that I still have to take OT as the slight favorites coming in, but I think you're kind of spot on. Like, whoever wins here, I feel like they should feel very confident in themselves, but also kind of showing that they're probably at least like top 2 teams of Division 2. So I think that this match will be pretty good. Might go to 3 games, because I think that these are also 2 of like perhaps my top 3 contenders for, you know, getting promoted.
And finally, before we close things out, Panda, one question for you, right? One thing that we sort of saw in North America when we were doing Div 1 is that over the course of the first week into the second one, the meta developed, but the amount of play and the just overall level of skill increased. Have you felt that so far in Division 2, that from day number 1 up until now, things have gotten better for a lot of these squads?
Well, if you want one word, I'd say yes. Or what if I said no? What would you do if I said no?
I would say justify yourself.
So I'm going to say yes, and I'm not going to justify myself. No, really, I think West Europe Division 2, like a lot of these teams, if we take Alliance for example, like on the other tournaments that they're playing on the side, they're winning and winning and winning, and then they started off with a loss, and then they lost again, and then they went map 3 versus Hustlers. So they've definitely had a little bit of a shift up as well in the DPC results. Hustlers, they're in the same situation. They lost that best of 3 versus Alliance. We thought, how much is that mental pressure going to be costing them, or is it going to be costing them at all? They won another 3-map series against Ancient Tribe today. There's a lot of variation in here, and I feel like the competition is super tight compared to NA Div 1. Not gonna lie, like I feel the competition is really going to be tight with a lot of teams here. I feel like there's 4 to 5 top contenders, and then there's maybe one team who falls maybe a bit short, and that's probably going to be like the team that's not going to be very happy with their results. But everyone else feels like they couldn't technically beat anyone. And I think Ordu Thunders is the big wildcard question. Can anyone actually beat them or take a map away from them?
I think that's the perfect way to close things out, because now we have awareness that literally every single series has massive importance and ramifications down the stretch, not just for the team's futures, but for the entirety of the Western European scene in general. With that though, we're all going to be closing it out for this evening. From myself, Snare, with Kezu and T-Panda on the panel. We had T-Governor earlier, so shout out to him as well. And of course, our casting duos of OD Pixel and Fog, as well as Lyrical and Trent. We say good night. Thanks so much to esportsbet.io for helping us host this. Thanks to PGL for making this possible. And of course, thank you to all of you for just being here, joining us, giving us your time and attention. Please remember to hydrate, keep a positive mental attitude about the game, and join us on Friday to continue this Div 2 action. We'll see you then.
Champion Click.
Go. Ah, okay, he got cooked. He fucked up.
I'm on the roots. Lash him backline. Pio, lash him backline. Yeah.
I caught him.
Little get stolen.
No BKB.
Help me.
Help you.
I stunned on Satanic.
Nice.
I'm black hole.
Back.
No damage. Hey, just vanish me.
I kill him.
I got him. Mike,
Nice.
The big man got him.
Front.
Maybe just